Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Late at night, Konoha Village Uchiha Station. You have obtained 70 soul fragments. Do you want to proceed with the first stand extraction? The tinnitus mixed with the noise from afar echoed in Lin Qing's ears. Lin Qing sat in a pool of blood in a daze. The penetrating wound on his chest was slowly healing, and the gravel in the courtyard was a bit rough on his butt. He smeared the blood on his chest. Still warm. Lin Qing looked confused, and all he could say was one word. Ah! A series of fragments of memories flooded into my mind. Uchiha Qing, 18 years old, is idle and uneducated. After being expelled from the ninja school, he lives on his family's minimum living allowance and is known as the shame of Uchiha. The moon was bright tonight, and I was drinking and admiring the moon when I saw a man squatting on a telephone pole. Then, Lin Qing logged in. I traveled through time. Or is it the world of Hokage ninja? Hokage ninja, Lin Qing has heard of it. I've only heard of it. Lin Qing was born into a small-town test-taker family. Ever since he could remember, he had devoted himself to his studies, seldom watched anime, and knew very little about Hokage. He only knows some of the more popular events, such as Naruto has the nine-tails fox sealed inside his stomach. Sasuke's Amaterasu. As well as I learned about Tsunade, Ino, Little Sakura, etc. from a website starting with P. As for the details of the story, Lin Qing knew nothing about it. Traveled to an anime world, but didn't understand the plot. How to play this? You have obtained 70 soul fragments. Do you want to proceed with the first stand extraction? As he was thinking, the tinnitus gradually faded away, and Lin Qing heard the cold and unfamiliar voice again. He breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. There is a system. Lin Qing opened the system interface. JOJO stand system. Derived from JOJO's Bizarre Adventure, it includes all the stands that have appeared in it. Stands can be obtained by drawing cards and then trained. Lin Qing has also not watched the JOJO series. Perhaps the system knew this, so it left a plot review function in the corner of the system. Lin Qing can view comics from 1 to 8. Without rushing to read the comics, Lin Qing clicked on the card drawing interface. The so-called stand is the embodiment of the master's mental power. It possesses all kinds of magical abilities and can fight, defend, and detect for the master. Because it is the embodiment of mental power, once the stand is injured, the original body will also be seriously injured. The two are closely linked and are two sides of the same coin. There are many stand-in silhouettes on the card drawing page, with two options below, single draw and 10 consecutive draws, and next to it is the card drawing introduction. Normal draw pool can produce 4 5-star stands, stand upgrade materials, special props, etc. 10 soul fragments can be drawn once. 4-star stands, Stone Freedom, Emperor, Hermit Purple, Silver Chariot. 5-star stands, Crazy Diamond, Metalwork, Star Platinum, Timeless, White Snake. There are many kinds and they are densely packed. Lin Qing's eyes focused on the first sentence. This is the normal card pool, does that mean there is a special card pool? The system did not respond to his question. It just popped up again to suggest whether to draw, and a message appeared on the card drawing interface. First time drawing a card, a 5-star substitute will appear in 10 consecutive draws. This is good news. This card pool doesn't even have a guaranteed minimum. God knows how much you have to invest to get any output. The murderer who killed his predecessor might still be nearby. By getting a 5-star substitute first, Lin Qing can at least have some means of self-protection. He glanced at the balance in the upper right corner. Soul fragments, 70. 10 fragments are drawn once, and there are still 30 soul fragments left. Not enough for 10 consecutive times. There are 3 ways to obtain soul fragments. Defeat powerful enemies, change the world line, and mortgage your own soul. The first 2 are easy to understand, it's nothing more than killing monsters and changing the direction of the plot. But the last mortgaged soul. Mortgage your own soul to exchange for soul fragments. Pay off the mortgage amount within 24 hours and you can redeem your soul. Otherwise, you will lose the mortgaged soul limit forever. Current soul mortgage value, 500 soul fragments. 500, which means 50 draws. Is my soul only worth 648? Lin Qing complained in his heart. What would it be like to lose part of your soul? Lin Qing doesn't know. I don't want to know. He would never take out a loan to draw a card. Lin Qing stood up from the pool of blood and made plans for the future. Go. With Uchiha bloodline and the stand system, you can develop in secret and wait for a chance to extract a powerful stand in the future, so that you can live a good life without having to work overtime, without suffering, with a little money, and with girls in your arms. Just thinking about it makes me smile. Brother Qing, save me. A faint call from inside the house interrupted Lin Qing's thoughts. Anyone else? Lin Qing frowned slightly, pushed open the door and walked into the house. A little girl about 4 or 5 years old with 2 pigtails was lying on the tatami, with blood oozing from a scarlet wound on her abdomen. She reached out her hand to Lin Qing. Lin Qing held her hand, cold, trembling, and young, and memories of the girl emerged in his mind. Her father died in the war, and her mother became an alcoholic in grief, beating her children when she was drunk. Although his predecessor was a good-for-nothing, he was very kind to the children in the village and often used the subsistence allowance he received to buy candies for the children. The little girl didn't dare to go home, so she kept pestering Lin Qing all day, coming to his house to play games and eat snacks. When I grow up, I want to marry Brother Qing. This is what girls often say. Her mother drank too much again tonight, so she came to find Lin Qing. Brother Qing, I don't want to die. The joy of getting the system faded away quietly. Lin Qing picked up the girl and ran out without saying a word. Doctor. See a doctor. Lin Qing hugged her and ran out of the courtyard, then realized that he still had the system. He remembered that there were several stands with healing abilities, and if he could draw them, he could save the child's life. Hold on for a moment, I'll be there soon. Lin Qing couldn't say the second half of the sentence. The girl in his arms had grey eyes and was lifeless. She is dead. Lin Qing didn't recognize her, and the fragments of his memory of his previous life were also intermittent. But as a modern person, it is impossible not to be touched when witnessing a fresh, tender little life die in front of you. His predecessor was an adult after all, but he was a waste for many years, wasting Uchiha resources, and someone couldn't stand it and killed him. Lin Qing couldn't agree with it, but he could understand the logic. But what could be wrong with a 5-year-old? Quack! The crow's cry attracted Lin Qing's attention. Crows were circling in the sky, and the night sky was absolutely dark. Lin Qing twitched his nose. After walking out of the courtyard, the smell of blood became even stronger. The evening breeze gently pushed away the dark clouds, the moonlight shone again, and Lin Qing could see clearly. Corpse! There were corpses everywhere. Old people, young people, children. Not a single one was left alive. Lin Qing's scalp tingled. What's going on? The devils have entered the village. He stood in the street. Behind me was the brightly lit Hokage village, and in front of me was the blood-filled Uchiha garrison. The night wind blew on my body, and my heart sank. First comes fear, but after fear comes anger. It's not because of the emotions for the deceased in the fragments of memory of the previous life. It was simply the anger of an ordinary person who had received modern education and understood the value of life towards the inhumane massacre. Fighting and killing are inevitable in the world of Hokage. It's normal for someone to die in a hot-blooded boys comic, but kill the old man who trembles when he walks? Killing a child who is still just learning to speak? Is this something a FG human could do? Brute. Only a beast could do such a thing. Ah! The scream came from not far away, and it sounded like a child. Survivor. Lin Qing took a step forward instinctively, then stopped suddenly. The murderer massacred the entire Uchiha clan, which shows that he is very powerful. Konoha Village has not come to rescue yet, which means that the murderer probably has someone behind him who is responsible for clearing the area for him. The murderer had strength, power, and premeditation. Risking his own life, he rushed over to save a strange child. Is it worth it? The second after this question popped up, Lin Qing took the second step. What's the value or not? After all, I have traveled through time and space, and my life is earned, plus I have the system to rely on. Hi? If a grown man doesn't even have this little courage, he's a dog. Lin Qing took a big step forward. The strong wind ruffled his hair, but it couldn't shake his eyes. Deep in the pupils, a golden spirit ignites. In the night, it is like the scorching sun. Uchiha Itachi looked down at Sasuke, who was sitting on the ground, his eyes cold but with a hint of madness. Obito, wearing a mask, stood by with his arms folded, looking like he was watching a good show. At this moment, they simultaneously heard footsteps coming from afar. Pace, no pace at all. Breathing disorder is not the right way to be a jonin. Just an ordinary person's level. Lin Qing rushed out at the street corner. He saw a small, crying Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi and Obito standing opposite. A fish that slipped through the net. Obito glanced at the bloodline on Lin Qing's chest and said, "Itachi, are you too tired? You can't even kill people well. Do you want me to do it for you?" "No need." Uchiha Itachi drew his knife and said coldly, "I didn't expect to have to kill you again." He knows Lin Qing. The shame of the Uchiha clan, a professional household that relies on the minimum living allowance. During the Third Ninja World War, most of the Uchiha clan participated in the war. The only exception was Lin Qing, who was in his prime. Because he was weaker than a child and didn't know any ninjutsu, he was not even qualified to serve as a logistics personnel. He spent the 3 wars lying at home. Being such a waste, he is considered a celebrity. Seeing that it was Lin Qing, the hope that had just emerged in Sasuke's eyes was extinguished again. "Pooh!" Lin Qing spat on the ground, "You beast, why are you trying to get close to me?" He took a deep breath, walked forward, and patted Sasuke's little head gently. "Go, squat over there." Lin Qing looked at Uchiha Itachi and Obito again and gave the system an order. "Pledge my soul," and then 10 consecutive card draws. Chapter 2. The 70 soul fragments, like coins thrown into pachinko, made a clear and pleasant rustling sound. The numbers jumped and disappeared, turning into bright stars and appearing on the card drawing page. "Not enough. My soul on it." A ray of golden light floated out from Lin Qing's soul. Return to the card drawing page again. Complete 10 in a row. Draw a card. The night sky was filled with stars that suddenly burst into brilliance, and 10 stars fell, drawing dazzling arcs across the sky. Ding 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 ding. Accompanied by 4 consecutive crisp sounds, 4 stars appeared. The starlight condensed into a purple vine. Stand name, Hermit Purple. 4 stars. Owner, Joseph Joestar. Abilities, telepathy, the ability to see distant scenes by smashing cameras or other media, the ability to conduct ripples and electricity, and the ability to move as a vine. Current level, Level 1. Note, your stand is the most useless old man, DIO. 4 stars. Lin Qing was stunned for a moment. Doesn't it say that a 5-star substitute will appear in 10 consecutive draws? Also, what does most useless mean in the remarks? Suddenly, a series of crisp dinging sounds appeared again. And this time, it's 5 tones. The starlight flashed, and a sturdy humanoid stand appeared with well-developed muscles, a blue-purple body, and long flying hair. Stand name, Star Platinum. 5 stars. Owner, Jotaro Kyujo. Abilities, a close-range power stand with super strength, extreme speed, and super precision. Current level, Level 1. Note 1, the time stop ability has not yet been unlocked. Note 2, invincible. 10 consecutive double substitutes. What luck this is! No, it can't be said to be pure luck. There is also the recognition from the substitute in the dark. Lin Qing has countless reasons to choose to hide and escape. After all, once you step out, you are risking your life and betting on your soul. But there is only one reason for Lin Qing to come out. The courage to face injustice. The 2 stands in front of him responded to his courage. Lin Qing didn't know who these 2 murderers were, nor did he know how powerful they were that prevented no one from coming to rescue them in the village behind them. Lin Qing only knew one thing. That is, as a mature adult, it would be fine if he didn't have the ability, but he couldn't watch two beasts in front of him attack a child when he was able to make a choice. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself, if you are rich, you should help the world. Of course, at this moment, he didn't think so much. Lin Qing just wanted to beat up these two beasts. He took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, there was no fear in Lin Qing's eyes. He clenched his fists and made a boxing stance. Come on! Trash! Being called a waste by the shame of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Itachi's eyes briefly flashed with complex emotions. He did not expect that the person standing in front of him in the end would be Lin Qing. Is this fate's irony to him? The extra emotions flashed by, and Uchiha Itachi walked over with a knife in hand. He didn't waste chakra using ninjutsu, and didn't even activate the Sharingan. The masked man around him is too mysterious and too dangerous, so Uchiha Itachi needs to keep enough strength to guard against him. Most importantly, Itachi thought that these things were not necessary to deal with Lin Qing. The reason why he picked up the knife instead of throwing the kunai was out of respect for Lin Qing, who dared to stand up even though he knew he was going to die. Itachi took a step forward, like a ghost, and the blade cut through the air, making a sharp hissing sound. He looked at Lin Qing coldly. I take back my contempt for you. You are a man worthy of respect. It's a pity. For the sake of Konoha and world peace, please die. The blade was lifted from bottom to top, and Lin Qing was about to be cut in half. Obito yawned in boredom. Young Sasuke witnessed too many deaths tonight, and he closed his eyes tightly. Just then, Ola! Along with a thunderous roar, the dull sound of fists hitting flesh appeared. Sasuke's eyes snapped open. Obito frowned slightly and looked through the mask. The deadly blade froze in midair. Although he was less than an inch away from Lin Qing, it seemed as if he encountered an invisible barrier and could no longer swing his sword. Blood spurted out, and under the silvery moonlight, it looked like tiny rubies. The source of the blood. Obito's pupils suddenly contracted. Itachi is injured. Just now, Star Platinum punched Uchiha Itachi in the face, causing his tall nose to collapse and spurt out blood. And this? It's just the beginning. The range of the Star Platinum is only 2 meters. If Itachi performed ninjutsu remotely, Lin Qing would be completely helpless. But the other party actually chose to step into the range of the Platinum Star. Lin Qing couldn't let go of this opportunity. Lin Qing put one hand in his pocket as he walked along. The tragic deaths he witnessed turned into anger and concentrated on his index finger. He pointed directly at the executioner in front of him, who was stunned by the punch. Ola! 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 Star Platinum grabbed the blade with one hand and clenched the other hand into a fist. The fist was as big as a casserole and smashed towards Uchiha Itachi's head with a bang. Each punch is more powerful than the last. Each punch is heavier than the last. By the third punch, the sound of the skull breaking could be heard. Obito came back to his senses. Too fast. That's too cruel. From the time Uchiha Itachi swung his sword to the time his head was about to be blown off, there were only a few tenths of a second in between. What's even more terrifying is that it's impossible to tell what kind of ninjutsu this was. There is no seal action. There is no spell. Could it be a bloodline limit? What kind of bloodline limit is this? No. He is from the Uchiha family, Sharingan? But Obito couldn't find the Sharingan's Megatama, or Mangekyo, in Lin Qing's eyes. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Obito's mind. Driven by years of fighting instinct, his body took action before his mind. He instantly came to Uchiha Itachi and reached out to grab Itachi's shoulder. Itachi's power is crucial to Obito's subsequent plans. He was going to transfer Itachi to Kamui space. Lin Qing's ability is too strange, and Obito doesn't want to contact him casually. Just when Obito's hand was about to touch Uchiha Itachi, Meteor Finger. Star Platinum released the knife, brought his 2 fingers together, extended them, and stabbed at Obito like a spear. Obito couldn't see Star Platinum, and instinctively felt threatened, so he used Hollow. He successfully dodged the Meteor Finger. but the hand that saved Uchiha Itachi passed through his shoulder. In the hollow state, Obito cannot bring people or objects into the hollow space. This is a limitation of his ability. Intelligence is always the key to ninja combat. With the fighting level of Uchiha Itachi and Obito, not to mention 2-on-1, even in a 1-on-1, with their ninjutsu skills and combat experience, they would definitely be able to defeat Lin Qing. But it's just a difference in the first move. Pure first sight kill effect. No matter how powerful the ninjutsu is, no matter how sophisticated the physical training is, the human body is always fragile. Star Platinum is only level 1 and has not yet been upgraded, but the impact of his fist is no less than that of a semi-trailer truck speeding on the highway. What is Uchiha Itachi? I thought it was a speed bump. Let me talk to my insurance. Star Platinum threw Uchiha Itachi upwards, clenched his right fist, and took a deep breath. Too strong. Sasuke, who was sitting in the corner, stared blankly at his brother who was thrown into the air. No sense of reality. Everything seemed like a dream. Itachi was dreaming about killing the entire clan. Lin Qing was dreaming about killing Itachi. But Sasuke knew that everything was real. Ola! A loud shout was heard. The fist swept through with a howling wind, smashing into Uchiha Itachi's face with unrivaled force. Once it hits, it's deadly. Susanoo! No! A dark red barrier appeared, surrounding Uchiha Itachi. At the critical moment of life and death, Uchiha Itachi's strong desire to survive made him sober up. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. It's Susanoo, saved. Click. Star Platinum's fist fell and hit the red barrier with a slight crisp sound. Hair-thin cracks appeared. Lin Qing took another step forward, closing the distance between him and Uchiha Itachi, and said calmly, "Mortgage my remaining soul, exchange it all for resources, and upgrade the Platinum Star. Star Platinum has been upgraded to Level 2. The soul mortgage amount is 0. Please obtain 500 soul fragments within 24 hours, otherwise the soul will disappear completely." Although he had mortgaged his entire soul, the golden light in the depths of Lin Qing's eyes shone even more brightly. The wind created by Star Platinum's punch made his hair fly. The moonlight was hidden in the clouds, and the world seemed to be plunged into darkness. Only Lin Qing's pair of eyes emitting golden light were left. In the darkness, like a god descending to the earth, quietly watching Uchiha Itachi, Lin Qing raised his finger, pointed at the Itachi in midair, and gave an order. Blast him! The level 2 Platinum Star has achieved an all-round improvement in strength and speed. Ola ola ola! In just a short moment, countless punches were thrown. Susanoo, who Itachi had just released, was now like a tea egg that had been in the pocket for a day, with fine cracks appearing on it until the last punch. Bang! Susanoo cracked. Star Platinum's arm thrust in and grabbed Uchiha Itachi's neck. His neck is very thin. After all, Uchiha Itachi was only 13 years old at that time. But demons come at all ages. Lin Qing didn't hesitate for a second. Star Platinum exerted force suddenly with his palm. Chapter 3. Konoha Village, a few kilometers away. The space began to twist in a spiral shape, and Obito and Uchiha Itachi emerged from the twisted space. Itachi fell to the ground, coughing continuously. A large handprint can be seen on his throat. Just a little bit. Just a few tenths of a second later, Itachi's neck would have been broken like a chicken by Star Platinum. If it weren't for Obito, Uchiha Itachi would have been dead. Is he really that strong? Obito couldn't believe it. This is Uchiha Itachi, the peerless genius who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 13. Even if it was Obito, no, even if it was Uchiha Madara in his prime, it would be impossible for him to defeat Itachi in such a short time. Very strong. Itachi recalls the details of the battle. He indeed underestimated his enemy, allowing Lin Qing to seize the initiative. But underestimating the enemy is not an excuse. The speed, strength, and explosiveness displayed by the invisible enemy are beyond the reach of humans. It's not scary to take the initiative. But coupled with unrivaled speed, accuracy, and devastating power, that would be terrible. It's almost like a tailed beast. Uchiha Itachi stood up and looked back in the direction of Konoha. However, this was the only time I failed. The effect of killing at first sight will be ineffective the second time. Itachi won't underestimate the enemy next time they meet. But what Itachi didn't know was that Lin Qing was not static. As long as Lin Qing is given enough time, he can create one substitute after another, each with completely different new abilities. Obito returned to his casual state. Uchiha, after all, can always do this or that magical thing. Should we go back again and kill him? Obito asked. Itachi shook his head, no need, let's go. He fulfilled his promise with Danzo. There is only one left, or two, which will not affect the overall situation. The other ninjas in Konoha are not fools. Going back will only cause unnecessary disputes. Obito shrugged, and space warped again, and the two disappeared without a trace. Uchiha Station. Defeat Uchiha Itachi and obtain Soul Fragment 800. Repay the mortgaged soul, deduct 500 soul fragments, remaining soul fragments, 300. The remaining 300 fragments, that is 30 draws. Lin Qing had the urge to pull out the substitute immediately. Glancing at Star Platinum who was guarding him, he restrained himself again. Initially Lin Qing's soul is worth 500 soul fragments. In order to complete 10 draws, pledge 30 fragments. Upgrading Star Platinum from level 10% to level 27% consumed 470 fragments. After some calculation, it takes 400 fragments to go from level 1 to level 2. From level 2 to level 3. A full 1000 fragments are required. It's so expensive. Not only is it expensive to draw cards, but it is also expensive to train them. But the effect is outstanding. The strength, speed, and reaction are much stronger than at level 1. Susanoo, which was originally absolutely defensive and unbreakable, can be smashed into pieces at level 2. Of course, this was due to the fact that Uchiha Itachi summoned Susanoo hastily and was not fully conscious. But again, Star Platinum is still only level 2. The highest level of a stand is linked to its star rating. The 4-star Hermit Purple can be upgraded to level 4 at most. The 5-star Platinum Star can be upgraded to level 5 at most. When Star Platinum is upgraded to level 5, its sheer power and speed alone will be enough to blow up any creature that comes within its range. Lin Qing thought about it for a while and decided to keep the soul fragments first, and then decide whether to draw cards or upgrade according to different situations later. He looked at the system reminder. So that kid's name is Uchiha Itachi. Lin Qing searched through the memory fragments of his previous life and found the memory of Uchiha Itachi. So he's also a member of the Uchiha family? One of their own killing one of their own. Lin Qing has the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What's the point? The Uchiha family is so wealthy that even a slacker like Lin Qing can survive on the minimum living allowance, drinking, and having fun. Uchiha Itachi is the pride of the family and will receive even more resources. Could it be that killing the entire clan would bring more benefits? This is the only possibility, right? Lin Qing, who had received formal education in dragon slaying techniques and was well versed in history, could not have imagined that Uchiha Itachi's reason for killing his own relatives was to prevent family unrest and the start of a war. Family turmoil leads to war. Is it related to the octogenarian woman? Is it related to the children who come to your house to play games? Is it related to his predecessor who was a waste that would pant after running 2 steps? Brother Qing, are you okay? Suzuki's childish voice came from behind. Lin Qing interrupted his thoughts, looked at the little child in front of him, and searched his memory for a while. So you are Suzuki. I've heard a lot about you. Even Lin Qing, who had never seen Hokage, had seen this child's future in various emoticons on weekdays. He covered his face with one hand, his eyes peeking out from between his fingers, and yelled at Ila's. Lin Qing rubbed his middle-parted hair and thought of an old friend wearing overalls. Brother Qing, my brother. Thinking of his parents dying in front of him, Suzuki changed his address, is Itachi dead? He escaped. Suzuki's eyes flashed with sadness, and behind the sadness was hatred. He didn't understand why his once extremely gentle brother would massacre the entire clan. But the reason is not important, the result has already happened. What is important is that Sasuke wants to do it for his family and for the lives of the entire clan. Revenge. So what do we do next? Sasuke asked. Wait for rescue. This is such a big thing. Even if you are pretending to be deaf and dumb, you should come out now. Lin Qing pointed in the direction of the village. Look, here it comes. A dozen or so figures, jumping and flickering on the houses like fleas, were approaching rapidly. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The disaster of tonight is finally over for the time being. Lin Qing was ready, wrapped in a blanket, holding a cup of hot cocoa, staring blankly at the rescue workers' busy preparations. This is usually how it plays out in disaster movies. Now that the murder is over, no matter how arrogant the boss behind the scenes is, he can't just kill the two survivors, Lin Qing and Sasuke, openly, right? Hokage is a boys' manga after all, it shouldn't be that dark, right? How many times do you want me to say it? We are the victims, and the murderer, Uchiha Itachi, ran away. Sasuke and I are witnesses, and you are experts. You will definitely be able to find physical evidence at the scene. What else do you want to investigate? Or dash? Lin Qing stared at the interrogator opposite him, the questioning and disgust in his eyes almost overflowing. What answer do you want to hear from me? The lights in the interrogation room were dim, and Lin Qing's hands were handcuffed on the table. There were a total of 4 ninjas belonging to the root organization standing in the house, standing in the 4 corners of the room, monitoring Lin Qing from every angle. It seemed as if Lin Qing was the murderer. Yamanaka King sat opposite Lin Qing. He is a member of the Yamanaka clan, skilled in telepathy, and also a grandmaster in soul interrogation and memory review. He is the interrogator specifically responsible for interrogating Lin Qing. As a master of interrogation, even without using secret techniques, Yamanaka King could tell from Lin Qing's tone, expression, and eyes that the young man in front of him was not lying. But many times, the truth doesn't matter. What matters is the purpose of those in power. The key lies in Danzo-sama's decision. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door and the heavy metal door opened. A root ninja stood at the door and waved to Yamanaka Sora. Yamanaka King walked out. Lin Qing opened his palms towards his back. Hermit purple. A purple vine wrapped around Yamanaka King's boots and followed him out, with the other end of the vine touching Lin Qing's ear. Bang! The door to the interrogation room closed again. The voices of the 2 root ninjas were clearly transmitted along the vines. Lord Danzo gave the order to kill him and leave no trace. Of the remaining Uchiha in the village, 1 is enough. There is no need to leave 2 people behind. Besides, the only one in Danzo's deal with Uchiha Itachi was Sasuke, so there was no buy one get one free deal. Good. Yamanaka King did not question it at all, nor did he ask for the reason. Danzo-sama gave orders and they carried them out. That's the rule. What about the other one? Yamanaka King asked. That's not your concern. Yamanaka King nodded slightly and said sorry. He overstepped the boundaries. Leave it to me. Killing people silently was easy for the Yamanaka clan. He grabbed the heavy door handle of the interrogation room and turned it halfway. Boom! The 10-centimeter thick metal door hit Yamanaka Ao heavily like a giant's iron palm, slamming the professional interrogator against the wall like a fly. The root member who came over to convey the message looked at the scene in disbelief. Instinctively from years of training, he drew out his kunai and assumed a defensive stance. Ola! Star Platinum punched down, breaking the kunai, arm, and ribs. The messenger was smashed away and landed on the metal door. The 2 people were holding an iron gate, like a human burger. With a clang, the 2 men fell to the ground, breathing their last breaths, looking in horror at Lin Qing who walked out of the house. Lin Qing sighed. This is called a shonen manga? It's too dark. Chapter 4. Lin Qing thought that there would be darkness in Konoha. But they leave the murderer alone and bully the survivors. Is there still law? Is there still law? Lin Qing would like to ask. Is this Konoha village named Fire or Group? I can't stay here any longer. If you continue to stay in Konoha village, even if you don't die this time, you will be killed sooner or later. Anyway, we have the JOJO system. The world is so big, there is no place that we can't find a place to stay. If it really doesn't work, Lin Qing can just use Star Platinum to farm and hunt, and he will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Why should he suffer this kind of bullshit in Konoha? Lin Qing made the decision. The most urgent thing is to get out of here. He was imprisoned in the root's underground base. The base is like real tree roots, with winding corridors, tangled roots, and many traps. Even if you escape from the interrogation room, it is not easy to leave. However, Lin Qing has his own way. Hermit purple. Purple vines spread outward, exploring the way for him and pointing the way. Lin Qing was running in the corridor and stopped when he passed a house. Shizuke is inside. It would obviously be troublesome to flee with a child. Lin Qing hesitated for half a second, then switched to Star Platinum and forcibly pulled out the heavy metal door. Saving once is saving twice is also saving. Brother Qing. Shizuke has red and puffy eyes and a nasal voice. Lin Qing said, Danzo wants to kill us, are you going to leave? Walk. Young Shizuke and Lin Qing, who knew nothing about the plot, had no idea that in tonight's disaster, Shizuke was definitely the safest audience. They simply made the most correct judgment at the time based on the intelligence at hand. Buzz buzz. A shrill alarm sounded overhead. Lin Qing picked up Shizuke and rushed forward, controlling the Star Platinum. In such a narrow space, and with Danzo's strict order not to allow any harm to Shizuke, after all, the threat of Uchiha Itachi was there, and Danzo knew clearly which was more important, his subordinates' lives or his own. The ninjas dared not throw kunai or use ninjutsu at will, and could only rely on physical skills to fight. But if the blue beast of Konoha doesn't come, who can defeat a Star Platinum in physical skills? For a moment, Lin Qing was unstoppable and unstoppable. The so-called ambush and surprise attack were useless against the precision and speed of Star Platinum. Within 2 meters of Lin Qing, there is an absolute vacuum zone. They fought their way from underground to the ground, smashing dozens of heavy blockade doors. The root organization ninjas who were surrounding and killing him were full of confidence at first, thinking that he was just a piece of trash and a child, and there was no need to mobilize so many people. But the moment they fought, confidence turned into anger and disbelief. Until now, looking at Lin Qing, who had stepped out of the underground base and was bathed in the moonlight, the battle-hardened ninjas showed unconcealable fear on their faces. Less than 10 years have passed since the end of the Third Ninja World War. Many of them are veterans who have fought in the battlefield, old ninjas. Lin Qing's back reminded them of the heroes who used to fight against hundreds of enemies alone on the battlefield. Even though they were restrained by the order of Danzo-sama, but the root ninjas looked back. The road was filled with blood, and elites collapsed in pools of blood, their lives or deaths uncertain. This combat power is too terrifying. Seeing Lin Qing was about to leave, a root organization member subconsciously took a step forward and met Lin Qing's gaze as he turned his head to look at him. Roll! The ninjas were frightened by the threat and stood still in shock, not daring to chase after him. Star Platinum punched the entrance to the base. The door beam collapsed and large pieces of bricks and stones shattered, completely burying the underground entrance. Boom! Danzo slammed his fist on the table, his expression grim, like a demon. His sharp and vicious eyes seemed to pierce through the screen and cut a piece of flesh from Lin Qing. Danzo, you've gone too far. An old voice appeared behind Danzo. Danzo turned off the surveillance screen. The screen was dark, reflecting the person behind him. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. What's too much? Danzo asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rose slightly, anger rising in his tone. Do I need to remind you? Yes. Of course. Danzo turned around and looked Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face, his eyes were open and there was no evasion. Is it me who ordered Uchiha Itachi to kill the entire Uchiha clan? Or was it that I wanted to kill Uchiha Ao and that caused the riot? Or should I order people to collect the bodies of the Uchiha people? Danzo stood up, hands behind his back, and stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. You're not a fool. If you were, I would have killed you and taken your place long ago. You know everything, so I'm asking you, what exactly is too much? so that I can give you an accurate answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. After 30 seconds of silence, he walked away. Tonight is destined to be a busy night. There were flashes of swords and sabers, and Konoha shinobi, known or unknown, rushed out from the corner and swung their kunao at Lin Qing. From time to time, illusion-type ninjas would pull Lin Qing into an illusion. Fortunately, Lin Qing discovered that pain could free him from the influence of the illusion, so he gave Star Platinum an order to gently tap him every 5 seconds. Lin Qing, covered in blood, held the young Sasuke in his arms, looking like Zhao Zilong of Changshan, who went in and out 7 times and was invincible. But if someone who is familiar with the layout of Konoha Village carefully identifies the ninjas wailing on the ground, they will find that the more famous ninjas are not among them. There is no sight of old families such as the Byakugan of the Hyuga family, Ino, Shika, Cho, and the Aberme insects. Lin Qing has never been a cocky person. Uchiha Itachi was just a half-grown boy, and there was no way he could be the strongest ninja in the village. Why didn't any other strong people come to stop it? Lin Qing thought about it and came up with the answer. This is not clean. The real strong ones and the old families are not stupid. The Uchiha clan was wiped out overnight. This kind of bullshit is like yellow mud falling on the crotch of your pants. Whoever gets stuck with it will feel disgusted. Each family found an excuse to stay indoors. Those who come to intercept are basically powerless and have no influence. They are like corporate ninjas who have to crawl out of their wives' beds and reply received the first time their boss sends an order in the middle of the night. Naturally, it has nothing to do with being powerful. Hold on, we'll be out soon. Lin Qing patted Sasuke's little head gently. Sasuke looked towards home. A place without family can no longer be called home. It is just an empty box filled with sad memories. Where are we going? Sasuke asked. I have no idea. Lin Qing doesn't know much more about this world than Sasuke, but there is always a place where we can live like human beings. What if there isn't? Lin Qing was silent for a moment, then said, yes, there will be. Sasuke nodded vigorously. He heard the sound of wind from behind, and caught a glimpse of a cold light flying towards Lin Qing. Careful! Sasuke warned. Before he could finish his words, a kunao was nailed in the air. Star Platinum accurately grabbed the flying kunao, turned around, took a step forward, arched his body, and swung his strong and powerful arms like a whip, throwing the kunao in his hand back. Bang! A thunderous sonic boom sounded in the air, and a kunao flew past a person's ear. Oh, this is really dangerous. Is this the invisible guard mentioned in the records? An unheard of ability. A lazy, frivolous voice emerged from the shadows. A man landed lightly and stood in front of Lin Qing. He stood casually, holding a book in his hand, wearing a mask with a forehead protector covering one eye. 2 children, no passage ahead. Lin Qing stopped. White hair, lazy temperament, covering eyes. Lin Qing remembered the other person, a very famous character, and blurted out a name that he had heard of before. Gojo Satoru. Chapter 5. Hey, take Kakashi. Kakashi is correct. For some reason, when Kakashi heard the 3 words Gojo Satoru, he felt a little irritated for no reason. He looked back at the kunao that flew away, pierced through the clouds and disappeared. Is this your jutsu? Or the summoning beast? Lin Qing did not answer his question, but said calmly, we just want to leave this village that does not welcome us, please give us some convenience. Since Konoha doesn't want the power of Uchiha, leaving in silence is the best and most decent thing for both parties to do. Logically speaking, with the death of the entire Uchiha clan, all related properties would belong to the 2 survivors, Lin Qing and Sasuke. They didn't want it. I didn't even ask for severance pay. Just like Lin Qing said, he just wanted to leave in disgrace, that's all. Do we have to kill them all? Snap! Kakashi closed the intimate paradise in his hand, lifted the forehead protector covering his left eye, and poured chakra into both eyes. He vaguely saw the tall figure like a sculpture standing behind Lin Qing. I'm sorry, this is nothing personal, it's just work. He took out 3 shurikens from his waist and threw them with his backhand. Ding ding ding! Star Platinum punched all of them flying. The Kakashi in front of him disappeared, and a mysterious sound of wind came from behind Lin Qing. Star Platinum turned around. The bright moon cast silver light, and the tall figure of Star Platinum cast a thick shadow, covering Kakashi who was approaching from behind. The long hair was flying wildly, and the pair of eyes were intimidating without anger, just like a furious King Kong. Just by looking at him, one could feel a terrible sense of oppression. Kakashi was about to dodge with his steps, but he was no faster than Star Platinum. Star Platinum grabbed Kakashi's head, swung it around and threw it to the ground. Bang! Water splashes all over the sky. Kakashi turned into a stream of water and splashed. Water clone technique. This is just a test. In the shadows a dozen meters away, Kakashi thought. Just like what the intelligence said, within a 2-meter range, I am invincible in close combat. This kind of oppressive feeling is something that even Guy has never given me. In that case, let's try some ninjutsu. Danzo's orders had no effect on Kakashi, and his control over ninjutsu ensured that little Sasuke would not be hurt. Kakashi quickly formed seals with both hands. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Kakashi's hand seals were formed at an astonishing speed. Before the water splashed by his water clone even hit the ground, it transformed into a water dragon again and soared into the sky. The water dragon was filled with terrifying power, its scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Qing. Ola! Star Platinum threw a dull punch, and a dent was immediately made on the water dragon's ferocious head. Without giving Suiryu time to recover, Star Platinum roared and punched Suiryu again and again, actually trying to destroy a B-level ninjutsu with just his fists. Suddenly, Lin Qing's feet were empty and he was dragged underground. Earth-style decapitation in the heart. In such a short period of time, he performed 3 ninjutsu consecutively with exquisite coordination. He used water clones to test the enemy, water dragon bomb to lure the enemy, and the decapitation technique in his heart to subdue the enemy. He kept a distance from Lin Qing throughout the whole process, and he alone achieved the effect of a ninja team. He is worthy of being called the master of ninjutsu of Konoha. The water dragon used its last life to entangle Star Platinum. It took Star Platinum half a second to rush back, which was enough time for Kakashi to put the kunai on Lin Qing's throat. I won. The moment Kakashi had this thought, the platinum star that was fighting with the water dragon disappeared out of thin air, and vines emerged one after another. Purple vines wrapped around nearby buildings like ropes, and just at the last moment when Lin Qing was trapped on the ground, they pulled him out and threw him high into the sky. The howling wind messed up Lin Qing's hair. But Kakashi could see clearly that Lin Qing's eyes were extremely calm. Kakashi sensed danger. The vines disappear and Star Platinum reappears. It grabbed Lin Qing's arm, spun him twice in the air, and threw him towards Kakashi like a baseball. Seeing Lin Qing approaching rapidly, Kakashi's heart skipped a beat and he pushed off the ground with his feet, moving away from the attack radius of Star Platinum. But it was too late. Ola! A fist harder than diamond smashed into Kakashi's face. Bang! There was a flash of smoke. Leave a wooden stake behind. Body replacement technique. Little Sasuke had seen the world after all, and he noticed the talisman paper stuck to the wooden stake. Be careful. It's a detonating talisman. The pace of the battle between the two was too fast, so fast that Sasuke couldn't react at all, and only now had a chance to warn. Star Platinum smashed the wooden stake with one punch and extended his fingers with his other hand. With absolute precision and speed, the fingertips cut the detonating tag from the wooden stake like a scalpel, severing the detonating fuse and leaving no chance for the detonating tag to explode. 10 meters away, Kakashi reappeared with a serious look in his eyes. Before the actual fight, Kakashi still looked down on Lin Qing a little, thinking that he just had special abilities. Kakashi has seen many ninjas like this who only have one trick to conquer the world. As long as he can find a way to restrain them, he can solve the problem quickly. But now, Kakashi found that things were not that simple. The key is not the ability of the stand. It's Lin Qing who uses this ability. His calmness and instant judgment on the battlefield are very strong. Little Shizuke at the side felt the solemn atmosphere and subconsciously clenched his fists. Shizuke wasn't the only one paying attention to this battle. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was smoking a pipe and peering into the crystal ball in front of him. A dozen flying insects were suspended in the air, their compound eyes looking down, transmitting the image to the Aberme family. Hyaga's case is even simpler. The Byakugan can penetrate the wall and watch the live broadcast directly. Countless pairs of eyes, with their own complicated thoughts, watched this battle. Kakashi has become stronger again. His tactical choices and the speed at which he performs ninjutsu are impeccable. But facing such a Kakashi, he is not at all inferior. All eyes fell on Lin Qing. It is not difficult to find out about his file. He is the most famous loser in Uchiha and is determined to live a life of lying down. Could it be that he has been pretending for more than a decade? Why? Stealing intelligence? No, to steal intelligence you have to climb up as much as possible. You won't be able to steal any key intelligence if you stay at the bottom. So, he is a pure hermit? A pair of eyes looked at Lin Qing with different emotions, and the same question lingered in their minds. Who are you? If Lin Qing could hear this question, his answer would be, an ordinary unlucky guy. I have been studying hard all my life, and just when I was about to go to work and earn money, I traveled through time. It would have been fine if it was just time travel, but when I opened my eyes, my entire family had been killed, and I no longer had the right to live a life of idleness and waiting for death. Instead of comforting the survivors, those in power wanted to kill him off. The obtained JOJO stand system is more of a balanced compensation for this misfortune than a benefit of time travel. Brother Qing, can we win? Shizuke asked. Lin Qing created too many miracles tonight, but Hatake Kakashi was also a strong man who fought in the battlefield with real swords and guns. A series of high-frequency battles had exposed Lin Qing's characteristics and weaknesses. Absolute melee dominance and weakness in mid-range and long-range. As long as Kakashi continued to harass with ninjutsu, kept his distance, and delayed time to wait for support from the rear, Lin Qing could only passively take the beating. As for using the Platinum Star to throw Lin Qing out and quickly close the distance like before, not to mention that it puts a great burden on Lin Qing's body, there is a certain time difference in between. Kakashi had enough time to dodge and perform the body replacement technique. Even Shizuke could see the problem, and the people hiding in the dark and monitoring the battle could also see it. The battle is over. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly and leaned his old and tired body back on the chair. A hand appeared, attracting the audience's attention. Lin Qing gently touched Shizuke's little head, ruffled his middle-parted hair, and said with a smile, "We will win." Win? How to win? Lin Qing attacked Kakashi again, and the two fought each other. Star Platinum seized an opportunity again and punched down. A familiar cloud of smoke flashed by, and Kakashi used the body replacement technique to appear more than 10 meters away, ready for the next round of attacks. But Lin Qing didn't move. Lin Qing, who had been attacking, stood quietly where he was, and the Platinum Star also disappeared. Danzo, who was hiding behind the scenes, looked at the surveillance footage and snorted coldly, "After all that big talk, you finally gave up." He expressed the thoughts of many people. Even Shizuke at the scene thought Lin Qing had given up. Only Kakashi's hair stood on end. He sensed a strong sense of crisis and was about to escape again, but he found. Can't move. Several purple vines sprouted from the ground and wrapped around Kakashi's legs and waist. The vines tightened like steel cables, trapping him in place. When? Kakashi asked. When you feel that you have grasped my weakness and that you can surely win. Kakashi isn't the only one observing during battles. He saw Lin Qing's weakness. In turn, Lin Qing also observed Kakashi's weaknesses. First, due to insufficient chakra, some long-range and large-scale ninjutsu cannot be used at will. Second, the dodge range of the body replacement technique is about 10 to 15 meters. Based on these 2 points, Lin Qing constantly switched the Hermit's Purple during the battle in order to set up a Hermit's Purple blockade net with a radius of 20 meters centered on himself. As long as Kakashi uses the body replacement technique, no matter which direction he dodges, he will eventually fall into the entanglement of the hermit purple. Body replacement technique, not teleportation, but with his whole body tied up, Kakashi can no longer escape. But, so what? Lin Qing can only use the power of one stand at a time. This is the result of Kakashi's observation. The hermit's purple cannot cause actual damage to Kakashi. Once Lin Qing switches to a stand, Kakashi, who has prepared in advance, can use the stand to dodge the attack in the first place. I know what you're thinking. Lin Qing pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Kakashi was shocked to find that it was the detonating talisman that he had attached to the wooden stake when he first performed the body replacement technique. I really can't hurt you, but this one should be able to. Lin Qing reignited the detonating talisman, threw it in front of Kakashi, and patted Sasuke's little head. Leave. Sasuke looked back at the detonating tag that had been dropped on the ground. Not sticking to him. Lin Qing shook his head. No need. Kakashi had held back before, and none of his moves were aimed at vital points. Lin Qing had no grudge against him, so there was naturally no need to kill him. Kakashi stared blankly at the backs of the two people, one big and one small, walking away. He is known as the ninjutsu copier. Since his debut, he has copied countless ninjutsu. During the war years, he has seen many mysterious bloodline limits. Lin Qing's stand-in was beyond his understanding. But what is even more beyond our understanding is the person Lin Qing. Kakashi smiled. What an interesting young man. Boom. The explosion sent flames shooting up into the sky. Lin Qing left the explosion behind, and along with it, his identity as a Konoha shinobi. He raised his hand and waved it behind him. This scene is like a famous painting, imprinted in the memories of many observers. The flames of the explosion disappeared, and Lin Qing and the other person sank into the darkness and disappeared. Chapter 6. The next morning. In a jungle far away from Konoha Village. Sasuke was in a trance when he heard the birds singing. The light of dawn shone obliquely from the east, penetrating the woods, casting Madara-like shadows, and shining warmly on my body. Sasuke hasn't come back to his senses yet. What are you thinking about? Lin Qing asked. Sasuke spoke his mind. I just think, it's a little unbelievable that he managed to escape so openly like that. Lin Qing nodded slightly, understanding Sasuke's confusion. After leaving Konoha Village, Lin Qing has been searching for fragments of his previous incarnation's memories and learned about Konoha's position in the ninja world. If a group of ninjas in Konoha were determined to keep someone with only level 2 star platinum and level 1 hermit purple, there was no way they could get out of the village alive. Lin Qing pondered over it carefully all the way until dawn, and finally he began to understand the meaning. There are many aspects of the game involved. First of all, several major families and several powerful people did not participate in the battle. There's the Uchiha Itachi factor involved. No one wants to mess with a lunatic who killed his entire clan. Another factor is the rabbit dies and the fox mourns. There is something fishy about the Uchiha genocide. We can't find evidence, but we are not fools. If you can kill an Uchiha today, you can kill a Hyuga or a bear May the next day. Many powerful people avoided this matter and were unwilling to participate. Secondly, it is the decision made by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the Hokage gave the order forcefully, or even showed up himself, Lin Qing would definitely not be able to defeat him, nor would he be able to escape. Perhaps out of guilt towards the Uchiha clan, this legendary doctor of ninjutsu never showed up from beginning to end. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Finally, there is Kakashi, the only one who is willing to intercept. His identity is also very interesting. Although he does not belong to the Uchiha clan, he possesses the Sharingan and has a very ambiguous relationship with the Uchiha. Kakashi is one of the rare people who can get involved in this matter without getting himself involved in shit. Lin Qing recalls the battle with Kakashi. He held back. This was more like a test than a battle. Sasuke asked in surprise, "Test? What's the test?" Lin Qing pointed to his eyes. It depends on whether we can keep these eyes outside. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan symbolizes mystery and power. Just look at Kakashi, who became a copy ninja just by getting a Sharingan. Everyone wants the opportunity to achieve success overnight. Once the news of Lin Qing and Sasuke's escape from Konoha spreads, countless ninjas and bounty hunters will target them. Without sufficient fighting power, it is better to stay in Konoha as a prisoner than to be gouged out of the eyes and dismembered. Besides, there must be a hurdle before we leave Konoha, otherwise, it will be embarrassing. Kakashi acts as this hurdle, on the one hand assessing, and on the other hand giving him some slack. But why would he help us? Lin Qing thought for a moment and said, because of his Sharingan. Perhaps he felt that he owed Uchiha, so he wanted to help out one last time. This was Lin Qing's speculation based on the existing information. Lin Qing's guess is pretty much right, but there is another reason. That is Kakashi's own judgment. Kakashi didn't know the real reason for tonight's tragedy, but he had worked with Uchiha Itachi before, and based on his understanding of Itachi, it would be impossible for him to do such an inhumane thing. There must be something wrong. So, Kakashi has to take action. He wanted Lin Qing and Sasuke to escape. Once they left the village, the mastermind behind the scenes would have to reach out if he wanted to take action. The farther the hand reaches, the more likely it is to leave clues, and Kakashi can then unravel the truth. It seems that this night only involves the Uchiha genocide case, but the intelligence, gambling, trade-offs, and intertwined influences behind it are like a chessboard. Lin Qing is a chess piece that suddenly appears on the chessboard. However, Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Itachi and others played shogi. Lin Qing comes from the rook in chess. All the countless arrangements and hidden lines were created. Brother Qing, you are really amazing. Little Sasuke sighed sincerely, it's okay that your ninjutsu is powerful, but I didn't expect that you could predict so many things. You're just like a prophet in a fairy tale. Lin Qing smiled. It is not difficult to make inferences and analyses based on the existing intelligence. As long as you have enough logical analysis ability and a proper amount of intelligence, it will be enough. Want to learn? Lin Qing asked. Certainly. Sasuke's eyes lit up, I want to be like Qing Nii. Then learn math first and develop your logical thinking ability. Hi. They fled all the way until noon, when the sun was high in the sky. Lin Qing and Sasuke were starving. They occasionally passed by small villages, but considering that they were not far from Konoha Village, they did not go in because they were worried that Danzo's men would find them. Using the vines of hermit purple, Lin Qing caught a wild rabbit. But Lin Qing was at a loss as to how to eat it. Kill it, peel it, remove the internal organs, and roast it. Sasuke tilted his head slightly, Brother Qing, don't you know how to kill a rabbit? Lin Qing really doesn't know how to do that. He had never been to the kitchen since he was a child, let alone killed a rabbit or even a fish. It's not that Lin Qing doesn't dare, but he doesn't know how to start. Little Sasuke put his hands on his hips and smiled. Finally, he had something he was good at. He took the hair from Lin Qing, took out a kunao, and skillfully gutted it, saying, I'm really good at it. When I was training kunao with Itachi Nii, we would often catch rabbits and fish to eat. At that time. As he spoke, his tone gradually lowered, his hand movements slowed down, and his bright eyes were filled with mist. Sasuke sniffed hard. Tell me, why did Itachi do all this? Does he have any hardship? Sasuke hopes that the omnipotent Lin Qing can give him an answer that can explain the mystery of last night. Of course there are difficulties. Sasuke's head snapped up. Lin Qing continued, but hardship does not mean right. To judge a person, you cannot look at what he thinks, but what he does. A bad guy's brainstorming is not as good as a stupid guy's sudden inspiration. Hardship is only a cause, but based on this cause, countless completely different paths can be derived. And Uchiha Itachi chose the simplest, and also the stupidest, path. Sasuke seemed to understand. Lin Qing patted his back gently, don't worry, if you can't figure it out, just think about it slowly. You are still young and have a long time to live. Sasuke hummed and concentrated on dealing with the rabbit. Lin Qing squatted beside him and studied, occasionally asking a question or two. Through the questions and answers, Sasuke gradually came out of his sad mood. Without salt or seasoning, the roasted rabbit tasted just average. Lin Qing ate very seriously, this was his first meal in this world. During the short break, Lin Qing finally had time to review the results of last night's battle. Soul fragments, 652. There are 65 draws. Among them, Lin Qing originally had 300 fragments. The root organization fought their way up and rushed to the edge of Konoha Village, obtaining 52 soul fragments. Defeated Kakashi head-on and obtained 300 soul fragments. After defeating Uchiha Itachi, Lin Qing got 800 soul fragments, while Kakashi only got 300. This doesn't mean that Kakashi is that much weaker than Itachi. It's because the two have different attitudes towards fighting. Uchiha Itachi acted with the intention of killing Lin Qing, but Kakashi, on the contrary, took a lot of liberties in the battle and did not use Reikari and Kamui. It's just that Uchiha Itachi suffered a loss due to the lack of information. Lin Qing used a series of small combos, leaving Itachi no chance to perform. 652 fragments. Lin Qing decided to draw the card first. The level 2 star platinum is powerful enough in close combat, and even if you accumulate 1000 fragments and upgrade it to level 3, it will only be icing on the cake. In the battle with Kakashi, Lin Qing realized his weakness. Lack of medium and long-range combat capabilities. He needs a new substitute to make up for this shortcoming, otherwise, he will easily be killed by others. After considering the pros and cons, Lin Qing opened the system interface. Draw a card. Chapter 7. 10 draws. Not out. 20 draws. Not out. 30 draws. Not out. 40 draws. Not out. Lin Qing's eyes twitched slightly, and he became angry. What a shitty system, there's not even a guarantee. Shouldn't it be normal that 10 draws guarantee a 4-star stand, and 80 draws guarantee a 5-star stand? It's okay to be a permanent resident. After 40 draws, he only got some stand experience books, all of which he invested in Star Platinum, which only increased its level from level 2 7% to level 2 13%. A drop in the bucket. Lin Qing invested 100 soul fragments again. 50 draws. 10 stars fell from the sky again. The crisp ding-ding sound finally appeared. Lin Qing calculated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 stars? He comforted himself that 4 stars would be fine. A 4-star stand-in usually has average combat power, 1 or 2 outstanding single abilities, and is mainly an auxiliary ability. Its tactical position is equivalent to the support position, sub-tank, and sub-C in the game. A 5-star stand, with relatively outstanding combat power and more comprehensive abilities, possessing multiple combination abilities including combat, defense, and assistance, and having extremely strong advantages in at least one aspect. If it was a 4-star stand with long-range attack power or rapid assault capability, it would be able to solve Lin Qing's urgent problem. As he was thinking, the starlight faded. A book was suspended in front of Lin Qing. Ripple breathing technique. Lin Qing fled all the way and had no time to read the JOJO series of comics. Fortunately, the ripple breathing method was mentioned in the first JOJO film Phantom Blood. After carefully reading the passages that mentioned ripples, Lin Qing roughly understood what the power of ripples was. Ripples, originally derived from Tibetan monks, are a breathing practice created for spiritual practice and the pursuit of immortality. Just as throwing a stone into the water will create ripples, using special breathing methods to create ripples in the body will produce many wonderful effects. Strength, heat, physical strengthening, resistance to aging, etc. Lin Qing looked left and right, and felt ripples everywhere, as if he was seeing a basic cultivation technique. The ripple breathing method is indeed very useful to Lin Qing, even more useful than having an extra 5-star substitute. No matter how many substitutes there are, the weakness of the original body is always a major flaw. With many substitutes by his side, Lin Qing can resist attacks from any angle. But he could not withstand the poisoned wine handed to him by others with a smile, nor could he withstand the fatigue from continuous battles. The strength of the body and the thickness of the health bar can give Lin Qing more room for error. A negative example is Uchiha Itachi. No matter how many ninjutsu you have or how well the Sharingan is developed, what's the use? A small crispy one. But why is Ripple Kigong being drawn into the system? This thing isn't a substitute, it's a kind of skill book, right? Lin Qing searched for system instructions. The normal card draw pool can produce 4 5-star stands, stand upgrade materials, special items, etc. A skill book is a type of special item. In addition to the ripple breathing method, other special props include the stone mask, bug arrows, firearms, Uchiha gems, etc. 50 draws, and you get a ripple technique, it's worth it. Although it is only 4 stars, it is a real life-saving method for Lin Qing. From this perspective, it is more valuable than a 6-star stand. There are 15 draws left, and Lin Qing doesn't plan to continue. His intuition told him that his luck for the day had been used up after he drew the ripple breathing technique, and continuing to draw would only be a waste of soul fragments. He closed the system interface and enjoyed a short rest. Lin Qing and Sasuke walked and stopped from time to time. When they were thirsty, they drank river water; when they were hungry, they ate game and wild vegetables; when they were sleepy, they found a clean place, used the ground as a bed and the sky as a quilt, and fell asleep at their leisure. More than half a month passed in a flash, and they were almost out of Konoha's jurisdiction. The two men found a small town and sold the furs of the animals they hunted along the way. They used the money to find a hot spring hotel, took a comfortable bath, and had a big meal before finally relaxing. Afterwards, they boarded a caravan and slowly headed towards the Water Kingdom. We can't stay in the Fire Nation anymore. The management of the Land of Thunder is too strict, and outsiders like them are likely to be discovered as soon as they enter. The Land of Earth is too far away. The Kingdom of Wind is mainly desert, and the living conditions are harsh. In the management of the Water Kingdom, high EQ is called relaxation, and low EQ is chaos. Lin Qing has a clear goal for the future. Keep hunting fugitives, accumulate draw points, draw out a stand that makes up for the shortcomings, and then upgrade the stand. Due to Kirigakure's blood mist policy, there is a lot of civil unrest. On the one hand, it is convenient for Lin Qing to hide. On the other hand, there are fugitives and rebellious ninjas everywhere, providing Lin Qing with abundant hunting targets to earn soul fragments and bounties. For Lin Qing, there is no country more suitable than the Water Kingdom. Along the way, Lin Qing collected intelligence from various countries and ninja villages. When he learned that Konoha Village was considered well governed, Lin Qing realized how bad this world was. He needs strength. Protect yourself, and more importantly, protect the principles you uphold. After another 10 days' journey, they followed the caravan to the Kingdom of Waves. The Kingdom of Waves is the destination of the caravan, and Lin Qing will have to walk the rest of the way by himself. Brother, after passing the Kingdom of Waves, a little further on you will reach the Kingdom of Water. Let's say goodbye here. Captain Shang said as he handed over a letter. Recently, the Water Kingdom has closed its ports and only allowed a few fleets to pass through. The merchant captain is familiar with the route and knows the ins and outs. With this letter of recommendation, you can board the official ship of the Kingdom of Waves and travel to the Kingdom of Water. Lin Qing did not refuse, said thank you and took the letter of recommendation. Sasuke looked at the merchant captain's back as he left. He's such a good man. Good man. Lin Qing thought of the stack of money he stuffed into Captain Shang's pocket last night and smiled without explaining. After getting the letter of recommendation, Lin Qing went to find the officials of Wave Country at the port. The other person was a samurai, wearing a top-knot, kimono breeches, and straw sandals that revealed his toes that smelled sour. He had 2 swords on his waist, a katana and a wakizashi. The bald warrior looked Lin Qing and Sasuke up and down, and raised his chin towards a cargo ship bobbing on the water. You are lucky. The boat will be dispatched soon. If you miss it, you will have to wait for half a month. Follow the bald warrior onto the boat. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Qing always felt that the crew looked at them with a strange look in their eyes. There was welcome, joy, and a hint of desire. Lin Qing frowned slightly. What happened to these crews? Could it be that he traveled from Chengdu? But Lin Qing doesn't have a beard, black-framed glasses, or white socks. Crash! The bald warrior opened the sealed warehouse, and immediately a faint smell of rot and mold wafted out. There were about 10 people, both men and women, sitting in the dim cargo compartment. They seemed to have not seen the light for a while, and they covered their eyes with their hands. Seeing the appearance of the people in the warehouse, Lin Qing reacted. Stow away. After all, he had a letter of introduction and was an official from the Kingdom of Waves, so Lin Qing thought he could sail there in a legitimate way. The crew member pushed Lin Qing and gave him a sidelong look. Are you going to leave or not? If not, get out of here. Lin Qing smiled. Of course we have to go. He pulled Sasuke, who was about to draw his knife, into the warehouse. The cargo hold was closed again, and a dim light was lit on the top. A fan was whirring, bringing in thin air to prevent the passengers from suffocating inside. They found a corner and sat down. Sasuke asked quietly, "Why don't you let me beat him?" "Qing, you can knock him down with just one punch. I'm not a demon. I can't just yell you're asking for death and chop someone up if they glare at me." Lin Qing sat down against the cargo box and took out an orange from his backpack and handed it to Sasuke. "As long as he can get us to the Water Kingdom safely, that's enough." Sasuke waved his fist. "So when do you want to beat someone up?" "Whenever you feel the need." Sasuke rolled his eyes, took the orange from Lin Qing, and suddenly felt a gaze. It's the little girl sitting opposite. Her name is Xiao Tao. She is about the same age as Sasuke, with pink shoulder-length hair tied into a bun, and her big eyes are staring at the orange in Sasuke's hand. There were no distracting thoughts in Xiao Tao's eyes, only the desire for oranges. Sasuke looked at Xiao Tao, then looked at the orange in his hand, snorted coldly, and turned his head away. Bang! Lin Qing patted Sasuke's little head gently. "Socialize a little, don't always look so cold to people." If someone else said this, Sasuke would ignore it. The only thing he couldn't ignore was Lin Qing's words. Sasuke walked over reluctantly. "Give." Sasuke turned his head away and handed over half of the orange in his hand. Xiao Tao's eyes suddenly lit up. She turned around to look at her mother and saw her mother nod. "Thank you, brother." She took the orange, leaned over, and gave Sasuke a light kiss on the face. Sasuke's face turned red. "Ha! I don't know who laughed first, but laughter came from the dark, decayed and stuffy warehouse." Just then, the cabin shook slightly. The boat set sail. Chapter 8. The ship is a steam-powered ship. Hiding in the cargo hold, you can hear the roar of the steam engine below, and from time to time you can hear the hum sound of steam being released. It sounds a bit annoying at first, but after listening to it for a long time it becomes like white noise and I can't help but feel drowsy. There were more than a dozen people in the warehouse, and most of them were fast asleep at this moment. When traveling, sleeping is always the best way to kill time. Sasuke didn't sleep. He hid his hands in his sleeves and practiced the hand seal technique. In order to be able to take revenge with his own hands one day, he didn't want to waste a single minute. Lin Qing sat next to Sasuke, cross-legged, his chest rising and falling in a peculiar rhythm with each breath, and the dim warehouse seemed to become a little brighter. The passengers only felt their bodies warm, their tense nerves relaxed, and they slept more soundly. Sasuke was closest and felt it most clearly. "Brother Qing, was your practice successful?" Lin Qing nodded slightly. More than a month has passed since Lin Qing got the Ripple Qigong. When eating, sleeping, and walking, he always practices according to the breathing method. Perhaps it was Uchiha's talent, or perhaps it was Lin Qing's own expertise. At the beginning of his practice, he could clearly feel a ripple in his body with his breathing. At first it was very weak, like a dragonfly landing on duckweed, causing slight ripples on the water. And now Lin Qing can finally manipulate the ripples along his blood vessels and skin, release them to the outside world, and affect the real world. By activating the breathing method, Lin Qing's muscle strength will increase to 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person, and he can crush rocks with his bare hands. The outward ripples, as a weapon, can become an invisible, hot blade. As a means of defense, they can help him resist sudden attacks. Even if he is injured, they can be used for treatment. And it is different from the power trained by ninjas. In order to gain power, ninjas adopt a relatively quick and hasty training method. Just like Muay Thai, it is extremely powerful when you are young, but full of problems when you are old. The breathing method will continuously nourish Lin Qing's organs during the practice and prolong his life. Seeing the envy in Sasuke's eyes, Lin Qing rubbed his little head. "I'll teach you once we get off the boat." Sasuke nodded hurriedly, smiling. Suddenly, his body tilted and he almost fell, but fortunately Lin Qing caught him in time. Other passengers were not so lucky. There were constant cries of ouch and more than a dozen people fell all over the cargo hold. The boat stopped. Xiao Tao was sleepy and asked in a daze, "Mom, are we there yet?" Xiao Tao's mother looked toward the warehouse's exhaust vent naturally. Nothing could be seen through that narrow window and she touched her daughter's head. "The boat has stopped. It must have arrived." Xiao Tao's sleepiness disappeared and she blinked her eyes. "Great! I can see my grandparents." The water country blocked the port, and most of the passengers were going to the water country to visit relatives. Xiao Tao and her daughter were among them. Lin Qing frowned slightly. "The time is wrong. It takes at least 3 days to travel from the land of waves to the land of water by boat." Although they were trapped in the warehouse and had a vague sense of time, Lin Qing had been silently calculating the time. "We had only been sailing for 2 days, with 1 day left to go. They are still in the vast ocean. Could it be that Danzo's men are chasing us?" Lin Qing pondered and gave Sasuke a look. Sasuke nodded, quietly pulled out a kunai and hid it in his sleeve, ready to deal with any danger that might arise. Wow! The warehouse door, which had been closed for 2 days, opened. The sunlight suddenly poured in. Lin Qing squinted slightly and saw the silhouettes of 3 people. The bald warrior and 2 crew members. 3 people stood at the door, and the bald warrior walked in unsteadily with square steps. A thin man asked, "Sir, are we there yet?" The bald warrior said, "Excuse me, everyone, there was a little hiccup in our journey." An old woman huddled in the corner asked, "What's the episode?" The bald warrior put his hand on the hilt of the sword and swung it left and right. The scabbard hit the wall of the cargo hold, and the clang echoed in the cargo hold. The passengers' hearts seemed to be squeezed. "We encountered pirates, but don't worry, after my lobbying, they decided to let you go, on the condition that you hand over the valuables on you, to buy your own life." 2 crew members strode up to the passengers carrying bags and took their bags and backpacks regardless of whether they agreed or not. "No. You can't take it. This is my last possession." The thin man who spoke first wanted to snatch it back, but was kicked down by the crew member. Just as the thin man was about to get up, he choked and a knife was placed in front of him. "If you move again, I'll chop you to death." The passengers finally realized that there were no pirates. In other words, the samurai and sailors of the wave country in front of us are pirates. When you are under someone's roof, saving your life is more important than anything else. The passengers reluctantly handed over their bags. "Don't touch me!" There were screams. It turned out that the bald warrior saw Xiao Tao's mother, who had a plump figure and beautiful face, and saw that she was a married woman, and he had a desire for her. He put his hands around her waist, laughed lewdly, and said dirty words. "Your breasts are so big, let me see, is there something hidden inside? Let go of my mom." Xiao Tao rushed forward and punched the bald warrior in the crotch. "Get lost!" The bald warrior felt the pain and became furious, so he slapped Xiao Tao in the face. "Ah!" Screams echoed throughout the warehouse. But it didn't come from Xiao Tao's mouth. A pitch-black, cold kunai pierced the bald samurai's palm and nailed it to the wall of the warehouse, with blood flowing down the wall. Momo looked in the direction the kunai came from. I saw Sasuke with a stern face. At this moment, Sasuke understood what Lin Qing meant by "when you feel the need." Sasuke threw the kunai naturally without anyone reminding him. Whether in terms of strength, speed, or accuracy, it is far superior to usual practice. Because this attack contained the power called emotion. A hand gently fell on Sasuke's shoulder. He came back to his senses, and his expression turned from stern to panic. "I'm sorry, I acted without permission. Sasuke has learned ninja tracking techniques. Professional trackers can roughly determine which ninja village a ninja is from based on the way the kunai is thrown. What he was doing now was tantamount to exposing his identity, which might point the way for Konoha and Danzo's pursuers. Don't apologize, you did great. Having all the strength is useless, but when faced with injustice and anger rising in your heart, you hesitate and don't even have the courage to take action. Then what is the point of practicing? It's better to go back and farm. Kill you. The bald samurai pulled out the kunai and threw it on the ground, then drew the katana from his waist, and a faint blue light appeared on the blade. Samurai and ninja are two sets of training systems. The former is simpler and more direct. All the training is based on a sword, and the path is to break everything with one sword. Lin Qing stood up and pulled Sasuke behind him. Leave it to me next. Everyone in the warehouse focused their attention on Lin Qing. You're a ninja? The bald warrior questioned. No. Lin Qing answered truthfully. The bald warrior held the knife tightly with both hands, his eyes flashing with anger. Whether you are or not, you must die today. Xiao was held in her mother's arms, her eyes full of fear. Die! The bald warrior shouted loudly and chopped down Lin Qing's face with his robe from top to bottom. Lin Qing raised his toes to pick up the kunai that he had thrown on the ground, raised his hand to catch it, and rushed towards the chopping blade. There was a flash of bloodthirsty excitement in the bald warrior's eyes. How could it be possible that Lin Qing could block the katana with one hand, using only a kunai? It's not some cheesy martial arts movie. Xiao Tao's mother couldn't bear it and covered her daughter's eyes. Clang! The crisp sound of weapons clashing echoed in the warehouse like ripples spreading outward. What? The bald warrior looked at the scene in disbelief. Not only him, but also the two crew members who were waiting to see blood, and a group of passengers all widened their eyes. The kunai blocked the long sword steadily. If he just blocked it, it would be nothing more than thinking that Lin Qing was born with supernatural powers. But Lin Qing used the sharp spike of the kunai to block the blade, without any deviation or shaking. The two of them stood still as if they had rehearsed it in advance. This is the power of Ripple Qigong. Speed, strength, and reaction are improved comprehensively. Lin Qing is now equivalent to a smaller version of Star Platinum. Sir? What are you doing? Kill him with a knife. One of the crew members yelled. The bald warrior became anxious. Didn't he want that? The samurai sword seemed to be stuck and could not be pulled out. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sizzle sizzle. A thin puff of smoke emanated from the bald warrior's palms, and a smell of burnt barbecue wafted out. Ah! The bald warrior screamed and tried to drop the burning knife in his hand, but his hands were firmly fixed and he could not move at all. The anger and fear on his face became more and more intense. Everyone here will be buried with you because of what you did. Remember, they will die because of you. Lin Qing looked at him calmly. Your militaristic bandit logic will have no effect other than accelerating your death. Any last words? IFKU. Before the word mother came out of his mouth, Star Platinum's fist, which was as big as a casserole, hit the bald warrior in the face. Boom! 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 3 dull thuds in succession. The bald warrior and 2 crew members were thrown out like broken sacks, knocking over 7 or 8 crew members who were carrying cargo, and fell heavily on the deck, their lives uncertain. Adults! Adults! What happened? Seeing the warrior fall down, the crew members panicked and rushed forward to pinch the bald warrior's philtrum. Just then, they heard footsteps coming from behind. Lin Qing walked out of the warehouse, picked up a bag of white flour that had fallen on the ground, and said in a cold voice, "Is this what you sell in Wave Country?" Chapter 9. No extra introduction is needed. The first moment he held the white flour, the disgust that surged in his heart silently told Lin Qing what the hell this thing was. D product. The Wave Country officials are secretly trading in drugs. Lin Qing hates 2 things the most, one is gambling and the other is drugs. Sasuke stretched out his little hand and grabbed Lin Qing's sleeve. It was rare for him to see Lin Qing's eyes so cold. I'm fine. Lin Qing said softly, but... He looked up at the dozens of boxes of white flour on the ship, and then looked forward. An old, rusty fishing boat approached them, with black gun muzzles sticking out from both sides of the boat. 40 shirtless, dark-skinned sailors with swords and axes hanging from their waists were standing on the boat. They saw the warrior lying on the ground, and with fierce looks on their faces, they drew their weapons from their waists and walked towards Lin Qing. Something must be happening to them. Platinum Star. This is a battle without suspense. No one could take a punch from Star Platinum. All those who rushed over vomited blood, flew backwards at an even faster speed, and fell into the sea. Ghost. Finally, the crew members collapsed and fled back to the fishing boat without caring about their companions. Go away! Little Sasuke shouted at their backs, a carefree smile spreading across his face. He loved the journey with Lin Qing so much, where they could settle scores and express their true feelings. Ninja? What ninja? He won't endure it. But Sasuke's smile quickly froze on his face. There were loud shouts from the fishing boat opposite, and the guns turned and aimed at them. Bang! 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 3 shells came in a row, forming an arc. Star Platinum! Lin Qing raised his hand and pointed. Star Platinum roared, spun in the air, and kicked the first shell away. Then he opened his hands, grabbed 1 shell in each hand, and used his iron-like arms to exert force and threw all the shells back. Whoosh! 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 The 3 shells made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, as if they had broken the sound barrier, and their speed was so fast that only an afterimage was left on the retina. There were continuous rumbling and wailing sounds. The fishing boat was pierced and torn into pieces, and the crew members fell into the sea screaming. The battle started suddenly and ended abruptly. The passengers then came to their senses and realized that they had saved their lives. They are not fools. The trade of D products is absolutely prohibited even in this terrible ninja world. There is only 1 cargo hold on the ship, and the D products that are afraid of moisture must be placed in the cargo hold. So, after seeing the D products, can they still get off the ship alive? The answer is obviously no. The passengers fell to the ground, their hearts in their throats finally at ease. I'm saved. The sea breeze blew on their faces, and the sense of relief after surviving the disaster made the passengers a little dazed. They looked at Lin Qing's back. He was not very tall and strong, but at this moment, he brought them an incomparable sense of security. Lin Qing manipulated the Star Platinum and threw all the white flour on the ship into the sea, and also threw the bald warrior into the sea. He slapped the unconscious crew members twice to wake them up and gave them 2 choices. Sail or sail. Life was of the essence, so the remaining crew members hurriedly nodded and bowed, showing the spirit of craftsmanship, started the boat and continued to move forward. After Lin Qing and his group left, the bald warrior poked his head out of the sea and spat in the direction of the cargo ship. Idiot! I have been traveling by water for half my life. Am I really going to drown in the sea? There is a lifeboat on the fishing boat, and the crew member who fell into the water has gone down to look for him. It won't be long before they find him and they can row back to the land of waves. You're dead if you dare to touch Lord Cardo's goods, boy. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, someone will cut off your head and bring it back. The bald warrior cursed. The sea surface broke open, and a crewman with blood on his head gasped for breath, his face full of fear. Sir! Fish, fish, fish! The bald warrior didn't understand why fish were so scary. Encountered a shark? No, he is very familiar with this route. This isn't an area where sharks roam. The fish is crazy. The crew yelled. As if to verify his words, a small fish the size of a palm jumped out of the water, dived into the crewman's mouth, and bit his tongue tightly. Ah! The crewman screamed and reached out to pull the crazy fish out of his mouth, but the second fish bit his hand and the third gouged out his eyes. The bald warrior looked at the scene in shock. He knew that the fish jumping out of the water were not aggressive at all. What shocked him even more was the eyes of the fish. Ruby scarlet. This is the reaction after taking drugs. The drug that Lin Qing threw into the sea was eaten by the fish as bait, causing them to go crazy under the stimulation of the drug. The bald warrior then noticed that the sea was eerily calm and there was no crew member on board. He looked down and saw a sea of scarlet. "Don't come over here!" The bald warrior's desperate cry resounded through the sky. Lin Qing retracted his gaze. Sasuke seemed to be hesitant to speak, so Lin Qing flicked his head and said with a smile, "If you have to fart, do it now." Sasuke scratched his head and looked down and said, "I just wonder if we are being too high profile." He was talking about beating the fishing boat. "It feels great when playing. Thinking about it afterwards, I feel that there are loopholes everywhere." Once the ship docked, Konoha only needed to ask around to find out that they had arrived in the land of water. "It's high profile, but that's the choice in life." Lin Qing said, "When you threw the kunao, didn't you already make your choice?" "That's the emotion." Lin Qing shook his head and said, "The so-called emotion is the fruit of the tree called value system that you have grown up with. A cold-blooded ninja cannot have this kind of emotion. Can you imagine Danzo attacking in anger to save Momo? But is this right?" Sasuke asked. Lin Qing rubbed his little head. "There is no right or wrong in this matter. If I must say, it is right as long as two conditions are met." He held up two fingers. "First, this decision was made after careful consideration and is in line with my heart. Second, you are willing to pay the price and bear it." Sasuke recalled again. Is he willing to risk being tracked down by Danzo to save Momo? The answer is yes. Having just experienced the tragedy of genocide, Sasuke doesn't want to see anyone familiar get hurt again. He gradually understood what Lin Qing meant. "Brother Qing, you are really amazing, not only your external strength, but also." Sasuke placed his right hand over his heart. "The power here." Lin Qing smiled, accepting his compliment. "Is it awesome? In the real world, he is an absolute loser. It was fine during school, but after he started working, he was out of place in the workplace. There are too many things that Lin Qing cannot stand. Until one time, he stopped his boss from sexually harassing a female colleague, and the matter caused a lot of uproar. However, in the end, the harassed female colleague said it was a misunderstanding. Lin Qing became the person who couldn't read the air. Afterwards, his leader made things difficult for him and had his colleagues isolate him, thinking that this would make Lin Qing regret it. But Lin Qing has no regrets. The reason he stopped the sexual harassment was not to target his boss, nor to save the female colleague who turned the tables. Lin Qing just felt that this shouldn't be the case. Just like today. Of course, doing the right thing requires capital. In his previous life, Lin Qing's capital was the core technical capabilities of the team. This life is the JOJO system. As for the meaning of choosing the right, Lin Qing leaned on the railing, feeling the gentle sea breeze. He squinted his eyes and heard Xiao Tao's laughter and Sasuke's arrogant snort. Momo walked up and gave Sasuke a big hug. Sasuke stood there in shock. Lin Qing's lips curled up into a smile. Maybe, this is the meaning. Woo woo. The ship blew its whistle. At dusk, we arrived at the Water Kingdom. Chapter 10. The cargo ship stopped at the Water Kingdom port. Lin Qing then sold it to a local. As for the crew members who were transporting drugs and working part-time as pirates on the ship, considering their obedience in the second half of the journey, Lin Qing broke one of their legs and told them all to get out. When we arrived at our destination, it was time to say goodbye. Xiao Tao looked back every few steps and left reluctantly. Sasuke folded his arms, turned his head away from her, and put on a cool demeanor, but his occasional glances at Momo betrayed his inner thoughts. Parting is sometimes more important than first meeting. Lin Qing patted Sasuke's shoulder and said, "This is a huge crowd. This may be the last time you two meet. Say goodbye properly and don't let each other have any regrets." Sasuke looked at the pink-haired girl walking away. The last sighed. He repeated these words in his mind. By the time she realized what was happening, Sasuke had already raised a hand and waved goodbye to Momo. Momo's smile grew wider when she saw Sasuke respond. "Bye. Sasuke and I. "Goodbye," Sasuke whispered. Following Xiao Tao and her daughter, the other passengers expressed their gratitude to Lin Qing and left to continue their journeys. There was only one man left, and he waited until all the passengers had left before looking for Lin Qing. Lin Qing had some impression of him. When fighting with the bald warriors and sailors, the passengers were all very afraid, but this man remained calm, as if he was accustomed to similar scenes. The other party respectfully handed over a business card with both hands. The business card has a gold border and feels round and comfortable to the touch, and it's obvious that it cost a lot of money. Kanbara Hayato, President of Kanhara Office. A very young president, this was Lin Qing's first impression of him. Hayato Kanhara is about 25 or 26 years old, with slicked back hair and simple clothes. He is handsome, but short, about 1.65 meters tall. My name is Kanhara. I am an intelligence merchant and broker. My office is in this port city. If you too need to purchase intelligence or accept rewards in the future, you can contact me. Hayato Kanhara spoke in a humble tone and had a gentle smile. Thanks to you two, I was able to save my life today. From now on, my commission will be 50% off for all business with you two. Lin Qing came to the water country with the intention of hunting for bounties, and with the introduction of a broker, he naturally saved the effort of searching for intelligence and improved his efficiency. As for the commission, Lin Qing doesn't do this for the money. Soul fragments are the foundation of life. Lin Qing had just arrived, so instead of cooperating with local strangers, he decided to work with Kanhara Hayato, as they were in the same boat together. It would be easier if he cooperated with him. Lin Qing took the business card, put it in his arms and said, "Sorry, I don't have a business card." "I understand. I won't bother you anymore." Kanbara Hayato's bowing ritual. Lin Qing nodded and left with Suzuki. Hayato Kanhara slowly straightened his back and squinted his eyes at the two people's receding backs. The evening sunset made their shadows very long. "Goodbye, my two saviors." Kanhara Hayato's tone was full of fatalism. He thought that when he saw the two again, they would have made a name for themselves in the Water Kingdom. Unexpectedly, Lin Qing went to Kanhara's office that night. "Is there a reward?" Lin Qing asked. Kanhara Hayato looked at the two people, one big and one small, sitting on the sofa and said in astonishment, "Don't you two want to rest? How about we talk about work tomorrow?" The cat sat in the cargo hold for 3 days, and Hayato Kanhara was about to get hemorrhoids. In the evening, he specially found a young model from the Sand Country to help him relax. He didn't want to talk about work at this critical moment. "Rest." Lin Qing tilted her head slightly and said frankly, "We've already rested. We had dinner, took a walk, and took a shower. So, the rest is over." The corner of Kanhara Hayato's mouth twitched. "What kind of rest is this? Where did you come from?" Complaints aside, Kanhara Hayato is a businessman after all. If business comes to him, there is no reason for him not to do it. Touching his chin, Kanhara Hayato asked, "Do you have a preferred target? For example, an opponent you are good at dealing with, the opponent's approximate combat power level, etc. Only by arranging the target in a targeted manner can the efficiency of the task be maximized. The high mortality rate of bounty hunters is a shame for brokers. It's best to target a melee type. If it's a level of combat power." Lin Qing didn't know how to describe it. When he came to this world, the only ones who could be considered enemies were Uchiha Itachi and Heitake Kakashi. He had the upper hand against the former, but he had some leniency towards the latter. Lin Qing thought for a while and said, "It would be better if it is a little weaker than Heitake Kakashi in Konoha Village, so it will be easier to deal with." Kanbara Hayato spits in his mouth. What does just a little weaker than Kakashi mean? Since when did the legendary copy ninja become a unit of measurement for combat power? He took a sip of tea and suppressed the urge to complain, "I don't have any information on a strong man comparable to Heitake Kakashi at the moment, even if I do. He's not in the water country. However, if this is the standard, the choice is actually quite generous." Kanhara Hayato took out a stack of documents from under the table. "You choose for yourself." Lin Qing picked up 4 documents and flipped through them. It records the target's personal information, combat style, hiding areas, and other information. What is valuable is that Kakuzu has marked the update date in the lower right corner of each piece of information. People will change. Especially these fugitives and rebellious ninjas, whose combat effectiveness fluctuates. With the latest intelligence, we can ensure that the preparations for action can be thorough and detailed. Major Lin Qing likes to work with professionals, and he shook the information in his hand. I'll be back in 2 days. In 2 days? Kanhara Hayato took a glance at the document number and knew who Lin Qing had chosen. A Class B fugitive, known as the Mountain Demon, who massacred an entire village. The 3 C-rank rebel ninjas are brothers and work in perfect harmony. Their combined fighting power is in no way inferior to that of B-rank ninjas, and they are extremely difficult to deal with. Although these 4 targets are all nearby, it will still take most of the day to get there. Plus the battle after the encounter, and the healing, rest, and re-preparation after the battle. Kanhara Hayato chuckled in his heart, and was prepared not to see Lin Qing and the others for 10 days or half a month, but he said, "I wish you both good luck in martial arts and a great return." After seeing Lin Qing off, Kanhara Hayato threw away the documents in his hand, left the office, picked up his belt, and strode into the nightclub. A night of cloud and rain. The beauty from the land of sand is so beautiful. The morning light came in through the gap in the window. Hayato Kanhara was lying on the edge of the bed with his eyes closed, and he touched a face. He stroked gently, from eyebrows to nose bridge to beard and lips. Beard? Kanhara Hayato suddenly opened his eyes. I saw Lin Qing and Suzuki sitting on the sofa drinking tea. 4 tied-up men were thrown on the ground, one of them lying next to Hayato Kanhara's bed. He touched the other person's face. Sorry to disturb your rest. Lin Qing said, it's mainly because I'm carrying 4 of them. I really don't know where to be the least noticeable. Is this a question of rest? Kanhara Hayato picked up the watch. Only 10 hours had passed since he handed the information to Lin Qing, and 1 B-level and 3 C-level fugitives had been dealt with. Or capture it alive. Capturing alive and killing are 2 different things. The commission will be higher, but the difficulty will also be greater. Even if Lin Qing was given a discount, the remaining commission would be enough for Hayato Kanhara to favor the young model from the land of sand for a week. Anything else? Lin Qing asked. Kanbara Hayato's divine half-second. What else? But he reacted immediately. Lin Qing is talking about the bounty target. Yes. Of course. Kanhara Hayato opened the quilt and walked out in his pants, his eyes full of excitement. The desire for money. Make money. This is the real boss. That's good. Lin Qing finished eating the last piece of cake on the coffee table. Please help me choose carefully, these few. Too weak. Hearing this, the 4 fugitives who had been beaten into submission burst into tears of humiliation. Chapter 11. Kanhara Hayato had never seen anyone like Lin Qing. The conversation between him and Lin Qing, from the beginning. This guy is a bit dangerous, be careful. Transformed into. Don't worry, give me some time, I'll find a few more targets for you. And now to the present. Brother Qing, you should take a rest. If you don't, I have to rest too. There is really no one left. Lin Qing pushed Kanhara Hayato away and opened the cabinet behind him. Empty. No more. It's really gone. In just half a month, it was like a tornado blowing up the city where they were located, and all the fugitives and rebel ninjas above rank B were captured and brought before Hayato Kanhara. This is the last commission that came in. Kanhara Hayato handed over a suitcase and said, take a good rest. I will be the first to contact you when there is new business. Lin Qing took the box, which was filled with stacks of banknotes. He picked up a thick stack, put it on the table, and pushed it to Hayato Kanhara. Kanhara Hayato said doubtfully, as for the commission, the client has already called me. Lin Qing shook his head and said, this is not a commission, it's overtime pay. I'm sorry to bother you during this time. Over the past half-month, Lin Qing has been very efficient in collecting soul fragments, which was inseparable from the help of Hayato Kanhara. Kanbara Hayato is shocked to see Lin Qing. He has worked with many bounty hunters. Most people in this line of work have a not-so-glorious past. Kanhara Hayato has more or less investigated Lin Qing's past. Genocide tragedy. An internal raid in the ninja village. Forced to flee. Hayato Kanhara originally thought that Lin Qing was a person with a deep hatred and deep resentment, but he did not expect her to be so gentle. He stood up and stretched out his hand seriously. It's not hard, this is my job. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Qing held his hand. It's been a pleasure working with you. Oh, right, there is another piece of information. I can't call it intelligence, because it has not been accurately confirmed yet. It should be called a reminder between friends. Kanhara Hayato suppressed his smile. Ninjas from Konoha Root organization have come to this city. Sasuke's face changed, and he said in panic, Mew, Konoha, what does it have to do with us? A hand fell on his head and Lin Qing shook his head slightly at him. Hayato Kanhara is a professional intelligence dealer. It would be abnormal if he hadn't found out their true identities after knowing them for such a long time. It wasn't pointed out before, and everyone knew it tacitly, so it would be fine if they pretended not to know. But now that Kanhara Hayato has taken the initiative to bring it up, pretending to be stupid would be disrespectful to each other. The Root organization's ninjas might not be strong in direct combat, but under Danzo's morbid management, each of them is an expert at lurking and ambushing. In order to earn soul fragments, Lin Qing has been a bit arrogant during this period. The reputation of the two bounty hunters, one big and one small, has become famous in several surrounding cities, so it is reasonable that they attracted Danzo's people. I see. Thank you. You're welcome. Besides, Kanhara Hayato took out 2 Konoha forward protectors from the drawer. Are you really not going to act as a rebel ninja? Anyway, the ninjas from the Root organization have already come to you. Customers prefer rebel ninjas, so the commissions and requests will increase. Being a traitor is like telling others. I'm being hunted by a village, but I'm still alive and well. Do you want to see me, Dio? The invisible demonstrates strength and makes it easier to gain the trust of customers. From another perspective, if the rebel ninja completes the commission but is killed by the ninja village before payment is made, the client does not have to pay. Demonstrating one's identity as a traitor is equivalent to an endorsement. The stronger the village that the forward protector points to, the easier it is to get orders. Among them, Konoha's rebel ninja is quite popular in the market. Sasuke was a little tempted. Lin Qing waved his hand and said, No need, we are not ninjas. Kanhara Hayato shrugged and saw the 2 of them out of the office. A short break is complete without a bath. Lin Qing placed the towel on her head, leaned against the edge of the bathtub, and enjoyed the warm feeling of the warm water flowing past her. Sasuke swims with his bare buttocks, sometimes diving, sometimes swimming on his back with his psy exposed. No matter how bitter and resentful he is just a 7-year-old child. Lin Qing smiled, wiped his face with a towel, and opened the system interface. Hunting day and night, Lin Qing captured a total of 53 fugitives and rebel ninjas, and the number of soul fragments soared from 152 to 614. On average, a fugitive has less than 10 soul fragments. This is the gap between people. Soul fragments, 614 pieces. This is 61 draws. Considering that it took 55 draws before he got ripple breathing last time, Lin Qing's intuition told him that there was a high probability that he would get a 5-star substitute this time. Lin Qing doesn't like to draw a few jackpots sporadically, so he has been saving up his draws for the past half-month just to have a good time today. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, pause for half a second, and exhale deeply. Start drawing. 10th company, no. 20th company, no. 30 company, no. Lin Qing's mentality is much more stable than last time. 40 draws, no. 50 draws, no. The last 10 draws. Lin Qing's intuition told him. It's time. 10 stars fell from the sky, and 1,000-foot-long light flashed. Ding 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 ding. 5 times in a row. 5 stars. Lin Qing clenched his fists. His efforts during this period were not in vain. He stared at the dissipated light and saw the It is a propeller fighter with a retro shape and a style similar to that of the World War II era. The fighter jet is only the size of a laptop computer, equipped with 2 machine guns on both sides of the wings, a bomb hanging under the fuselage, and a thumb-sized pilot in the cockpit. When the pilot looked at each other, he put his index and middle fingers together and tapped his forehead lightly, which was considered a greeting to Lin Qing. Stand-in name, Aerosmith. 5 stars. Owner, Naranha Gurkha. Ability, long-distance control stand, equipped with 2 machine guns and bombs and carbon dioxide detection radar. The radar can lock the source of carbon dioxide, but the precision is low and the stand user needs to make his own judgment. Current level, Level 1. Note, Smith is the driver's name. It turned out to be this substitute. After leaving Konoha Village, Lin Qing has been taking time to read the JOJO series of comics. Over the past 2 months, he has read it many times and has memorized many of the stand's abilities. Aerosmith's power is not that strong and cannot be compared with Star Platinum. However, it can make up for Lin Qing's shortcomings in the medium and long distances to some extent, and play a role in restraining and pulling in the battle, preventing Lin Qing from being kite-flying by the opponent. Compared with combat power, the strength of Aerosmith, or the fundamental reason why it can become a 5-star substitute, lies in its regional reconnaissance capability. When flying in the air, you can sense the enemy's position through the carbon dioxide detector. Narancia in the original novel is very smart. His advantage is that he can seize opportunities that come to him. His disadvantage is that he has a bad temper and relatively weak control ability, so he fails to demonstrate his terrifying reconnaissance ability. Lin Qing, who possesses the power of ripples, is far superior to Narancia in terms of control and concentration. More importantly, ordinary people cannot see the characteristics of the stand. After the battle between Kakashi and Lin Qing, Konoha already knew that a large amount of chakra had to be poured into the eyes in order to see the stand. There will be no problem in a head-on battle. But once they get into a tug-of-war, street fighting, or guerrilla warfare, few ninjas can waste chakra on it for a long time. At this time, an invisible eye that can reconnaissance the battlefield from the air is an absolutely terrifying intelligence advantage. How about, give it a try? Lin Qing raised his right hand, slightly raised it 45 degrees, and used it as a runway. Call out. Aerosmith took off into the air, flew out of the window, and flew into the sky. Activate, reconnaissance device. In an instant, Lin Qing saw red dots within a range of hundreds of meters. Each red dot represents a person. Position reconnaissance that ignores many restrictions is already a dimensionality reduction attack in the ninja world where technological strength is still weak. But this is not the limit. Using the breathing technique, Lin Qing's mind became extremely focused. The detection range is shrinking, and the reconnaissance picture presented is clear. Carbon dioxide is exhaled from people's mouths and noses and falls on objects around them. Carbon dioxide is affected by space, objects, and wind, changing its shape and outlining the surrounding scene. Within a range of 30 meters, all breathing creatures were visible, and Lin Qing could clearly see their every move. It's like the Byakugan with long-range bombing capabilities. Lin Qing was very satisfied with Aerosmith's abilities, which not only made up for his weaknesses in medium and long distances, but also took care of his weaknesses in reconnaissance and intelligence. Come back! Aerosmith circled in the sky and was about to return. Suddenly, Aerosmith spotted a man lying on the roof of the bathhouse, peeping at Lin Qing through the gap. Lin Qing raised his head and looked into a pair of dark eyes. Chapter 12. Lin Qing scooped up the bath water, infused it with the power of ripples, and lifted it up. Sizzle sizzle. Ripples of hot spring water are running fast. A tiny golden light, like an electric current, appeared and attached to the warm water. The water flow suddenly became sharper than metal and hotter than magma, like a sharp blade, stabbing at the peeper on the roof. Chi! The roof was blown off, and from the light in the house, the other party was not wearing a forehead protector, but Lin Qing had seen the indifference in his eyes too many times. Ninja of the Root Organization. It came really quickly. Sato Takaizo leaped into the air, dodging the water flow. The information about Lin Qing is no longer a secret. He has terrifying melee dominance, outstanding combat wisdom and judgment, but his weakness is his lack of medium and long-range combat capabilities. As long as he keeps his distance, he can leave safely. According to the intelligence, Sato poured chakra into his eyes, guarding against Lin Qing summoning the evil giant, and leaped quickly in the air, preparing to evacuate. Just then, he heard a buzzing sound coming from afar, and looked up. Bird! Da-da-da-da! The two machine guns of the Aerosmith flashed with fire, and the dense barrage of bullets blocked Sato's retreat. Bang! Sato disappeared in smoke. Shadow clone technique. This is also one of the intelligence. Lin Qing's frontal combat power is too terrifying, and his tolerance for error is terribly low. If you want to survive, you must use clone technique to test it as much as possible. In the shadows more than 10 meters away, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Sato looked at the sky with lingering fear. Was that a ninja beast just now? Whether it is the ninja beasts or the ninjutsu, it only proves that in just 2 months, Lin Qing has become stronger and more threatening. We must report this information to Lord Danzo. Sato lurked in the shadows, retreating quietly, but his eyes were still filled with chakra, keeping him on high alert. With the help of the cover of night, Sato walked for nearly half an hour and finally returned to the local safe house. After closing the door, he uttered a faint cry. "Thanks for your hard work." "It's not hard, it's my responsibility." Halfway through his words, Sato suddenly reacted, turned around quickly, and pulled out a kunai. Click! A desk lamp turned on. Lin Qing sat on the sofa and looked at the other person calmly. Suzuki stood nearby with his arms folded, like a loyal bodyguard. How is it possible? Sato is confident in his concealment skills. Even in the root organization where Lao Lu is spread all over, his means of hiding and escaping are among the best. Now, like a stupid newcomer, he led the enemy he was following back to the safe house. Sato admitted that he couldn't beat Lin Qing. However, being rejected in his most professional field, Sato felt confused and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel fear towards Lin Qing. What kind of monster is this man? Mind chatting? Lin Qing said. What to talk about? Sato was very frugal with his words. Lin Qing threw a stack of documents on the table. This was found by Lin Qing in Sato's safe house. The content of the document was written in a special code word used within the root organization. Lin Qing couldn't understand it, but there were a few photos attached. The men in the photos were holding various strangely shaped knives in their hands and looked like tough guys. Considering Sato's identity, this is reconnaissance intelligence. Now, Lin Qing has wiped out all the fugitives and rebellious ninjas in the surrounding areas. He needed a new goal. Please help me translate. Lin Qing said. Sato clenched his kunai tightly. Why should I tell you? If you tell me, you will let me go. Sure. Lin Qing's frank answer stunned Sato, leaving him speechless for a moment. In fact, from Lin Qing's perspective, killing a member of the root organization is meaningless. The soul essence will not increase much, so it is better to use it to trade for intelligence. Lin Qing made a please gesture. If I tell you, will you let me go? Sato asked. It's not that he is afraid of death. Sato's trip to the land of water was not just to track down Lin Qing, or rather, Lin Qing's priority was not high enough to warrant dispatching a jonin who specialized in intelligence reconnaissance. The Water Kingdom, especially Kirigakure, was so confused by the series of actions it took after the Third Shinobi World War that it was rumored that the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Kirigakure, a 1.40-foot-tall adult, had gone insane. Over the years, Danzo has been trying to find out what's going on inside the water country, and speeding up the process. The more chaotic other countries are, the more stable the Fire Nation is. You know, during the reign of the previous Mizukage, he took the route of wretched development, refused to participate in the Second Ninja World War, set up a ninja school, and spent decades developing the weak Kirigakure. This gave the fourth Mizukage Yagura the capital to squander. From Danzo's perspective, he wishes that all the shadows of major countries were people like Yagura. Sato's mission to the Land of Water this time is to investigate Yagura Kartaki's actions, both overt and covert. If possible, add more fuel to the fire to make this blazing, shaky ship of the Water Kingdom burn even more vigorously. The above information is not a secret. All major countries are infiltrating each other and putting their hands into each other's crotches. You take a handful, I grab a handful, and no one is clean. Sato must bring back the information he has found about the fourth Mizukage alive. This is much more important than his life. Lin Qing said, if you say so, I will let you go. I swear on my soul. Sato stared at Lin Qing, as if trying to determine the authenticity. After a moment, Sato put away the kunao. After all, he is an expert in sneaking into enemy countries alone to steal intelligence. In Lin Qing's previous life, he was equivalent to James Bond and Jason Bourne. He still has some courage. Sato pulled a chair over and sat down, picking up the information on the table and spreading it out. There are many details that I cannot tell you. He opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. As chakra was injected, dark curse marks appeared at the root of the tongue. A seal to eradicate the evil of tongue. Standard equipment for root organization members, planted by Danzo himself to prevent them from leaking information. Lin Qing nodded, just pick out what you can say. Sato spoke in the most concise tone. As mentioned earlier, 4th Mizukage has done a lot of confusing operations, and change means adjustments to interests, which involves money. The so-called war is fought for two things, money and manpower. Sato said, I found out that 4th Mizukage was collecting money through various channels, and the collected money would secretly flow into unknown directions. I am still investigating where exactly it went and who it was handed over to, but I found a piece of information that said I saw the 4th Mizukage communicating with a masked man. Masked man? Lin Qing and Suzuki looked at each other and thought of the masked man who was with Uchiha Itachi on the night of the Uchiha genocide. Could it be the same person? Or just a coincidence? Sato continued, the authenticity of the information still needs to be judged, and this. He reached out and tapped the documents on the table. It is one of the ways for the 4th Mizukage to make money. The people in charge of this work are 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The owner of the beheading sword, by JOJO. Same Hada's owner, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. And the owner of Thunder Blade Fang, Black Ho Thunder Fang. The 7 ninja swordsmen, Lin Qing often heard their names during his time in the Water Kingdom. In his impression, they were local tough guys similar to the Avengers and the King Kong Calabash brothers. That's all the information I can give you. He quietly waited for Lin Qing's reaction. The next second. Ola! Star Platinum punched Sato in the head. UFG. Sato's eyes went dark. Lin Qing lifted him up with one hand. When I said I would let you go, I didn't mean now. After hearing the intelligence, Lin Qing was sure to go there. If Sato was released now, wouldn't this give Danzo time to set up and ambush them? Lin Qing planned to leave Sato to Kenhara for a while, and then express him back to Konoha Village when the matter was over, so it would not be considered a breach of contract by Lin Qing. Are we leaving? Suzuki's eyes sparkled with excitement. He always bullies the small fry, which is meaningless. Star Platinum always resolves the fight with just one punch. During this time, Suzuki had made some progress in practicing the wave breathing technique and was thinking of honing his skills through combat. We can't leave yet, we have to find someone. Who? Chapter 13. Hayato Kenhara was soaking in the hot spring comfortably. He made a lot of money following Lin Qing these days, but he was also exhausted. He has a date with a girl from the Land of Lightning tonight. It is said that the Grandmaster is practicing the Thunder Shield ninjutsu, so Kenhara Hayato needs to relax. When it comes to soaking in hot springs and eating girls, the old daimyo can't compare to me. Hayato Kenhara hummed softly, very satisfied with the haiku he wrote. The more he read it, the more poetic it became. Kenhara Hayato pushed his hair back, revealing a still handsome face, but the expression between his eyebrows was too obscene. He wrapped himself in a bath towel and staggered to open the curtain. Beauty, here I come. He raised his voice and suddenly opened the bath towel, eager to hear the unique moans of the girl from the Land of Thunder. There was silence. There is no girl in front of me. Lin Qing and Suzuki were sitting on the sofa, one on each side. Lin Qing didn't want to see the offensive scene, so she turned her head away. Suzuki then used his thumb and index finger to make a gesture that angered the Koreans. "No, why are you two haunting me?" Kanehara Hayato was really angry. "Didn't we agree to take our respective vacations? I'm sorry. After thinking about it, I can only look for you." Lin Qing pulled the unconscious Sato out from behind the door, took out the previous coded information and handed it to Kanehara Hayato, repeating what happened before. "Please help me identify the authenticity," Lin Qing said. The lust in Kanehara Hayato's eyes faded and turned into helplessness. He sighed softly, "Why do I feel like you have some kind of magic that always attracts these strange things?" Lin Qing didn't know how to answer Kanehara's question, so she had to remain silent. Hayato Kanehara shook his head, wrapped himself in a bath towel, took out a pen and paper, and started working. He read it several times, wrote and drew, and spent a whole night before he came up with the answer. Each intelligence organization will use special code words, which must be combined with the core text within the organization to be interpreted, and are changed and adjusted regularly. Logically speaking, even if this document was given to me, I would not be able to understand it. However, it would be much easier to reverse decode it based on the information leaked by the other party. Kanehara Hayato picked up the document and patted it. "He didn't lie to you, but he concealed some information. This line was not only investigated by the root organization, but also by others. The city recorded in the intelligence is Mirage City. There are all kinds of people in the city now. Once you go there, you will probably be besieged by many forces, which will be very dangerous." Kanehara Hayato knew Lin Qing's style of doing things too well. He rushed straight towards the target like a spear, tearing to pieces all the enemies that stood in his way. "Move forward courageously and be naturally free and easy. But who can remain undefeated? If you are too rigid, you will easily break. Keep moving forward, and one day you will encounter unimaginable setbacks. I advise you not to go." Lin Qing asked, "Is this career advice from an intelligence agent?" "No." Kanehara Hayato said seriously, "This is the advice of a friend." Lin Qing smiled. If possible, he didn't want to take the risk. Who doesn't like a life of drunkenness and dreams, like Hayato Kanehara, enjoying girls of different styles every day? What else could you ask for in life like this? But it doesn't work. Hokage is a hot-blooded manga for young people. Although Lin Qing has not read it, he can roughly guess the plot path. It's nothing more than the protagonist becoming stronger and stronger, the enemy becoming more powerful, and the battles start from small-scale battles to nationwide and global struggles. The JOJO series of comics is a counterexample. In the JOJO series, each film has a different protagonist. Why do this? It is to give the protagonist room to improve, enough to draw a character arc. But Lin Qing had heard of the title of Hokage when she was very young, and it took more than 10 years before she heard of its ending. And there was only one protagonist in Hokage: Uzumaki Naruto. In order to attract readers, the world will become more dangerous and the struggle will become more terrible. The strongest fighters right now may be the shadow of each village, but in the future, it's hard to say. Danzo wants to kill him. Uchiha Itachi wanted to kill him. Now the ninjas of the root organization are close by. If Lin Qing gets complacent about having drawn a new 5-star stand and stops moving forward, he might be the one to be knocked unconscious next time. When you can make a choice, don't let yourself regret it. Lin Qing cherishes the options she has now. Leave. Lin Qing patted Kanehara Hayato's shoulder and stood up, and Suzuki followed him. Hey! Are you listening to me? Kanbara Hayato battles Lin Qing. Responding to him were two figures, one big and one small, waving at him from their backs. The Water Kingdom is not big to begin with, and the two men have mastered the ripple breathing technique, so as they sped along, they could only see two black shadows passing by. Along the way, Swordsmith was always hanging overhead, scanning the area below to help Lin Qing find the way forward. The next afternoon, Lin Qing arrived at Mirage City. Mirage City is close to the ocean. At noon, water vapor rises, clouds linger, and the sun shines, making it like a dream, like a fairy tale city that only exists in fantasy. When you get closer and clear the mist, you can see the mottled and dilapidated city walls of Madara. The air smells salty, the voices are noisy, and the port is crowded. After entering the city, Lin Qing saw thieves cutting open pedestrians' backpacks more than once. There was also an unlucky thief who had his hands chopped off on the spot after being caught. Blood splattered everywhere, which made Sasuke's eyelids twitch. Beneath the dreamy appearance, the hidden chaos, gloom, and depression are Lin Qing's first impression of Mirage City. Lin Qing first found a hotel to stay in. As it was not suitable for movement during the day, he would rest in the inn and practice breathing techniques. Late at night, the window on the second floor of the hotel opened, and Lin Qing and Sasuke jumped out lightly and disappeared into the night. The night sky was filled with dark clouds and the moonlight was dim. Except for the entertainment venues in the center of the city where lights were still on, other areas were dark. There weren't many pedestrians on the road. Occasionally there were one or two people who had just gotten off work, walking in a hurry with one hand reaching into their arms. Locals all know that the hand hidden in the arms holds a knife. He is a thief during the day and a robber at night. Listening to the screams and curses coming from the streets, Lin Qing couldn't tell for a moment whether he had come to the Hokage world or was in the simple and honest Gotham City. That's it. Lin Qing and the other person hid on the top of a building, staring at a processing plant 100 meters away. There is a rusty sign hanging at the entrance of the processing plant. Murata's intestines. Everyone knows that the so-called processing plant is just a cover. On the way here, Lin Qing made an action plan. The 7 ninja swordsmen are official ninjas affiliated with Kirigakure. Once you fight with them, you will most likely not be able to stay in the Water Kingdom. Lin Qing's idea was to first see what kind of business they were doing. It was sneaky and must be a shady business. He used this as a starting point to create chaos in Mirage City and lure out the people hiding in the city. The more chaotic it is, the more opportunities Lin Qing has. As long as he defeats a few strong men, Lin Qing's trip will not be in vain. Aerosmith. Lin Qing pointed forward, and the Aerosmith took off and flew into the processing plant. Start reconnaissance. The carbon dioxide sensing device is activated. Dense red dots suddenly appeared in Lin Qing's field of vision. Lin Qing's first thought was, is it really a meat processing plant? Because judging from the size of the red dot, it is about the same size as a pig. But Lin Qing reacted immediately. How can a sausage processing factory raise pigs itself? Even if they are raising pigs, whose pigs, live on the upper and lower floors? People. They are all people. Lin Qing increased the precision of Aerosmith, and the scanning range became clear, and he saw. A person is locked in a cage. The cage is very small, about 1.3 meters high and less than 1 meter wide. This is a very uncomfortable height. If you don't want to sit down all the time, you have to lower your head and hunch your back when you stand up. Only a few lucky ones can stand upright. But there are only a few adults who are 1.3 meters tall. Those who can stand upright are all children. Aerosmith glanced around and saw almost 400 red dots. These are the more than 400 people who are locked in cages like animals. The land of water, Yagura, is engaged in the human trafficking business. In the Aerosmith exploration room, Lin Qing noticed a person. She sat with her knees hugged, her features outlined by the carbon dioxide she exhaled. Xiao Tao. Lin Qing couldn't imagine seeing her in a place like this. Didn't Xiao Tao come to the Water Kingdom with her mother to visit relatives? Why did she come to visit and end up in a cage? Where is her mother? What the hell is this processing plant used for? Countless questions arise. However, now is not the time to explore the problem. Whether it is true or not is not important. What is important is, what should they do? Lin Qing and Sasuke looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. Save people. There is no long-term planning and no unnecessary layout planning. Tonight, Aviation Smith patrolled in the air, marking the positions of all the sentries and guards in the factory. Lin Qing and the other person were like ghosts in the night. They killed the sentries along the way and sneaked into the processing plant silently. The sentries are usually on a patrol system, with a chief controller above them who will rotate every once in a while to check on the personnel and avoid any mistakes. Lin Qing doesn't have much time. He must rescue Xiao Tao and leave the factory within 10 minutes. Otherwise, a head-on fight is inevitable. Lin Qing is confident in his own strength, but he will not underestimate his enemies. According to the information provided by Kanhara Hayato, the 7 ninja swordsmen are the best among the masters. Each of them is an A-level or even S-level strongman, and there are 3 of them, as well as a group of Kirigakuer ninjas. Even if you want to fight, it is best to wait for the other party to separate and then fight one-on-one. They moved quickly through the factory and, following Aerosmith's instructions, found a secret door. Lin Qing pushed open the door. The air became turbid. It's a taste that's hard to describe in words. The smell of sweat, blood, pus, and urine, many complex smells mixed together and fermented over time. Sasuke instinctively wanted to cover his mouth and nose, but his movements froze when he saw what he saw. Although Lin Qing had mentioned it to him, the scene described in words was completely different from what he actually saw with his own eyes. Hundreds of people locked in cages, unable to even stand up straight, are like pieces of paint in an oil painting, smearing this terrible world. The dignity of human beings was bent along with their hunched spines under the oppression of the cage. Lin Qing found Xiao Tao in the cage. Her eyes were grey and she was holding a shriveled, rotten orange in her hands. There is also a distorted smiley face drawn on the orange. Chapter 14. Lin Qing remembers this orange. Sasuke gave this to Momo on the boat. The girl was reluctant to eat it, so she drew a smiley face on it with a pen and kept it as a gift. At that time, Sasuke sneered and called her childish. I didn't expect Xiao Tao to still be around. Sasuke's eyes were red. He drew out his kunai, strode over, and with all his strength, chopped the chain of the cage with his sword. Clang! The crisp sound of impact echoed. It awakened all the prisoners in the cage. Normally, people would complain more or less when they were awakened from their sleep, but in this room, Lin Qing could not hear any sound. Everyone seemed to have their voices cut off. They squatted, lowered their heads, closed their eyes or stared at their toes. Like a trained animal. Lin Qing couldn't imagine what kind of inhuman torture could turn a person into this state. Sasuke, brother. Xiao Tao raised her head, confusion written all over her young face. She couldn't believe her eyes. Xiao Tao had imagined the scene before her so many times that when it actually happened, she thought it was an illusion. Platinum Star. Lin Qing summons a substitute. Star Platinum roughly tore open the cage, and Lin Qing reached out and took Xiao Tao out of the cage. Very light as a feather. After rescuing Xiao Tao, Lin Qing thought that the other people trapped in the cages would shout for help and beg to be rescued as well. However, there was dead silence. No eyes dared to look over. They are afraid. Fear of punishment after escaping. Only being in a cage can give them some false sense of security. Lin Qing asked Xiao Tao in her arms, "Where's your mother?" Xiao Tao raised her hand and pointed in a direction tremblingly. "Mom, was taken away by them." Aerosmith flew into the air and spotted a room in the direction Xiao Tao pointed. There were 6 or 7 people gathered in the room. In the Hokage world, women give birth early. Momo's mother is only 26 or 27 years old. She has the agility of a girl and the gentleness of a young woman, and her appearance and figure are outstanding. What would she do when she was taken away by a group of men? It's obvious. Lin Qing carried Xiao Tao to the front of the room, handed her to Sasuke, and told him, "Cover her eyes." Sasuke did as he was told. Lin Qing grabbed the door handle and opened the door naturally. There were 6 men in the room, and Xiao Tao's mother was lying on the desk. Not wearing a single piece of clothing. The top of her head was bald and covered with blood scabs, as if someone had plucked out the hair one handful at a time, causing large areas of skin to fall off and bleed. A short man was lying on top of her, blood dripping from her lower body. She stared at the ceiling. The pupils become dilated and lose focus. Xiao Tao's mother died. Hearing the door open, the 6 people in the room looked over and saw the unfamiliar face of Lin Qing. The man lying on Ziotao's mother pulled up his pants. Who are you? Who let you in? Lin Qing did not answer his question and said to Sasuke, wait outside for a while, I will take care of it right away. His tone was calm as he walked into the house. Close the door. Lock. Hey. Kid. The 6 people drew the kunao and ninja swords from their waists. They are the ninjas of Kirigakure, responsible for assisting the 7 ninja swordsmen in managing the processing plant. Tonight, just like in the past, they just wanted to add some fun to their boring lives. A man with a goatee stroked his mustache and said viciously, boy, I don't care who you are. You saw something you shouldn't have seen. If you surrender now, I can still spare you. Bang! The goateed man's head exploded like a balloon. Blood spurted from the bare neck, stuck to the ceiling, and dripped down. The remaining 5 people stood there in a daze, their minds blank. What happened? While the 5 people were thinking, there was another bang, and a tall and thin man flew up into the air, his chest sunken, and internal organs, blood and flesh spewed out of his mouth. He died before he hit the ground. Another one died. A hole. A bald ninja was about to pounce with a sword in hand. Ola! Star Platinum swung his fist for the 3rd time, hitting the opponent's chopped blade. The ninja sword broke on the spot, bounced back, and cut the bald ninja's throat. Another ninja took the opportunity to jump onto the roof and tried to attack from behind. Lin Qing grabbed his arm and activated the ripple breathing technique. With the enormous force, he swung the man around and threw him to the ground. There was a crackling sound of a broken spine, and then there was no more movement. Screams echoed through the house, but soon the screams became weaker. Lin Qing walked up to the last short man. He fell to the ground, losing the courage to continue fighting. Seeing Lin Qing approaching step by step, he immediately changed to a kneeling position. Sir! We are just a bunch of people working under orders. Please, spare me. I swear, I will defect from Kirigakure and never come back. Please. He kowtowed again and again, and his forehead was bleeding. The short man was the weakest of the 6, so he was the last one, and when Lin Qing came in, he was abusing a corpse. Lin Qing looked down at the short man and said the first words after entering the room. Will she still be alive when it's your turn? She. The short man was speechless. He didn't know which answer would lead to life and which would lead to death. Blood dripped from his forehead. The short man chose to tell the truth. I don't remember. I took some stuff from the land of waves. It was very pure. My mind was not very clear. I see. Lin Qing nodded slightly and pointed a finger at the other person's forehead. The power of the ripples was transmitted along the fingertips, and the wound on the short man's forehead healed quickly. He showed a smile of surviving a disaster, but soon he felt a burning sensation. My brain is boiling. Ah! The short man screamed, and a red and yellow sticky liquid emitting hot steam flowed out from between his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Plop! The body fell to the ground. Separated by a door, Sasuke listened to the screams and crashes inside the house and waited outside silently. He believed that Lin Qing was invincible. This trust comes from one crushing victory after another. The tightly closed door was opened again, and a strong smell of blood emanated from it. Lin Qing, who was standing in front of the door, blocked the 2 children's view. He was holding the body of Ziotao's mother in his arms. His naked body was covered by a curtain, leaving only his pale and bloodless face. Ziotao's sad cry echoed in the processing plant. Sasuke put his arm around her shoulders. The 4th Mizukage's method of making money is human trade. Men, sold to work. Women are treated as reproductive machines. Children, select some talented ones and train them to be ninjas and killers from an early age. Population will always be a hard currency that is more valuable than gold. Sasuke stared blankly at the person in the cage. Ziotao was rescued, but her mother died. Sasuke was furious. If he left like this, he would be suffocated to death. But what else can I do if I don't leave? Report to the police? This matter was originally led by Kirigakure, and reporting it to the authorities would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Sasuke felt trapped, with no way up and no door down. The last time he had similar emotions was during the Uchiha genocide, when Sasuke saw his parents being killed by Itachi and Uchiha Itachi was walking towards him with a grin. How was it resolved at that time? A hand fell on Sasuke's head. Yes. Sasuke remembered. Just when he was most helpless and desperate, Lin Qing appeared and pulled Sasuke out of the abyss of fear. What are we going to do? Sasuke asked. He guessed the answer in his heart. Open the cage and destroy this damn place. Sasuke asked, what if they don't dare to come out? Lin Qing said, we only save those who still have the courage. Sasuke asked again, what if the 7 ninja swordsmen come looking for us? If they really come? Lin Qing looked down at the pale face of the woman in his arms and said softly. Then kill them all. Chapter 15. Lin Qing's anger was not just because of the death of Xiaotao's mother. After all, they only met once and spent 3 days together on the boat, so it was not possible to say that they had a deep relationship. Lin Qing chose to take action for 2 reasons. From a rational perspective, after Lin Qing killed all 6 ninjas, he found a recent shipping order in the office, which showed that 2 powerful members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had gone to deliver goods and purchase goods respectively. In other words, there is only one of the 7 ninja swordsmen stationed in Mirage Castle. In a one-on-one situation, Lin Qing has the opportunity to kill the opponent and earn a lot of soul fragments. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. From a sentimental perspective, this is simply not something a human can do. They lock people in cages where they can't even stand up straight, use fear and hunger to destroy the dignity in people's hearts, and treat people as toys to be violated and abused. The Nazis were no better than that. If Lin Qing patted his butt, pretended not to see it, and turned away, he would not be Lin Qing anymore. Boom boom boom. Lin Qing's heart was beating steadily and powerfully, as if it felt his determination. The platinum star standing behind him became more solid and vivid, like a god descending to the earth. Lin Qing raised his hand and pointed. Smash it! Ola! Star platinum pulled with both hands, and large pieces of the cage were torn into pieces like noodles. Euler! 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 In less than 10 seconds, all the cages were opened. You are free! Lin Qing said. More than 400 abducted and captured prisoners looked at each other in bewilderment, with the desire for freedom and the fear of the Kirigakure ninjas, 2 emotions competing in their hearts. Finally, someone took the first trembling step. Let's see who dares to come out today. A loud shout came from above. Bang! The skylight shattered and a tall figure fell from the sky. The man had long frizzy orange hair, green lines on his face, a bandage wrapped around his neck, teeth as sharp as a shark, and behind his tall body was an even larger knife wrapped in bandages. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. He was none other than the 7 ninja swordsmen who stayed behind to garrison Mirage Castle. He wielded the ninja sword Samehada and was a truly powerful warrior who had made a name for himself on the battlefield. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost raised his hand and threw a kunai at the prisoner who mustered up the courage and took the first step. Don't be fooled by the rough and burly appearance of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. None of the ruthless characters who have made it to this point have simple brains. His idea is to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and use his life to intimidate other prisoners. Otherwise, more than 400 people would run out like mad dogs, and no matter how good the Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost was at fighting, it would be impossible to capture all of them. A hand appeared and firmly grabbed the thrown kunai. Lin Qing rescued the person. However, the desire for freedom gradually faded in the eyes of more than 400 prisoners. They recognized the adult in front of them. They were silent, and despair grew silently in their hearts. The prisoners shrank back into their cages, knelt on the ground, lowered their heads, and dared not look at the Zigwashan Puffer Ghost, as if this would make them safe and would no longer suffer inhuman torture. But at this moment, stand up, don't kneel. The voice containing ripples touched the hearts of more than 400 prisoners. They all raised their heads and looked at Lin Qing's thin back as he walked alone towards the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Xiao Tao murmured in confusion, really, is there hope? In addition to the Zigwashan Puffer Demon, 4 more ninjas jumped in from the crack in the skylight. They were drinking and having fun with the Zigguishun puffer demon nearby, and when they sensed that someone had died in the processing plant, they rushed over. Looking at the destroyed cage, the 4 Kirigakuer ninjas broke out in cold sweats. If they really let the goods run away, Lord Zigguishun pufferfish demon might still be able to survive, but this group of people would definitely face the reckoning of the 4th Mizu cage. Death is certain. Thinking of this, the 4 ninjas looked at Lin Qing with murderous intent in their eyes. I didn't expect anyone would dare to break in, and I didn't expect anyone would be stupid enough to let them go. The Zigguishun puffer ghost was tall and burly. He stood on a high platform, his eyebrows lowered, looking down at Lin Qing with emotionless eyes, and his low voice contained majesty. Which ninja are you from? Why are you so ignorant? Do you think you're the only smart one? No one else took action. Why do you think that is? Politics. Game. Trade-off. End, pros and cons. Tell me who is the master behind you. If you obey me, I can ask your master to send someone to take the body back. At least, I can carve your name on the village's stone tablet. Extremely arrogant. But no one, whether it was the 4 Kirigakuer ninjas or the prisoners locked in the cage, felt that there was anything wrong with the words of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon. In their eyes, he is the symbol of invincibility. All eyes fell on Lin Qing, waiting for his answer. Language is the advantage that distinguishes humans from animals. Lin Qing likes to use language to negotiate and achieve cooperation. Only today, he didn't want to talk. Lin Qing's eyes were calm, like a dark river of Hades, reflecting the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon and the 4 Kirigakuer ninjas. Because they are not worthy of being called human beings at all. Lin Qing took a step forward. The footsteps were light and steady. A subtle, lightning-like golden light suddenly appeared under his feet. Call! A gust of wind blew, and Lin Qing suddenly came in front of a Kirigakuer ninja. Ripple breathing burst out with all his strength, and the sound of Lin Qing's heartbeat sounded like the rumbling of a war drum, ringing in the ears of the ninja. He swept his hand knife across and cut the ninja's throat. Not until the blood spurted did the ninjas and captives react and stared at Lin Qing in disbelief. Get started. He really did it. Without the slightest hesitation. A hole. The Kirigakuer ninjas yelled. Zigguishun pufferfish glared angrily and raised the big knife behind him. Boy! I gave you a chance. He jumped high, and the bandages wrapped around the blade fell off, revealing a ferocious big knife, same hata, and chopped it down at Lin Qing's head. The knife made a whistling sound. If it had really hit Lin Qing, he would have at least cut off a layer of flesh if not killed. Lin Qing was so frightened that he stood there, motionless. The Kirigakuer ninjas looked ferocious, expecting Lin Qing to be chopped into pieces by same hata. The prisoners closed their eyes one after another, unable to bear the sight of this scene. Their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley in despair. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost grinned, revealing shark-like teeth. Die! Just when he was about to kill Lin Qing with a single blow, he and Lin Qing looked at each other for a few tenths of a second. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost could not find any fear in Lin Qing's eyes. Of course, it was not the calmness of death, but anger and calm. It was hard for him to imagine these two very different emotions mixing. The Zigguishun puffer ghost was not unfamiliar with this kind of look, he had seen it in the past. Where is it? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost didn't have time to think about it, and the power of the sword in his hand increased again. Bang! Same hata seemed to have hit a wall. No, with the power of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost, he could even split a wall. It was as if he had smashed his knife on a mountain, and the blade stopped one step away from Lin Qing. No matter how the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost urged it, same hata could not move forward an inch. Under the huge struggle, same hata, which has certain life characteristics, let out a cry. Click click. Cracks appeared on the blade of the same hata, as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing it tightly, about to crush it. What kind of ability is this? Is it an illusion? The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost stirred the chakra in his body, trying to break the illusion. When part of the chakra gathered in his eyes, he saw a huge evil spirit. You said you gave me a chance. Lin Qing stared at the Zigguishun pufferfish ghost that was so close. Unfortunately, I don't intend to reciprocate. He raised his right hand and pointed at the other party, and the golden light in the depths of his eyes became more and more dazzling. I won't give you a chance. Star Platinum grabbed Samehada and pulled the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon in front of him, grabbed the other's neck with one hand, and raised the other hand high, with 5 fingers clenched into a fist one by one. Ola! With just one punch, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost's face was twisted. The 3 Kirigakuer ninjas stared at the scene, their minds going blank. The prisoners who had originally closed their eyes, not daring or willing to watch Lin Qing die, opened their eyes one after another, with their mouths half open. The godlike powerful Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was actually at a disadvantage. In the past, they would not even dare to think about this. Now Lin Qing tells them with actions. No one is invincible, and the real show hasn't started yet. I'm not taking advantage of you. There are 400 people here who have suffered from your torture. If I punch you, and you are still alive after that, I'm leaving. Lin Qing's tone was calm, but it was this calmness that seemed to rub salt into the wounds of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. His eyes were filled with bloodshot. Don't underestimate me. Laozi is the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. His long orange hair suddenly grew like the sharp quills of a porcupine, stabbing towards Lin Qing. The Zigguishun Puffer Ghost planned to force Lin Qing to retreat first, and then the choice of whether to fight or retreat would be in his hands. But Euler! Star Platinum threw dozens of punches in a row, blasting the long hair that was flying towards him. Then he put his hands around it and pulled hard. With a tingling sound, the long hair of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost was torn off. The scarlet scalp was exposed, and the skull underneath could be vaguely seen. Ah! The Zigguishun Puffer Ghost let out a shrill scream. Can't you bear it if it happens to you? Lin Qing asked. I want you dead. Zigguishun Puffer Demon quickly formed seals with both hands and was about to spit out water-style ninjutsu. Star Platinum grabbed his mouth and made him swallow the jutsu again. It took a deep breath, accumulating strength in its breath, and then Euler! A full 400 punches, in just a few seconds, bombarded the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. At this moment, he remembered. He remembered when he had seen the same angry and rational look as Lin Qing. During the Third Ninja World War, that madman named Might Dai, whose body was burning with scarlet aura, had this look in his eyes when he punched them. At that time, he hid away and survived until now with the fear hidden in his heart. Now, the fist from 10 years ago. It fell down. Ola! Star Platinum threw a final punch, hitting the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's face, which had long since unrecognizable as a human. It sent him flying, and he crashed into the wall, which shattered into a human-shaped dent in which he was deeply embedded. Like a mural. Kill the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon and obtain 450 soul fragments. Chapter 16. The processing plant was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The 3 Kirigakuer ninjas swung their calves. What I saw and heard was simply the Arabian Nights. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost Master is actually dead. Not an assassination, not a siege. In a one-on-one, head-on fight, he was beaten to death. Like a stray dog on the side of the road. Don't you understand the stand's intelligence disadvantage? Lin Qing is also at an intelligence disadvantage. Lin Qing also had no idea what kind of ninjutsu the Zigguishun Puffer Demon mastered, or what kind of magical abilities Samehada possessed. This is an extremely fair fight. Zigguishun Pufferfish Ghost also has the home advantage. But in the end he died. The 3 ninjas turned their heads stiffly, their eyes fell on Lin Qing, and added in their hearts. I couldn't even touch my opponent's clothes. This is not a contest of the same level at all. They couldn't believe that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was dead, and they couldn't believe that someone dared to do such a treasonous thing on the land of the water country. Stupid thing. Yes, it's stupid. Only a fool would challenge the authority of the Water Kingdom and Kirigakure for a few hundred ordinary people who are worse than livestock. The Zigguishan puffer ghost said it very clearly before. All major organizations are more or less aware of this business line. Why don't they dare to take action? Because the organizations themselves are not that clean either. You're messing with me. I'm going to get you. Rather than both sides suffer losses, it has long become a tacit rule for everyone to exploit the lower class and make a fortune. Despite the wrath of the world, we dare to break this rule that has lasted for who knows how many years. What kind of lunatic is this man in front of me? Click. The sound of a ninja's subconscious retreating footsteps caught Lin Qing's attention. The moment their eyes met, the Kirigakure ninja's defenses were breached, boundless fear engulfed him, and he turned and ran. The other two Kirigakure ninjas quickly came to their senses and turned around and fled in different directions. They still have a last shred of sanity left. As long as they escape in different directions, Lin Qing can only chase one person, and the others will have a chance of survival. They wanted to pass on the news that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost Lord had been killed. The three of them ran as fast as they could, the only sounds in their ears being the sound of their own heavy breathing and the pounding of their hearts. They looked back and saw Lin Qing still standing there. The joy of surviving the disaster surrounded them. The other party didn't chase after me. The broken skylight was just around the corner. As long as they got out from there, they would survive. Suddenly, one of the ninjas felt something was wrong. The sound of my own heartbeat. No more? Look down. There was a sharp pain and a spot of redness appeared on the chest. The bloodline expanded as they watched in despair, stripping them of their power. Under the threat of death, they imitated the Zigguishan puffer ghost, poured chakra into their eyes, and finally saw. The arrowsmith arced through the air and turned back toward them again, his two machine guns spitting flames. Da-da-da-da. The dense barrage of bullets engulfed the three people. Amid screams and wails, their bodies, which were shot like sieves, fell to the ground with a thud, and there was no sound anymore. Dead. All dead. The smelly blood flowed out along the cracks in the ground, flowing to the feet of the 400 prisoners, wetting their feet. They looked up at Lin Qing's back. Outside the skylight, a gust of wind blew, sweeping away the clouds, revealing a waning moon. Moonlight poured in from the window, and a beam of light fell on Lin Qing, covering him with a thin layer of silver light. Like the god Buddha. Light gradually appeared in the pairs of grey eyes. This light does not come from the bright moon, but from the man in front of me. He was like a fire, igniting the fire of hope that had long been extinguished in everyone. The first person walked out of the cage and stepped into a pool of blood. Then the second, third, fourth. More and more people came out. They walked behind Lin Qing, keeping a distance of 5 or 6 meters between them. They did not dare to get any closer. They knelt down and kowtowed devoutly, chanting, "God, thank you for saving us." In their eyes, Lin Qing was a god sent by heaven to save the innocent. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why Lin Qing did not move and the pufferfish ghosts and ninjas of Zigwa Mountain died suddenly. Too mysterious and great. It's impossible for a ninja to do this. Only God can do that. Lin Qing turned his head slightly. The prisoners raised their heads, expecting the god in their eyes to give them an oracle. "Stand up, don't kneel." Everyone was stunned. This is the second time Lin Qing said this. The first time is to keep them from giving in to fear. This time, it is to keep them from succumbing to worship. "You are free." The prisoners looked confused and at a loss. They are the natives of the Water Kingdom, and some are travelers like Xiao Tao. After they are free, where can they go? Going home? Will he be arrested again after some time? Besides, the Zigguishan pufferfish ghost is dead, will Kirigakure hold them responsible? Even if social opinion does not lead to further investigation in the short term, what about after the matter calms down? Problems arose one after another, almost suffocating the prisoners. "Please, sir, show us the way." There were shouts from the crowd. Not only did they refuse to stand up, but they knelt even more humbly. They really don't want to be caught again and go through the hellish pain again. Lin Qing looked at them for a long time before he said, "Come with me." Yes. More than 400 people kowtowed together, their foreheads stained with blood on the ground. When they raised their heads again, blood flowed down their eyebrows and eyes, and along with it, the fear in their eyes. They stood up. Lin Qing picked up the same hata on the ground, used the same hata to carry the body of the Ziguitian puffer ghost, and walked in front, with more than 400 people following behind him. The moment they walked out of the processing plant, all the spies from various organizations who were hiding in the darkness and secretly monitoring the processing plant were stunned. What happened? Has the Fourth Ninja World War broken out? According to their knowledge, it is really incomprehensible that in a non-war situation, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon of Kirigakure would die on its own land. No one dared to provoke a ninja village like this. However, Lin Qing, who was walking at the front with a calm expression, told the world with his actions. He kills those whom others dare not kill. He saves those whom others dare not save. Walking out of the processing plant, Lin Qing looked back. Upgrade. Aerosmith. Soul fragments flowed and the number decreased by 400. Aerosmith upgraded to level 2. It has become more agile, its flight speed has increased significantly, and more importantly, its arsenal has become more powerful. There's no need to stay in this place. Roger. Pilot Smith in the cockpit gave Lin Qing a thumbs up and glided over the processing plant. The bottom of the cabin opened and fist-sized missiles fell. Boom. 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 A series of explosions resounded in Mirage City. The flames shooting up into the sky dispersed the misty fog that had always lingered around the city, and the air seemed to have become a lot fresher. Lin Qing took a deep breath and walked forward. 400 people followed in silence. The light of the flame shone from behind them, paving a bright red path for them. At this moment, all the observers hiding in the dark had the same thought. Although they lived in the same city, they were in the dark and Lin Qing and others were in the firelight. Being in two worlds. Chapter 17. There's no way to hide it. There is no need to hide it. The image of Lin Qing carrying the corpse of the Ziguitian puffer ghost, followed by a mighty group of 400 people, marching forward in the firelight, was imprinted in the hearts of the citizens of Mirage City. They lay on the windows, hid behind the cracks in the doors, and observed carefully. The water country is really small compared to other countries. In addition, water transportation is more convenient than land transportation, and there is close communication between cities. The citizens of Mirage City gradually recognized familiar faces in the crowd. Nita. Why are you here? Yusuji-san? What's wrong with this injury? Ouch! Sister Matsudera, come in quickly, I will bandage you. Some people walked out of their rooms, wanting to invite their familiar relatives and friends to their homes to treat their illnesses and injuries. The survivors who had just escaped from the nightmare did not pass away. Having experienced torture, they are more sober than others. Once they are gone, they will bring disaster to their relatives and friends who have come to their help. The group continued to follow Lin Qing's steps. As they moved forward, citizens of Mirage City and spies from other organizations asked about the ins and outs of the matter. From time to time, exclamations were heard in the queue. By the time the 400-strong army reached the port, nearly half of the city's population knew what the 4th Mizukage and the 7 ninja swordsmen had done, and how Lin Qing had miraculously killed the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. Lin Qing found the official ship of the Kingdom of Water docked at the port. It was a cruise ship more than 30 meters long, specially used to receive daimyo and leaders of various countries. Lin Qing kicked open the railing and led everyone on board. Don't go forward. Stop. Ouch. 7 or 8 warriors tried to stop them, but were kicked into the sea by Lin Qing one by one. The locals of the Land of Water were sold as goods by the ninja village of their own country, and now they are compensated with a ship. That's not too much, right? There were about 400 people who had been dealing with the ocean and ships since birth. For them, sailing a ship was as easy as breathing. They started this overly luxurious passenger ship with just a little trial and error. Woo-woo! The steam whistle sounded. Don't leave. The officials from Mirage City rushed over, their clothes unbuttoned, their big bellies protruding, their faces flushed red, and they shouted, "Don't leave! Come back here!" Seeing the ship going farther and farther away, the person in charge of Mirage City fell to the ground and burst into tears. With such a big incident happening in the city under his jurisdiction, his political career is basically over. Aerosmith hovers in the air. At first, there were a few ships following behind stealthily, but after Lin Qing used the Aerosmith to blow up their ships, there were no more pursuers. After a night of sailing, everyone finally felt relieved. They actually escaped. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang. A young man ran up, smiling broadly and with a smear of oil on his lips. "The meal is ready. Come and eat." About 400 people came to the cafeteria. In front of them were several large barrels filled with dishes they had never seen before. "Is this material prepared for noble gentlemen?" Someone said happily, "In this life, it is worth dying to be able to eat the food of damning." As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped by the person next to him. "Don't say bad things." That man also felt something was wrong, and he grinned foolishly, drooling over the food. Everyone was hungry, but when they saw Lin Qing standing by the window, they all lined up silently. The first person who got the food swallowed his saliva. Driven by hunger, he wanted to stuff the food into his mouth immediately, but he held back. He walked carefully to Lin Qing. "My lord, please eat first." Lin Qing glanced at him. "Understand that the other person handed it to you not out of flattery or respect, but out of gratitude for last night." Lin Qing did not refuse this kindness. She smiled and nodded. After taking it, she walked to Suzuki and Xiao who were sitting in the corner and handed the food to Xiao. "Eat something." "Brother Qing, I'm not hungry." Lin Qing nodded and said, "I know you're not hungry, but whether you want revenge, want to investigate, or haven't figured out what to do yet and need time to think, you have to survive first." Xiao lowered her head silently. Lin Qing handed the meal to Suzuki. Suzuki patted his chest and gave Lin Qing a reassuring look. Portions of food were delivered to people. They chewed the food with big mouthfuls. Some even shed tears. They wiped their tears while savoring the food carefully and attentively. "Look!" Suddenly someone exclaimed. Following his finger, everyone saw. The rising sun shines from the end of the sea level. The lighting on the cruise ship is excellent, and the sunlight shines on the glass, emitting a subtle colorful glow. What a nice view! It turns out that the sunshine is so wonderful. They haven't seen the sun for a long time. Ever since they were locked in cages, they have been living in darkness, filth, and stench, and they thought that they would never be able to sit in the sun and feel the warmth of the light with a relaxed mood again in their lifetime. And they were able to enjoy all this because of that man. Everyone looked at Lin Qing's back, their eyes full of longing. After everyone finished eating, Lin Qing turned around, pulled a chair over, sat opposite them, and said, "Let me tell you my thoughts about your future path." When everyone heard that it was related to the future, they all knelt down and straightened their backs. "The first way is to go home." Lin Qing said, "Some of you are residents of the water country, and some are from outside visiting relatives. If you want to go home, I can dock the boat at the shore." A handful of people in the crowd nodded. No matter how brutal the Water Nation is, once they return to the Fire Nation and the Earth Nation, they will not go to great lengths to hunt them down just for one or two civilians. The second way is to go to Konoha and seek political asylum. Konoha, political asylum. Many people expressed doubts, saying that this word was too unfamiliar to them. Lin Qing nodded slightly. Various countries and ninja villages are confronting each other openly or covertly, and friction is inevitable between the Fire Kingdom and the Water Kingdom on a daily basis. If they were sent to Konoha, the third Hokage or Danzo would definitely treat them as an example of attacking Kirigakuer, recruiting talents and attracting talents. They were able to live in safety, at the expense of some freedom. After listening to Lin Qing's description, many people were interested. The last way is to form a small village on your own. Many places in the Hokage world are still large tracts of jungle and wasteland. As long as a group of people work hard enough and have the right tools, they can build a small village in a few months. Lin Qing saw many suitable places on his way from Konoha to the Land of Water. Once the fields are cultivated, things will stabilize after a year or two. 3 roads correspond to 3 different futures. There was silence for a moment, and then a man raised his hand. My lord, I want to follow you. Hearing this, many people raised their heads and said in unison, Sir, please allow us to follow you. No. Lin Qing said, after I kill the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, Kirigakuer, and the land of water will definitely not let me go. If you continue to follow me, it will be a danger to both you and me. Lin Qing is not yet strong enough to protect a group of people. Sir, it's obvious that they did something wrong, and you saved us and corrected the mistake. Why did they come to arrest you? Hearing this question, Lin Qing was silent for a moment. After a long time, he looked at the rising sun outside the window and sighed softly. Yeah, why? Chapter 18. Lin Qing gave the survivors 3 choices, and how to choose depends on their own judgment. The survivors gathered together and discussed in low voices. Lin Qing did not participate. He picked up a cup of hot tea from the dining table, sat by the window, and checked the results of this battle. By killing the Ziguishan pufferfish ghost, Lin Qing obtained 450 soul fragments. Together with the Kirigakuer ninjas he killed bit by bit, Lin Qing obtained a total of 570 soul fragments. Lin Qing sighed again, it is still faster to kill famous ninjas and earn soul fragments. After spending 400 points to upgrade Aerosmith, which increases the reconnaissance range and offensive firepower, Lin Qing currently has 310 soul fragments remaining. After 30 draws, there is a high probability that you won't be able to draw a 5-star substitute, and even a 4-star substitute is difficult. Lin Qing decided to save up a little more and start drawing after he has accumulated 60 draws. The second harvest is Same Hata. This is a living weapon. Although it looks like a piece of metal and motionless in Lin Qing's hand, Lin Qing, who has mastered the breathing method, can clearly feel the flow of qi inside it. Same Hata is a good knife, but it is not suitable for Lin Qing. If you inject a little ripple into it, Same Hata will let out a mournful cry, and steam will come out of the blade, as if it is about to be roasted. Lin Qing plans to study its usage. If it doesn't work, he can throw it to Star Platinum as a hammer to increase the attack range. The third gain is fame. While escaping from the small-scale battle in Konoha Village, Itachi and Kakashi were not killed. If word got out, the most that could be said was that Lin Qing had escaped from them. Killing the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost one-on-one is another matter. Lin Qing became famous, and bounty hunters were bound to target him. In this regard, Lin Qing's attitude is to accept all offers. How could you not want the soul fragments that were delivered to your door? Thinking of this, Lin Qing made plans for the future. After settling the survivors, find a skilled knife maker to reconstruct Same Hata with Ripple Kigong as the core. Keep killing the bounty hunters along the way to earn soul fragments, and then draw a substitute. After escaping Konoha, through a series of hunts and battles, Lin Qing gained a clearer understanding of the fighting style of the Hokage world, and became more and more afraid of the initial battle with Uchiha Itachi. Illusion. This is Lin Qing's biggest shortcoming. For medium and long-range ninjutsu, Lin Qing can also rely on the rapid displacement of Star Platinum and the pulling of Aerosmith bullets to find a way to solve it. Illusion. Once Lin Qing falls into it, it will be difficult for him to escape. He always relied on poking himself with Star Platinum, but this method could only deal with some basic illusions. It is almost impossible to escape from opponents who specialize in illusions, such as Uchiha Itachi and Yui Kurane, in a one-on-one situation without the help of teammates. After killing Ziguishan, Lin Qing's fighting style is no longer a secret, and the enemy will definitely attack in a targeted manner. Lin Qing had to find a way to draw a stand that could resist illusions, or have the ability to act independently, so that even if he was trapped in an illusion, he could help him fight against the enemy. The road ahead is long and difficult. Lin Qing sighed and took a sip of the hot tea in the cup. The cruise ship stopped and moved, and people got off from time to time. Before leaving, Lin Qing took down the valuables on the cruise ship and gave them as travel expenses. The survivors bowed respectfully to Lin Qing, and then set off on an unknown and anxious journey. Xiao Tao stared straight at the sea level. Ever since her mother passed away, she seemed to have lost her soul and didn't say a word for a long time. On the contrary, Sasuke, who had acted aloof before, now hangs around Momo, performing ninjutsu and breathing techniques for her from time to time to attract her attention and prevent her from wallowing in sadness. Feeling Lin Qing's gaze, Xiao Tao slowly stood up, lowered her head and came to Lin Qing. "Brother Qing, should I leave too?" Lin Qing looked at Xiao Tao, then looked at Sasuke, who was worried, stretched out his hand, took out an orange from his arms and handed it to Xiao Tao. "Would you like to follow me? It could be dangerous." Xiao Tao took the orange, her eyes reddened, and she nodded vigorously. Her mother was dead, her father had passed away long ago, and the ninjas from Kirigakure had killed her grandfather when they had captured them. Xiao Tao lost all her loved ones. "Then follow me. Lin Qing cannot protect 400 people. Lin Qing can still protect a little brat. In such a big world, the two of them can meet again. Perhaps this is fate destined by God." There were fewer and fewer people on the boat, until the last group, they were the ones who decided to build a village. There were about 160 people in this group, both men and women. They stood in front of Lin Qing. The man in the lead came up, bowed 90 degrees, and said in a loud voice, "Sir, we are grateful for your life-saving grace. If you need us in the future, please let us know. Although we are not ninjas, we still have the strength to help you." Lin Qing patted his shoulder and looked at the survivors. Bon voyage! They set out, taking the map drawn by Lin Qing, to a desolate place to create their own village. The only people left on the boat were Lin Qing, Sasuke, and Xiao Tao. Sasuke leaned on the railing. The bustling ship suddenly became deserted, and he felt empty inside. Will they succeed? I will. Lin Qing watched the survivors disappear into the jungle. It's impossible for people to be unlucky all the time. The Zigwashan Puffer Ghost died in battle. The ninja sword Samehada was taken away. 4th Mizukage sells out its own nationals. Each of these events is a earth-shattering event for the Water Kingdom, and their simultaneous explosion is like a major earthquake that shakes the entire country. Especially the last thing. Many years ago, there was no concept of ninja villages. Ninjas were organized into families and practiced outsourcing employment. Anyone who has ever worked knows how unreliable outsourcing and labor dispatch are. At that time, the daimyo could hire ninjas to kill each other as long as he spent some money. Later, under the promotion of first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, ninja villages were established, tailed beasts were distributed, and agreements were signed with the daimyo one by one, changing from an outsourced employment system to a one-to-one responsibility system between the country and the ninja villages. Ninjas, for the first time, had an organization. Kirigakure, enjoying the benefits of the system, the resources, financial budget, official legitimacy of the water country, must fulfill the corresponding obligations. Protect the country and guard the people. This is the most basic obligation of the ninja village and the underlying logic of the ninja village's existence. Now the 4th Mizukage has broken the core agreement and destroyed that trust. The daimyo of the Land of Water quickly summoned the 4th Mizukage, questioned him face to face, and held him accountable. Terumi Mei waited outside the conference building with her arms folded. At this time, she was only in her early 20s, at the prime of her youth, with a beautiful face and a girl's lively look in her eyes. Next to her was her old teammate Qing, wearing an eye patch, and underneath the patch was a white eye that he had taken from the battlefield. "What do you think the daimyo and Lord Yagura will talk about?" Qing asked. "Will Lord Yagura be dismissed?" Terumi Mei asked. "Don't you have white eyes? Just look at their mouth shapes and you'll know." Qing said with a straight face, "How can you use ninjutsu on Mizukage-sama and Daimyo-sama?" Terumi Mei shrugged. She had always thought that her old teammate was too rigid. She leaned against the wall, hiding from the sun's scorching rays. It's nothing more than an exchange of interests and a compromise. The daimyo of the Land of Water was furious. But this anger is not because Yagura is selling off the people like livestock. He was angry. Why would something that would cause public outrage and shake the rule be exposed? He was angry and asked, "Yagura, you made money, but you don't even know how to respect me." Qing suddenly realized, Do you think they will divide the spoils? Don't say it so harshly. How can what happened to those two be called sharing the spoils? It was a share. Terumi Mei sneered, probably 30-70. Qing was stunned, Master Yagura is only 70%. Terumi Mei sneered, 70%, that's someone else's, a daimyo's. Qing couldn't understand. Putting aside the right and wrong of this matter, Lord Yagura secretly arrested people and set up sales channels. He was busy and chattering for a long time, but only achieved 30%? This 30% depends on the daimyo's mood? Lord Yagura is going to beg for food on his knees? Even Mizukage has to beg for food on his knees, so what are these subordinates like? Qing felt mixed emotions and was speechless for a moment, falling into silence. After a moment of silence, Terumi Mei spoke again. The man named Uchiha Qing, according to the intelligence, abandoned the surname Uchiha and called himself Lin Qing. What was his purpose in saving the 400 people trapped in the cage and killing the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost? Konoha's secret manipulation? Interest links with other organizations? Or is it a personal vendetta against Yagura and the 7 ninja swordsmen? Qing thought for a moment and said, could it be that he simply wanted to save people? Terumi Mei looked at the sky and the clouds rolled in and out. Are there really such simple people in the world? Squeak! The 2 huge wooden doors slowly opened, and the daimyo of the Land of Water fanned himself slightly, raised his chin, half-closed his eyes, nodded to the 4th Mizukage Yagura in a lazy and arrogant manner, walked into the sedan chair, and left. Yagura has a handsome face, short and thin stature, just like a young teenager. It is impossible to associate him with the murderer in the blood mist. He looked down at the ninjas below. Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei strode up the steps, came in front of Yagura, and knelt on one knee. The door behind them closed again, locking the 2 people inside the room. Mizukage adult. I've given you a secret mission, go and kill Lin Qing. Ah? Me? Any questions? Terumi Mei's eyes flickered, and she responded. No, I obey your command. Chapter 19. Cuckoo. A pure white dove flew over. Lin Qing caught it, took the secret letter from the pigeon's leg, and handed the pigeon to Suzuki. Suzuki held a handful of rice and a cup of water and handed them to the pigeon, expecting the little pigeon to eat. The pigeon's black eyes flashed with disdain, and it flapped its wings and came to the table next to it. It pecked open a rice ball and ate the meat inside, then sipped the tea that Lin Qing had left. Then it lay contentedly on the table and rested one leg with its legs crossed. Lin Qing read the secret letter in his hand. Dear Lin Qing. As for swordsmiths, I know an excellent one. He lives in a village in the north of the Land of Water, where snow falls all year round. You can go find him and say that it was Hayato Kanhara who introduced him to you, and he will help you. In addition, various organizations have been targeting you recently. As your contact, I will leave the Water Kingdom for safety reasons. When you read this letter, I should be holding a girl and embarking on a journey to Konoha Village. If there is anything urgent, give the letter to Junko-chan, the silly white pigeon, and you can contact me. The end. Signature, Hayato Kanbara. Note 1, on the back of the letter is a map to the swordsmith village. Note 2, don't get caught. Lin Qing turned the letter over and saw the map drawn on the back. There are no satellites in the Hokage world, so the maps cannot be said to be accurate. Fortunately, the second-level aviation smith has a patrol radius of 1 kilometer, and can look down from the air to scout below and point out the general direction for Lin Qing. Leaving the cruise ship on the shore, Lin Qing took Suzuki and Xiaotao, bought 2 horses, and headed for the destination. Along the way, Lin Qing encountered more than a dozen waves of enemies. They disguised themselves as pedestrians, tourists, and businessmen, and no longer confronted Lin Qing head-on. Instead, they poisoned, assassinated, set fire, and exploded. This is the other side of the ninja, using the least amount of chakra to create the greatest damage. This was indeed an area that Lin Qing was not good at. While he dealt with it roughly, he also humbly learned the enemy's techniques. During this time, Lin Qing instructed Suzuki to teach Xiaotao the breathing method. If Xiaotao wants to stay with Lin Qing, she needs to have some ability to protect herself. Even if she can't fight, she should at least be able to run away when something happens. Lin Qing felt that having something to do might help her get out of her psychological trauma. More than half a month passed in a flash. When Lin Qing and the other two left the city and entered the forest, the number of bounty hunters chasing them gradually decreased. Click click. The grass was covered with frost, which formed large patches of snow-white grass. When the horses stepped on it, it made a crisp sound like crushing soda crackers. Lin Qing exhaled, and a large patch of white mist appeared. Xiao Tao, look! Suzuki pointed to the sky. A snowflake fell before my eyes. It's snowing? This is good news. According to Hayato Kanhara's information, the village where the swordsmith lives has snow all year round. Lin Qing said, keep practicing the breathing techniques to keep away the cold, we are almost there. Yes. Suzuki and Momo agreed in unison. Suzuki was already very proficient in the breathing technique, but Momo was still a little unfamiliar with it and stumbled along. The two of them rode on one horse, and the heat emanating from Suzuki's body helped her steady her breathing. Hopefully we can find the village today, Suzuki whispered. The dry food they brought with them was finished the night before. It was freezing cold and there was very little game in the woods. Xiao Tao took out an orange from her arms and handed it to Suzuki. It was her treasured food. Suzuki shook his head. He doesn't want to eat oranges. I want to eat rice balls, fried eggs, tempura. Suzuki's mouth was watering as he thought about it. However, things went against his wishes. By dusk, Aerosmith still hadn't found any inhabited village. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Qing gave up the plan to find the village today and found a piece of open space to spend the night. Suzuki quickly gathered the firewood, lit the branches with fire style, and soon a bonfire was lit. You guys take a rest for a while, I'll go see if there's anything to eat nearby. Lin Qing traveled through the jungle until the sun completely set, but did not find any wild animals to eat. At this moment, a large ball of red light appeared in Aerosmith's detector. Judging from its size, it looks like a large animal. Wolf? Or a deer? Whatever it was, Lin Qing and the other two had a plan for food for the next week. He stepped on the snow and rushed towards the target. Xiao Tao stared blankly at the fire. Suzuki and I, tell me, why do we live? What's the meaning? Suzuki picked up a branch and threw it into the fire. After a long silence, he said. I asked Qingji the same question. On the day of the genocide, due to the massive shock, Suzuki felt more panic and confusion than sadness. It was not until a few days later that he suddenly woke up in a bush. The thought of never being able to go home and see his parents and friends again made him truly sad. If I were to answer this question, I would probably say, you're just too full. Practice throwing kunao 100 times, and you won't have any random thoughts. Suzuki's words made Momo smile a little. Firewood was thrown into the fire, causing tiny golden sparks to dance in the wind. But Brother Qing told me that if I felt it was meaningless, then I should just live on meaninglessly. In a meaningless and empty spiritual world, create your own value better. He said this is called. Suzuki recalled, yes, it's called nihilism. Nothingness, what is that? Xiao Tao looked confused. Suzuki scratched his head and said, it's right that you don't understand. I didn't understand it at the time either, but after following Qingji all the way, I understood a little bit. His young face, illuminated by the firelight, showed a hint of maturity. The inner emptiness gained after experiencing pain is not the end of everything, but the beginning. I will set off, carrying everything I can. I want to find my own path in this free and empty wilderness. Xiao Tao nodded as if she understood. Just as she was about to say something else, she heard a rustling sound coming from the woods ahead. Suzuki dropped his smile and stood up, pulling out a kunao. Suzuki breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was Lin Qing, and then he saw a short figure following him out. She was an extremely pretty little girl, wearing a furry cotton jacket and carrying a bamboo basket. She bowed politely to Suzuki and Momo and smiled sweetly. Hello, my name is Bai. After a brief introduction by Lin Qing, everyone got to know each other's identities. Bai is a child living in the knife maker village. Because her mother was sick, she went out alone to collect herbs. When she was about to return to the village, she was detected by Aerosmith. Lin Qing claimed to be a doctor and asked Bai to help lead the way. In return, he would treat Bai's mother. This is not Lin Qing deceiving children. Lin Qing, who has mastered the ripples, can cure most diseases. There is nothing wrong with calling him a doctor. So the village is nearby, but just out of Aerosmith's detection range. Lin Qing was thinking about it, and saw Bai pointing to the northwest. Another 40 miles ahead is our village. 40 miles. Bai looked no more than 10 years old. How did he walk here alone? Is this what it means for children from poor families to have to grow up early? Fortunately, the way back was not so troublesome. Lin Qing carried Bai to the horse's back, stimulating ripples that were transmitted to the horse's body. The horse raised its front legs, neighed excitedly, and ran towards the village. In less than an hour, before it became completely dark, they arrived at Bai's village. Uchiha Village. This is a very small village with only 30 or 40 households in total. Bai pointed at a house. Brother Qing, that's my home. She jumped off her horse, trotted towards her home and opened the door. Mom, there's a visitor, it's the doctor. Lin Qing followed Bai in and saw a weak-looking woman sitting on a chair. The man next to her should be her husband, who was carefully pouring medicine for his wife. Excuse me. Lin Qing was about to take off his shoes and go in when the kitchen door opened. Terumi Mei, wearing an apron, came out carrying 2 dishes. The meal is ready. She looked at Lin Qing, tilted her head slightly, and smiled faintly. Any guests? Chapter 20. Chicken soup is here. Terumi Mei carried a pot of chicken soup and placed it on the table. Seeing that no one was eating, she said, "Eat, why don't you eat?" She pulled out a chair and sat down. Lin Qing, Xiao and Suzuki. The Bai family of 3. Terumi Mei. 7 people sat around the table, and the atmosphere was awkward. This is Teacher Zhao, who came to the village a week ago and taught the children to read and write for free. During the past 2 days when my mother was sick, Teacher Zhao came to help with the cooking. Bai made the introductions, hoping to ease the atmosphere in the room. And it didn't work. Lin Qing stared at Terumi Mei quietly. Friends who are often assassinated know that many times, when facing danger, intuition can help us avoid many risks. The first time Lin Qing saw Terumi Mei, he knew that she was definitely not an ordinary person. But no one knew that he was coming to Uchiha Village except Hayato Kanhara. Kanhara had already fled to Konoha for vacation. Logically speaking, it was impossible for killers and bounty hunters to ambush in Uchiha Village in advance. Could it be a coincidence? Is she really just a teacher who travels around the world? Terumi Mei kept her gentle smile, and curiosity flashed in her narrowed eyes. Is this Lin Qing? Seems no different from other ninjas. So, this table of food, do you dare to eat it? How are you going to test me? Terumi Mei speculated in her mind about Lin Qing's methods. Crash! Lin Qing stood up in the stunned look of Terumi Mei. Teacher Zhao, please follow me. Hi! Lin Qing didn't wait for Terumi Mei to agree, and strode out of the room. Terumi Mei, who looked confused, followed him until they reached the snowy field outside. You know me? Lin Qing said. There was no probing, nor any covert verbal exchanges. Lin Qing's calm gaze was like a steamroller that came straight at him, crushing all the situational tests and language traps designed by Terumi Mei. My rhythm was disrupted. No, I was thrown directly away. This guy really doesn't play by the rules. Terumi Mei thought and shook her head slightly. I don't know you. Lin Qing nodded without questioning again and took a step towards Terumi Mei. The distance between the 2 people was reduced to 2 meters. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Terumi Mei's forehead. The intelligence clearly states that Lin Qing's strongest attack radius is 2 meters. Once you step inside, it is equivalent to handing your life over to Lin Qing's hands. She wanted to step back and create distance again. But stepping back would indicate that she knew Lin Qing and was familiar with his intelligence. It proves, she's lying. I ask again, do you know me, are you here to kill me? I don't understand what you're saying. The words haven't finished yet. Ola! Star Platinum suddenly appeared and swung a fist towards Terumi Mei's chest. Madman! Terumi Mei cursed in her heart. She didn't understand where the flaw was revealed, but... Don't underestimate me. Yes, Terumi Mei, who was only in her early 20s, didn't mind being addressed as old lady at all, which was completely different from her at the age of 30. People, even their past selves, are unable to empathize. Terumi Mei, who had been on guard, immediately formed seals with both hands. Boil-style skillful mist technique. A ball of scorching crimson mist spewed towards the attacking Star Platinum. Terumi Mei has 3 chakra attributes, water, fire, and earth. Her bloodline limits are lava style and boil style. She is the only ninja with 2 bloodline limits. Boil style smart mist technique is to combine the fire and water chakras in the body and spit out boiling, high temperature mist with freely adjustable acidity from the mouth. Like high concentration of sulfuric acid vapor. As soon as Star Platinum's fist came into contact with the mist, it was severely corroded, and Lin Qing's fist also suffered minor burns. Terumi Mei noticed this keenly. New intelligence. The damage to the evil spirit will also happen to Lin Qing at the same time. The crimson mist rushed towards Lin Qing. If Star Platinum wanted to attack Terumi Mei, it would have to immerse its entire body in the scorching acid mist, which would be tantamount to seeking death. Terumi didn't dare to come to find Lin Qing, so he naturally made full preparations. Ninjutsu bombing at medium and long distances is too inefficient. Except for the Jinchuriki, few ninjas can afford that level of consumption. Once there is a gap in firepower coverage, it is easy for Lin Qing to seize the opportunity and kill at close range. Terumi Mei's method of dealing with Lin Qing is to block all of Lin Qing's approaches within a medium to short distance. Once Lin Qing gets close, he will be continuously injured, which means damage. Since Lin Qing wants to fight, reciprocate. So I took action. The 4th Mizukage gave Terumi Mei the task of killing Lin Qing, but she did not intend to carry out this order, or rather, she did not intend to do it before she truly understood the heart of the man in front of her. Terumi Mei really wanted to know what kind of person Lin Qing was that would do such a stupid thing as exposing the truth about human trafficking in the land of water and killing a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the street. This is critical. Even more crucial than the 4th Mizukage's orders. But she looked at Lin Qing, who was constantly being forced back, feeling slightly disappointed. Is that all? Once we lose our intelligence advantage and are targeted, we will be put on the defensive. Such a person cannot be called a strong person. The sound of a blower-like breathing interrupted Terumi Mei's thoughts. The huge evil spirit turned around and faced away from the scarlet mist. It was like a bottomless pit, sucking in the surrounding air in big gulps. The snow-covered leaves were swaying, the snow on the ground was rolling, and even Terumi Mei felt a slight suffocation. What is it doing? Just as the hot acid mist was about to touch Star Platinum's back, it turned around, raised its chest, and exhaled air in the direction of the mist. The wind raged so violently that it even produced rumbling thunder, and its howling blew away the scarlet mist that was sweeping over. What kind of jutsu is this? Wind style? No, I didn't see it forming a seal. Could it be some kind of bloodline limit? Terumi Mei racked her brains but could not imagine that such a brutal and fierce gale was just the air exhaled by Star Platinum with all her strength. Oh no! Boil-style smart mist technique was forcefully blown away. Doesn't that mean there are no more obstacles ahead? Terumi Mei pulled out a long whip from his waist and was about to swing it when a loud shout appeared in his ears. Ola! The soul shudders. Only when you face the Star Platinum up close and are enveloped by its icy gaze, can you understand how oppressive it is. The fist that swung down was like a meteorite falling from the sky, covering Terumi Mei's entire field of vision. Earth-style hardening technique. Terumi Mei's body flashed with a metallic luster. She was too close to use her stand in time, so she could only use ninjutsu to withstand the attack. She didn't believe that she couldn't even take a punch. Boom! Terumi Mei flew out in a spin, breaking 4 or 5 trees before she stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood. Without stopping at all, she stood up and was about to fight back, but her eyes went dark. Star Platinum came to the front again. So fast. Isn't it said that its attack radius is only 2 meters? Terumi Mei saw Lin Qing standing behind Star Platinum and realized that the evil spirit did have an attack radius of 2 meters, but the axis speed of this radius was too fast. Lin Qing, who has practiced Ripple Qigong, can no longer be regarded as an ordinary stand-in. Seeing that Star Platinum's fist was about to fall again, Terumi Mei quickly raised her hand. Stop! Stop fighting, let's talk! Lin Qing looked down at her, pondered for a moment, and silently took back the platinum star. Terumi Mei just breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Qing punched her in the face twice, knocking her unconscious. The Hermit Purple was activated, wrapping around Terumi Mei's hands and feet. Terumi Mei came back to her senses and glared at Lin Qing fiercely. Lin Qing was unmoved. You said you don't want to fight, so you don't have to fight? He pulled the Hermit's Purple, made sure it was tied tightly, and sat opposite Terumi Mei. Now we can talk. Chapter 21. Terumi Mei is dangerous. His ninjutsu was strange, his reflexes were quick, and he was definitely a veteran in combat. Most importantly, even though Lin Qing trapped her with the Hermit Purple, he grabbed Terumi Mei's shoulder with one hand to ensure that she was within the range of Star Platinum. The system's defeat reminder still did not appear. This means that even though Lin Qing suppressed Terumi Mei, the opponent has the ability to reverse the situation at any time, and Lin Qing did not completely gain the upper hand. In the battle with Kakashi, I defeated the Kakashi who gave up, so I got the soul fragment. But the woman in front of me, she didn't give up, and continued to fight. Just try your best. The two had no grudges against each other, and Lin Qing had no intention of fighting Terumi Mei to death. Even if you want to fight to the death, you should do so after you understand the other party's intentions. Name: Terumi Mei. Gender: Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes and straightened her chest. What do you think? Hard to say. During this period, Lin Qing suffered from PTSD due to the assassination attempt. Men can turn into women, old people can turn into children, and the ninja's methods are endless. Who knows if he is a cross-dressing man? Please answer carefully. Female. Lin Qing nodded. Terumi Mei glanced at Lin Qing's hand on her shoulder, and a subtle tingling and warm feeling came over her, as if countless tiny electric currents were running along her blood vessels, penetrating into her body, and gently caressing her heart. This feeling is amazing. Lin Qing noticed that Terumi Mei's expression became strange. He didn't know what this woman was planning. He continued to use ripples to sense her heartbeat and breathing to determine whether she was lying. Why did you come to Uchiha Village? To see you. Are you here to kill me? No. Terumi Mei added in her heart, not for now. Lin Qing thought for a moment and asked the key question, how did you know I would come to Uchiha Village? Only Hayato Kanhara knew the information about Uchiha Village. Based on Lin Qing's understanding of Hayato Kanhara, he did not think that he would be bribed to sell out himself for money. Shen Yuan is not an intelligence businessman who puts money first, otherwise, he would not have repeatedly mentioned that Lin Qing affected his rest time. He cares more about the pleasure of life than money. Betraying Lin Qing is not an option that would make Shen Yuan happy. But if you are arrested and tortured, it is a different matter. Kanhara Hayato has helped Lin Qing a lot, some of which can be measured by money, but some cannot. That is humanity. If Kanhara Hayato really suffered an unexpected disaster because of Lin Qing must go and save him. Terumi Mei was thoughtful, and after a second thought, she understood why Lin Qing was so serious, and she explained, because of speculation. I determined your general direction based on the trajectory of your killings of bounty hunters and assassins. You take same hata for 2 reasons, either to sell it or to use it for yourself. It's been a long time since you killed the Ziguitian pufferfish ghost, enough time for you to sell it, but I haven't heard any news about same hata being sold on the market. That means you want to use it yourself. Lin Qing raised his chin slightly, motioning for her to continue. Same hata is a very special knife. It will only obey the right person. There are no same hadden knife wounds on the bodies of the bounty hunters along the way. Obviously, it did not obey you. Terumi May thought of the terrifying star platinum and changed her words, or rather, it's not suitable for you. It's not for sale, and it's not suitable. You only have one way left. Re-engineering. Transform the proud same hada into a shape suitable for Lin Qing. Terumi May smiled, based on the above information, searching for the swordsmith in this direction and locking on Uchiha Village, is not a difficult task for me. The logical chain is clear and the inference is accurate. Lin Qing had to admit that Terumi May was a smart woman. What are you going to do? Lin Qing asked. I told you, I just came to see you and see what kind of person Lin Qing is who committed such a stupid crime. Terumi May's gaze was aggressive. Lin Qing said coldly, you have finished reading now, you can leave. That won't work. This is just a first impression at best. Seeing Lin Qing slowly frowning, Terumi May restrained her smile. I won't disturb you. You can think of me as an ordinary traveler. We just happened to meet in a small village. That's all. When you leave Uchiha Village, I will leave too. Or. Terumi May lay back, leaning against the broken tree trunk, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You're going to kill me now. Killing Terumi May is not an easy task. Most importantly, through these two things, rescuing people in Mirage City and caring about the intelligence dealer, Terumi May roughly judged Lin Qing's character. He couldn't possibly kill someone just because the other person wanted to see him. As long as Terumi May did not show hostility and did not do anything that violated Lin Qing's principles, she could keep a proper distance and observe Lin Qing openly. It's like observing a tsundere cat. Terumi May thought silently in her heart. Lin Qing raised his hand, and the hermit purple that was wrapped around Terumi May's hands and feet quietly retreated. Do you believe me? Terumi May asked. Lin Qing said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Terumi May dusted herself off and stood up, with her hands on her hips, freely displaying her feminine charm. So do you think I'm pretty? Lin Qing turned and left, walking towards the village. Just as his figure was about to disappear, his voice came from afar. You look deceptive. Terumi May's lips curled up into a smile, the smile moved the wound, and she rubbed her face. Damn man, that beating really hurts. Lin Qing and Terumi May, whose face was injured, returned to the dining table. The atmosphere became increasingly weird until the end of dinner, when Lin Qing used Ripple Qigong to help Bai's mother cure her cold, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces again. After receiving a lot of gratitude, Lin Qing and the other two stayed overnight at Bai's house. Lin Qing, Xiao and Suzuki slept on the floor. The candles were extinguished and thin moonlight was shining. Xiao, exhausted after a day of sleep, fell into a deep sleep while Suzuki's eyes were still wide open. Brother Qing, is Mr. Zhao a killer? Lin Qing warned, not yet, it's hard to say later, anyway, be careful of that woman. Suzuki hummed and turned to look at the room where the three members of the Shira family were. Mother Bai, this isn't just a common cold, is it? I feel a different breath. Lin Qing nodded slightly. Bai's mother's internal organs were emitting coldness. If it were an ordinary person, she would have died long ago. The fact that she was still alive and well was abnormal in itself. The reason why she had symptoms of a cold was that there was too much cold accumulated in her body. Lin Qing tucked Xiao Tao in the quilt and said softly, don't think too much. Everyone has their own secrets. If they don't want to make it public, don't ask too much. Go to sleep. Suzuki responded and crawled into the bed, leaving only his little head exposed. The next day, Lin Qing was awakened by a burst of crying and noise. Sir, this is all the food we have left. If you take it away, our whole family will starve to death. Starve to death? You deserve it. It's because you don't work hard. What followed was wailing and crying. Lin Qing and the other two looked at each other and walked out of the room. I saw two warriors, one fat and one thin, wearing thick cotton jackets and with swords on their waists, surrounding a lame man and beating him with punches and kicks. The man's wife lay on top to protect her husband, and the warrior didn't care and joined in the beating. Pooh! The warrior spat, snatched a bag of food from the man's arms, opened it, and saw that half of it was bran for animals to eat, and the other half was corn and unhusked rice. That's all. The warrior snorted and carried the man's wife. Then sell your wife to pay this month's heating tax. This is the disadvantage of Yagura selling human beings and not being dismissed after being accused by the daimyo. What goes up must come down. Since the people above don't care, there's nothing wrong with the people below learning how to make some extra money, right? No. My lord. You can't do this. The man limped after them, but after taking 2 steps, he was kicked down by the tall and thin official again. The Bai family of 3 had already walked out, and seeing this scene, Bai looked pity-stricken. Lin Qing asked, "What is the heating tax?" Bai whispered, "There's a new county magistrate nearby, and since he took office, many new taxes have been added. The heating tax is the tax we pay for burning firewood at home to keep warm. In addition to the heating tax, there are also fishing taxes, autumn harvest taxes, marriage taxes, childbirth taxes, etc. Luoxia village is freezing cold, and the people living here are poor. Last night's dish, the chicken, was brought by Terumi Mei. Most people wouldn't be able to eat it once a year, no, even once in several years. If there is a man in the family, he will work very hard and just barely be able to have enough food and clothing after paying the taxes. People like the lame man who are unable to do heavy physical work will gradually be forced to death." The short and fat warrior carried the woman and walked to the door of the Bai family. Bai's father gave a flattering smile. "Sir, we have paid this month's heating tax. You have already handed it over." The short and fat warrior pointed at Lin Qing and the other 2 and asked, "Where are theirs?" "H3 just travelers. The passengers don't want to keep warm? Or do you want to disobey the order of the county magistrate?" The short and fat warrior shouted and pushed out a blade with his thumb. "If I don't have money." The tall and thin warrior came over and stared at Xiao Tao with narrowed eyes, "Just hand her over." Xiao Tao's face suddenly turned pale. The painful memories that had been gradually sealed in her heart resurfaced. She lowered her head, her pink hair fell, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Seeing Xiao Tao's fearful look, the excitement in the tall and thin warrior's eyes became even stronger. He walked over, licked his lips, and reached out to touch Xiao Tao's face. A hand grabbed the lanky warrior's arm. He was furious and was about to scold Lin Qing for his disrespect when he heard a snap and his forearm bent 90 degrees and was directly broken by Lin Qing. Under the severe pain, the curses turned into screams, and the tall and thin warrior subconsciously reached for the katana. But when he looked at Lin Qing, the hand holding the knife couldn't be pulled out. "Draw your sword and you will die." Fear exploded in his heart, and his only thought was to turn around and run away and never come back. Lin Qing loosened his hand, and the tall and thin warrior fell to the ground. The look he gave Xiao Tao changed from looking down to looking up. "Are you still afraid?" Lin Qing asked. Xiao Tao sniffed and said, "I'm not afraid anymore." "That's good." The short and fat warrior saw that it was a tough guy, drew his knife and walked over cautiously. Lin Qing had no intention of fighting with such people. "Suzuki, break one of their legs and tell them to get out." "Yes." Lin Qing turned and left, heading towards the blacksmith shop under the horrified gaze of the villagers. The old blacksmith was squatting at his doorstep, eating rice balls while watching Suzuki beat up 2 samurai. Seeing Lin Qing coming over, he threw the last bite of rice ball into his mouth. "Are you the person that the pervert mentioned?" "Goat." Thinking of Hayato Kanhara's hobby, Lin Qing nodded. The blacksmith chuckled, "He does have some guts." He looked at the knife behind Lin Qing. "Same Hata, it's been a long time since we last met. How do you want to be recast?" Chapter 22. The knife maker refused to reveal his full name. He only said that he had been making knives all his life and now that he was old, people would just call him Knife Master. Lin Qing asked, "What about when you were young?" "When I was old, I was called Dao Yet. When I was young, I was called Dao Lang." Lin Qing's lips moved slightly, but in the end she didn't complain. Dao Yet is very tall. Even though he has a hunchback due to his age, he is still over 1.8 meters tall when standing up straight, and his arms are thicker than Lin Qing's thighs. He has a buzz cut, a lot of grey hair, a high nose bridge, and strong facial features, and looks a bit like Abe Hiroshi. There was a hideous scar on Daoye's right arm, spreading from the wrist to the elbow. It seemed that because of this wound, Daoye used his left hand from the time he ate the rice ball to the time he took the same hata handed to him by Lin Qing. "How do you want to recast it?" asked Daoye. "Is there any explanation for this?" "Of course." Dai untied the bandage wrapped around same hata bit by bit. "This knife same hata is very special, it is layered." He tapped the same hata lightly, the fine blade like a shark's tooth. "The outermost layer is teeth, the innermost layer is flesh, and the deepest layer is bones and soul. If you feel that its teeth are not comfortable, I can help you replace them with other blades, or even directly transform it into an ordinary broadsword with only one straight blade. If you think it's too bulky, I can trim off the excess meat to make it lighter and faster to wield. But if you feel like you can't get along with it..." Daoye looked at the knife in his hand with complicated eyes. "Then I can only break its bones and reshape its soul. But I don't recommend you do that, because you're just rebuilding a knife, so don't torture it." Lin Qing had not expected that modifying a knife would be so complicated, but he had a technical background in his previous life, and he knew that with the development, a niche field would extend to countless theoretical systems. Daoye is more professional than Lin Qing imagined. Lin Qing expressed his request, "I don't know which level to adjust to. My power seems to be opposite to same hata's zodiac sign, which will cause serious trauma to it. What's your chakra attribute?" "Fire." "Not chakra." Daoye raised his head with a suspicious look. "Warrior." "No." Daoye's curiosity was aroused. He stared at Lin Qing for a long time, turned around silently, took out a black, unsharpened knife blank from the bottom of the cabinet and handed it to Lin Qing. "Pour your strength into it and let me see." Lin Qing took the black knife and transmitted the ripple force. A streak of golden lightning flashed by, and the blade of the black knife turned silver, becoming sharper. Along with the subtle sound of the knife, a scorching hot breath emanated from the black knife. This scene made Daoye's eyes widen. He had been wielding swordsmen all his life and had seen countless ninjas and samurai, but he had never seen such a special sight. Daoye pulled Lin Qing to sit down, took out a pen and paper, and asked about the details one by one. The two, one old and one young, chatted from morning until noon. Only when their stomachs growled with hunger did they come back to their senses from their work. Daoye patted the thick stack of draft paper on the table and said with admiration, "You have a wild imagination and clear thinking. Compared with me, you are more like a craftsman." After a morning of discussion, the two came up with a renovation plan that would be most suitable for same hata. Remove the teeth and flesh, and on the basis of bone and soul, choose materials suitable for the corrugations, reshape same hata's body, and reserve meridians in it. When Lin Qing is fighting, he uses breathing techniques, which means that he and the sword breathe together. The power and conduction of the ripples will be far superior to ordinary weapons. The theory is established, and the next step is the practice process. Leave the rest of the work to me." Daoye clapped his hands and stood up. "Give me half a month's work period. After half a month, come to me to get the knife. It's best not to leave the village in the meantime. I need you to help me test it occasionally." "Okay." In addition, Daoye grinned, revealing a big white fang, "My fees are not cheap. You are familiar with Kanhara, so you should know." Lin Qing also smiled. "I have no shortage of money." Lin Qing left Daoye's house, leaving the space to the expert. As soon as he came out, he saw Terumi Mei leaning against the wall. "Were you eavesdropping?" "What do you mean by eavesdropping?" "I'm standing here openly, with so many people watching me," Terumi Mei said as she handed over a serving of hot rice balls. "For me?" "Yes, I want to observe you. If you starve to death, I will lose my target of observation." "No." Lin Qing doesn't plan to have much contact with Terumi Mei. "Yes, tell me." Terumi Mei raised her chin slightly, brushed her hair back, raised her eyebrows, and said in a low voice, "The man who says I am not short of money. How could you look down upon a poor rice ball like me? Lin Qing. He was too lazy to pay attention to Terumi Mei's sarcasm. With Aerosmith around, Lin Qing had already noticed Terumi Mei eavesdropping outside, but he didn't chase her away because he felt it was unnecessary. If she doesn't come to listen now, Terumi Mei will come back to interrogate Daoye after Lin Qing leaves. Even if Daoye told everything, given the ninja's suspicious nature, he might suffer some physical pain. Rather than adding an extra step and making Daoye suffer, it is better to keep it like this so that everyone can save trouble. After all, information about ripples and breathing techniques has no effect on combat, just like Lin Qing knowing that ninjas use chakra, so it doesn't matter if Terumi Mei knows it. Lin Qing turned and walked away, but Terumi Mei didn't want to let him go. She took a bite of the rice ball, walked arrogantly in a square step, and swaggered behind him and asked, "You let the two warriors escape. Aren't you afraid that the local county magistrate will come after you?" Lin Qing glanced at the rice ball in her hand. It was filled with peanuts, beef, and cucumber. The aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance of cucumber and the mellow aroma of rice drifted over. He turned his head and said, "If I kill them, the county magistrate won't come looking for me." Each warrior had a designated tax collection area. If they break their legs and release them, the county magistrate will think that the two are useless and that they have dealt with a tough nut. But Uchiha Village is already poor. Why go to war over this little bit of tax revenue? Lin Qing thinks it's not worth it. But if they were really killed on the spot, the nature of the situation would change. The villagers can't stop talking, and it won't be long before the news spreads. By then, the county's samurai army and ninjas will come. Terumi Mei was very smart, so she naturally thought of this. She didn't mean this when she asked, but "You don't have to do anything, just pay some money." Lin Qing shook his head. If he was the only one there, he would be happy to pay the money. But Lin Qing looked at Xiao Tao who was standing silently beside him, not saying a word from beginning to end. Once she pays the money, the seeds of fear will take root in her heart forever. Lin Qing wants to use her actions to tell her that no one in this world can treat her as a commodity to be sold anymore, and anyone who dares to touch her will pay the price. Terumi Mei saw the concern in Lin Qing's eyes, and a light flashed in her beautiful eyes. The two had only known each other for one day, but she gradually saw through Lin Qing's character. A gentle, strong, principled man is truly rare. Chapter 23. For the next week, Lin Qing stayed in Luoxia Village temporarily as a barefoot doctor. Luoxia Village is weathered by wind and snow all year round, and local residents more or less have a hint of coldness in their bodies, and joint pains in the legs, waist, hands and feet are commonplace. During Lin Qing's treatment of Bai's mother, he discovered that the ripples were condensing and growing at a faster speed than usual in the process of fighting against different cold air. The coldness of the other villagers was much weaker than that of Bai's mother, and they also lacked an indescribable sense of power, but their strength lay in their large numbers and continuous flow. Lin Qing couldn't always force Bai's mother to practice, after all. She still has a husband. With the help of the villagers, Lin Qing, who had not made any progress for a long time, finally broke through the bottleneck. The first stage of ripple training can heal flesh wounds and improve physical fitness by 2 to 3 times. Later, during bounty missions, I discovered that the ripples could be attached to weapons and transformed into silver ripples, which could roughly increase the power of the weapons. This is the second stage ripple transformation. But at that time, the ripple transformation was still very crude, and only a small part of the force could complete the transformation. And now, a turquoise ripple appeared on Lin Qing's fingertips. He touched the tea in the cup, and it instantly became as hard as steel, resisting his fingers. If the green ripples in the river are concentrated on his feet, Lin Qing will have the ability to walk on the water. Not only that, Lin Qing hooked his finger and the tea was drawn out. With a touch of air, the tea turned into an extremely hard shield. The next second, the ripples turned crimson, and an even hotter force than before emanated. The tea turned into steam, and Lin Qing punched into the steam. Bang! An explosion sounded. Steam explosion. Lin Qing's hair was flying. The power of this move is greater than he imagined. The first stage is to release the ripples externally, and the second stage is to use the breathing frequency to adjust and perform nature transformation on the ripples to cope with different combat scenarios. Crimson ripples, super high temperature effect. Green ripples, effect water flow manipulation. Silver ripples, the metal effect is enhanced, and the hardness, sharpness, and elasticity can be greatly enhanced. And the most powerful one. Lin Qing opened his palm again, and a flash of golden electricity passed through. In the past, the ripples he released were golden light. The golden electric current is now more condensed and more powerful than before. Yellow ripples. Lin Qing vaguely sensed that the ripple had the strongest frontal attack capability, and there were subtle differences in it, but he had just broken through the bottleneck and needed some time to slowly figure it out. Lin Qing clenched his fist again and summoned Star Platinum, Aerosmith, and Hermit Purple. The stand-in is the manifestation of the original body's will. As Lin Qing's body and spirit become stronger, all the stands he controls are amplified. If it didn't take time to practice and make breakthroughs bit by bit, the wave breathing technique would definitely be a 5-star, no, it's comparable to a 6-star stand-in technique. When I fully master the Yamabuki-colored ripple sprint of nature transformation, the power of a single punch, even if it's smaller than that of the first-level Star Platinum, it won't be much different. Lin Qing could imagine the scene in the future where enemies thought they had grasped the secret of Lin Qing's stand, bypassed Star Platinum, and attacked the weak original body, only to be blown up by one punch. I made a profit this time coming to Uchiha Village. Otherwise, if I just practice hard and want to break through to the second stage of ripples, God knows how long it will take. No wonder Tibetan monks always travel around and treat people's illnesses. Besides being kind-hearted, they also have the purpose of spiritual practice. Lin Qing exhaled slowly and retracted the power of ripples. Dong dong. There was another knock on the door. Before Shizuke could open the door, a young woman in her 30s, still charming, pushed the door open and strode in. As she walked, she took off her cotton jacket, revealing only a loose bra underneath, exposing a large area of snow-white skin. "Dr. Lin, please feel it for me again. I mean, give it a treatment. My shoulder still hurts a little, ouch. Why are you pulling me?" Before the woman could finish her words, another short-haired woman pulled her. "Get in line. I was obviously here first. If Dr. Lin wants to touch someone, he should touch me first. I was here first." Outside the makeshift clinic, there were sounds of women arguing, all wanting to receive Lin Qing's treatment first. It was a rare opportunity to have a doctor in the village, and as soon as Lin Qing's hand touched him, his whole body felt numb. In addition, he had the traditional Uchiha male model face, and it was heard that Lin Qing was not married yet, so naturally there were many young girls and wives who came to him, including some widows from other villages who came after hearing the news. "Brother Qing, women are so scary," Shizuke muttered quietly. "It's terrible." Lin Qing smiled and said, "So, don't get caught." "Hi." Shizuke was stunned. "What do women have to do with being caught? What do you think would happen if you were captured by another organization or ninja village? Torture me? Force me to tell you about my breathing techniques and ninjutsu? Finally, take away my Sharingan." This was the most horrifying outcome Shizuke could think of. Lin Qing shook his head slightly. "No, you won't die. You won't die. Not only will you not die, but you will be provided with delicious food and drinks, 20 lamb kidneys, 30 beef eggs, and unlimited oysters every day, and then..." Lin Qing's lips curled up into a smile. "Breeding. Meat." It wasn't Shizuke, it was Xiao who was reading a book in the corner. When the little girl heard that Shizuke was going to be caught for breeding, she was so frightened that her eyes widened and she screamed out. Lin Qing said, "Yes, killing you and taking your eyes is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Leaving you here to continue giving birth to new Uchiha offspring is the best solution. It only takes a dozen years to create an army with Sharingan." Shizuke stroked his chin, recalling Kanhara Hayato's hobby, "But for men, it doesn't seem to be difficult to accept." "Oh." Lin Qing chuckled. "Do you think the ones sent here for breeding are beautiful women? In order to give birth to strong offspring, the women sent here are all muscular and strong. Every day a different northeastern rain sister crawls into my bed, and the scene is scary just to think about. Sasuke shuddered when he heard this. Seeing his look, Lin Qing couldn't help but laugh, and Xiao Tao beside him also covered her mouth and smiled for the first time in a long time. Lin Qing, come over here for the test. Daoye's voice came from outside. Here I come. Lin Qing responded and walked out. At the same time, County Magistrate's residence. Governor Morimura sat on a chair, holding a wine glass in his hand, and a chocolate skinned maid from the land of lightning poured wine for him. If you smell it closely, you can find that there is no smell of alcohol in the glass. He drank water. Magistrate Morimura is in his 40s, has sparse hair, is about 1.6 meters tall, has an ordinary appearance, and is slightly overweight. No one could have imagined that such a mediocre man would be the county magistrate who ruled a region. Morimura never drinks alcohol because it makes his brain slow down and confused, and confusion means making mistakes. He doesn't like to make mistakes. Morimura was able to rise from a poor man to the position of county magistrate and become a local emperor by doing business, building connections, and buying an official position, all thanks to his brains. He was just enjoying the process of being served by the beautiful woman. In front of him was the accountant, who was reporting to Mayor Morimura the financial revenue and expenditure for the past month, item by item. Wait, Uchiha Village hasn't paid the heating tax this month. No. The accountant reminded, the two warriors who went to collect taxes had their legs broken and were chased back. Magistrate Morimura vaguely remembered that someone below him had mentioned it. However, he didn't care about the life or death of his subordinates, so he didn't take it to heart. Fools just act stupidly occasionally. Break the warrior's legs. It doesn't matter. But we can't cut off his source of income. Call the two warriors who are going to collect taxes. After a while, two warriors, one tall and one short, limped over. They were planning to target Momo, and Sasuke was very cruel. He will probably have to live with crutches for the rest of her life. Seeing Magistrate Morimura, the two warriors knelt down in the standard Dakeza posture, bowed their heads deeply, and cried, "Sir! You have to make the decision for us." Magistrate Morimura asked for details, and after hearing the whole story, he asked, "Is the opponent strong?" "Very strong." The two warriors gestured and exaggeratedly described that Lin Qing and Sasuke were like two evil ghosts ready to devour their prey. They tried their best but could not defeat them, so they had to escape and return to inform the county magistrate. "Very strong. Got it, let's go down." The two warriors looked at each other, not knowing what the county magistrate meant. They leaned on their crutches, bowed, and left with confusion in their hearts. Governor Morimura rubbed his chin and thought for 5 minutes. "Go to the account office and get a box of gold, silver, and jewelry, 2 bundles of cloth, and 2 beauties. Ask the wolf squad to go to Uchiha Village and give them to that powerful man. Give a gift." Chapter 24. The Wolf Squad. The ninja team that belongs to Magistrate Morimura consists of 5 people, all of whom are rebel ninjas who escaped from various villages. The configuration is 1 elite jonin, 1 jonin, and 3 chinin. For a remote county town, this is an extremely exaggerated staffing configuration. Thanks to the Wolf Squad, the area under the jurisdiction of County Magistrate Morimura is very safe. Ordinary bandits and robbers will be strangled without even having the chance to fight back. This is a rare advantage. However, there is no difference between being killed by bandits and being forced to death by taxes. The 5 desperados were willing to follow Magistrate Morimura because they valued 2 things: money and future. In order to make money, Magistrate Morimura would give them a large salary every month, beautiful women, fine wine, and everything else, and there were few dangerous missions. After all, what kind of danger could there be in a remote county town? The cost-effectiveness is far higher than for them to flee to the ends of the earth, earn that little bounty, and have to worry about being hunted. As for the future, they believe that Morimura's career will not stop at being a small county magistrate. County Governor Morimura only kept a small portion of the people's wealth for himself and used it to pay salaries to his subordinates. The vast majority of the rest was secretly sent to the residents of the daimyo of the Land of Water. Being so sensible, it is only a matter of time before he gets promoted and transferred to a prosperous town. They follow Lord Morimura, eat and drink the best food and drink, and it is only a matter of time before they gain power. The evil wolf looked back at the carriage, which contained a box of gold, silver, and jewelry and 4 beauties of different styles, and smiled. It seems that the master is about to be promoted. Such a big move. I hope the boy from Uchiha Village will not disappoint us. Boss, are you afraid that those 2 warrior boys are just bragging? The evil wolf shrugged, who knows? From the perspective of a warrior, they know nothing about strong men. Everyone laughed. It has long been politically correct for ninjas to belittle samurai. The reason they went there this time was to test Lin Qing's quality. The 4th brother asked, but, boss, what if the kid from Uchiha Village is unwilling to accept the kindness of Lord Morimura? Don't accept. The wolf patted the box on the carriage. What's this? Gold, silver, and jewelry, said the 4th brother. No, this is a favor from the county magistrate. The evil wolf patted the ninja sword on his waist again. What is this? The county magistrate's face. You learn pretty quickly. The evil wolf slapped the back of Lao Si's head, shook his head and said, a knife is a knife, but it is the county magistrate's knife. County Governor Morimura gave him face, and it would be great if he accepted it. If he feels that he can't bear it, he can admit his mistake, pay some money, and leave Uchiha Village obediently. But if he is shameless... The wolf smiled. The remaining 4 team members also laughed. Their knives hadn't shed blood for a while. A group of 5 people, sitting in a horse-drawn carriage, slowly drove towards Uchiha Village. When they arrived at Uchiha Village, it was already the afternoon of the 5th day. It was almost time for dinner, and smoke was rising from the chimneys of every household. Because Lin Qing drove away the tax-collecting warriors, the villagers picked up the grain to pay the taxes and had a few full meals in recent days. The once poor village now feels a little warmer than before. Oh! Lao Wu pulled the reins and stopped the carriage. The wolf walked down and took a deep breath. The bleak smell unique to remote villages in winter made his nose feel uncomfortable. The wolf spat on the ground. This is the place? Where are the people? 3rd brother, make some noise and get that master out. Good. The 3rd brother was a taciturn man. He took a step forward and made a seal with his hands. Fire style, Fengxian fireball technique. A fireball like a balsam seed gushed out of his mouth and hit a house. With a series of loud bangs, the house was set on fire. There were screams from inside the house, and a family ran out in panic. As soon as they came out, they were met with the knife pulled out by the 3rd brother. Go back! The 3rd brother threatened coldly. The family didn't want to be hacked to death, so they retreated back into the house. The flames grew bigger and bigger, attracting the attention of other villagers. Someone exclaimed, "Fire! Fire!" The quiet and peaceful atmosphere was broken in an instant. The wolf smiled. He has loved being in a lively atmosphere since he was a child, so this looks much better. The villagers gathered to put out the fire, but were all kicked to the ground by the 4 brothers of the evil wolf. The villagers felt their scalps tingling and their legs trembling as they listened to the screams coming from the house. Hello! The wolf sat on the carriage and greeted the villagers with a smile. My name is Evil Wolf, and I am the most loyal guard of the county magistrate. Some time ago, 2 warriors were attacked in your village. It was said that it was a strong man who did it. County Magistrate Morimura was eager to recruit talented people, so he decided to put aside past grudges and invite him back to the county magistrate's residence as a guest of honor. Excuse me, which one is it? As he said this, he gave the 4th brother a look. The 4th brother opened the wooden box, and the gold, silver, and jewelry shone brightly under the firelight. He then drew aside the curtain, and saw 2 foreign beauties, graceful and charming. The villagers of Uchiha had never seen such a scene before. They were blinded by the gold, silver, and jewelry. They wanted to get closer to take a look. However, a loud bang and the sound of a burning house collapsing brought them back to their senses, and they remembered that the 5 people in front of them, who claimed to be the county magistrate's guards, were murderers who burned a family to death without saying a word. The old village chief stepped forward timidly and said, "Sir, if you want to see Dr. Lin, he is out and we don't know when he will be back. Are you sure you're going out?" "Yes." The old village chief knew that Lin Qing came to ask Daoye to make a knife for him. Lin Qing couldn't leave until the knife was ready. "No." The wolf shrugged, "Then I can only stay in your village for 2 days. Okay, let's put the first thing aside and wait for that Dr. Lin to come back. Everyone, let's talk about the second thing." "The second thing? Don't worry, it's nothing serious." The wolf leaned against the carriage and said, "You didn't pay the heating tax last month, Mr. Accountant, so I came to urge you to pay." When the villagers heard this, they felt relieved. After getting the heating tax back last month, they did have a few full meals. But the people in Uchiha village had long been accustomed to poverty, so it was impossible for them to eat it all. Each family still had surplus food, enough to make up for the tax grain paid last month. A group of villagers were about to go home to get food when they suddenly heard a scream. A kunao pierced a villager's shoulder. Everyone turned to look in the direction the kunao came from. The evil wolf was holding out his hand straight. "I don't like it when people leave while I'm talking. It's very disrespectful." "Sir, do you have any other instructions?" The village chief lowered his head deeply. "Don't be afraid. We are the county magistrate's subordinates and we abide by the rules. I will explain them to you one by one." The wolf raised his finger. "Because of this little tax, we have to make a trip. Do you have to pay for the round-trip travel expenses? You underpaid taxes, shouldn't there be a late payment fee? If you refuse to pay and watch the samurai who collect taxes get beaten, should you be fined? Finally, since we are here, we might as well collect this month's heating tax all at once. Last month's, this month's, travel expenses, late payment fees and fines, add up all together." The wolf stretched out his hand. 5 times. He smiled kindly, "If every household pays 5 times the heating tax today, this matter will be over." Chapter 25. 5 times. The villagers opened their mouths wide. "Sir! 5 times, aren't you trying to kill us?" "Life!" The wolf sneered, "Your lives are worthless. If you have money, pay money. If you don't have money, pay food. If you have no money and no food, take your belongings and come with me." The incident in Mirage City was a hot topic. Even the remote Luoxia village heard about the human trafficking business. Someone exclaimed, "You're going to sell us out." The second brother walked over and kicked the person who was speaking in the stomach. "Say you are really a troublemaker, you don't know any etiquette at all." The wolf waved his hand and kept smiling kindly, "Don't be like that. In the words of Mr. Morimura, they are means of production. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not selling you out. I am asking you to work in a place where you can make money more easily. This village has limited your potential, so much so that you can't even pay a little bit of tax. I will send you to a place where you can show your value. For example, coal mine. You have 1 night to raise the money, go ahead." The villagers left and ran back to their homes. At first they quarreled and cried, but soon they started snatching and beatings. These are people who cannot afford to raise money and are robbing other people of their food and money. The so-called years of friendship among fellow villagers all came to nothing when faced with a real life and death crisis. The evil wolf sat in the carriage, squinting his eyes, taking the wailing, cursing, and screaming as appetizers, tapping the scabbard with his fingers, drinking and singing, feeling very happy. The remaining 4 brothers surrounded the outskirts of the village, making sure not a single bird could fly out. The chaos lasted from dusk until the early morning of the next day. Some people took out money and food. Some people accept their fate. Some people died. The wolf drank the last sip of wine and threw away the jug. "Old 5, old 4, you take them back to the county first. I will wait for 2 more days. If that Dr. Lin hasn't come back yet, I will go back." "Yes. Big brother." Lao Wu pulled out a long whip from his waist, cracked it, and drove the villagers forward like driving livestock. Among them, one can clearly see the Bai family of 3. Just then, a carrier pigeon flew over and fell into the hands of the wolf. He glanced at the secret letter and raised his eyebrows. Wait a moment. What's wrong, brother? Let me take the people back. The wolf licked his dry lips and said, Lord Morimura said that 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen have arrived. I have to hurry back to entertain them. Yagura's deal with the daimyo of the Land of Water, the status of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the career of the magistrate Morimura. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and his intuition told the wolf. It's time. The time has come for Governor Morimura to soar into the sky. He must go back and be a witness. As for Lin Qing, the evil wolf didn't believe that the remaining 4 brothers would not be able to handle it. 1 jonin, 3 chinin, that's enough. There were 3 horses in the carriage. The evil wolf rode away with one and took 40 or 50 people back to the county town. There are less than 20 people left in Luoxia village now. Some of them have paid enough taxes, while others are not worthy of being taken back. For example, old men and women who are unable to work, and people with physical disabilities. They were left to die in the village. Daoye stood by the window, looking at the lonely village, his hand holding the hammer, veins bulging. If his right arm was not injured. If he were 30 years younger. He must smash these bastards' heads with his own hands. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Daoye walked over, opened the door, and saw that it was the lame man. His wife was taken away again. This time, without Lin Qing to help him, he could only watch as the vicious wolf whipped his wife and took her away like cattle or sheep. The cripple knelt at the door. Master Dao, please lend me a knife. He was thin and delicate looking, and many people said he was a sissy and a coward who hid behind his wife. But today, there was determination in the lame man's eyes. You want to fight to the death? I want to bring my wife back. Daoye shook his head. Not to mention a cripple, even a normal person with intact limbs cannot defeat a ninja. He was silent for a long time, pulled out a short sword from his waist and threw it in front of the cripple. Leave the village and go north. Find Lin Qing and bring him back before you freeze to death or get killed by a bear. This is the way to fight for your life. Me? But... The lame man looked at his broken leg and said, Master Dao, wouldn't it be more appropriate for you to go? Daoye held the hammer tightly and lit the fire again. I have to help him break the knife, so that when he comes back, he can kill people. The cripple understood. He picked up the knife on the ground and limped out. The blockade of the village had been removed long ago. The valuables and people who were able to work had been taken away anyway. It didn't matter to them whether the remaining people left or stayed. The figure of the lame man, along with the sound of Daoye's iron hammering, disappeared into the wind and snow. Terumi Mei sat on the shore grilling fish. Suzuki and Momo were practicing close combat nearby with a giggle. With the help of the breathing technique, the 2 kids fought fiercely. With every punch and kick, a hint of light appeared. As for Lin Qing, Terumi Mei looked at the frozen lake, turned to Suzuki and asked, that guy has been down there for almost 20 minutes, is he really not suffocating to death? After learning about it for more than 10 days, Terumi Mei roughly understood that the so-called ripples are the power between one breath and another. Lin Qing sank into the icy lake. How could he breathe? I believe in Qingji, said Suzuki. Terumi Mei rolled her eyes, you little BD, all you know is blind personal worship. Boom. She heard thunder and looked up. The sky was gloomy, but anyone with a little common sense would know that it was almost impossible to have thunder and lightning during the snowy season in the cold winter. Terumi Mei quickly noticed that the thunder was not coming from the sky, but the bottom of the lake. Flashing golden electric currents appeared on the thick ice surface, and there was another thunder. The ice surface collapsed and shattered, and the lake water was turbulent. Suzuki and Momo walked over and came to Terumi Mei. The lake water was seen rising and falling, flowing to both sides, and a staircase formed by the water appeared. Lin Qing walked up the stairs, step by step, without a drop of water on his body. Terumi Mei handed over the grilled fish, you have completed your magic skill. Shen Gong, who did you learn this phrase from? Terumi Mei raised her hand and pointed at little Suzuki. Just a little bit more. Lin Qing said. Lin Qing was already very familiar with the 3 types of ripple transformations, crimson, green, and silver. However, he was unable to truly transform into the most powerful Yamabuki-colored ripple. In order to practice, Lin Qing left Luoxu village and came to this perennially frozen ice lake, using the coldness day after day to practice the power of ripples. The cold lake water covered his skin, forcing Lin Qing to fight against it, and made him shift his focus from breathing in and out of the outside world to focusing on the flow of air in his body. This is not a comfortable process. Lin Qing would suffocate again and again, and feel the flow of ripples at the moment of limit. But still a little bit short. There is still an opportunity missing. Lin Qing took the grilled fish handed to him by Terumi Mei and ate it in big mouthfuls to replenish his consumed energy. Why do you practice so hard? Terumi Mei asked. Lin Qing asked back, do you need a reason to become stronger? In his impression, except for a few ninjas who were lying down, most ninjas were either practicing or on their way to carry out missions, and they almost never stopped. Of course you need to. Ninja training, or to protect the village, or to stand out and make money. There always needs to be a purpose to push you to do this uncomfortable thing. Terumi Mei stared at Lin Qing. What is your purpose? Lin Qing does not belong to a village. He has no shortage of money. As for making a name for himself, with his power, he could become a disciple of a daimyo and a worshipper at any time if he wanted to. Terumi Mei observed Lin Qing for a long time and found that Lin Qing's personality was very simple. 1 was 1 and 2 was 2, without any complicated twists and turns. But she couldn't see through such a simple and straightforward man. Purpose. Lin Qing looked at the lake surface that had returned to calm. Maybe it's the hope that I and the people around me have the power to choose no matter what kind of difficulties we face. The opposite of the power to choose is surrender to fate. Lin Qing does not want one day. My friend was captured, and he accepted his fate because he was unable to defeat the enemy. My relative is seriously ill, but I have no money, so I just accept my fate. Terumi Mei said, so, you are driven by the fear in your heart. The driving forces that push people forward are divided into fear and desire. I thought people like you would have clear desires. But Lin Qing, have you ever thought that some people do not want to have the power to choose? When faced with choices, they will panic and even actively ask their superiors to deprive them of the right to choose and whip them like livestock. That way they can feel at ease in their pain. Lin Qing looked at Terumi Mei in surprise. Are you really not talking about some terrible sexual fetish? Pervert. Terumi Mei's cheeks flushed, but she recovered quickly. When you rescued the survivors in Mirage City, you said stand up, don't kneel. Isn't this also a way of depriving them of the right to kneel? Lin Qing pondered for a long time, just when Terumi Mei thought he would not answer. People have to stand up and look at the world from a human perspective. After that, it is their choice to stand, kneel, or accept death cheerfully. I just can't stand the fact that some people and some things are always weighing on people's heads, and I want to overturn all these things that I can't stand. Terumi Mei chuckled, then what you want to subvert is this ninja world. Lin Qing didn't smile. Who knows? Silence fell between the two of them, except for the subtle snapping of branches breaking as the fire burned over the fish. Terumi Mei hugged her knees and looked at Lin Qing's profile. The man in front of her was different from everyone she had ever met. Very different. If it's him, maybe it's possible. Terumi Mei took a deep breath. Lin Qing, you. Dr. Lin. A voice from far away in the woods interrupted Terumi Mei's words. Lin Qing stood up and looked, and saw the lame man stumbling towards him. One of his arms was missing and there was a deep scratch on his chest. Terumi Mei recognized it immediately as being caused by a bear. The cotton-padded jacket was long gone and I was only wearing single clothes. This place is 80 miles away from the village, and no one knows how the lame man got here. When he saw Lin Qing, the lame man fell into the snow. Lin Qing rushed over, picked him up, and sent ripples into his body, stimulating his vitality. No effect. Along the way, the lame man had already exhausted all his vitality. "Dr. Lin, please, save the village." "Good." Hearing Lin Qing's answer, the lame man finally smiled and closed his eyes. Many people laughed at the lame man, saying he was not a real man and had to hide behind his wife all his life. At this moment, he fulfilled his manly duty. The cripple died. Lin Qing stood up. But he is definitely not the only one who died today. Chapter 26. It was late at night 3 days after the wolf set out. "Second brother, I don't understand. Since we want to win over that guy, why do we have to capture all the people in Uchiha Village?" asked the fifth brother. Lin Qing protected Uchiha Village. If they touch the people of Uchiha Village now, it would be like invading the territory of a ferocious beast. This is a naked provocation. The second brother sneered, "Even if he is caught, what can he do? There are only 3 possibilities for him to come back. If he doesn't have the face to show for it, then we will kill him. If he doesn't dare to accept it and runs away, then let him go away and we will go back. If he accepts the invitation and joins us, he will no longer be a beast and there will be no concept of territory." The second brother spread his hands and said, "No matter what the situation is, he can no longer protect this village." Lao Wu suddenly realized. He was the youngest and had the least experience, but he didn't expect there were so many twists and turns. "Second brother, you are so amazing. I have to learn more from you in the future." Before I could utter the word learn, study, I heard rumbling thunder roaring in the distance. A gust of wind swept past, and the second brother narrowed his eyes subconsciously. When I came to my senses, Lao Wu was no longer around. Choke. The second brother turned around suddenly, drew his sword, and stared at Lin Qing, who suddenly appeared. The other 2 arrived hurriedly. When their eyes fell on Lao Wu and Lin Qing's hand, their pupils suddenly contracted. Lao Wu looked like a braised goose in a stew shop, his head tilted at 90 degrees and flabby, as if his neck had been broken. "This? How is this possible? In just 1 round, no, not even 1 round, Lao Wu, who was Chunin, was like a bug and was crushed to death by Lin Qing." Plop! Lao Wu's body was thrown on the ground. Lin Qing shook the blood off his hands and looked at the remaining 3 people. The shock in the second brother's eyes slowly dissipated, and suddenly, he chuckled. He was laughing at himself. The 5 of them were originally desperate criminals. After they joined the army of Magistrate Morimura, they treated each other like brothers for a long time. There was a moment when they really regarded each other as brothers. "After killing a man, do you feel relieved?" asked the second brother. Lin Qing did not answer, his eyes swept over the 3 people calmly. The second brother was no stranger to this kind of look. The hunter's eyes are checking for his next prey. He knew why Lin Qing was angry. It was simply because he was emotional when he saw the dilapidated state of Uchiha Village. "Don't be like that. We are the people of Magistrate Morimura, and we specially invite you to join us. I mean, to join your army, this is our sincerity." The second brother kicked the box open, revealing gold, silver and jewelry, and then opened the door. There were 2 beauties, and I felt pity for them. "This is just an appetizer. As long as you join us, you will get more in the future." Originally, they had prepared a way to test Lin Qing, but since Lao Wu's body was still warm, this process was no longer necessary. Lin Qing took a deep breath. 3 days had passed, but he could still smell a faint, cold smell of blood in the air. One can imagine how many horrific tragedies happened on that night 3 days ago. The second brother waited after he finished speaking. "Is this your last words?" Lin Qing asked. The second brother's smile faded, his expression grim, and he stared at Lin Qing coldly. "I remember, I gave you face." The 4th man at the side took a step forward, pulled out the kunao from his waist, raised his voice, and cursed. "Second brother, why are you wasting your time talking to him? Boy, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Who do you think you are? The 7 ninja swordsmen? You killed the 5th one, so you want to kill us too." Lin Qing looked at the 4th brother again. "Is this your last words?" "Hold!" The 4th one, who had the most explosive temper, transformed into 2 shadow clones with a bang. They formed a V-shaped formation and strode over with kunao in hand. On the other side, the third and second brothers quickly formed seals with their hands. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Wind style, vacuum sphere. A ferocious fire dragon appeared, opened its mouth and roared, then circled in the air. Several wind-style light waves spurted out of the second brother's mouth, lingering on the fire dragon's body like pieces of dragon scales. The fire dragon, which was already tens of meters long, doubled in size again, and the rolling heat waves melted the snow below. Composite ninjutsu, Wind Demon Dragon. Roar! The Wind Demon Flame Dragon roared and attacked Lin Qing. The Wind Demon Flame Dragon was controlled by the third brother, while the second brother, who had already exhaled the vacuum sphere, circled around, wielded the ninja sword, and stabbed Lin Qing from behind. In front is Old 4, on top is Fu Yanlong, and behind is Jonin Old 2. Almost in an instant, Lin Qing fell into their coordinated formation. If Old 5 is still alive and Boss Wolf is here, let alone you, even if the 7 ninja swordsmen are here in person, we wouldn't dare to touch you. But the fourth one, who was rushing in the front, stared at Lin Qing's profile. That's enough. Just a few of them are enough to kill the defenseless boy in front of them. They were so close that not only Lin Qing but even the legendary hand speed master copy ninja Kakashi didn't have time to form hand seals or cast spells. Die! As the thought flashed through his mind, Lao Si's eyes went dark, and then the world was spinning around him. His body flew out uncontrollably, crashed into a house, smashed the wall, and was buried by a large amount of bricks and stones. Blood flowed out from the cracks in the stones. Old 4. The third brother growled, his eyes flickering. He didn't see Lin Qing make any movements, let alone form any seals. He didn't understand how the fourth brother, who was good at close combat, flew out. But there was no time to think. The third brother tried his best to control the Wind Demon Flame Dragon, opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Qing. Lin Qing took a deep breath, ripples surged in his body, and a flash of green lightning appeared under his feet. The snow water melted by the Wind Demon Fire Dragon rose into the air and turned into a water curtain as hard as steel out of thin air. The Wind Demon Fire Dragon rushed forward, and mist hissed and rose. The third brother's vision became blurred. What's that sound? Before the third brother could come to his senses, dozens of bullets pierced his body. He fell dazed in a pool of blood. Having lost control, the Wind Demon Flame Dragon let out an unwilling roar and then dissipated with a bang. It was not until this time that the second brother arrived in front of Lin Qing. His palm holding the knife was oozing with sweat, and when the wind blew, it felt especially cold and sticky. Although he was standing 3 steps away from Lin Qing, the second brother did not dare to take another step forward, let alone swing the blade in his hand. The second brother swallowed, his heart pounding. He knew who the person in front of him was. Defeated the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, exposed the truth about human trafficking, killed countless bounty hunters and killers, and became the biggest criminal in the land of water. Lin Qing. The will to fight faded, and a deep fear grew in the second brother's heart. He thought of the information, poured chakra into his eyes, and saw the legendary evil spirit. The platinum star was suspended behind Lin Qing, looking down at the second brother with a cold gaze. The moment they looked at each other, the second brother understood. Escape. Run away now. There is no possibility of defeating the opponent. If you don't leave now, you will definitely be beaten to death. The second brother turned around and ran away, but just as he took a step, his feet seemed to be stuck to the ground. Looking down, he saw streams of water climbing up along his feet, making his steps even heavier. Damn it! The second one formed seals again and gathered chakra in his palms. Wind style, fierce wind palm. The wind was howling, and the gathered water was dispersed. The second brother flew into the air, taking advantage of the momentum to escape from the battlefield. Boom! He heard thunder again. A hand wrapped in golden thunder tore through the fierce wind, and the index finger and middle finger came together like a dagger stabbing forward. The second brother was so frightened that he backed away desperately, yelling, "Don't kill me! 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen are here. It won't be long before they find you." Two 7 ninja swordsmen. Terumi Mei, Suzuki, and Momo arrived late and happened to hear these words. If you want to survive, the only way is to seek refuge with the county magistrate. With the status of the county magistrate in front of the daimyo, he will definitely be able to protect you. The second one shouted at the top of his lungs. Lin Qing, don't be stupid. Terumi Mei, Suzuki, Xiao Tao, and every pair of eyes in the village were staring at Lin Qing. They didn't know what Lin Qing would choose. But if they exchanged identities, they would definitely agree. Money, beauty, power, and life. What we seek in life are nothing more than these few things. Why make things so hard on yourself? Lin Qing retracted the 2 fingers that had stabbed forward. Is this your choice? Terumi Mei sighed softly. She thought Lin Qing would be different. The second brother smiled. But the next second, he saw that Lin Qing did not retract his arm, but changed it from a point to a fist. Lin Qing punched the second brother in the chest. What? Everyone's eyes widened. At this moment, the world seemed to freeze, with only the snow in the sky slowly falling. He grasped Lin Qing's hand tightly, spitting out hot blood and flesh from his mouth. You thought that killing us would be the end of it. Amidst pain, death, and hatred, the second brother revealed a hideous smile. It won't be long before you go to hell to accompany me. Lin Qing, I'll wait for you in hell. Lin Qing shook his head slightly. You said 2 things wrong. First, I feel like, even if I die, I should be able to go to heaven. Second, it's not someone from the 7 ninja swordsmen who came to see me. Lin Qing exerted a little force and the second one staggered and fell backwards. Just before he lost his life, he heard the second half of Lin Qing's words. I went over there and killed them. Chapter 27. Kill the second, third, fourth, and fifth members of the Wolf Squad. A total of 270 soul fragments were obtained. Current soul fragments, 580. Lin Qing stepped over the second brother's body, untied the reins of the carriage, led out a horse, turned over and rode on it, turned around and said to Suzuki and Xiao Tao. You stay here, I'm going to the county town. Terumi Mei pulled him back. You heard what he just said. 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen are coming. I know. Not only them, but also the samurai, ninjas, and guards in the county. Are you planning to capture a town head-on? I know. You know nothing. Terumi Mei grabbed the reins and said viciously, Who do you think you are? The legendary Senjo Hashirama? If you go there today, you will die. You don't want me to die? Certainly. Why? Because. Terumi Mei was speechless for a moment. She didn't know how to start. Just less than a month ago, she received the order to kill Lin Qing and tracked him down all the way. Seeing her silence, Lin Qing smiled instead. Because you treat me as a friend. Lin Qing. Dao Ye's voice was heard, and he ran over carrying a big sword that was as tall as a person. Time was running out, and he had no time to make a scabbard, so he had to imitate same hata in the past and wrap it with circles of bandages. Then, Dao Ye exerted force with both arms and threw the sword over. Lin Qing reached out and caught it with one hand. It felt heavy and cold. But it suits him. Dr. Linear. The village chief walked over tremblingly, followed by a group of old and weak people. The village chief handed over a thick cloak and a package full of food. His lips were half open, as if he had a lot to say, but couldn't utter a word. What can I say? The village chief has lived for so many years and has seen too many ups and downs in human nature. Don't say that Lin Qing has no connection with Luoxia village, it's just a chance encounter. Even if he was a local, he wouldn't risk his life to seek death. What Terumi Mei said is correct, this is the reality. But beyond reality, when facing desperate situations, people will always have a glimmer of fantasy in their hearts. Longing for a hero to drop from the sky. Lin Qing took the package and hung it on the side of the saddle, then threw the cloak around him and put it on, gently patting Terumi Mei's hand that was holding the reins. I have to go now. Terumi Mei couldn't understand, why do you have to go? Among those kidnapped, there were no relatives of Lin Qing. Although the cause of the incident had something to do with Lin Qing, it was ultimately due to the tyranny of Magistrate Morimura. The so-called taxes were just an excuse for him to make money and kill people. Whatever they said was what it was. There was no need for Lin Qing to be responsible for it. Lin Qing looked at Terumi Mei calmly. He thought of many reasons, and finally he thought of one sentence. There is grief and blood everywhere, but I just want to save the people. I want to go and see. It was a simple sentence, but many people present could not understand it. Terumi Mei was one of the few people who understood. She stared at Lin Qing in a daze and even forgot when she had let go of the reins. At this moment, she thought of the tragedy of the Blood Mist Village and Yagura's increasingly crazy policies in recent years. An impulse surged in her heart, and she just wanted to follow the man in front of her to fight. But just after taking a step, Terumi Mei had to stop. She can't go. The opponent is the county governor appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Water himself, the high-ranking members of Kirigakure, the 7 ninja swordsmen. If she went, it would be tantamount to betraying the country and the ninja village. A warm hand fell on her shoulder, and Lin Qing shook her head slightly. Don't make it hard on yourself, take good care of them for me. Lin Qing looked around at everyone, waved the reins, and the horses neighed. A man and a horse rushed into the snowy night and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Terumi Mei gently stroked Lin Qing's shoulder where she had left her hand before, and the warmth gradually faded away, leaving her feeling lost. It's a world of ours, and we have no choice. Teacher Zhao, there's no need for you to blame yourself, Suzuki said. Terumi Mei came back to her senses and said stubbornly. Who said I blamed myself? Didn't Lin Qing tell you? I was a ninja sent by another organization to spy on Lin Qing. But Lin Qing, isn't he afraid? If I kidnap you, will I use you to threaten him? Suzuki folded his arms. No, Mr. Zhao, you are not that kind of person. When you observe others, you are also being observed. Brother Qing said that this is called when you stare into the abyss is also staring at you, ouch. Terumi Mei flicked Suzuki's head. You're full of jingles. I'm the one who should call you teacher. The sound of horse hooves stepping on the snow echoed in the night, and the trees on both sides of the road rustled past. Lin Qing grabbed the reins with both hands and transferred the power of the ripples to the horse. The horse whinnied briefly, and Lin Qing lowered his body to reduce wind resistance and increase his speed again. It gallops from late night to day, and from day to night, without a moment's rest. It took the wolf squad 5 days to slowly travel from the county town to Luoxia village. After receiving the letter, the evil wolf led a group of villagers back to the county town, which took 3 days. And Lin Qing took less than 24 hours. Tap tap. The horse's hooves stepped on the edge of the cliff, and the last ray of sunset glowed on the county town below, as if it had been painted with a layer of crimson paint. The setting sun disappeared and the world fell into a brief darkness. But soon, the lights in the county town came on. The only light. The light source came from the center of the county, a most exquisite and huge mansion. The brightly lit mansion, where faint sounds of singing and laughter could be heard, presented a stark contrast to the deathly silent houses of ordinary people in the county town, where no light could be seen at all. Lin Qing realized that he had found the right place. A banquet was being set up at the county magistrate's residence. There were 4 people sitting at the banquet. The 2 on the left were Magistrate Morimura and Evil Wolf, and the 2 on the right were the 7 ninja swordsmen who came to investigate Lin Qing's whereabouts. Baiwajozo, the owner of the beheading sword. He has short black hair, no eyebrows, sharp teeth, a cross scar on the right side of his face, bandages on his ears and neck, and red stripes on the lower half of his face. Black Ho Rega, the owner of the Thunder Blade Fang. He had long green hair, thick eyebrows, equally sharp teeth, and his upper body was wrapped in bandages. The 2 men sat cross-legged, with the ninja sword within reach, and ate and drank while admiring the dancing of the dancers below. Baiwachozang rarely smiled. In recent years, Mizukage Yagura's policies have become increasingly stringent. Although he bears the title of 7 ninja swordsman, he knows his own business and he himself knows whether his life is comfortable or not. Many people in Kirigakure became rebel ninjas, and Baiwajozu had also been planning this. I heard that an organization called Akatsuki was quite active. But these days, after coming into contact with Magistrate Morimura, he gradually changed his mind. Why be a rebel? Wouldn't it be better to bypass the ninja village and work directly for the daimyo of the Land of Water? With the shrewdness of County Magistrate Morimura, he was able to keenly perceive Baiwachozo's thoughts from his words. From time to time, Baiwachozo was given wine and promised, and with the wolf's encouragement, Baiwachozo's face was full of red, and he tightly grasped the hand of the county governor Morimura. I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If Magistrate Morimura does not abandon me, I am willing to serve you when the time is right. Who says Baiwachozang is cruel and cold-blooded? When it comes to his own interests, how many people can remain indifferent? As for what is meant by waiting for the right time, it is naturally to wait until Magistrate Morimura leaves this remote area and becomes a real celebrity in the eyes of the daimyo. Only the weak need to bet when others are at their lowest. For a strong person like Baiwachozang, it is enough for him to get a share of the pie as long as he adds icing on the cake when others are successful. Everyone present knew all of the above, and they smiled at each other without pointing it out. After the dancers finished their dance, they came over to him and threw themselves into his arms. Baiwachozang naturally did not refuse. He opened his arms, took one on each side, squinted his eyes, and kneaded the delicate and white flesh. The only thing was that there was no woman in Heichuleia's arms. Magistrate Morimura asked quietly, "Is there no type that Lord Kuriko likes? Should I change another batch?" Baiwachozo smiled. "My brother, he is a man of many years." When these words were spoken, County Governor Morimura was stunned, the evil wolf was stunned, and even the dancers in the arms of several people were stunned. Puff! One of the dancers laughed quietly. Before the laughter died down, the banquet became dead silent. She was picked up by the wolf, and before she could beg for mercy, the wolf broke her neck. The wolf threw her body on the ground and bowed 90 degrees. "I'm sorry to spoil your mood, Lord Blackho." Heichuleia waved his hand and didn't care about it. No one even looked at the dancer until several subordinates came up and dragged away her body. "But speaking of male beauty," the wolf recalled, "among the people I brought back from Uchiha Village, there is a boy named Bai who is handsome. I wonder if the adults are interested in him." Heichuleia raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing his expression change, Magistrate Morimura urged, "Why don't you bring it up and let me see it?" Chapter 28. Black Ho Thunderfang has two quirks. First, I like to hold funerals for my friends and comrades. At the funeral, recalling the past with his friends, crying and feeling sad, made Heichuleia feel intoxicated. Yagura's Blood Mist Village policy just happens to satisfy the special quirk of Kuriko Rega. He is one of the few ninjas who does not want to defect from the village. The second quirk is that she is homosexual. Heichuleia has a wife and a daughter, but precisely because of this, he realized that he was actually not interested in women at all, and was just following the crowd to get married and have children. When he heard about the beautiful boy, Heichuleia immediately became interested and waved his hand. "Don't bother, I'll go and see for myself." After saying this, he picked up the wine glass and stood up. Upon seeing this, Magistrate Morimura took the initiative to lead the way. The four of them walked towards the side yard where the villagers of Uchiha Village were imprisoned. It was snowing, and more than 40 people were sitting in the open-air yard, covered with thin straw mats that were not much thicker than paper. Many people looked pale and their hands and feet were purple, as if they had fallen ill from the cold. The Bai family of 3 sat hugging each other, using each other's body temperature to keep the family warm. The man, who was a father, took off his clothes and put them on his wife and daughter. "I'm not cold, Dad, you can put on some clothes." Bai's mother said that she really wasn't cold. Inside her body lies a power colder than the wind and snow. Father Bai put it on her without hesitation, his eyes full of concern. "No, you just recovered from your illness, you can't have a relapse. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to go home." Hearing the word "go home," the villagers, who were drowsy from the cold and hunger, began to brighten their eyes. "Can we really go home?" Even the dumbest person, at this moment, would have guessed the fate they were about to face. Of course you can. Bai clenched his fists. Brother Lin Qing will definitely come to save us. Lin Qing. Hearing this name, a glimmer of hope flashed in the villager's eyes, but no one can save you. Who said that? A villager asked subconsciously. I said so. Magistrate Morimura walked into the side yard. He had never practiced ninjutsu, and he was short in stature and had an ordinary appearance. He did not deliberately make a ferocious or terrifying expression, but when he just glanced around, his gaze was filled with a shocking power. No one dared to look him in the eye and they all lowered their heads. The villagers didn't know what this power was. Bai Huazhang, who was walking behind, understood it clearly. The power of power. How enviable! Bai Huazhang thought about it, his eyes swept over and soon locked onto Bai. Without any additional reminders, he could tell at a glance that this was the beautiful boy the evil wolf had mentioned. Not to mention a gay guy like He Chu Lei Ya, even Bai Huazhang would be tempted for half a second. However, thinking that the other party was a man, Bai Huazhang shrugged his shoulders, lost interest, and turned his head to look. He Chu Lei Ya's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a rare treasure. Good. He pursed his lips and said again, very good. He Chu Lei Ya strode over and reached out to grab Bai's shoulder. What are you going to do with my child? White Mother yelled. Morimura scolded him on the spot, shrew. Get out of here now and don't spoil Lord He Chu's fun. This is a great event for your family to be honored. If you serve Lord He Chu well, I can consider letting your family go. No. No one can touch him. He Chu Lei Ya's eyes gradually turned cold. The evil wolf rushed over and slapped Bai's mother in the face. If you really want to die, I will kill you now. Black Chu Lei Ya snorted coldly and grabbed Bai's hand without saying anything. At this moment, lines of ice shot out from Bai Mu's body. Hanbing forced He Chu Lei Ya back, and Bai Huazhang, who was standing behind him, raised his eyebrows. Bloodline limit? It seems, not weak. I told you, no one can touch my child. Bai Huazhang held the beheading sword with one hand, and Magistrate Morimura smiled apologetically and made a gesture to calm down. Madam, you know that in the land of water, possessing a blood limit without permission is a serious crime, right? Mother Bai looked very bad. She had been suppressing the power in her body for too long, and it suddenly erupted, bringing a very severe burden to her body. Her blood vessels, muscles, and bones seemed to be frozen. But it wasn't her body that really made her feel uncomfortable. It was the way the husband and the villagers looked at the monster. The policy of the 4th Mizukage Yagura is to suppress those who possess bloodline limit. Only a very small number of ninjas are allowed to possess the power of bloodline limits. Others, especially those who are not Kirigakuer, will often face inhumane purges once it is revealed that they possess bloodline limits. This liquidation is not only aimed at individuals and families. There is also a village. If one person secretly possesses a bloodline limit, the entire village will be buried with him. This is the rule. Magistrate Morimura pulled out a samurai sword from the waist of his guard and threw it in front of Bai's father, but I am a soft-hearted person and I cannot bear to see a river of blood. If you kill your wife and offer your son to me, I will think of a way to help you suppress this matter. After all, this is a matter within my jurisdiction. As your father and mother, I really don't want to kill you. He looked down at Bai's father and chuckled, one person's death or the death of an entire village, you should be able to make the right choice, right? Father Bai picked up the knife on the ground and slowly stood up. A group of villagers stood behind him. There was no longer any concern or love in his eyes when he looked at his wife, only deep disgust, as if the moment Bai's mother used her bloodline limit, she had turned into a man-eating monster. Dad! Bai shouted loudly, trying to wake his father up. Father Bai walked up to his wife with a knife in hand. Don't blame me. Like Morai Murasama said, this is the rule. He raised the knife high in his hand. The bloodline limit, ice release, was enough to force back the 7 ninja swordsmen, but she was unable to use it on her husband. Bai's mother stared blankly at the raised blade. Die! Monster! This is the roar of Bai's father. Go to hell! This is the cry of the villagers. Magistrate Morimura opened his folding fan to hide his smile, his eyes disdainful. Fools are fools. Hei Chu Lei seemed to be immersed in the situation. A hint of sadness appeared in his eyes, but underneath the sadness was an even stronger joy. Only Bai Huazhang snorted. If he wants to kill someone, then kill him. He is a straightforward person and doesn't like this kind of torture in various ways, which is a useless waste of time. The cold light of the blade fell. Boom! The wall collapsed, and a black shadow came rushing towards the wall, and at the last moment before the blade fell, it cut off Bai's father's hands. Ah! Blood gushed out of his arms and Father Bai fell to his knees screaming. However, no one paid attention to him, and everyone looked towards the place where the black shadow fell. It was a knife without a scabbard and wrapped in a bandage. A big, scary knife. The beheading sword is huge enough, but the sword in front of him is even thicker than the beheading sword. The big knife smashed the wall, cut off a pair of arms, and then continued to move forward, piercing deeply into the brick and stone floor. To be able to wield such a heavy sword, one must be considered a strong person. To be able to throw it like a kunao. Bai Huazhou and Hei Chu Lei looked at each other, with a hint of fear in their eyes. What kind of power is this? Who is it? They suddenly turned around and looked in the direction where the big knife came from. Tap, tap, tap. The rapid sound of horse hooves came from far away, like the sound of war drums. Lin Qing galloped over from the end of the street, and when he reached the broken wall, he pulled the reins hard. The horse neighed loudly and raised its front legs high. The cloak behind Lin Qing fluttered, and fine snowflakes fell down, like mercury pouring down under the moonlight. The hermit's purple wrapped around the handle of the sword, and with a strong pull, the sword flew back at a faster speed. Lin Qing caught it with one hand and glanced at everyone in the courtyard. I'm Lin Qing. I heard someone wants to kill me. Chapter 29. Lin Qing. Magistrate Morimura took a half step back and protected everyone in front of him. Lin Qing's notoriety had already spread throughout the Water Kingdom. Magistrate Morimura had not expected Lin Qing to be within his jurisdiction, let alone that Lin Qing would dare to come over. After the shock. It's ecstasy. If he could help the 2-7 ninja swordsmen kill Lin Qing, it would definitely be a great achievement. The money that the county governor Morimura had paid to the daimyo was enough, but he had not been able to get promoted because he lacked the merits to convince the people. Now the credit has come to you. Good luck, absolutely good luck. Magistrate Morimura gave the order to the evil wolf, assist the two adults and kill the traitor Lin Qing. Yes. The evil wolf drew out his ninja sword and crouched down. On the other side, 2 or 3 guards ran back to notify the samurai and guards stationed in the county town to assemble. Bai Huazhang raised the beheading sword. You are Lin Qing? The traitorous ninja from Konoha. Do you know might die? Lin Qing had no intention of answering the question. The longer the time dragged on, the more samurai and ninjas would come to support him. Kill one first. Lin Qing took a deep breath, the power of ripples lingered, the horse under his crotch neighed again, and hot air gushed out from its mouth and nose. Lin Qing pulled the reins, and the horse jumped over the ruins of the wall and galloped away. The man and the horse were like a chariot, charging towards County Governor Morimura who was hiding at the back. Boy, you don't take me seriously enough. The sinister voice of Pipa Zhozang appeared in Lin Qing's ears, and then there was a sound of breaking through the air, and the beheading sword was swung towards Lin Qing. But Lin Qing didn't even look at him, he just said calmly. Any questions? When Bai Huazhang heard this, he became furious and swung his sword a little faster than usual. But Lin Qing was waiting for this moment. The platinum star suddenly appeared and punched over. Lin Qing held the knife with both hands and slashed in the other direction. One man and one substitute attacked Bai Huazhou at the same time. When Lin Qing said to kill one first, he was not referring to Magistrate Morimura. This kind of civil servant can be killed at any time. The important ones are Bai Huazhou and Kurokurega. As long as we can kill one first, the battle tonight will be much easier. Clang! The collision of the blades created long and lingering circles of sword sounds. Two slender swords with reversed blades between the blades blocked Lin Qing's broadsword that was slashing across. Its black Thunder Fang. Wisps of blue electricity flashed across his skin. Kuriko Rega, who was skilled in lightning-style ninjutsu, could burst out at extremely high speeds in battle with the help of the Thunder Blade Fang in his hand. Hey Chu Lei sneered, killing that loser from Ziguishan seems to have made you a little too proud of yourself. Now I will dash. Before he could finish his words, he heard a chi-chi sound. Then, silver-white flames gushed out from the back of the bandaged sword in Lin Qing's hand, and the bandages were burned clean. A straight, huge, angular, pitch-black sword appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, an increasingly violent force beyond human imagination was continuously flowing out from the blade, overwhelming He Chu Lei Ya. What kind of knife is this? Black blade destruction. With Master Dao's superb skills, there are as many as 108 meridians inside the destruction sword, which imitate the wave-like breathing of the human body. After the ripple force is injected, it will get an exponential increase. Lin Qing does not know how to use a sword, so this is a pure crushing of strength, speed, and reaction. Black Thunder Fang only lasted less than half a second before being knocked away. The evil wolf, who was about to rush over to provide support, stood there in a daze. One hit. He didn't expect that the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, in a 2-on-1 situation, couldn't even withstand Lin Qing's attack and were knocked away. This is too terrible. Black Hole Lei Ya flew into the air and managed to stabilize his body. He swung Thunder Blade Ya in the air, and 2 silver-white lightning bolts passed along the blade into the air. This is the power of Thunder Blade Fang, the ability to create and manipulate lightning. Boom boom. There was a rumble of thunder, an array of lightning fell into his hands. Lin Qing glanced. Isn't this a lightning rod? I saw He Chu Lei Ya holding up the long sword in his hand, and the blade was flashing with lightning. The moment he landed, the long sword stabbed into the ground. Thunder Burial, Thunder Feast. Strips of lightning spread across the earth, biting towards Lin Qing like a lion majesty. The evil wolf also came to his senses, formed seals with his hands, and summoned 3 ninja wolves with wings on their backs. The ninja wolves roared and rushed forward together. He Chu Lei Ya stared at Lin Qing. His purpose was not to kill Lin Qing, but to force Lin Qing to retreat temporarily and give Baiwa Zhang some breathing time. However, Lin Qing turned his head slightly, and their eyes collided in the air for half a second. He Chu Lei Ya's heart skipped a beat. I've been seen through. Star Platinum grabbed Lin Qing with one hand and Baiwa Zhang's knife with the other, and with both arms exerted force, throwing the two out of the courtyard. What is he doing? Everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Did he run away? But if he wanted to escape, why did he bring Baiwa Zhang with him? Was he too nervous and saved the wrong person? Only Black Hole Lei Ya reacted, his heart sinking to the bottom. He's forcing a one-on-one situation. The wolf suddenly reacted and broke out in a cold sweat. So scary. Not only does he have powerful combat power, but he also has calm fighting qualities. After the failure of the first round of killing, Lin Qing realized that it would be very difficult to kill one person when surrounded by so many powerful enemies. So, he decisively took Baiwa Zhang away. Lin Qing was just trying to create a time difference. He wanted to kill Baiwa Zhang before He Chu Lei Ya and others came to help. You choose to kill me first? It seems that I was really underestimated. Baiwa Zhang said coldly. Any questions? Same answer. But it's a different state of mind. Baiwa Zhang was not angry, and he also knew that Lin Qing did not look down on him, or rather, all enemies were treated equally in Lin Qing's eyes. Language is nothing more than a means to disturb the other person's mood. This little trick is no longer useful now. So the two of them fell silent and stopped talking. Beads of sweat appeared on Baiwa Zhang's forehead. The information is wrong. According to intelligence records, Lin Qing is good at driving invisible evil spirits. His main body does not perform ninjutsu or taijutsu, and he can only summon one evil spirit at a time. Baiwa Zhang speculated that Lin Qing had abilities like a ninja beast summoner. Baiwa Zhang, who possesses a beheading sword, is the most resistant among the 7 ninja swordsmen, so he made a plan. He held back the evil spirit, and used the fastest Black Hoe Thunder Fang to burst out at high speed and kill Lin Qing. But no one expected that Lin Qing's close combat ability would be so powerful. With the help of the second stage, Ripple and the Destruction Cleaver, Lin Qing's ability to attack head-on with all his strength is not inferior to that of Star Platinum in a short period of time. Bai Huazhang swallowed his saliva. This guy is simply a monster without any weaknesses. No, there is still a shortcoming. Ninjutsu. As long as we wait for Kurikirega to arrive and use ninjutsu together, we will be able to suppress Lin Qing. The most urgent thing is not to be killed by him, but... Bai Huazhang stared at Lin Qing, who was walking towards him with the destruction blade in one hand. I felt uneasy in my heart. Water-style mist shinobi technique. Thick fog appeared, blocking Lin Qing's vision. Bai Huazhang hid in the fog, disappearing his figure. Lin Qing waited for a few seconds and asked softly, "Aren't you coming to kill me?" The sound echoed in the thick fog. Bai Huazhou, who was standing more than 10 meters away, snorted in his heart. Mist shinobi technique was indeed the most suitable ninjutsu to cooperate with assassination techniques. But from this moment on, he would no longer get within 2 meters of Lin Qing. "Since you're not coming, just stand still and don't move. Don't move." Bai Huazhang didn't understand what Lin Qing was talking about. Was it another psychological tactic? He hesitated whether to move, but was afraid that Lin Qing might have some strange means to discover him while he was moving, so he said this deliberately. Just then, a faint buzzing sound was heard in the air, and Bai Huazhang looked up. A series of egg-sized objects fell from the sky. When it fell in front of him, Bai Huazhang saw clearly what it was and his face turned pale. "Those are dozens of micro-missiles." Boom! The flames of the explosion that shot up into the sky dispersed the thick fog. The evil wolf, Magistrate Morimura, Hei Chuleya and others hurried over and saw Lin Qing standing in the fire. Like a demon just walked out of hell. Chapter 30. The flames from the explosion dissipated. Lin Qing's eyes flashed with disappointment. At the same time, the ground broke open and a hand stretched out. Bai Huazhang is not dead. Although he was burned all over, several ribs were broken in the explosion, and his organs were bleeding, this tough guy who dared to withstand the tailed beast bomb in the original book. Still alive. At the last moment, he used the Earth-style heart decapitation technique, targeting himself, and hid underground. Bai Huazhang is very lucky. However, the battlefield and the workplace are very different. It is impossible to carry out work as planned. Lin Qing has long understood this, and the disappointment in his heart is fleeting. He raised the destruction sword with one hand again. But this time, things were a little different. Lin Qing takes a step. The enemies took a step back. Lin Qing is running. Bai Huazhou and his group also ran. The slow-running magistrate Morimura didn't care about the fact that riding a dog would tear his crotch. He rode on the ninja beast summoned by the evil wolf, slapped the beast's butt with one hand, and fled with the main force. The scene before my eyes was extremely strange and too absurd. The residents of the county town saw this scene through the gaps in the doors and windows, and thought that he had not woken up yet and was still dreaming, so he subconsciously slapped himself in the face. For a while, there were constant sounds of snapping in the county town. "Lin Qing! This is your biggest weakness." Black Chulei growled, "As long as we distance ourselves from you, you will lose all your means." As he spoke, he brandished the 2 long knives in his hands, clanking and knocking away the bullets fired continuously by Aerosmith. Aerosmith's frontal combat power is enough to bully ordinary genin and chinin. It is simply impossible to break through the defense of the 7 ninja swordsmen of this level without the other party being aware of it. Lin Qing knew that the other party was right. That's why Lin Qing rode a horse in the beginning. The purpose is to advance quickly and catch the opponent off guard. Black Chulei continuously released lightning bolts, and the distance between the two sides remained more than 10 meters, which could not be shortened no matter how Lin Qing tried to break through. Lin Qing frowned slightly. Compared to Hei Chulei who was wielding lightning, Bai Huazhang, who was carried on the shoulders of the evil wolf and constantly making seals with his hands, gave Lin Qing a greater sense of crisis. We can't let him perform ninjutsu. Lin Qing made a judgment and switched to the purple of the hermit to wrap around the giant blade of destruction. He grabbed the vine, swung his arm, and the destructive sword suddenly spun in the air, making a terrifying buzzing sound. Everyone knew how terrifying this knife would be. The warriors and ninjas were like primary school students who dared not look their teacher in the eye when asking questions in class. They all looked away for fear of becoming Lin Qing's target. Only Bai Huazhang did not lower his head. His intuition told him that Lin Qing's target was him. Lin Qing waved his arms, and the destruction blade flew straight towards Bai Huazhang. FK. I knew it. Bai Huazhang cursed loudly and increased the speed of his seal formation again. But how could he be faster than a thrown knife? 3 or 5 samurai running behind tried to stop them with their swords. The moment they touched, the samurai swords shattered and the blades pierced the samurai's face. They screamed in pain, fell to the ground, and struggled. The destructive sword continued to move forward with unabated force as it smashed towards Bai Huazhang. Black Ho and Thunder Fang's 2 long swords appeared again. Clang! The destruction blade and the thunder blade fang collided for the second time. Hei Chu Lei Ya used all his strength. But the thunder blade Ya was not a thick-skinned ninja sword like the same hata and the beheading sword. It was a light and fast style. In order to save Bai Huazhang, he fought head-on repeatedly, and there were slight curls on the blade. The heartbroken Kuriku thunder blade clenched his back teeth. Get out of here! Black Ho Thunder Fang knocked the destruction blade away. Bai Huazhang yelled, well done! His ninjutsu was about to be completed, as long as the jutsu was performed. Lin Qing is doomed to die. Silver ripples rush. Lin Qing took a deep breath, and a silver-white ripple passed along the hermit's purple. The pitch-black sword of destruction was covered with a touch of silver light, and a silver-white airflow gushed out of the hole on the back of the sword. Chi! The sound is sharp and shocking. The air began to twist, and the flying destructive sword came down from mid-air at an even faster speed than before. Governor Morimura exclaimed. God, miracle! This was not only his idea, but also the idea of the warriors who followed him and the residents who were peeking at the battle through the windows and cracks in the doors. Being able to wield such a huge sword with one hand is incredible in itself. Now he can actually control the blade to swing out of thin air. When he thinks about the place where Lin Qing steps, the ice and snow melt, and the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen are chased by him and flee like dogs. I really can't think of any other possibility except a miracle. Bai Huazhang doesn't know what the hell miracle is. He only knew that if the knife fell, he would be dead. Save me! Bai Huazhang roared. He is not afraid of death. He was about to perform the ninjutsu that could reverse the situation of the battle, but he fell on the eve of victory and died with his eyes open. But Lin Qing's methods were too fast and too cruel. Black Ho Thunder Fang knocked away the first blow of the destruction blade, and his body was unbalanced, so he had no time to help again. I'll do it! A man rushed out from the crowd. It was none other than the wolf, the chief henchman of the prefectural governor Morimura. Ultimate's excitement flashed in his eyes. The opportunity has come. The wolf is an excellent speculator. He belongs to a very small ninja village. When he was young, while others were choosing C-level and B-level tasks, he carefully selected A-level tasks that suited him. Of course, the price is the death of all companions. The so-called companions are everywhere on the streets. Therefore, he became an elite jonin at a young age. After he grew up, the wolf participated in the village coup, but he was not aiming for success. Even if he succeeded, what would it matter? He would just be the leader of the small village. Even if he was given the job, he would not do it. On the night of the coup, the evil wolf stormed the warehouses of the 2 organizations, took away all the valuables, and became a traitor. Later, the evil wolf became a subordinate of Magistrate Morimura. This is still a perfect investment. Now County Governor Morimura is only 1 step away from promotion. It won't be long before Evil Wolf can transform himself from a rebel ninja from a small ninja village into a real powerful person. Right now, Bai Huozhang's technique is about to be completed. The wolf is about to make the most important investment in his life. Save one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, become the key to reverse the situation, and kill the traitor Lin Qing. Just when everyone was trying to avoid him, the evil wolf rushed forward without hesitation. He raised the ninja sword in his hand and shouted in his heart. Come on! Lin Qing! Send me the wealth, power, and fame I desire. The evil wolf just couldn't believe it. He was an elite jonin, but he couldn't even block a sword. The sword of destruction fell. In the 0.1 of a second when the blade collided with the wolf's hand, silver-white ripples suddenly condensed on the blade, and a slight clicking sound was heard. The wolf's knife broke. The destructive sword fell straight down, cutting the wolf in two. Plop! The wolf's body fell to the ground, with a smile still on his face. A speculator who pursued profit all his life died in an investment that gambled his life. But thanks to his obstruction, Bai Huozhang who was hiding behind did not die. Bai Huozhang was stunned for half a second, and then tears welled up in his eyes. Thanks, brother. I didn't expect that such a small county would have such a passionate man like you. I will personally bury you with honor and pay tribute to you during festivals. Bai Huozhang stood up, completed the last seal with both hands, and looked at Lin Qing. Now, are you ready to die? Water-style super big water explosion wave. Endless water gushed out of Bai Huozhang's mouth, instantly forming a huge water ball covering hundreds of meters, wrapping Lin Qing inside the water ball. Black Ho! Lo Quat Shai Zhang drank a lot. He Chu Lei Yi raised both swords high in his hands, and bolts of lightning fell into the water ball, bombarding Lin Qing from every angle. I want you dead. Bai Huozhang glanced at the wolf's corpse on the ground and said coldly. I want you to give this sincere and brave man. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Chapter 31. Water-style super big water wave. Releases a large amount of water, covering the enemy in the form of an oversized water ball. No matter which direction the enemy moves, the water ball will follow. He is good at dealing with enemies like Lin Qing who are good at close combat. This is a tactic that Bai Huozhang learned from a kid named Hokage Kisame when they were drinking. Of course, such a large-scale ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra, and with Bai Huozhang's chakra reserves, it can only last about 10 minutes. To suffocate Lin Qing, who was using the Grandmaster breathing technique, to death within 10 minutes was nothing short of a fantasy. But there is also Black Ho Thunder Fang. Thunder flashed and fell into the giant water ball. Lin Qing, who was trapped in the center, felt her skin burning hot. If there hadn't been a layer of ripple force above his skin, isolating the lightning from his internal organs, he might have suffered a heart spasm and become paralyzed all over. What to do? Lin Qing clenched his fists, and the last breath of air he inhaled before entering the water condensed in his chest. He adjusted the frequency of the ripples. Green ripples that manipulate the water flow are released from the hands. The smooth water flow began to become abnormally turbulent. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Bai Huozhang, who was controlling the water ball outside, spat out a mouthful of blood and yelled at Kurikuriga, don't hide it, kill him quickly. He is trying to snatch the control of water style from me. Seize, control? He Chu Lei Ya didn't understand what his old teammate was saying for a moment, but he understood the first half of the sentence. He raised his two swords again, and all the chakra in his body turned into thunder attribute. Thunder blade technique, thunder fall. Lightning kept striking the water ball. From a distance, the water ball looked bright, like a crystal. Magistrate Morimura, who was standing on the periphery, stared blankly at the huge water ball and the falling thunder, muttering. This is the power of a ninja, it's so strong. Compared to these two, the wolf squad is just a bunch of losers. Magistrate Morimura, who was originally feeling sorry for the death of the evil wolf, became excited and his thoughts seemed to become clear when he thought that he might be able to recruit Bai Huozhang into his team in the near future. However, it is not as if. Because the electric current continuously bombards the water ball, it electrolyzes into hydrogen and oxygen. People in the entire county are now breathing oxygen, so they can breathe smoothly and feel refreshed. In stark contrast to the outside world, the feeling of suffocation was slowly surrounding Lin Qing. He retracted the outward ripples and covered their entire skin with them to block the lightning transmitted by the water flow. This is the biggest dilemma Lin Qing has faced since coming to the Hokage world. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, who looked down on others, there was a gap in information. It doesn't release water like Kakashi. It was not like the battle with the puffer ghost at Zigwa Mountain, which was a one-on-one fight. As long as Lin Qing seized the initiative, he could rely on the absolute melee dominance of Star Platinum to kill his opponent with a flurry of punches. This time the opponent is a ninja who cooperates well, supports each other, grandmasters various combat skills, and is very familiar with Lin Qing's intelligence. This is a head-on battle where there is no room for luck. The more difficult the problem is, the more you need to calm down. Lin Qing did not let the feeling of suffocation deprive him of his sanity. He ran around blindly. Once all the oxygen was exhausted and the ripples disappeared, he would really die as the other party thought. Plans can never keep up with changes on the battlefield. This applies to Lin Qing as well as his opponents. Lin Qing closed his eyes. In the darkness, his thoughts gradually became clear. Sort out the clues I have. Ripple. No, this water flow contains Baiwachozu's chakra. I can't breathe now. The few ripples left are not enough to take control of the water flow and escape from here. Star Platinum. No, it can't throw me out. The water flow will become resistance, and it will adjust quickly. Aerosmith, Hermit Purple, Destruction Blade, they also don't have the ability to help Lin Qing out of trouble. Under the bite of the electric current, the ripples were reduced little by little, and the oxygen in the chest cavity became thin. If you can't think of a solution, Lin Qing is really going to die. He opened the system interface. Kill the elite Jonin wolf and obtain 240 soul fragments. Current soul fragments, 820. Want to draw a lottery? With 82 draws, you might be able to draw a 5-star substitute that can help Lin Qing break the impasse. Just as his finger was about to touch the card drawing button, Lin Qing slowly withdrew his hand. Can't smoke. At least, not now. Drawing cards is Lin Qing's last hope. If the stand is not drawn out, or the stand that appears does not have the ability to escape from the water ball, Lin Qing is a human being, not a machine. The loss of hope in a desperate situation will have a serious impact on his mentality. He pondered for 5 full seconds. There is no other way, or in other words, no shortcut. To get out of this predicament, we can only use the most stupid method and take the longest route. He opened his eyes suddenly. Star Platinum. The Star Platinum appeared behind him again. When Baiwachozu and Kurikirega saw him open his eyes, they subconsciously tightened their knives. They didn't know what other options Lin Qing had. Logically, Lin Qing had been forced into a desperate situation by them, but Lin Qing's calm gaze still made them feel uneasy. Lin Qing handed the destruction blade to Star Platinum. Star Platinum held the knife in both hands, raised it above his head, and then spin. The destruction sword was nearly 2 meters long and nearly half a meter wide, with a straight blade. From a distance it looked like a huge tombstone. It spun at high speed in the hands of Star Platinum, instantly stirring up the water. What's the use of this? You want to disguise yourself as a ship's rotor and get yourself out of the water ball? Daydreaming. Baiwachozu said loudly. But his eyes flickered. Rather than speaking to Lin Qing, this passage was more of a way to comfort himself. Baiwachozu was about to continue speaking when he suddenly saw. Lin Qing stretched out a finger and pointed at Baiwachozu from a distance. His mouth opened and closed, but the sound could not be transmitted through the water. However, for ninjas, lip reading is the most basic practice. The ninjas present could see clearly that Lin Qing was saying, "Don't be impatient. Just watch carefully." A surge of anger grew, and Baiwachozu yelled, "Black Ho! I know." Hei Chu stimulated thunder at all costs, and the lightning he summoned seemed to be beyond his control, and lightning fell on him from time to time. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. At this moment, the 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen forgot the Mizukage's orders, their own interests, and themselves. They only had one thought left. Kill Lin Qing. Kill him. Kill! As Star Platinum waved, an Uzumaki appeared in the water ball. Lin Qing stood in the center of the Uzumaki, and the water flow above his head was quickly becoming thinner. He didn't think of escaping. Since the enemy used this move, he must have taken Lin Qing and Star Platinum's speed into account. To escape is to seek death. The real way to survive lies in the deepest part of the water ball. JOJO used all his strength to activate his ninjutsu, trying to forcibly gather the turbulent water ball together again. His veins bulged and blood oozed out of his blood vessels. The vortex was slowed down by invisible resistance. Lin Qing's way of survival was blocked. The feeling of suffocation engulfed Lin Qing. His eyes went dark and his consciousness became erratic. Because the stand user's spiritual power was no longer condensed, the figure of Star Platinum also became blurred. Success! JOJO clenched his fists, a look of ecstasy. At this moment, Lin Qing, who was clearly extremely short of oxygen, actually had his chest rising and falling slightly. A faint golden lightning appeared. Golden yellow waves. Isolated from the outside world by water and lightning, Lin Qing was in endless suffocation, and the ripples spread to the deepest part of his body, where a wisp of qi grew from the void. It is not the air that is obtained from the outside world through breathing. Rather, it is the qi that is born from the inside to the outside in the Lin Qing meridians. Or rather, qi. This is the moment Lin Qing has been waiting for. Before this, he practiced in the lake outside Uchiha Village, but he always lacked an opportunity. Now he has found it. Lin Qing slowly released the finger that was pressing on the draw card interface. It seems that it is no longer needed. Surrounded by the power of Yamabuki-colored ripples, Lin Qing did not summon the Platinum Star again. He held the destruction blade in one hand and swung it with force. JOJO vomited blood and fell to the ground. He lost control of the water. The water flowed outward in the form of a whirlpool, submerging the legs of JOJO and Kurikurega. Go! Black Hole Lei reminded. JOJO nodded heavily and stepped back. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. 2 water dragons appeared out of nowhere, blocking the 2 men's escape route. Under normal circumstances, they could easily strangle a water dragon of this level with one sword. But now, JOJO was seriously injured, and Heichu was exhausted, and for a while they were entangled by the water dragon. Who is it? JOJO turned his head and saw a beautiful woman's face. Terumi Mei. How dare you betray the village? Terumi Mei shook her head slightly. You are the ones who betrayed the village. Before JOJO could curse, Uzumaki's water flow hit him. Oh no! The 2 were caught in the Uzumaki, like 2 uncontrollable boats, circling closer and closer to Lin Qing, who was at the center of the Uzumaki. Lin Qing held the knife with both hands for the first time, and the ripples of mountain-blown color were injected into the blade. Buzz! The sword rang loudly, the destructive sword trembled slightly, and an extremely turbulent golden light gushed out from the back of the sword. JOJO and Kurikurega looked at each other. There is no way to escape. The only way now is to use the impact force of the vortex to kill Lin Qing together. The 2 men each held a chinin knife in their hands, jumped high out of the water, and rushed towards Lin Qing from the left and right. A flash of golden knife light passed by. The vortex dissipated and turned into heavy rain. Also falling down were 2 corpses and 2 broken ninja swords. Lin Qing stood in the center of the rainstorm. Unharmed. Kill JOJO and obtain 480 soul fragments. Kill Black Ho Thunder Fang and obtain 460 soul fragments. Chapter 32. Magistrate Morimura stared blankly at the 2 bodies on the ground. He felt his hands and feet go cold, his head feels heavy and his feet feel lightheaded. He staggered and was about to faint. Someone nearby quickly supported him. Thank you, wolf, said Magistrate Morimura casually. My lord, I am not a wolf. Governor Morimura turned his head and looked into the eyes of an unfamiliar samurai. He suddenly came to his senses. The wolf is dead. JOJO and Heichu also died. Magistrate Morimura looked flustered and pointed at Lin Qing. How could you, how dare you? These are the 7 ninja swordsmen, the top leaders of Kirigakure. If it is said that Lin Qing killed the Ziguitian puffer ghost because it exposed the fact of human trafficking, there would be some controversy in public opinion. Now rushing into the governor's residence and blatantly killing 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen is truly becoming an enemy of Kirigakure. If someone died within the jurisdiction of Magistrate Morimura, he would also be implicated, and his career would be affected. Mayor Morimura's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. A shadow fell over him. Boom! The destructive sword smashed at the feet of Magistrate Morimura, and the earth trembled. Several samurai guarding Magistrate Morimura were so frightened that they fell to the ground. When Magistrate Morimura saw a pair of shoes, he raised his head stiffly, but before he could fully look Lin Qing in the eye, a hand grabbed his hair. Ah! Magistrate Morimura screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It must be said that the life of luxury gave County Mayor Morimura a good physique. His screams were so powerful that most people in the county could hear them. People popped their heads out from behind the windows, mouths half open, watching Magistrate Morimura being dragged by his hair like a stray dog. Because of the previous vortex, a large open space appeared. Lin Qing threw Magistrate Morimura to the center of the open space, kicked him with ripple power from his toes. Magistrate Morimura was shocked and frightened. His body seemed to be possessed. He knelt down uncontrollably and lowered his head. His only remaining eye was wide open and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. It's clearly the posture of a person committing seppuku and waiting for the Kaishakunin to chop off his head. Just then, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from afar, and a row of flames approached. The warriors who came to support the county town had arrived. At a glance, there were about 100 to 200 of them, and the accountant was walking in the front. Stop! The accountant's eyes turned red with anxiety. You can't kill him. Magistrate Morimura responded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. You can't kill me. Why can't I kill? Lin Qing glanced at the bodies of Bai Huazhang and He Chu Lei Yat. He even killed these 2 people, let alone an official from a remote small county town? No, the same. The accountant strode over and said, killing ninjas and killing officials are 2 different things. If you kill 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you will simply become an enemy of Kirigakure. But if you kill Magistrate Morimura, a local official appointed by the daimyo himself, you are declaring war on the entire Water Kingdom. You have to understand that Kirigakure is just a ninja village. With a single order from the daimyo, it can be changed into the Hidden Water Village or the Mist Village tomorrow. But the Land of Water and the daimyo will never change. The accountant walked up to Lin Qing. Once you kill Magistrate Morimura, you will be committing treason. You've done enough for today. Stop it. The accountant said it very clearly. The Land of Water and Kirigakure are not of the same size. Kirigakure is just a knife, the daimyo is the real wielder of the knife. No matter how many ninjas Lin Qing killed, the daimyo of the Land of Water wouldn't even blink an eye, but killing Morimura would be like taking advantage of the daimyo's cake. You know, Magistrate Morimura was able to pay tribute every month in this barren land and fill the national treasury. If such a talented person who shared the daimyo's worries were killed, the daimyo of the Land of Water would certainly be heartbroken. Do you understand? Lin Qing, if you kill me, you will bring endless troubles. As long as you let me go, I will give you half of the gold and silver in the warehouse. No, I will give you all. Magistrate Morimura has amassed a huge fortune, and the wealth in his warehouse is enough for a person to enjoy the rest of his life without worries about food and clothing. He gasped for breath, and his eardrums throbbed. Are you done? Lin Qing asked. About 100 warriors held torches high, and the red light reflected on Lin Qing's face and in the eyes of the villagers who were quietly observing. The accountant swallowed. He had been calculating accounts and observing people's hearts all his life, but he found that he could not predict Lin Qing's next move, nor could he see through Lin Qing's thoughts. The accountant opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but suddenly, hot, smelly liquid splashed on his face and flowed into his mouth. It's blood. The blood of Magistrate Morimura. Plop! A head fell off. Behind the doors and windows, the county residents who witnessed the incident with their own eyes uttered tiny exclamations. The county magistrate who could cover the sky with one hand actually dead. A gust of wind whistled past, making the torches in the warriors' hands flicker, but no one dared to draw his sword. The bodies of the 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen are still warm, and no one would think that they are stronger than Baiwachozu and Kurikirega. The huge knife in Lin Qing's hand gave them an overwhelming sense of oppression just by looking at it. Compared to it, their samurai swords were like toothpicks. The head of County Magistrate Morimura rolled to the feet of the accountant. He wanted to hold the head up, but his waist could not bend. Finally, he fell to the ground, hugged County Magistrate Morimura's head, and tears streamed down his face. "Kill me! Lin Qing, why don't you just kill me too?" The accountant cried and watched Lin Qing carefully out of the corner of his eye. Since begging for mercy was useless, he simply did the opposite, just to find a way to survive. Lin Qing walked past the accountant and said, "I'll spare your life, but I'll keep this head safe and give it to the next county magistrate. Tell him a message. What? Take care of yourself." The accountant looked at Lin Qing's receding back, the 4 words kept rolling in his heart, the tears in his eyes gradually stopped, many complicated emotions surged up, and finally turned into a deep sigh. Take care of yourself? Did Governor Morimura do something wrong? Yes, he enacted harsh tax laws, but is he greedy? Most of the money that Magistrate Morimura collected was given to the daimyo. From the perspective of ordinary people, life is indeed difficult, but do civilians call for help? In the eyes of the powerful and ninjas, civilians are nothing more than a group of stupid livestock that can produce food. Only Lin Qing in front of him treated people as human beings. The accountant knelt on the ground, bowed his head deeply towards the direction where Lin Qing was going. "Thank you for sparing my life, sir." "Thank you, sir. Give me some pointers." After Terumi Mei collected the bodies of the 2 7 ninja swordsmen and the 2 broken ninja swords, he found Lin Qing in the warehouse of the county governor's mansion. He was walking out of the warehouse with a bag of candied fruits in his hand. He ate one himself and threw one to the horse waiting at the door. Terumi Mei looked him up and down, confirming that Lin Qing really didn't take anything valuable except a bag of candied fruit, and asked incredulously, "You're not going to take it?" Lin Qing chuckled, "I told you, I'm not short of money. You need this money more than me, right?" Terumi Mei was silent. She understood what Suzuki said. While she was observing Lin Qing, she was also being observed by Lin Qing. The man in front of her was more perceptive than she had imagined. Terumi Mei didn't know how to start. Once her thoughts and plans are spoken out, they will bring fatal disaster to those who hear them. Lin Qing has been in enough trouble. While hesitating, Terumi Mei saw something in front of her eyes. It was the candied fruit that Lin Qing handed over. She took it and took a bite. Very sweet. The worries and sorrows in my heart seem to have been alleviated a lot. I want to do something big, I think. Lin Qing glanced at Terumi Mei and spoke her mind. You must destroy the unjust and punish the tyrannical. You must kill the 4th Mizukage Yagura and put an end to the Blood Mist Village. Am I right? Terumi Mei's mind went blank. All the scheming and calculations from years of ninja training disappeared, leaving only one question. How do you know? Chapter 33. Terumi Mei's pair of bright big eyes showed a rare cuteness. How should I know? Lin Qing took a bite of the candied fruit and said, "This is not something that is difficult to speculate. You are from Kirigakure, don't look at me like that, I have my own intelligence sources." On the first day Terumi Mei appeared, Lin Qing sent a carrier pigeon to ask Kanhara Hayato, who was on vacation in Konoha Village, and learned her identity. Kirigakure Elite Jonin. From what I understand, in the current Kirigakure, the Mizukage has gone crazy, squeezing every ninja, and has no time to rest. You came to me, most likely with a mission to kill me, but you didn't do it. On the other hand, Mizukage sent 2 more members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to kill me. Lin Qing spread his hands. To waste 2 human resources to handle a project, I can only think of 2 reasons: either Mizukage doesn't trust you, or, the fact that you were sent here is that he is using me to kill you. I think the latter is more likely. Nowadays, there are only 3 types of people in Kirigakure. A madman who obeys Mizukage and enjoys killing, such as Black Ho-Rega. He hates traitorous ninjas who engage in intrigue and plot to escape, such as Biwajozo. Mizukage did not kill the first 2. This means that you are a 3rd type of person who does not belong to the first 2 types. Lin Qing looked at her calmly, a rebel who hates Mizukage's bloody rule. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Even if a ninja practices the endurance technique for many years, it is impossible for all of them to be like a cow with its eggs hammered, lowering their heads and working obediently. This is the truth. But Terumi Mei felt something was wrong when he thought about himself being what Lin Qing called the cow whose balls were not hammered. You guessed it based on these few clues. Also, you've been putting on a fart-sniffing expression lately. Anyone can tell from your bitter and resentful look that you're going to do something big. Sniff, sniff a fart. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes, raised his chin slightly, and his nose moved slightly. That's it. Terumi Mei's mouth twitched slightly, her little fists clenched, and she wanted to take out a whip to whip him. I don't have any deep hatred, and... Terumi Mei sighed softly, I didn't mean to kill Lord Yagura, I just wanted him to abdicate. Actually, he was a really good person before he became Mizukage, maybe, the pressure of being a kage is too much. His temperament has changed drastically. Could it be that he has been bewitched? Lord Yagura is a Jinchuriki, and cannot possibly be affected by Genjutsu. The Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts are like teammates, if one person is caught in an illusion, the other person/beast can adjust their chakra to get rid of the illusion's effects. Lin Qing nodded. He didn't know much about ninjutsu and illusion techniques, and since the experts said it was impossible, he could only choose to believe it. There are too many people who forget their roots after gaining power. For example, someone was slacking off the day before, but after being promoted to manager today, he told his former partner to work hard and not slack off. When do you plan to start? Lin Qing asked. I still need some time to prepare. It is not an easy task to overthrow a shadow or subvert a bound community of interests. Terumi Mei looked at Lin Qing, can I ask you to help? What do you want? Anything is fine, as long as I can afford the price. I will find a way to raise the money. After today's battle, Terumi Mei was once again shocked by the power displayed by Lin Qing. Despite being deliberately targeted, he killed 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen on his own. With Lin Qing's help, Terumi Mei's plan's success rate would be greatly improved. Lin Qing looked her up and down, shook his head and said, I'm not short of money. He stood up and took the broken blade of the Thunder Blade Fang and the beheading sword from Terumi Mei. Lin Qing no longer needs these 2 things, but he still has Suzuki and Xiao. You can give them a try. Lin Qing mounted his horse and walked out of the courtyard slowly with the sound of horse hooves. Terumi Mei lowered her head in disappointment. Lin Qing, are you also unwilling to wade into this muddy water? Yes, the money that Lin Qing left in this warehouse was already a great help, how could she ask for more? So, there is no need to pay. Terumi Mei raised her head and looked at Lin Qing's back as he rode on the horse. He turned his face to the side and smiled. When you really need me to help, you'll owe me a favor. A light slowly appeared in Terumi Mei's eyes. She really wanted to imitate Lin Qing and say something that sounded impressive. But after holding it in for a long time, I just felt a slight sourness in the tip of my nose. I also felt that the way I looked now was very much like what Lin Qing said, smelling a fart, and I couldn't help laughing. Leave. Lin Qing waved her hand. Goodbye. Lin Qing packed up the supplies and led the people from Uchiha Village back to their hometown. Because many people were in the county magistrate's residence, it was cold and they fell ill, so the journey back took longer than the journey there. When they returned to Uchiha Village, it was already noon on the 4th day. Suzuki and Xiao were squatting at the entrance of the village making snowmen. There were 2 rows of snowmen of different sizes at the entrance. It was obvious that the 2 had been waiting for Lin Qing here. Seeing Lin Qing coming back, Suzuki and Xiao were finally able to put their minds at ease. Lin Qing was their last relative. If something happened to Lin Qing, they really didn't know what to do. When the village chief and other elders heard the voices, they trembled and came to the village entrance to greet them. All the villagers had red eyes and told about their experiences in the past few days in tears. But as he was talking, the village chief felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. The man from the Bai family had a broken arm. Bai's mother and Bai are isolated from their fellow villagers. After finding out the whole story, the village chief picked up his walking stick and swung it around to hit the villagers. The so-called rejection of bloodline limits is a rule that only came into being after the Blood Mist village. It is a rule set by others for unknown purposes, to kill the people closest to you. Either a fool or a villain. The village chief came up and bowed to the Bai mother and daughter. "I'm sorry these idiots almost hurt you." Bai said softly, "It's okay, village chief, we have decided to leave Luoxia village and will not cause any trouble to anyone." "Leave?" The village chief was stunned. "Where are you going?" Bai's mother said, "I don't know, but as long as we are together, we can go anywhere." The village chief nodded. The fact that Bai Mu possesses a bloodline limit will spread sooner or later. Instead of waiting for the ninjas from Kirigakure to come, it is a better choice to leave early. But the two women are on the run, their lives are definitely not going to be easy. "If we have nowhere to go, would you like to follow me?" Bai turned around and looked at Lin Qing who was walking towards him. Is it really possible? Compared to wandering around blindly, following Lin Qing obviously makes one feel safer. "I know a group of people who are setting up their own village. I can take you there." Killing the 7 ninja swordsmen and magistrate Morimura would inevitably lead to double revenge from the daimyo and Kirigakure. However, according to Lin Qing, with the deaths of 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure no longer has many high-end combat forces. The people who come to hunt you down later are most likely killers who are good at poisoning and assassination. This kind of killer is like a fly, annoying but not worth many soul fragments. Lin Qing plans to leave Kirigakure for the time being and look for targets elsewhere, and visit the new village of the human trafficking survivors. The Water Kingdom is a good place, but Lin Qing has killed too many people recently, so he needs to give the Water Kingdom some time to recuperate. When a new batch of fugitives and strong men appear, Lin Qing will come back to reap the benefits. They decided to rest for one night and set out early the next morning. That night, Lin Qing went to the jungle and hunted a lot of game. Bai's mother cooked a table of dishes and took out the family's treasured wine. As for Bai's father, he locked himself in his bedroom. Lin Qing didn't kill him, and neither did Bai's mother and Bai. In other words, they have already killed. The moment he raised the knife and pointed it at his wife, he was already dead in the hearts of both mother and daughter. The group enjoyed a rare leisure time. "It would be nice if Teacher Zhao was here." Suzuki whispered, "She's quite nice." Lin Qing patted Suzuki's head. "She is doing something big." "What's up?" "Once successful, everyone will no longer have to worry and be as happy as today every day." Suzuki nodded in understanding. After Lin Qing returned, Suzuki and Xiao Tao relaxed, and not long after dinner, the 2 children fell into a deep sleep. Lin Qing sat by the window, spread out a piece of paper, and thought about future plans in the moonlight. Dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the door. The sound was very light and soft, and I could tell it was a woman knocking on the door. Lin Qing walked over and opened the door. It's Bai's mother. She was wearing a beige kimono, with her hair tied up, and had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. "Mr. Lin, the children are asleep, do you mind chatting for a while?" Chapter 34. "Mr. Lin, the children are asleep, do you mind chatting for a while?" Bai's mother brushed a strand of hair that fell on her forehead behind her ear. Lin Qing glanced at Xiao Tao and Suzuki who were sleeping soundly, and gestured for them to go out and talk. They came to the living room, where tea and snacks had been prepared in advance. Bai's mother asked Lin Qing to sit down, then sat beside him and poured him some tea. "But this distance. It's too close." Bai's mother was only 29 years old, still at the most plump and beautiful age for women. She seemed to have just taken a shower before coming, her hair tips were a little wet, and there was a faint fragrance coming from her. Her fair face was rosy, like a ripe peach with a strong and attractive charm. Looking at the teacup she handed over, Lin Qing seemed to hear a sentence in a trance. If you're interested, drink half of the remaining wine from my cup. Ha! Lin Qing chuckled. Bai's mother asked, Sir, why are you laughing? Lin Qing waved her hand, took the tea handed over by Bai's mother, did not drink it, just put it on the table and asked, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, there is no need to do this. The two were very close, but when Bai's mother and Lin Qing looked into each other's clear eyes, the little bits of charm that had been created before, like the steam rising from tea, quietly dissipated and disappeared without a trace. She stared at the man in front of her, feeling that her previous thoughts were extremely despicable and childish. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I thought. She thought that this was the price she had to pay in order to rely on Lin Qing and get his protection. But now Bai's mother finally understood. My behavior is an insult to Lin Qing's character. Mr. Lin is not like other men. How can I think of him like this? Noticing the reverence in the eyes of the woman in front of him, Lin Qing scratched his face awkwardly and looked away. Bai's mother remained kneeling, took out a letter from her bosom, and respectfully handed it to Lin Qing with both hands. This is... Bai's mother didn't explain, but just sent another point forward. Lin Qing took it and opened it. There were densely written small characters on the letter. At the top was her name, Mayuri. The following records in detail the situation of her ancestors, how they came to Uchiha Village to escape the war, the work she is good at, and a detailed description of her bloodline limit. Mayuri put her hands in front of her. Mr. Lin, from today on, my mother and I will follow in your footsteps and serve you in life. If you have any requests, you can ask me. After saying that, Mayuri bowed deeply. Lin Qing looked at the resume in his hand, then looked at Mayuri who was kneeling and bowing, and was in a trance for a moment. It turns out that the employment environment in both the previous life and this life was so bad. Lin Qing closed the letter. I'm just taking you to a new village. There's no need to be so serious. Mayuri raised her head and smiled slightly. Maybe it's a woman's intuition. I feel like I'll have to trouble Mr. Lin for a long time in the future. Lin Qing smiled, poured her a cup of tea, and clinked glasses with hers. Then, we have a long way to go, please take care of me. After sending Mayuri away, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and walked out of the Bai family, and said to a shadowy place, don't hide, come out. Hey hey hey. Dao Ye walked out from the shadows in the corner and said awkwardly, I think I came at the wrong time. No, you came at the right time. Lin Qing had originally planned to go see Dao Ye before leaving tomorrow. Now that he is here, we don't have to waste time tomorrow. Are you here for those two broken ninja swords? Lin Qing asked. Dao Ye nodded. For Dao Ye, a famous sword is more attractive than beauty, wealth, and power. He tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep, so he gritted his teeth and came over. But... Dao Ye scratched his head and said, I didn't expect to hear your conversation as soon as I came here, and I didn't expect that you would refuse her service. Just now, Mayuri basically packed herself up and put it to Lin Qing's mouth. He could eat it in one bite just by opening his mouth. They say that sons take after their mothers. Just look at Haku's appearance and you will know how beautiful Mayuri is. Lin Qing asked, what do you think I am? A normal man. Men use secrets to gain trust. Women express loyalty with their bodies. In this terrible world, it is a well-known unspoken rule. Lin Qing was willing to keep a mother and daughter safe, and it was all too common for a mother to give up her body to express her gratitude and loyalty. Lin Qing chuckled, what about now? Dao Ye patted his chest and said, like me, I am not tempted by women, I am a real man with a strong character. Lin Qing shook his head. It's not that he's not lustful. However, Lin Qing could not accept the logic of this matter. Besides, her husband, or rather, her ex-husband, was still sleeping in the next room. Lin Qing knew that the Hokage world was based on Japanese culture, but this... it's too Japanese. Lin Qing returned to the house, took out two broken blades and gave them to Dao Ye. Dao Ye stroked the two legendary ninja swords with a complicated look in his eyes. After a long while, he sighed. My father, who had been making swords his whole life, wanted to make a sword that surpassed the 7 ninja swords, but he died with regret. My generation has also been a knife fighter all my life. Until this age, I thought that the ideals passed down for 2 generations would accompany me to the grave. Thanks to you, I was able to create a sword that could cut through the 7 ninja swords. Lin Qing smiled. The 7 ninja swordsmen have indeed reached their limit in the field of ninja swords. However, if you cannot compete with the old strong players in the traditional field, switching to a new track in a niche field may give you a chance to overtake them. This is an effective method that has been proven in practice. I'll take care of Suzuki and Momo's knives. I'll come back for them later. Daoya smiled. Of course, leave it to me. After Daoya left, Lin Qing summoned Aerosmith to take a look around. After confirming that no one was looking for him, he returned to the house, holding the unfinished cup of tea, and continued to sit in front of the draft paper, calculating the gains of this time. Before I arrived at Uchiha Village, I had 310 soul fragments. Lin Qing wrote 310 on the paper. Killed the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th members of the wolf squad and got 270. Kill the evil wolf and get 240. Kill Bai Wachozo and get 480. Kill Black Ho Thunderfang and get 460. Current total soul fragments: 1,760 pieces. Converted into the number of draws, it is 176 draws. As long as Lin Qing is not too unlucky, it will be enough to draw out a new 5-star substitute. Want to smoke? This time, Lin Qing was almost forced into a desperate situation by Bai Wachozang and He Chu Lei Yat. As the news of his killing of 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen spread, enemies who dared to attack and kill Lin Qing in the future would only become more difficult and cautious, and would make targeted tactical arrangements for each of his abilities. If there is a new substitute, it can definitely become Lin Qing's trump card. If you can draw a stand like Shinigami 13 or White Snake, you can also resist illusions. But Lin Qing summons Star Platinum. The 2nd level Star Platinum has lost its intelligence advantage and can no longer crush ninjas of the level of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Once the enemy acts as a team and Star Platinum is entangled, Lin Qing will have to face the enemy alone. Upgrading Star Platinum to level 3 can greatly increase its frontal combat power. Moreover, if the JOJO system is designed according to the original comics, then the premise for Star Platinum to have time stop is most likely to upgrade it to the maximum level, level 5. Should I draw a new 5-star or strengthen the Platinum Star? Lin Qing scratched his head. What a happy trouble! He thought again and again, and made a judgment. Consume 1,000 fragments to increase the Platinum Star. There are too many uncertainties in drawing a new 5-star substitute. If a stand with overlapping functions is extracted, or a stand of the auxiliary type like Aerosmith is selected, it will not be of much significance to Lin Qing now. Lin Qing plans to upgrade the Platinum Star, which has the greatest potential, to level 3 first. The soul fragments scattered, and countless fragments shining with colorful clouds sprinkled on the body of Star Platinum. It became more muscular, and the sharpness between its brows became more ferocious. Its already terrifying strength, speed, reaction, and precision were improved in all aspects. What surprised Lin Qing even more was that Star Platinum gained a new ability. Platinum Skin, harden Star Platinum's skin to the limit, and can resist enemy attacks to the greatest extent. In the past, Lin Qing had to control the Star Platinum to avoid ordinary knife slashes, axe chop, flame and wind blades, or block them with his fists, which delayed his charge. With Platinum Skin, you can ignore most attacks, rush directly to the enemy, and kill them with random punches. It takes 1,000 fragments to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, and 2,000 fragments to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. It's really expensive. But it's worth it. Whether it is for a direct increase in combat power or for the ability to stop time in the future, these 1,000 fragments are worth spending. 760 soul fragments remaining. Lin Qing decided to keep it for now as a strategic reserve. If you encounter a tough enemy in the future and urgently need to increase your strength, go and draw a card. If you are not in a hurry, just save up slowly to upgrade your Platinum Stars and strive to obtain the ability to stop time as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Lin Qing, Sasuke, Momo, Mayuri, and Shiro, a group of 5 people embarked on a journey to the survivors' village. There were not many villagers who came to see him off, only a few people, and Bai's father did not come either. Lin Qing waved to Daoyet, the village chief and others, pulled the reins, and the carriage slowly drove away. Looking at the carriage gradually disappearing from sight, the village chief put down his hand. Suddenly, he heard a cry from behind. "Oh no! Bai's father hanged himself." The villagers rushed over and saw only a dead body. The old village chief sighed. "It's your own fault." Chapter 35. Lin Qing and his group crossed mountains and rivers, took a boat across the sea, and left the territory of the Water Kingdom. On the way, they passed through the Wave Kingdom, but did not encounter the sale of D products again. Lin Qing doesn't think that the other party has changed his ways and stopped selling drugs after learning a lesson last time. The land of waves is rotten to the core. It cannot be solved by simply overturning a few ships and killing a few crew members and samurai. Most of the transportation and sales are carried out in a more covered way. After safely passing through the land of waves, Lin Qing and Sasuke returned to the territory of the land of fire after a long absence. The survivors' village is located in the northern part of the fire country, in a dense forest. The road ahead is not so easy to travel. There is no official road, so one can only walk through the forest. Fortunately, several of them have some skills. Even Mayuri and Shiro, who have never practiced, have extraordinary physiques because of their bloodline limits. During this journey, Lin Qing felt much more relaxed than when he came here. To be more precise, he was enjoying Mayuri's care the whole time. From traveling, to cooking, to resting at night, Mayuri is like a gentle older sister, and arranges everything in order. Lin Qing is not a landlord. He wanted to help several times, but found that he could not keep up with Mayuri's pace, and instead caused more trouble. He could only be thick-skinned and enjoy it silently. In a flash, more than 2 months have passed. Because they were not pursuing speed, the group stopped and walked frequently, so the journey was relatively leisurely. Occasionally, they would go into a town to replenish supplies. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Lin Qing quickly formed seals with his hands and performed ninjutsu towards an open space. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no enemies recently, Lin Qing tried to learn ninjutsu from Sasuke. "It's not that I plan to transform into a ninja, but having one more means of coping is always a good thing, so that I can better understand myself and the enemy." But a super mini flame the size of a balloon appeared. "It still doesn't work." Lin Qing slapped the ninjutsu away. There is no problem with hand seals and ninjutsu, the key lies in chakra. Lin Qing cannot condense chakra normally. Chakra is a surreal energy created by the combination of body and spirit. Lin Qing's body is strong, but the problem lies in his spirit. Sasuke analyzed, rubbing his chin. "Brother Qing, maybe because you are a stand user, all your mental power is used to condense the stand and cannot be used to create chakra." It is indeed possible. But there is another possibility. Lin Qing's soul does not belong to the Hokage world. Compared to the locals, Lin Qing's soul lacks a component that can generate chakra. If he can figure out the difference in his soul, perhaps he can try to practice ninjutsu. Lin Qing pondered for a moment, shook his head, and gave up this idea. He doesn't have the knowledge in this area. Instead of wasting time on this, it is better to focus on practicing ripples. Buzz buzz. Aerosmith hovered in the air. Lin Qing arrived at the destination. The village of survivors should be nearby. After nearly an hour of searching. Ding dig. In Aviation Smith's detection area, the faint breathing of small animals became scarce, indicating that the human activity range was about 1 kilometer ahead. "We're almost there," said Lin Qing. "The journey of more than 2 months is about to come to an end." Mayuri gently hugged Shiro. They will soon arrive at their new hometown. Both of them are nervous and excited. Momo and Sasuke had smiles on their faces. Previously on the cruise ship, they had become acquainted with many of the survivors and were looking forward to meeting them again after a long absence. Seeing everyone so happy, Lin Qing also laughed, but gradually, his smile faded. "Brother Qing. Sasuke asked. Lin Qing said, something is wrong. The traces of the small animals had indeed disappeared, but why couldn't Aerosmith capture the breath of humans? Even if they go out to farm or hunt, it is impossible for all the people in a village to go out. Lin Qing rushed to the front with the destruction sword on his back, followed closely by Sasuke and others. They pranced through the jungle and soon saw a broken wooden sign that read Hope Village. This is the name the survivors gave to the village. After experiencing the deepest despair, hope is reborn. Lin Qing put the wooden sign back on the ground, picked up the destruction sword with one hand, and before he entered the village, he smelled a strong stench. A very familiar smell. Lin Qing recalled for a long time, remembering when he had smelled it before. First day in the Hokage world. Uchiha Station. When he pushed open the door to his family's courtyard and walked onto the street, this was the smell in the air. The smell of blood, organs, and corpse feces. It's just that the flavor of Hope Village has a more corrupt feel. There were collapsed houses everywhere, fields overgrown with weeds, and rotting corpses. Lin Qing closed his eyes, and pictures appeared before his eyes. People who were full of hope and working hard for a new life were strangled for no reason by hunters who suddenly broke in. Yes, for no reason. They are not ninjas, they don't have much money, and they are not trying to capture and sell them. It was just pure slaughter. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Qing. Chi. Lin Qing stuck the knife into the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and said calmly, let's deal with the body first. Everyone carried the bodies to the center of the village. There were 103 bodies in total. Some were dismembered and thrown everywhere, so they could only collect the upper bodies first. Lin Qing looked from body to body until the last one, and nodded to Sasuke. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. A giant Great Fireball appeared, tens of meters high. After practicing the ripple technique, Sasuke, a local, has greatly improved his physical and mental strength, and his chakra is many times stronger than before. The flames burned the corpse, making crackling sounds. Lin Qing and the other four stood in front of the flames, watching silently until the flames went out, leaving only ashes on the ground. Star Platinum stabbed the ground with both hands and lifted it up suddenly. The earth was directly overturned and covered with ashes, becoming a simple grave. An ice flower condensed between Mayuri's hands and she handed it to Lin Qing. Brother Qing, what should we do next? Sasuke asked. There are 160 survivors who left the cruise ship and decided to build Hope Village. There are only 103 bodies here, and more than 50 people are still alive. Those who did not choose to go home or seek political asylum in Konoha Village, but chose to build a village, are people with true courage and hope. They trusted Lin Qing, so they followed Lin Qing's guidance and came here to start a new life. Lin Qing placed the ice flower in front of the grave. He and the villagers of Hope Village were just casual acquaintances. Lin Qing didn't owe them anything. He just simply felt that these poor people with hope shouldn't die. At least, he shouldn't have died so unjustly. I want to find the survivors and ask them what happened. But, how do I find it? Xiao Tao asked. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpses, half a month had passed since the disaster. Even if there were survivors who escaped, their whereabouts would have been covered by trees and grass within half a month. Lin Qing naturally knew this. To a nearby city. I want to buy a camera. Chapter 36. A newly bought Polaroid camera was placed on the table. Lin Qing took a deep breath. Hermit purple. Purple vines appeared and wrapped around Lin Qing's arm. As he chopped down hard, subtle golden ripples flashed and the Polaroid camera was shattered by a palm. Miraculously, the broken camera was still slowly spitting out film. Lin Qing picked up the photo paper, shook it, and a man's face gradually appeared. Lin Qing remembers his name. Amber Bear Man. He is a tall man with sharp eyes. It was he who expressed gratitude to Lin Qing on behalf of the survivors and led more than 160 survivors to build the village. The Amber Bear Man in the photo looked terrible, with one eye blind and various wounds of varying sizes wrapped in bandages on his body. In the photo, he was carrying a bucket that was bigger than himself, gritting his teeth as he moved the cargo. Platinum Star. Lin Qing switched his stand and activated the printer effect of Star Platinum. Star Platinum was seen holding the photo in one hand and picking up the pen prepared on the table with the other hand, and drawing the details in the photo that were invisible to the naked eye on the paper. Soon Lin Qing found the clue. A thumb-sized iron plate is embedded on the edge of the wooden barrel, with Matsumoto Wine Industry written on it. Matsumoto Winery? Why would the Amber Bear Man work for a winery? Judging from his pale face, what he needs more than work is rest. Lin Qing looked at the people in the room, and a similar answer came to everyone's mind, that is, after the Hope Village was massacred, the survivors were taken as slaves and sold to work in the winery. The group dispersed and went into the city to gather information. Lin Qing thought it would take some effort, but unexpectedly, he found the Amber Bear Man that very night. Yes, Matsumoto Sake is a local industry. Amber was holding a tray and sitting with a group of porters eating lunch. Because it was hard physical work, the lunch provided by Matsumoto Winery was quite sumptuous, with rice, fish, and an egg. There was only one corn on the Amber Bear Man's plate, nothing else. When the Amber Bear Man who was chewing corn saw Lin Qing coming, he was stunned. His only remaining eye turned red and tears flowed out. The Amber Bear Man stood up and strode over. He was about to kneel down, but then he remembered that Lin Qing didn't like others kneeling to him, so he could only bow deeply and said with a sob, "My lord, I..." He wanted to talk about what had happened in recent days, but too many things had happened, and thousands of words came to his mouth all at once, and he didn't know where to start. Lin Qing patted his shoulder gently, and a ripple of power was transmitted over to repair the Amber Bear Man's injuries. "No hurry, take your time." Xiao Tao took out an orange. "Uncle, eat an orange." Amber picked up the orange and nodded vigorously. The course of events was pretty much as Lin Qing had guessed. This was indeed an unplanned massacre. But what Lin Qing couldn't imagine was, the murderer seems to be a madman who keeps talking to himself. He can transform into various monsters and has killed many people in the village. Amber recalled, but he didn't kill for the sake of killing, he was just venting his emotions. "I rushed up to him and tried to fight him, but I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I found that the madman was gone. I counted the survivors and there were less than 50 of them, most of whom were injured." Amber was worried that the madman would come back to kill him again, so he led the survivors to the town. He used the remaining savings in the village to rent a small warehouse and bought medicine to treat the wounded. But this is far from enough. Amber and other people who were still able to move went out to work to earn money, and found ways to hire doctors and buy food. But some people gave up. They didn't want to work with injuries for others, so they left quietly. Lin Qing nodded. It's understandable. Human nature is selfish. After suffering heavy blows one after another, how many people have the extra energy to take care of others? If you can avoid committing suicide, you are already considered strong. But precisely because it is difficult for ordinary people to do it, people like Amber who stay are so precious. How many of you are left? Lin Qing asked. Including me, there are 34 people left, of which only 5 can work, and the rest are recovering in the warehouse. More than 160 people got off the ship, and now there are only about 30 people left. Lin Qing looked up at the blue sky. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, but he could not feel any warmth. The world was like a big mouth that eats people, with the sun and the moon alternating and chewing non-stop. 5 people support 29 people. No wonder other workers were eating rice and fish, but Amber was chewing a cracked corn. He wanted to save money on food so that he could pay for medical treatment for the injured. Are there any more detailed clues about the murderous madman? The activation of the Hermit's Purple requires a certain opportunity. The more corresponding clues and causes and effects there are, the better it is possible to lock on to the target. Amber thought for a moment and said, "Sir, I'm not well educated and I'm not very good at speaking. The official wanted poster of the Fire Nation says it more clearly than I do." Wanted. It turns out that the murderer who massacred Hope Village was a repeat offender. He started from the northern part of the Fire Nation and brutally massacred 6 villages in succession. The Fire Nation officials had already issued a bounty. This order was also given to Konoha Village, and there should be ninjas investigating in the surrounding cities. Take us to see it. Lin Qing said. Yes. Amber led everyone out of the Matsumoto brewery. On the way, he met his foreman and asked suspiciously, "Who are these people?" Amber stood there in a daze, not knowing how to address Lin Qing. While he was thinking, he heard Lin Qing say, "We are his friends." Friends? That's great. You don't know that Amber worked day and night even though he was injured. I was really worried that he would die at work. The foreman left. Amber bowed her head slightly. Master Lin, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I don't know either, but there is a difference between the noble and the humble. Lin Qing shook his head slightly. You're such a bullshit. If you want to follow me, don't even mention this word. Putting aside the power gap between the two, Amber was able to eat corn, carry heavy bags, and work desperately for a group of people who were not related to her by blood. This kind of real man who dares to shoulder the responsibility is worthy of Lin Qing making friends. Lin Qing patted the dazed Amber and walked out of the winery. Amber sniffed hard, looking at Lin Qing's back, and felt a fire burning in his heart, willing to follow Lin Qing and repay him with his life. He wiped away the tears from his eyes and followed. The reward was posted on the city's most prosperous commercial street. Lin Qing walked over, ignoring the horror in the eyes of others, and raised his hand to tear it off. I advise you not to tear it. A rough, deep voice came from behind. Lin Qing looked back. A middle-aged man with long, frizzy white hair, red lines around his eyes extending to his chin, a forehead protector with the word oil on it, and a red jacket was standing a few steps away with a smile on his face. Who? Lin Qing asked. I have many names, but people who are familiar with me usually call me Toad Sage. Chapter 37. Jiraiya, who was tracking down the whereabouts of Orochimaru, did not expect to meet Lin Qing and Suzuki here. The destructive sword on Lin Qing's back was too conspicuous, and with Suzuki and Xiao Tao following him, anyone with a keen eye could guess his identity with just a little thought. But guessing it is one thing, and being willing to come and provoke is another. After the dual fermentation of time and distance, Lin Qing's record of killing 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen has become that he alone defeated the elite of Kirigakure, killed many members of the 7 ninja swordsmen in a row, and repelled Mizukage Yagura before leaving in a chic manner. Jiraiya heard about the tragedy of the Uchiha family, and he knew more or less about Danzo's private mess. This was also the reason why he was reluctant to return to the village. Given his personality, he couldn't bear it when he saw it. Deciding to out of sight and out of mind, he left the village under the pretext of looking for Orochimaru. Jiraiya had long heard of Lin Qing, one of the last remaining bloodlines of the Uchiha clan. Some people say that he is a god of killing who kills without blinking an eye, while others regard him as a savior. Jiraiya wants to see with his own eyes what kind of person Lin Qing is. Toad Sage. Before Lin Qing could speak, little Suzuki tilted his head and noticed that the signature dish of the izakaya in the back today was bullfrog sushi. Uncle, are you here to solicit customers? Jiraiya's eye twitched slightly. This Uchiha brat is so uncut. I want to remind you that this bounty is very dangerous. Lin Qing looked him up and down. Are you a broker? You could say that. Jiraiya made an inviting gesture. How about drinking and chatting? I know a shop. The proprietress is fair and beautiful, and the wine is good too. Lin Qing thought for a moment and decided to talk to the broker who called himself Toad Sage. Although he is a Konoha native, the memory fragments of his previous life are too vague. Lin Qing's understanding of Konoha and the Land of Fire may not be as much as that of Kirigakure and the Land of Water. He needed local intelligence. The group arrived at the izakaya that Jiraiya mentioned. Jiraiya is right. The proprietress is very fair and beautiful. The collar of her kimono is slightly open. As she bends over to pour wine, you can see a small mole on her chest. However, when the proprietress wanted to pour wine for Lin Qing, Mayuri stopped her, gently and without hesitation, took the bottle from her hand, and poured wine for Lin Qing. Lin Qing thanked him and asked Jiraiya, why do you say that offering a bounty is dangerous? Jiraiya took a sip of wine, let out a satisfied sigh, and sat on the chair with his legs crossed, one hand on his knee and the other hand holding a yakitori. You've heard of Orochimaru's name, right? Lin Qing nodded slightly. Since meeting Kanhara Hayato, Lin Qing has entrusted him with a long-term intelligence mission, which is to find out the news about Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi is a complete madman, and such people usually have extremely strong obsessions. Lin Qing's intuition told him that as long as he and Sasuke were still alive, they would have to fight Uchiha Itachi again sooner or later. While investigating Uchiha Itachi, I got some information about Orochimaru. A Konoha rebel ninja, one of the legendary Sunin, and a teammate of Uchiha Itachi after he joined the Akatsuki organization. He later defected from the Akatsuki organization and his whereabouts are unknown. So, you want to say that this madman who killed countless people is Orochimaru? Lin Qing asked. No, the one who killed someone was Orochimaru's creation. You mean, something like an artificial human? Artificial man? Jiraiya's expression froze, vaguely understanding what Lin Qing wanted to express, and nodded. So that's how it is. Lin Qing recalled the description of the murderer in the reward. Fierce and burly, he can transform into a monster and is good at manipulating bones to make weapons. Based on Lin Qing's understanding of ninjutsu, he had never heard of any lineage of ninjutsu that had this ability. If it was an artificial human, everything would make sense. Jiraiya quietly looked at Lin Qing, who was in deep thought. The village is now in a period of transition. Minato and Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina of the Mesozoic era have died, the Uchiha clan has disappeared, Jiraiya and Tsunade are wandering around separately. Only the clan leaders, Kakashi, Guy, and others are left. Jiraiya has been away from home for many years and has seen the world. Except for Kirigakure, which is moving forward on the road to death, the other large villages are either vigorously developing armaments, such as Cloud Shinobi Village, or keeping a low profile, such as Iwagakure. Every family is getting stronger, but Konoha, once the strongest, is becoming increasingly weak. Jiraiya's influence in Konoha is enough to protect Lin Qing and Sasuke and allow them to return to the village. But the premise is that Lin Qing is not a real villain. Jiraiya wants to test it out. Once you take action against that homogeneous man, it is very likely that Orochimaru will retaliate. The money given by the Fire Country officials is not much. Rather than taking such a big risk, it is better to. Jiraiya took out a gold bar and a photo from his arms. The gold bar is as thick as 2 fingers and weighs about half a pound. The photo shows a girl with a bright smile. This is the daughter of the daimyo of the Iron Country. Help me capture her, and he tapped the gold bar. This is just a deposit. After the commission is completed, there will be 5 more. With the purchasing power of the Hokage world, 6 gold bars are enough to last for a whole year, even if one spends lavishly and parties every night. Compared to this, the official reward is not as much as the current deposit. There are no ninjas in the Iron Kingdom, only samurai, which is just right for Lin Qing's fighting style. For him, this mission is simple, easy, and quick to earn money. Jiraiya observes Lin Qing and the people around him. As he watched, Jiraiya felt something was wrong. Lin Qing turned his head and looked at the moonlight gradually rising outside the window. He did not look at the gold on the table, nor did he pay any attention to Jiraiya. The rest of the group, including Sasuke, Momo, and the others, also didn't look at Kaneko, but just looked at Jiraiya with contempt. No one was tempted, even for a second, by the gold on the table. In fact, there was no hesitation, and no one cast a questioning look at Lin Qing. It seemed that without words, this group of people knew clearly that Lin Qing would never accept such a dirty commission. It's incredible. What kind of personality charm is this? Obviously, compared to the middle-aged Jiraiya, Lin Qing is just a young man, but the other party's posture of sitting quietly and tasting wine gives Jiraiya a sense of psychological oppression. This kind of oppression does not come from power but something more elusive. Lin Qing finished the wine in his glass and took out 2 banknotes and put them under the glass. Wine isn't that expensive, Jiraiya said. The rest is your intelligence fee. Jiraiya realized that Lin Qing was talking about the information about the wanted criminal's connection with Orochimaru. You knew you would get in trouble with Orochimaru, but you still wanted to go. Lin Qing picked up the giant sword of destruction that was lying next to him and put it back on his back. Of course, besides, it wasn't me who messed with him. He provoked me. Jiraiya was stunned, then he slammed his fist on the table and laughed. Lin Qing. You are really interesting. Sorry, I lied to you. Let's get to know each other again. Jiraiya stood up, walked to Lin Qing, and extended his hand solemnly. My name is Toad Sage, you can also call me Jiraiya. Lin Qing glanced at the hand he extended. How do you prove it? How to prove I am me? Anyone else might be stumped by this question, but Jiraiya smiled. You will know if you hold my hand. A green power appeared in his palm. Magic Chakra. Chapter 38. Magic Chakra. It took Jiraiya decades of practice to truly master this power, and if he wants to enter Sage mode, it takes about 5 minutes of ritual time, but if he just reveals a little Senjutsu Chakra, he can do it at any time. Jiraiya stretched out his hand, and as long as Lin Qing touched his palm, he could sense the specialness of the fairy chakra. But do you dare? Jiraiya looked at Lin Qing. Next second. Pop! Lin Qing held Jiraiya's hand, and golden ripples shone, competing with the fairy chakra in Jiraiya's hand. The expressions of both of them changed slightly. Jiraiya was surprised that Lin Qing's power mode was completely different from that of ninja training. What shocked Lin Qing was that the ripples actually resonated slightly with the fairy chakra in Jiraiya's palm. Why is this happening? The ripples were like a scalpel, piercing into the Senjutsu chakra. Chakra is fused with another unknown energy to create a new power. Lin Qing looked at Jiraiya. Is this why you call yourself sage? Jiraiya coughed lightly and withdrew his hand. He just wanted to prove his identity and show off his strength, but he didn't expect that Lin Qing would be able to figure out Sage mode's practice logic after just their first contact. When chakra and natural energy are combined in a certain proportion, Senjutsu chakra can be produced. Of course, this is a very difficult practice, and if you are not careful, you risk turning into stone. Even a genius like me took more than 10 years to master it. Natural energy. Turned into stone. These two concepts reminded Lin Qing of the pillar men that appeared in the second part of JOJO, Battle Tide, a group of perfect immortal creatures who were only afraid of sunlight and would turn into stone in the sunlight. Sunlight is a form of natural energy. The ripples of Lin Qing's practice are a kind of power that imitates the sun. If I master the technique of absorbing natural energy, can I further enhance the ripples? Jiraiya has been traveling for many years and has a first-class ability to read people's expressions. Seeing Lin Qing thinking, he knew that he was interested in immortal arts. Who wouldn't be interested? Jiraiya came over. Want to learn? I'll teach you. What about tuition? Lin Qing asked. No tuition fee. Jiraiya waved his hand and said, as long as you are willing to go back to Konoha with me, I promise that no one can touch you this time. I, Jiraiya, still have some face. After we get back, I will take you to Mount Miyaboku to sign the Summoning Ninja Beast agreement with Mr. Gamamaru. Lin Qing chuckled. After going around in circles for a long time, he found out that there was a pit waiting for him. No need. Lin Qing said. Jiraiya slapped his chest. You don't trust me? I tell you, I, Jiraiya, am in Konoha, that is dash. Lin Qing waved her hand to interrupt him. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just. Lin Qing asked calmly, since Konoha is so good, why don't you go back and wander around outside every day? Jiraiya was speechless for a moment. I, you, this. Thousands of words finally converge into a sigh. Yes, he had never suffered persecution before and was unwilling to go back, not to mention Lin Qing and Suzuki, two survivors whose entire clans were slaughtered. Jiraiya can help Lin Qing and the others go back. But can he help Lin Qing and others get revenge? If I can't. How? Persuade others to let go of hatred? As if nothing happened? Why? Don't advise others to do good unless you have experienced their suffering. Jiraiya pondered for a while, slapped his mouth, put his hands together and apologized. I didn't say anything just now, here's a glass of wine, I apologize to you, don't leave. He grabbed Lin Qing and shouted to the outside of the box, "Boss lady! Bring out all your signature dishes. It's my treat tonight." Lin Qing couldn't resist Jiraya's enthusiasm, and he really wanted to know more about Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, so they sat down again. Dishes were served one after another, and soon the table was no longer able to accommodate everyone. Jiraiya touched his purse and swallowed his saliva. "Boss lady, your signature dishes, are there too many?" "Hey, sir, look at you, you are so majestic and powerful, you are definitely a man among men. I serve you dishes based on your physique. If you think it's too much, I will remove it." When Jiraiya heard the words majestic and a man among men, he laughed so hard that his tongue stuck out. The dishes were served quickly. Lin Qing and Jiraiya ate and chatted, asking for information one by one. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone at the table had eaten their fill. Jiraiya's face was red from drinking, and he picked up the last glass of wine. "Brother Lin, don't go back. Konoha has too many problems now. Danzo is stupid dash." He glanced at the 3 children who were staring at him and swallowed the word force. "FK him. Danzo is a piece of shit." Unable to express his emotions, Jiraiya's old face became redder and redder, and he said one last sentence. "It's all in the wine. Drink it in one gulp." Lin Qing wants to find the murderer who destroyed Hope Village. Jiraiya wants to use the clues of the androids to track down Orochimaru's whereabouts. Lin Qing's Hermit Purple plus Jiraiya's ninja tracking technique will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. The two hit it off and agreed to act together tomorrow, and then parted ways. After saying goodbye to Jiraiya, Lin Qing bought food and medicine for 30 people and rented a cart. Amber was pushing the food and medicine in front. Although she was tired after a whole day and injured, she walked with great vigor and wished she could give everyone food and medicine right away. Suzuki followed Lin Qing. "Brother Qing, the immortal technique that Jiraiya mentioned must have greatly improved you, right?" Lin Qing glanced at him and said, "Why, you want to go back for power? From the intelligence we have, Danzo is most likely involved in the Uchiha genocide. Don't you want revenge?" "Of course I do, but..." Suzuki opened his hands and looked at them. "These days, the people and things I've experienced, I feel that there are many things more important than hatred. I want to do those things. It takes strength." Lin Qing asked, "What are those things you are talking about?" "Let ordinary people not have to worry about being killed, forced to death, or sold out like animals. I want to have the power to save others like you, Brother Qing." Suzuki clenched his fists. "If it is for this purpose, I am willing to put aside my hatred temporarily. Play hard. Play hard," Suzuki said, then scratched his head again in embarrassment. "Brother Qing, is this right?" Lin Qing shook his head slightly. "In the future, it may be right, but now, it is not right." "Why?" "Because I'm here, you don't have to make this desperate choice. I don't want you to become another Danzo. Wrong is wrong, right is right. Just because your purpose is noble, you can't reverse the cause and effect." Suzuki nodded as if he understood, and then asked, "Why might the future be right?" "Because, one day in the future, I might die, and I might not be able to protect you anymore. You might have to face one cruel choice after another. But before that day..." Lin Qing smiled and rubbed Suzuki's little head. "Be a person with an open heart. And..." Lin Qing stretched out his index finger, and a wisp of green energy slowly condensed at the fingertips. Suzuki's mouth dropped open. "I have mastered natural energy." Chapter 39. In the Hokage world, there are different factions regarding the absorption of natural energy. The mainstream is the practice model of Mount Myaboku and Ryokai Cave. The former is to enhance the skin's sensitivity to natural forces through toad oil, while the latter is to be directly bitten by the great snake hermit in Ryokai Cave and infused with natural energy. Although the methods are different, the logic is the same. Let humans who are insensitive to natural energy and unable to perceive it independently come into contact with natural energy passively. Once you become familiar with the fluctuations of natural energy, put aside the auxiliary toad oil, realize the independent absorption of natural energy, and enter Sage mode. But Lin Qing does not need any guidance process. Because Ripple Qigong is based on the power of breathing to make the body resonate with the outside world. Lin Qing entered the second stage, ripples, and mastered many changes, such as controlling water flow, creating high temperatures, and enhancing the effects of metal objects. This was actually using ripples to influence nature. As long as Lin Qing slightly adjusts the frequency of the ripples, he can absorb the power of nature. Doesn't that mean, Brother Qing, you can enter sage mode? Shizuke said in surprise. Lin Qing shook her head, you forgot, I don't have chakra, but... He took a breath. Sizzle. The color of the mountain bubble ripples in the palm of your hand. Stronger than before, his strength, speed, and reaction have all been slightly improved, and Lin Qing has a feeling of being connected to everything in the world. He can touch the breath of all things. Not only that, Lin Qing also vaguely felt that some subtle, inexplicable changes were taking place in his body, occurring deeper in the cells. Lin Qing didn't know whether this change was good or bad. But at least he didn't turn into stone. Seeing Shizuke's envious look, Lin Qing smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely let you master it once I am proficient in it." Shizuke nodded vigorously. Kimimaro folded his arms. Shigeo was crying with his head in his hands. If it weren't for the broken limbs on the ground and the blood and flesh on his body, one would have thought he was the victim. "I killed them, it was all because of me, I'm sorry." Shigeo was crying quietly. As a mentally ill person with a dual personality, Shigeo fell into deep self-blame after regaining his conscience. He turned around suddenly and grabbed Kimimiro's shoulder with his bloody hands. "Take me back and lock me up. I really don't want to kill anyone anymore." Kimimaro didn't care that his snow-white robe was stained with the smelly blood, and handed over the towel, "Wipe it off. Please. Lock me up." Kimimaro remained unmoved. "Wipe it off." He and Shigeo are close friends, and their friendship is unquestionable. If it was any other request, Kimimaro would definitely satisfy Shigeo, but not this one. Because it was Lord Orochimaru's order to release Yugo to kill. "I have already checked Yugo's blood during his calm period. Kimimaro, take him to kill someone. I need to do a two-way control experiment." Kimimaro didn't know what a two-way control experiment meant, but since it was an order from Lord Orochimaru, he would complete it unconditionally, even if the price was the pain of his best friend. As for the ordinary people who died, although they lost their lives, the one who killed them, Shigeo, was in agony. This isn't it even? In addition to asking Yugo to continue to commit murders and increase the power of the curse, Kimimaro also has a mission. 5 figures appeared. They were wearing black clothes and black pants, without forehead protectors, and had snow-white masks on their faces, so it was impossible to tell which village the ninjas were from. But if you followed the holes in the masks, you could see pairs of cold, dead, and emotionless eyes. A ninja from the root organization. Judging from their skills, all 5 of them are jonin. This is Kimimiro's second mission. In recent years, all the major ninja villages have been increasing their strength, and Danzo naturally wants to increase the strength of Konoha Village, so he needs money. However, the Fire Country Daimyo disagreed with the arms funding. In order to make the Fire Country Daimyo realize the importance of Konoha Village, Danzo cooperated with Orochimaru to deliberately create massacres and riots in order to blackmail the Fire Country Daimyo to provide them with more financial support. That is to say, to keep the enemy at bay for your own benefit. On the other hand, there are a bit too many bounty hunters within the Fire Nation. Because of these hyena-like guys, Konoha Village can receive fewer commissions, and the daimyo and the consortium have more options, so Danzo plans to take the opportunity to kill a group of bounty hunters. 5 Root Organization Jonin. Yugo, who has mastered the power of the Curse Seal. And Kimimaro, who possesses the Kekkei Genkai, Dead Bone Pulse. This is a trap for bounty hunters. Is it time to end? Kimimaro asked. The Root Ninja was holding 2 heads in his hands. They were bounty hunters who came to look for him. "We have massacred 6 villages along the way, and if it is for the control experiment of Orochimaru-sama, we can almost go back." "Not yet." The Root Ninja said coldly, I haven't received any orders from Master Danzo yet. This shows that the daimyo is still watching and hesitating. As long as the daimyo doesn't approve the money, they will continue to kill. Kimimaro said, let's go then. The group left, and suddenly, the crying stopped. Kimimaro turned his head and looked. The tear marks on Kongyu's face disappeared, his eyes were cold, and he stretched out a finger, pointing at the vast sky. The picture freezes. Lin Qing shook the photo paper. Everyone came over and met Yugo's cold eyes. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, wow! That gesture, that look, so arrogant. Lin Qing didn't expect that the other party could discover the Hermit Purple's spying. It seemed that he was indeed quite capable. Lin Qing repeated the same trick and summoned the Platinum Star again to draw out the detailed information in the photo. Because Kimimaro and the others walked some distance away, only the bodies of Yugo and Ichi were captured in the photo. White Box Village. Jiraiya pointed at the clothes on the bodies and said, this village is rich in chrysanthemum tea. Their clothes are also embroidered with chrysanthemums. It's about a day's journey from here. It is convenient to have a local person. Otherwise, even if Lin Qing contacts Kanhara Hayato, considering the time it takes for carrier pigeons to travel, each of their messages will be delayed. Considering the casualties in Hope Village, Lin Qing decided to act separately. Lin Qing, Jiraiya, and Sasuke go to find the wanted criminal. Among them, Lin Qing and Sasuke were in the open, while Jiraiya hid in the dark, so that Orochimaru would not see that it was Jiraiya, so he hid deliberately and refused to come out. The remaining Momo, Mayuri, Shiro, and Kohaku stayed behind to take care of the injured. After buying out all the Polaroid cameras in the camera store, Lin Qing and the other two set out to track down the murderer. They worked non-stop along the way, and everyone knew that if they delayed rest or sleep for an hour or two, an innocent person in the village might die. Jiraiya thought that Lin Qing and the others would complain, but he didn't expect that even the youngest Sasuke was gritting his teeth and persisting. In the end, Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore. Take a break. Sasuke was silent for a long time and then said, I don't want to see any more genocide happen again. He smiled at Jiraiya, a carefree smile. There should be fewer unlucky people like me. After saying that, he stimulated the ripples again and ran forward. Jiraiya was moved, and the anger in his heart condensed into one sentence. FK Danzo. Lin Qing continued to summon the Hermit Purple, spit out photos, and adjust the tracking path. Finally, Lin Qing saw two figures, one tall and one short, at the end of his sight. There were already many corpses on the ground, and many injured people were wailing in despair. Found it! Star Platinum! The Platinum Star suddenly appeared. Lin Qing threw the destruction sword to it and leaped forward. Ola! Star Platinum roared angrily, swung the blade of destruction in a circle, and slapped Lin Qing's feet as he leaped into the air. A huge force was transmitted, and Lin Qing was like a missile. With a bang, he broke through the air, exceeding the speed of sound, and flew out of the sonic boom with his physical body. Star Platinum threw out the destructive sword again. It fell into Lin Qing's hands just right, and the mountain-colored ripples were injected into the destruction blade, and the back of the blade emitted a golden aura. The big knife, the golden airflow, the terrifying body. This feature is too obvious. Lin Qing. Kimimiro's indifferent look changed for the first time. He recalled Lin Qing's past battles, trying to find a way to deal with it, but found that his self-proclaimed calm brain, facing the man who attacked him like a demon, was actually a blank. Chapter 40. Everything in the world turned grey and dim. All Kimimaro could see was Lin Qing approaching at a very fast speed. Unable to resist. There is no escape. Not to mention confrontation. The moment the two looked at each other, Kimimaro understood what a powerful opponent he was facing. His whole body felt like it was filled with lead, and it was as if countless souls of the wrong dead were entangled in his hands and feet, and he couldn't move a finger. The air was tinged with a light golden color, like a rippling ocean current, and was instantly shattered by the blade. It's over. Kimimaro closed his eyes in despair. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and dark stripes spread outward from his chest. This is Curse of the Earth. Lord Orochimaru used Yugo's power as a sample to come up with his latest research result, which is still in the experimental stage. Unexpectedly, it can be stimulated on its own. The surging power rolled and roared in his body, and Kimimaro regained control of his body. His left wrist was torn, and Kimimaro instantly pulled out his forearm bone and used it as a short sword to block Lin Qing's slash. Kimimaro's bloodline limit, dead bone pulse, can create bones harder than steel. Even the slashes of the elite warriors of the Iron Kingdom cannot cut his bones. He raised his hand to block the destructive sword. At the same time, bones protruded out from the ribs, spine, arms, and other parts of the body. With Lin Qing's speed, if he gets close, he will be pricked like a hedgehog. Snap! Kimimaro's extremely confident bone knife lasted less than half a second before being shattered. Harder than steel? Are the Thunder Blade Fang and the Beheading Sword harder? Lin Qing could cut off 2 legendary ninja swords with one strike, let alone a broken bone. At this moment, a grey-black arm reached out and pushed away Kimimaro, who was about to die under Lin Qing's knife. The knife flashed. A grey-black arm flew high into the air. Shigeo let out a painful scream, and then his eyes flashed with ruthlessness and madness, as if he had entered a crazy and out-of-control killing mode. The already tall body grew taller, becoming thicker and more ferocious, with bulging muscles. The skin completely turned grey and black, and exhaust pipes emitting blue flames grew on the shoulders and back, like a monster from hell. The bleeding of the severed limb stopped and the granulation tissue rolled, as if a new arm was about to grow. Die! Die! Kongwu let out a sharp roar, clenched his remaining arm into a fist, and smashed it towards the back of Lin Qing's head, who had just landed with his back to him. Explosive strike! Lin Qing held the knife in one hand and glanced at Kongwu. Platinum Star! Ola! Star Platinum didn't dodge at all and also threw a punch. 2 huge fists collided in midair. The air seemed to be trembling, and everyone's heartbeats paused for a moment. The next second, chi! Scarlet blood spurted out of Kongwu's arm, cracks deep enough to see the bones appeared, and a large area of muscle tissue was necrotic. What? Kimimaro, who was pushed away and had not yet landed, looked at the scene in disbelief. He had never seen anyone who could defeat Yugo in strength, not even Lord Orochimaru. Once he enters the berserk state, Yugo becomes an absolute beast of power. The only way to contain him is through joint techniques, illusions, and ninjutsu. Lin Qing raised her eyebrows slightly. Countless natural energies poured into Kongwu's body, the cracks on his arm quickly repaired, and more than a dozen thick gun barrels grew out of his body, aiming at Lin Qing and the Platinum Star at 0 distance. Wisps of blue-green light condensed at the muzzles. Kimimaro clenched his fists. Lin Qing is dead. This is Yugo's strongest attack, Doran's self-fire cannon. With the help of natural energy, super-compressed chakra shells are stored. But energy storage? Who allowed you to charge in front of Star Platinum? Ola! 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 A burst of fire in a flash shattered all the gun muzzles that extended over. Star Platinum turned around, and Lin Qing no longer looked at Wu, and turned his attention back to Kimimaro. Boom! High-pressure chakra exploded inside Kongwu's body, and flames shot up from behind Lin Qing. Until this moment, Kimimaro, who was pushed away, had just landed on the ground. The fire was blazing, but his heart was cold. Lin Qing was about to walk towards Kimimaro, but stopped. There is no system beep. This means that the monster that was burned to charcoal in front of him was not dead yet. Lin Qing walked up to Kongwu with a knife in hand. You can't kill him. Kimimaro said. Why can't you kill? He is a lunatic, Lin Qing, a lunatic. Kimimaro patted his chest and shouted at Lin Qing, who was about to take action. I manipulated him to kill people, he didn't want to do this, all the sins are because of me. Kill me and let him go. After just one round of fighting, Kimimaro saw the situation clearly. The man in front of them was simply a monster. There was no way they could defeat Lin Qing. Kimimaro is suffering from a terminal illness. Even with Orochimaru-sama's treatment, he can only live for another 4 to 5 years at most. Compared to Kimimaro, Yugo is more useful to Orochimaru-sama. From rumors, Kimimaro learned about Lin Qing's character. Lin Qing. You are a good person, you can't kill innocent people. Kimimaro's words echoed throughout the village. At the same time, 5 figures appeared. Lin Qing looked over and recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Root Organization. When Lin Qing appeared, the 5 ninjas of the Root Organization saw him. They wanted to take advantage of the critical moment when Lin Qing and Kimimaro were fighting and then kill Lin Qing. No one expected that the battle would end so quickly. After weighing the pros and cons, the 5 decided to protect Kimimaro and Yugo, considering the long-term cooperation between Orochimaru and Lord Danzo. The Root Ninja wearing a fox mask said, "It's easier now that you recognized us, Lin Qing. This is within the Fire Country. These 2 wanted criminals should be handled by the Konoha shinobi. We've been tracking them for a long time. Please stand back. The Fire Country's affairs are under the jurisdiction of Konoha, that's right." Lin Qing nodded slightly, as if in agreement. Kimimaro just breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Qing continued, "What if I say no?" The fox-masked ninja raised his voice, "Konoha didn't pursue your defection from the ninja village, which is already a leniency. If you insist on being stubborn." Ninja swords and kunai were drawn, and 2 ninjas began to form hand seals. Lin Qing looked around and saw corpses everywhere. He chuckled and raised his chin to Kimimaro. "Didn't you hear what he said? I am a good person, and they are evil. Instead of killing the evil people, you point the knife at me. Why, good people have to be pointed at with a knife. Besides..." Lin Qing raised the knife, and as Kimimaro and the Root members looked on in horror, he thrust the blade into Yugo's abdomen. "How long are you going to hide in this damn place?" As soon as these words were spoken, Kimimaro and the Root members who were about to take action froze in place. They didn't understand what Lin Qing was talking about. There was no place to hide people here. But soon, Shigeo's abdomen bulged high like a woman who was 10 months pregnant. With a tearing sound, the abdomen was torn open, and a pitch-black lion majesty crawled out of Shigeo's belly. If Lin Qing hadn't known that he had traveled to the Hokage world, he would have thought that aliens had come to Earth. Lion Majesty opened his mouth, and a wet, sticky man stuck his head out. He stared straight at Lin Qing, as if he saw his own Mona Lisa. Orochimaru! Jiraiya's roar came from a distance. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with disdain, and once again turned his admiring and longing eyes to Lin Qing, and said in a hoarse and magnetic voice, "Finally meet you, Mr. Lin Qing." Chapter 41. Why is Orochimaru here? And why did he have that wretched expression as if he was waiting for Lin Qing? This story started not long ago. After Uchiha Itachi refined his entire clan in an instant and followed Obito into Akatsuki, he teamed up with Orochimaru to carry out Akatsuki's internal missions. During one mission after another, Orochimaru took a fancy to Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan and wanted to take it for himself. He took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but was killed by Itachi and had one of his arms chopped off. He then escaped from the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru is a flexible person. Aren't there 2 more Uchiha outside? He set his sights on the popular Lin Qing, but Lin Qing had been in the water country before and his whereabouts were vague, so he could not find a suitable opportunity until he heard that Shigeo and Kimimaro had met Hope Village. Kimimaro had traveled with Orochimaru in his early years, learning about the customs and practices of various countries. After arriving at Hope Village, he soon discovered that the people of this village not normal. The living habits of the water country. There is no record of Hope Village on Konoha's village map. Combined with the recent sensation of the water country human trafficking case, the survivors who went to Konoha for political asylum clearly stated that a group of people planned to establish their own village. Combining the above information, Orochimaru deduced that the villagers of Hope Village were the survivors. "So, I used a trick on them and killed some people and released some people, just to lure you over here." Orochimaru had a pair of snake eyes and looked at Lin Qing carefully, as if he was looking at a work of art. Lin Qing drew out the destruction sword. "You killed so many people just to find me." Orochimaru chuckled. His voice was hoarse but not unpleasant, and it sounded oddly comfortable, like putting one's hand into supermarket rice. Lin Qing, I understand you. We are the same kind of people. Orochimaru raised a finger and said, life is the most precious thing in the world, but look at them, their lives are difficult, and they worry about food, taxes, and labor every day. If living is just to suffer, it is better to end it early and enter the next reincarnation. I kill them, help them to be liberated, and achieve my goal. It is a win-win situation. This was Orochimaru's theory, and Kimimaro looked adoring. He had already been brainwashed by Orochimaru and firmly believed in the liberation theory. Arrogant. Disgusting. An angry rebuke was heard from the side. Orochimaru turned his head and looked. The person who spoke was not Lin Qing, but little Suzuki, who was standing beside him. The so-called poor people are surrounded by difficulties and are depressed all day long. This is completely the sexual fantasy of those in power about the lower class, in order to satisfy their own compassion. Suzuki used to think the same way. However, during the time he lived in Uchiha Village, he discovered that no matter how poor a person was, even a cripple, a widow, or an old man without children, they would find various ways to entertain themselves in life. They can cry, laugh, tell jokes, and have their own beauty. In the name of liberation, I killed them with dignity and righteousness. Nausea. Suzuki wanted to say everything that was in his heart and throw it in Orochimaru's face. But when he looked into Orochimaru's snake eyes, fear grew from the bottom of his heart, cold sweat broke out on his back, he even forgot how to breathe, and was almost suffocated. A figure blocked Orochimaru's view. I find it disgusting, too. Lin Qing looked at Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and Yugo, whether it's you or. He glanced at the 5 root members again. You. Before arriving at the village, Swordsmith had been flying ahead, and Lin Qing had already noticed the 5 people hiding outside the village. Lin Qing will no longer be surprised by anything Danzo does. As for Orochimaru, Lin Qing thought that he was a real man since he dared to attack Uchiha Itachi. Now it seems that he is another madman. A figure came over and landed beside Lin Qing. It was Jiraiya, who was lying in ambush behind. Jiraiya frowned, looking serious. The enemies are Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and the 5 root organization Jonin. Our team is Lin Qing, Jiraiya and little Suzuki. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are evenly matched. Lin Qing is definitely stronger than Kimimaro and the root organization members. In terms of combat power on paper, Lin Qing and his group have the advantage. But they ambushed Orochimaru and were ambushed by Orochimaru. These were 2 completely different things. From what I know about Orochimaru, he suffered a loss at the hands of Uchiha Itachi once, so he is definitely well prepared this time. Jiraiya whispered, retreat. With Jiraiya's personality, if he were alone, he would have rushed forward regardless of the consequences. But after the contact with Lin Qing and Suzuki in the past 2 days, Jiraiya recognized their will. Such outstanding young people should not die here. You go first, I'll stop them. Orochimaru and I are classmates after all. Even if I lose, he can't kill me. Jiraiya said it lightly, but he was not sure at all. Orochimaru seemed to see the worry in his old friend's eyes and shook his head. Strips of lion majesty flowed out from his trouser legs, devouring the flesh and blood of the dead villagers. Don't worry, Jiraiya. Everyone can leave today, except Lin Qing. Lion majesty surrounded the village, spewing poisonous gas, blocking Lin Qing's retreat. Orochimaru smiled, Lin Qing, I don't like fighting. How about this? I'll let Jiraiya and this kid go, and you come back with me and help me with my research. Otherwise, I can only kill them and take you back. Lin Qing nodded slightly to show that he understood. Lin Qing. Jiraiya grabbed Lin Qing's arm and signaled him to leave now. The fox-masked ninja spoke up, Orochimaru, this is not part of the deal between you and Danzo-sama. Lin Qing is a traitor ninja of Konoha. We have the right to take him back. Without waiting for Orochimaru's response, 5 root organization ninjas came to Lin Qing, and someone took out handcuffs. The fox-masked ninja said coldly, if you tie your own hands and break your own legs, I will take you back to Konoha and punish you. If you dare to resist, we will join forces with Orochimaru to kill you. Lin Qing nodded again. Seeing this, Two root ninjas walked towards Lin Qing with handcuffs. The sword of destruction was raised. Lin Qing did not launch a sneak attack. He clearly let the two ninjas who were approaching see his sword-raising action, but when they were about to escape from the blade's attack range. "It's too late. How dare you," the fox-masked ninja yelled. Plop plop. Two headless bodies fell to the ground. Lin Qing shook off the blood on the knife. "You guys are really weird. You all like to make me make choices. Since you like to make choices so much, why don't you leave room for choice for yourself?" He took a step forward and rushed in front of Orochimaru. The other three ninjas rushed towards Lin Qing with cold faces. Jiraiya stopped them and shouted angrily, "You are not worthy of being called Konoha's ninjas." The three ninjas remained calm. "Master Jiraiya, we are protecting Konoha as the root, please do not interfere with our work." "A bunch of idiots!" Jiraiya cursed. With Jiraiya, Lin Qing didn't care about the enemies behind him. With both hands tightly grasping the destruction blade, the Yamabuki-colored ripples were fully activated, and golden thunders appeared and wrapped around the blade. With a swing of the knife, Orochimaru's body melted like liquid and turned into small snakes. Thousands of small snakes leaped up and pounced on Lin Qing without any blind spots. Star Platinum. Euler. 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 The fist was as fast as the wind, blowing up the small snakes in midair. At this moment, the ground broke open and a straight long knife stabbed towards Lin Qing's chest. Orochimaru hit underground when he turned into a snake. Lin Qing didn't dodge at all. The power of the ripples gathered at the soles of his feet. He stomped hard on the ground, and heard a muffled groan from the ground. The knife that was stabbing at him also became soft and had no power. The ground broke open, and Orochimaru appeared from the other side. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but in the blink of an eye, all the injuries on his body disappeared. He opened his hand to Lin Qing. The shadowy snake hand. Hundreds of sturdy pythons rushed towards Lin Qing like a wave. Orochimaru released the giant python with one hand and formed a seal with the other hand. As long as Lin Qing dodged, a fire style would be waiting for him in the next second. But Lin Qing didn't hide. Because Star Platinum was standing in front of him. Hundreds of pythons bit it, and there was a sound of metal colliding. Their fangs broke and shattered, but they didn't even break the skin of Star Platinum. This is the platinum skin you get after reaching level 3. The Star Platinum floating in the air looked down at Orochimaru coldly, with a majesty that was not like that of a human being, like a god or Buddha. Orochimaru swallowed subconsciously and instinctively wanted to take a step back. There was a violent pulling sensation. Star Platinum pulled Orochimaru over like a tug-of-war. Orochimaru immediately cut off the connection with the hidden shadow multi-snake hand. But it was too late. Under the influence of inertia, he still flew towards planet Platinum. Fly to its raised fist. Ola! Star Platinum punched Orochimaru on the head, and with a cracking sound, his skull was shattered immediately. Orochimaru let out a scream of "Waaaa," and flew out like a broken sack. At this moment, Orochimaru remembered Itachi's description of Lin Qing. "Don't let Lin Qing catch you, not even for a moment." Before this, Orochimaru couldn't understand it. It doesn't matter if it happens to others, but with his physical recovery ability and combat skills, even if he really got hit by the legendary evil spirit, what would happen? Now he knows. Orochimaru has a dozen ninjutsu that can speed up regeneration. His body has undergone complex transformations, making him nearly immortal on the battlefield. But there is no time at all. Star Platinum was like a real evil spirit and had already caught up with Orochimaru. It took another deep breath, gathered its strength into its fist, and was about to swing. A snake's tail stabbed and wrapped around Orochimaru's body, pulling him away. Lin Qing looked along the snake's tail. A strange woman with long green hair and a golden crown was holding Orochimaru. For the first time, Orochimaru showed awe on his face. "Thank you for your help." Tian Xin Shenji. Chapter 42. What chicken? Lin Qing asked. Tian Xin Shenji. Jiraiya looked stern, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and explained to Lin Qing, "There are 3 immortal arts inheritances in the ninja world, namely Mount Myaboku, Wet Bone Forest, and Ryokai Cave. The founder of Ryokai Cave is the White Snake Immortal. Tanashiro Shinki is the White Snake Immortal's confidant. After hundreds of years of practice, she possesses an extremely large amount of immortal chakra. She is in charge of the training trials in Ryokai Cave. Only those who pass the test of Tianxin Shenji are qualified to practice the fairy arts in Ryokai Cave. Lin Qing stared at Tianxin Shenji. She was very beautiful, with the same charm as the snake spirit sister when he watched Calabash Brothers as a child. Very strong. Powerful. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not a question of strength. Sages like this who have practiced for hundreds of years usually have all kinds of magical abilities that are different from ninjutsu." Lin Qing picked up the sword of destruction. Coincidentally, he also has magical abilities that are different from those of a ninja. Jiraiya recalled, "But my impression is that Orochimaru did not get the power to practice senjutsu. How much did he pay to invite this person to help him?" Facing the vigilant gazes of Lin Qing and Jiraiya, Tianxin Shenji seemed oblivious. She embraced Orochimaru and gently stroked his cheek with her delicate hands. "Poor little snake, it's been such a short time since I last saw you, and you've already grown old. You're no longer as handsome as you were when you were young. I should have eaten you up in one bite when you were at your most beautiful. I have never learned any magic, and I am immortal. Naturally, I cannot compare with you who have a long lifespan. My busy days and nights now are just to catch up with your pace." Orochimaru's body was repairing itself quickly, and he said respectfully, "Please help me." Tianxin Shenji chuckled. She just liked Orochimaru's cleverness. She opened her arms, ignored gravity, and slowly flew into the air. Jiraiya shouted to the flying Tianxin Shenji, "Master Tianxin, this is our battle with Orochimaru, do you really want to get involved? If you take action, I will also invite the two elders, Fukazaku and Shiken, and then it will be a fight between Ryokai Cave and Mount Myaboku." Jiraiya's meaning was very clear. They and Orochimaru are fighting humans against humans. Both sides have the support of bigwigs of the same level, so there is no need to expand the scale of the war. Tianxin Shenji covered her mouth and smiled softly, and her gentle laughter showed the contempt of higher life forms for lower life forms. "Then why don't you summon, no, invite someone and give it a try?" Hearing this, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately bit his finger, formed seals with both hands, slapped the ground, and performed the summoning technique. Normally, as a ninjutsu is performed, lines of spells will spread outward, and the summoning beast and the caster will sense each other and eventually come as summoned. But now, the spell on the palm of his hand fell to the ground and was about to spread outward when it exploded with a bang. Jiraiya can't get in touch with Mount Myaboku anymore. Following the power he sensed, Jiraiya turned his head to look at the lion majesty that Orochimaru had released earlier, surrounding the village. Poisonous fog was continuously spewing out of their mouths. A circle of pitch-black poisonous fog covered the sky above the village and eventually flowed into the hands of Tianxin Shenji, forming a circle of barrier that isolated the inside and the outside. 10,000 black snakes array. Rest assured. Tianxin Shenji looked down at everyone and said, "Little snakes are not qualified to practice immortal arts. Due to the rules, I will not attack you directly. I will just give you a test." "What is testing?" A doubt flashed through everyone's mind. I saw the goddess Tianxin holding an emerald green gem in both hands, her snow-white skirt moving without wind, a 1,000-foot-long rosy glow appeared behind her, in which a spirit snake could be vaguely seen coiling, and a faint, sweet fragrance filled the air. The first ones to be affected were the villagers who had not yet died. They were immersed in this miracle, opened their arms, breathed deeply, and felt that all the injuries in their bodies were healed. "Ah! What happened to me?" The villager looked down and saw that his body was covered with scales. After a while, his clothes fell off and a snake crawled out from it. Snake. Man turned into a snake. Natural energy. Lin Qing exerts the power of ripples and feels the breath of the world. The barrier enveloped by the rosy glow was filled with extremely rich natural energy. These natural energies come from the Tianxin Shenji floating in the air. It's just that it seems that because it has been transformed by Tianxin Shenji, it is slightly different from the natural energy that Lin Qing absorbed from the outside world. It is extremely aggressive and will actively invade the human body. Once it fails to harmonize natural energy and chakra in a specific proportion, it will turn into a snake. Sasuke was horrified. Is this the way of training in Ryokai Cave? This is too overbearing. Jiraiya frowned. Impossible. Even if it is Ryokai Cave, it is impossible to force natural energy to invade the body without any medium. He stared at the emerald orb in Tianxin Shenji's hand, and vaguely remembered that Toad Sage mentioned that the great snake sage in Ryokai Cave had a sage art orb that had been refined for thousands of years and had a very strong natural energy manipulation effect. Could it be this one? Lin Qing witnessed living people turning into snakes one by one. This is the force of nature. Mount Mayaboku is stone. Ryokai Cave is a snake. So what happened when Wetbone Forest failed was to become Katsuyu? The so-called stones and snakes are just appearances. What natural energy actually changes is the genetic structure of the human body. Gene. Lin Qing opened his left hand. Come to me. Jiraiya shouted, opening his arms, trying his best to mobilize natural energy, using his body as a springboard to transform the natural energy around him. The 1 meter radius around him was barely unaffected by the test of Tanaka's Shinki, and became a purified area, protecting little Sasuke from being affected. But this is not a long-term solution. Purifying natural energy would cost Jiraiya a lot of chakra, and it wouldn't be long before his chakra was exhausted. If it comes to the accumulation of fairy chakra, how can he possibly compare to Tianxin Shenji who has practiced for hundreds of years? And this isn't really an endurance game. This is a life and death fight. Orochimaru slowly straightened his back, raised his head, took a deep breath, and felt indescribably comfortable all over his body. It is true that he cannot practice fairy arts, but that does not mean that Orochimaru has no knowledge of natural forces and fairy arts chakra. Curse Seal. It is a variation of the magic chakra. For today's battle, Orochimaru made some adjustments to the Curse Seal. Within the range of Tanaka's Shinki, not only will he not be affected at all, but he can even further enhance the effectiveness of his ninjutsu and the speed of his physical recovery. And his enemies, as long as they are not practitioners of immortal arts from Ryokai Cave, will be suppressed. As for Sharingan's illusion? That's right, Orochimaru's resistance to illusions is indeed not high. But Tianxin Shenji is a true master of illusion, capable of fighting against any form of illusion. This was Orochimaru's entire plan. Starting from the discovery of Hope Village, visiting Ryokai Cave, adjusting the Curse Seal, hiding Shigeo, killing civilians, a series of arrangements were made to ensure that this moment would be foolproof. Click. There was a sound of shattering, and the burnt-to charcoal Shigeo stood up again. The rich natural energy repaired his body. Yugo rubbed his neck and stood behind Orochimaru, along with Kimimaro who had entered the curse release posture and pulled out his spine. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked the bloodline that Lin Qing had hit him with before. Chapter 43. The first person to take action was not Lin Qing, nor Orochimaru. A ninja from the root organization. If they don't move, they will really turn into snakes. Orochimaru. Open the barrier and let us out, said the fox-masked ninja, his tone terrified. They can accept being hacked to death. But watching myself turn into a lion majesty was even more painful than killing them. Oh! Orochimaru chuckled, you are all ninjas of the root organization. For the will of fire, you must have sacrificed many of your colleagues. Now it is just your turn. Why make a fuss? Fox Mask and the others realized that they were tricked by Orochimaru. Of the 5 root ninjas, Lin Qing killed 2 of them. The remaining 3 looked at each other, picked up their kunao and rushed towards Orochimaru. One of them was in close combat, while the other 2 quickly formed seals with their hands. They were about to perform ninjutsu, but a surge of natural energy rushed into their bodies, disrupting the circulation of their chakras, and the ninjutsu collapsed. There was no need for Orochimaru to take action, as Kimimaro and Yugo rushed forward and killed the 3 attacking root ninjas. 3 ninjas fell at his feet. Orochimaru glanced at them, stepped over them, and noticed that one of them was still alive. He comforted him. Don't worry, I'll have Danzo give you double the pension. If there's not enough money, I'll pay for it. After hearing this, I don't know if the ninja was really relieved or just angry, but he rolled his eyes and died. Orochimaru stepped over the corpse and said to Jiraiya again, as we are classmates, I will give you another chance. Let's go, Jiraiya. Go south after leaving the barrier and return to Konoha. Never come to see me again. Jiraiya crouched down and whispered to Lin Qing and Sasuke beside him, I will leave a purification area. You can stay safe in it. I will find a way to get you out. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Qing and Sasuke to respond, Jiraiya formed seals with his hands, creating a shadow clone that stayed in place to maintain the purification area, while the main body rushed towards Orochimaru and the other two. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya's back worriedly. Is this uncle really okay? He looked at Lin Qing again. From the beginning, Lin Qing stood there quietly, looking at his left hand, not knowing what he was thinking about. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes widened. Brother Qing. You. Sasuke clearly saw that the skin on Lin Qing's left hand hardened and snake-like scales appeared. Is Lin Qing going to turn into a snake too? Sasuke was shocked and frightened. But then, he saw the scales on Lin Qing's arm change again. Fish fins. Mammalian hair. The shell of an arthropod. Bird feathers. Countless changes happened in a very short period of time. Sasuke stood there in a daze. He couldn't believe his eyes. In a trance, he felt like he was dreaming. An absurd and weird dream. Well. Jiraiya's groan of pain interrupted Sasuke's thoughts. The two men's methods were originally evenly matched. Now Orochimaru has the home advantage, and Jiraiya has allocated a part of his chakra to create shadow clone to maintain the purification area. Facing the strong attack of Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and Yugo, he fell into a disadvantage for a while. Leaving Kimimaro and Yugo to fight with Jiraiya, Orochimaru rushed towards Lin Qing first. Orochimaru's idea is very clear. Lin Qing's evil spirit and special powers are too mysterious. As long as he is solved, this battle. You win. Orochimaru smiled and rushed to Lin Qing. At this moment, he saw Lin Qing's constantly changing left arm, and his thoughts suddenly became confused. What's this? As one of the few scientists in the Hokage world, Orochimaru can be said to be the ninja who knows the human body best. If it were someone else, they might think this was some kind of ninjutsu or bloodline limit. But Orochimaru knew that this level of change could not be explained by ninjutsu or bloodline limits. A gust of wind blew, and the feathers on Lin Qing's arms were blown away, turning back into human skin. Lin Qing, who had kept his head down since Tianxin Shenji opened the domain, slowly raised his head and looked at Orochimaru. The wind blew against Orochimaru, sending chills down his spine. What kind of look is this? Not cruel or vicious. It's heavy. It's like a gaze descending from eternity, across the long river of time. Lin Qing raised the destruction sword and took a deep breath. Tianxin Shenji, who was suspended in the air and watching the show, was startled, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Qing. The natural energy she released was actually sucked away by the man in front of her with every breath. That was the natural energy released after hundreds of years of practice by the goddess Tianxin, and amplified by the dragon and snake orb of the white snake immortal. How could a mere mortal possibly? Tianxin Shenji was so shocked that she lost her mind until she saw the ripples and natural energy sweeping together and pouring into the sword of destruction. The sword, which was already extremely huge, was first wrapped in a circle of golden thunder, and then countless green gusts appeared. Wind and thunder were lingering, and the destructive sword seemed to have grown dozens of meters longer out of thin air, and its shining light pierced through the dark barrier. The sun shines in again. It was like a spotlight falling on Lin Qing. Tianxin Shenji suddenly came to her senses. Little snake! Get out of the way! Get away! Where to hide? Orochimaru's eyes were red with anger. Death has never been so close. Orochimaru is an adult. Kimimaro and Yugo left Jiraiya behind and rushed towards Lin Qing. At the critical moment, the two of them unleashed their maximum potential and stepped in front of the falling blade. The wind and thunder howled, and the long sword fell. The sky roared and the earth trembled. A long and narrow crack appeared in the barrier covering the village. Jiraiya swallowed and looked around the battlefield. Kimimaro, died. Kongwu, death. Orochimaru. The lower half of his body was nowhere to be found, leaving only the upper half, with his intestines all over the floor. One knife. Just one knife. It defeated all of Orochimaru's arrangements and backup plans. Jiraiya couldn't believe it, and was filled with horror. Chi. The destruction blade was red and extremely hot, especially at the core. The bones and soul that once belonged to Same Hada emitted a slight whine. The previous blow was more than the destruction sword could bear. Don't worry, just this once, for now. Lin Qing whispered comfortingly. He was able to swing this sword thanks to the rich natural power of Tianxin Shenji. Now that the barrier is broken and the power of nature has been completely exhausted, Lin Qing will not be able to replicate the previous sword attack in a short period of time. However, with the help of Tianxin Shenji, he mastered the method of integrating the power of nature and ripples. He just needs more time to practice. Swinging out that piercing sword light again, there will be absolutely no problem. Lin Qing stuck the destruction blade into the ground and let it cool down naturally. In just a moment, Orochimaru's mouth opened, and a complete self crawled out of it again. The original half of his body became a layer of skin and was thrown on the ground. Orochimaru body replacement technique. After Orochimaru repaired his body, he immediately planned to escape. You're really hard to kill. A calm voice sounded from behind, and a hand reached out, grabbed his neck tightly, and lifted him up like a chicken. Orochimaru was forced to look up and meet Star Platinum's piercing eyes. But he soon noticed a gaze even more terrifying than Star Platinum. Lin Qing stood in front of Orochimaru. Show me how strong your recovery ability, which you are so proud of, is. Chapter 44. Orochimaru's recovery ability is among the best in the ninja world. Even if all the bones in the body are broken, the internal organs are turned into meat paste, and the brain is shaken like tofu pudding, as long as he is given 3 or 4 seconds, the body that has been injected and modified in advance through repeated human experiments will repair itself naturally. If you encounter a strong enemy, you can shorten the body's repair process to 1 second by exerting all your strength. But Lin Qing raised a finger and pointed at Orochimaru. It won't take even a second to blow you up. Endless fear surrounded Orochimaru. Danti. The sound stopped abruptly. Because a roar resounded through the sky before his plea for mercy. Ola! Star Platinum grabbed Orochimaru's neck with one hand and raised his right fist high. After being promoted to level 3, the power and speed exploded. Ola! 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 In less than half a second, Orochimaru's body completely collapsed. No, not only his body, a wisp of wind and thunder power was wrapped around Star Platinum's fist, which was the ripples and natural power transmitted from Lin Qing. These two forces, along with Star Platinum's fist, pierced Orochimaru's skin and muscles and acted directly on the cellular level. Orochimaru was horrified to find that his cell regeneration ability, which he was most proud of, was becoming. What a mess! Some cells regenerate at high speed by burning their lifespan. Some cells suddenly die. There is also a part of cells that are upgraded during regeneration and become upgraded cells that can proliferate indefinitely. If Orochimaru understood modern medicine, he would know that this thing is called cancer cells. Even if Lin Qing didn't kill him today, with the medical power of the Hokage world, it is almost impossible to cure cancer. Orochimaru has already stepped half a foot into the grave, and the other half foot will only be completely in the coffin after he suffers from cancer. But that day will never come. Lin Qing will personally bring death to Orochimaru. According to Orochimaru's theory of life, rather than suffering, it is better for me to grant them death. He also has to thank Lin Qing. Orochimaru looked up at Tianxin Shenji in despair. You dare! Tianxin Shenji roared, the corners of her mouth split to the back of her head, and her originally beautiful and charming face had the characteristics of a lion majesty. Her body became long and narrow, hovering above the sky with a pearl in her mouth. If it weren't for the lack of feet under her body, she would have looked like a real dragon. Tianxin Shenji was hanging high in the sky. If she rushed over in person, she would not be able to save Orochimaru in time, and close combat was not her forte. As Grandmaster, she is good at illusion. Senjutsu, Heart Phantom Snake Shadow. The powerful magic chakra was activated with almost zero delay under the amplification of the green dragon snake orb. One after another, green snake phantoms, ignoring distance and defense, penetrated into the eyes of everyone present. Star Platinum's fist flew into the air. Orochimaru disappeared. Also disappeared were the village, Jiraiya, and Sasuke. Lin Qing stood in a prosperous palace. He forgot many things and his consciousness was hazy, like he was dreaming. He just felt extremely hungry. It would be nice if there was something to eat. At the same time as this thought came to his mind, Lin Qing saw countless delicacies from land and sea appearing in the magnificent palace. Lin Qing walked over and was about to extend his hand. Tianxin Shenji, who was hiding in the air and watching this scene, curled up her lips into a smile. Tianxin Shenji's sage art illusion is extremely strange. Its power lies in that it will confuse the cognition of the person being cast. In modern psychological terms, it will weaken the superego and ego and amplify the ID. Once the self accepts the temptation of the illusion, it will violate the rules and be controlled by Tianxin Shenji from soul to body. Like a delicious matcha cake, it will be swallowed by Tianxin Shenji in one gulp. Eat, eat. But just when Lin Qing's hand was about to touch the food, he stopped. This is not what I want, said Lin Qing. Tianxin Shenji's smile froze on her face, but immediately, she released her power and the dining table disappeared. A throne appeared behind Lin Qing, and hundreds of ministers appeared in front of him. They knelt down in submission to Lin Qing and shouted, "Your Majesty." Lin Qing looked at them quietly. That's not what I want either. The corner of Tianxin Shenji's mouth twitched, and the snake's fangs made a crackling sound. The illusion changed again, and three naked beauties appeared. They came over, took Lin Qing's arms, and rubbed their round and full breasts against Lin Qing. Tianxin Shenji swallowed her saliva and stared at Lin Qing nervously, afraid to hear the same answer again. But, no. Men are men after all. She waited for Lin Qing to take action. But Lin Qing just looked at the three women and let out a helpless sigh. Lin Qing raised his head, his eyes piercing through the illusion, and fell directly on the hidden Tianxin Shenji, and said softly. Is your aesthetic taste just this level? What? Besides, this is still not what I want. Lin Qing stretched out his hand, and the purple of the hermit penetrated through layers of illusions and tightly entangled Tianxin Shenji, who was floating in the air. Thunder roared, and ripple force spread. Ah! The scorching hot ripples made Tianxin Shenji scream continuously. An irresistible force came from the end of the vines, pulling her forcefully and unconditionally towards Lin Qing. What the hell do you want? The continuous setbacks and physical pain caused the snake fairy, who had practiced for hundreds of years, to curse loudly. When the vines came to an end, Lin Qing grabbed Tianxin Shenji's head and brought her face close to him. You can't give me what I want. At such a close distance, under the influence of the fairy magic illusion, there was a slight collision between the two people's souls. Tianxin Shenji saw the fragments of Lin Qing's thoughts and his desire. Destroy the 6 kingdoms and unify the world. Conquer the wolf's lair. Visit the thatched cottage 3 times. Entrust the orphan to Beatty City, and a single spark can start a prairie fire. There was no more contempt for humans from higher life forms in Tianxin Shenji's eyes. She was terrified, flustered, and at a loss. She looked into Lin Qing's calm eyes, as if she heard him say, "Such a desire, such an ideal. Is it something that a snake demon like you can touch? Do you dare to touch it?" Ah! Blood flowed from Tianxin Shenji's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, and the illusion collapsed completely. Lin Qing returned to the village. The previous illusion was complicated, but it happened in just a short moment. Orochimaru was wriggling like a dying lion majesty and escaped more than 10 meters away from Lin Qing. Seeing Lin Qing wake up, Orochimaru was so scared that he opened his mouth, made a hole in the ground and was about to crawl in. This distance exceeded the range of Star Platinum. With Orochimaru's ability to escape, by the time Lin Qing rushed over, he would not be able to catch him at all. Jiraiya! Lin Qing yelled. Jiraiya was only 2 steps away from Orochimaru, and he could definitely kill Orochimaru before he entered the cave. At the very least, if he could stop him for half a second, it would be enough for Lin Qing to catch up. Jiraiya stood there in a daze, the kunai in his hand. I can't throw it out no matter what. Orochimaru burrowed into the ground, and the next second, Lin Qing arrived with the sound of wind and thunder, smashing a deep hole in the ground. But where is Orochimaru? He heard a painful groan from behind, and saw Orochimaru appear from the other side like a lion majesty, biting Sasuke's neck, and hurriedly fled back to the underground before Lin Qing arrived. Disappeared. Everything happened so fast. It wasn't until Lin Qing picked up Sasuke and a gust of wind blew on Jiraiya's face that the legendary Sunin came to his senses. He looked at Lin Qing and was about to speak. Star Platinum appeared and grabbed Jiraiya's face, slowly applying force with his fingers. Lin Qing turned his back to Jiraiya, his voice was extremely cold. Give me a reason not to kill you. Chapter 45. Why didn't I do anything? Jiraiya's life and death falls into Lin Qing's hands. But he didn't even have the thought of fighting back. It's not that we can't fight, or we don't dare to fight. It was the guilt in his heart that prevented him from taking action. Jiraiya was well aware of how stupid he had been just now. This is a trap set by Orochimaru against Lin Qing, a truly desperate situation. Lin Qing broke this desperate situation with his own strength and saved Jiraiya. From the beginning of the battle, there was nothing wrong with Lin Qing's every move. But what about Jiraiya? What did he do? At the most critical moment of the battle, Lin Qing, as a teammate, did 99% of the work. All Jiraiya had to do was take a step forward and slightly block Orochimaru, and they would win. But he did nothing. This is a betrayal of teammates. If he was not Jiraiya, but a fledgling, emotional little ninja, Lin Qing would not be angry. It is understandable that in a hurry, people are frightened and at a loss, or they cannot bear to attack friends passing by. But Jiraiya is not a naive person, or rather, the older generation of ninjas, him, Orochimaru, Tsunade, the third Hokage, Danzo. This group of people have experienced the darkness of the ninja world. If I really need to kill someone, I will never show mercy because of emotions. So, why didn't I do it? Jiraiya asked himself. Until I saw Lin Qing and Sasuke, they were not wearing forehead protectors. He understood why. Because Orochimaru did not actually do anything to harm the will of fire. Orochimaru did not touch Jiraiya's principles, so for many years, he just tracked down the whereabouts of this old classmate, but did not hunt him down. Jiraiya wants Orochimaru to mend his ways, not to die. Because Orochimaru did not touch my principles, I hesitated, causing Sasuke, whom Lin Qing had been protecting all the way, to be hurt. This is why Lin Qing was angry. Orochimaru on the run? It doesn't matter. It's nothing but a few hundred soul fragments. It doesn't matter if you don't want them. Jiraiya can just set out a table of good wine and food to entertain them, and the matter will be over. Who doesn't have some past friendship? Lin Qing can understand. But Sasuke's condition is very bad, he very likely to die. These are two completely different things. Jiraiya is not a mean person who would quibble. After questioning himself, he lowered his eyes. I have nothing to say. Lin Qing, I am sorry for you this time. He looked at Sasuke. Black Megatama was constantly flowing out from the neck that was bitten by Orochimaru before. Curse of heaven. Jiraiya said, Lin Qing, if you really want to kill me, I want it to be after you cure Sasuke. Lin Qing still had his back to him. The star platinum suddenly disappeared and Jiraiya fell to the ground. He stood up, walked over to Sasuke, and reached out to grab Sasuke's wrist. After a moment, Jiraiya opened his eyes, looking nervous. There are 3 different forces fighting in his body: chakra, natural energy, and ripples. If there were only the natural power brought by chakra and the curse seal, with Jiraiya's attainments in fairy arts after more than 10 years of practice, he would be able to find a way to achieve a balance. But with ripples, things become complicated. Lin Qing and Jiraiya fell into silence, and the atmosphere gradually became depressing. At this moment, a gloating voice came from the side. He's dead. Rather than wasting him, why not let me eat him? I'll forgive you for your disrespect to me. As expected of a snake fairy, in just a short while, Tian Zinchenji's injuries were mostly healed. She turned into a human-headed snake body, holding a dragon snake pearl in her hand. Lin Qing slowly turned her head. What did you say? I said, as long as you give me this child to eat. Before he finished speaking, Lin Qing kicked Tian Zinchenji, causing a dozens-meter-long snake to roll over, and the farmhouse collapsed, stirring up a large cloud of dust. The hermit purple reached out again and pulled her back like a dead dog. Lin Qing looked down at Tian Xin Shenji, raised his hand, summoned the still-hot destruction sword, and hung it under the snake demon's neck. Feeling the blade against her throat, Tian Zinchenji's scalp tingled. Lin Qing asked seriously, can you save him? No, I can't. Just like what this ugly guy said, in addition to the curse seal, there is a third kind of energy. I can't do it. The only way is to find Orochimaru and let him remove the curse seal. Can you find Orochimaru? Sure. Tian Zinchenji seemed to have found a life-saving straw. As long as he comes to Ryokai Cave, I can contact him, and then dash. Too slow. Sasuke couldn't wait that long. Lin Qing said, can you find him right now? No, I can't. Orochimaru's whereabouts are strange and he cannot be summoned by reverse summoning. As long as he does not actively reveal his location, no one knows where he is hiding. Lin Qing's eyes became colder. You can't do this, and you can't do that. Why do you think you can go back alive? You dare to kill me? Tian Zinchenji was really panicked. She was struggling to get up, but Star Platinum suddenly appeared, pressed her head, and threw her to the ground. She was horrified. Hundreds of years of life did not make Tian Zinchenji see through life and death. On the contrary, in the pursuit of immortality, she became more and more afraid of the arrival of death. You can't kill me. I am the Snake Princess of Ryokai Cave, and the elder personally chosen by the White Snake Immortal. If you kill me, you will face endless revenge from the Ryokai Cave until your death. She turned to look at Jiraiya. I want to see the Toad Sage. Even if I am wrong, it is not for a human to judge me. For the sake of the connection between Ryokai Cave and Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya, you can't let him kill me. Jiraiya licked his dry lips. Tian Zinchenji was right. Once the middle and lower level snakes and toads die, they're dead. But if elders of the level of Tian Zinchenji, Fukazaku, and Zhejian really died outside, it would inevitably lead to revenge from the land of inheritance. Jiraiya was about to speak to comfort her when a flash of a knife suddenly appeared before his eyes. Tian Zinchenji's head fell to the ground and turned into a huge green snake head in the blink of an eye. Kill him. Really killed. The green snake head fell off, with a little bit of life left, not yet completely dead. It stared at Lin Qing with a pair of evil lion majesty eyes, and growled. Lin Qing, you will be devoured by thousands of snakes, and you will die without a burial place. Ryokai Cave will not let you go. Before he could finish his words, the destruction knife fell again, splitting the snake's head in two, and its brains flowed all over the ground. You. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with astonishment and worry. That's the Ryokai Cave. Lin Qing shook off the blood and brains on the knife. What dragon? They are just a bunch of beasts. Do you really think of yourself as an immortal? If they are really that powerful, why does the world belong to humans instead of these so-called immortals? Lin Qing looked at Sasuke again, who looked in pain. His body temperature is rising little by little. If it continues like this, it won't be long before Sasuke burns himself to death from the inside out. Jiraiya is helpless, Tanaka Shinheim is helpless, and the instigator, Orochimaru, has escaped. There was only one way left to save little Sasuke. Draw a new substitute. Bet that this stand-in has the ability to repair, such as Crazy Diamond, Golden Experience, and Pearl Jam. Lin Qing opened the system interface and finally had time to check the earnings. Kill Kimimaro and obtain 320 soul fragments. Kill Yugo and obtain 290 soul fragments. Defeat Orochimaru and obtain 890 soul fragments. Kill Tian Xi and Shenji and obtain 400 soul fragments. Adding the remaining 900 pieces that Lin Qing had before, as well as the fragments obtained from defeating the scattered trash, root organization ninja, his current total number of soul fragments is 2,990 pieces. Lin Qing took a deep breath and opened the system interface. Draw a card. Chapter 46. System, Start. 10 pumps, 20 pumps, 30 pumps, 40 pumps. Lin Qing was unmoved. There are 299 draws in total, it is impossible not to get 5 stars. No, it's not just a matter of probability, it's also belief. Intuition told Lin Qing. Will appear. 5 shining golden stars will eventually descend. 50 draws, no. 60 draws. Lin Qing's vision suddenly became dark, and 10 stars fell from the numerous stars in the sky, one of which was particularly dazzling. Here we come. Ding 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 ding. It's 5 stars. The light slowly faded away, and Lin Qing saw clearly. Not a stand-in. It is a 5-star item. Props, Saint's Crown of Thorns. Introduction, originated from the 7th part of JOJO, Homayaro. The crown of thorns worn by the saint during his lifetime was stained with the blood of the saint's head and the light of his soul. Effect: people with selfish desires cannot own or wear the crown of thorns, and the crown cannot be destroyed or hidden. It will always exist under the gaze of humans. Once worn, it is possible to create incomprehensible miracles, and destiny will be guided, but it is also possible to be tested accordingly. Is this considered the remains of a saint? Lin Qing remembered that the remains of the saint in the wild man had a total of 9 parts, namely the left arm, right arm, eyes, heart, spine, ears, legs, torso and head. When all the saint's remains are gathered, the remains will bless the owner and the area where they are located. But, the crown of thorns? The image of the saint painted by Biao Ma Yalang does include a silhouette of the saint wearing a crown of thorns, but can this thing really be considered a part of the remains? Lin Qing's gaze fell on the blood and soul light stained with the saint's head. Perhaps, it is this point that gives it capabilities comparable to those of the remains of a saint. With the ability to guide destiny and create miracles, it is a well-deserved 5-star item. If this ability wasn't unstable and random, it might even be considered 6 stars. Lin Qing thought for a moment and put the crown of thorns on Sasuke's head. Lin Qing doesn't believe in fate. But he hopes a miracle will happen. The crown of thorns cut Sasuke's skin, and a trickle of blood flowed down, but the next second, it was as if someone had pressed the reverse button, the blood flowed backwards, and the wound healed, and the curse on his neck also flowed backwards, constantly spreading to his entire body. Jiraiya couldn't believe his eyes. How is this done? It's totally unreasonable. He is an expert in fairy arts and natural energy. Jiraiya did not sense any use of natural energy, but was more violent and unreasonable. Go back in time. Sasuke was tortured by the 3 powers of curse seal, chakra, and ripples, and his body was on the verge of collapse, returning to a state of neither life nor death. Simply. Jiraiya looked at Lin Qing, who casually took out the crown of thorns. It's a miracle. Lin Qing corrected him, it's a miracle. What's the difference? Lin Qing shook his head and did not explain. The saint's miracle has come. Next, it depends on where Lin Qing's fate will lead him. Draw the card again. 70, 80, 90. This time the wait was particularly long. Until 180 draws. The stars fell again. Lin Qing didn't look at the light, but closed his eyes and listened. Ding 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 ding. 4 tones. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the starlight condensed into a rainbow mask. Stand name, Rainbow Catcher. 4 stars. Owner, Blackmore. Ability, a stand that can only be used when it rains, capable of fixing raindrops that hit the body. Rain is harmless to the stand user himself. Current level, level 1. Note, when the storm stops, I will die. Will it be the same for you? Lin Qing. I got the 5-star crown of thorns after 60 draws, and then I got the 4-star rainbow catcher after 120 draws. Is this the guidance of fate? Or just a dark face? Lin Qing took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. Continue. Another 10-player combo was thrown in. Without waiting for the 10-pull combo to end, Lin Qing habitually pressed the 10-pull combo again, but at this moment, the sky became dark again. Here we go again? Continuous withdrawals. The JOJO system, which is a rip-off, has no guarantee, and would be sued into bankruptcy if it were put into the real world, finally showed some conscience for once. Lin Qing stared at the direction where the stars were flying. 5 consecutive echoes showed the value of this shipment. A light flashed and a humanoid substitute appeared. Stand name, White Snake. 5 stars. Owner, Enri Capucci. Ability 1, Extract CD. The discs are divided into 2 types, memory and substitute/ninjutsu. White Snake can extract the disc by beating the enemy's heart. By looking at the surface of the disc, you can view the owner's memories, and by inserting the substitute/ninjutsu disc into another person's body, you can use the corresponding ability. Those who have lost the memory disc can continue to use ninjutsu, but will forget everything about themselves. Anyone who loses the substitute/ninjutsu disc will fall into a coma or suspended animation. White Snake can also write commands on a disc, creating a command disc that, after inserting into the target's body, can force the target to execute the commands by force. Ability 2, Dissolving the Mind, creates a white acidic fluid that contacts the enemy to create an illusion, making the enemy dream without their knowledge. Unless the attacked person finds out that he is in a dream, he will not wake up. Ability 3, Evolution, with the right opportunity, it can evolve into Crescent Moon. Current level, Level 1. Note, it seems that you are still a step behind. Lin Qing looked at the white snake in front of him. It is mostly grayish-white, slender, and tall, with a black mask full of philosophical meaning on its face, and stripes with G-delta-CT written on its skin. It put one hand on its waist, tilted its head slightly, and looked impatient. It's actually a white snake. Lin Qing frowned slightly. In order to save Sasuke, the stand that Lin Qing wants most is Crazy Diamond or Golden Experience. With the healing abilities of these 2 stands, they can definitely solve the dilemma caused by the curse. But White Snake, it seems that it is not impossible. Orochimaru attacked Uchiha Itachi, Lin Qing, and Sasuke successively. From this pattern, we can see that Orochimaru is in the process of constant self-compromise. He coveted Uchiha's body and Sharingan, so after being defeated by Uchiha Itachi and Lin Qing, even though he was in danger, Orochimaru still had evil intentions and targeted Sasuke, leaving a curse mark on him. Lin Qing speculated that this thing probably has capabilities such as positioning and remote control. Just like clicking on a Trojan program and hacking your computer, which cannot be unlocked, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. As long as we find Orochimaru, we can find a way to untie it. But Orochimaru's ability to escape was too strong. Half of his skills were spent on saving his life and escaping. It would be extremely difficult to capture Orochimaru and bring him back to Sasuke for treatment. Besides, there is no guarantee that Orochimaru will leave a backdoor in the treatment process. Thinking about it this way, the white snake is a perfect fit. Because of the system's adaptability, the white snake, which was originally only able to seize a stand-in, now has the ability to seize ninjutsu. As long as he finds Orochimaru and takes the disc, he can safely treat Sasuke without any risk. Not only that, Orochimaru is one of the Sunin, has mastered many ninjutsu, forbidden technique, knows the secrets of various countries, and most importantly, he grandmasters human body transformation technology. Lin Qing is very useful whether it is used to teach Zyotao, Kohaku, and others ninjutsu, to understand the strong people from various countries in advance, to determine hunting targets, or to use human body technology to understand the changes in one's own body after absorbing the power of nature. But Lin Qing glanced at the crown of thorns on Sasuke's head, then looked at the white snake, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The shortest shortcut is to take a long detour. There are 110 draws left, and Lin Qing doesn't want to move any more. It is impossible for early withdrawal to happen again, and the most likely outcome is that you will get nothing. The purple of the hermit can be tracked regardless of distance. Aerosmith, 1 kilometer range lock. Star Platinum, head on defeat. And the last white snake, extract the CD. All the elements have been gathered. Then let's go. Lin Qing carried Sasuke on his back. At this moment, Jiraiya, who had been frowning and taciturn, spoke up, "Leave Sasuke to me. I will take him back to Mount Myaboku and ask the Great Toad Sage to take action." Chapter 47. Lin Qing stopped walking and turned back to ask, "What did you say?" Lin Qing didn't hear it clearly. He was asking Jiraiya. "How dare you say such a thing?" Jiraiya took a deep breath. "Lin Qing, you can't go after Orochimaru with a wounded man, and you can't leave him to Momo and Mayuri. With their strength, they can't protect Sasuke. Uchiha, the value behind this surname is too high. An Uchiha who is alive, separated from Konoha, and unable to protect himself is enough to drive countless bounty hunters and ninja villages crazy." And Jiraiya pointed to the crown of thorns on Sasuke's head. "It keeps Sasuke in a delicate balance. Any disturbance will break this balance. If you bring him into the battle, he will be killed." "Lin Qing, I know you don't trust me, but..." Jiraiya lowered his brows and clenched his fists. "I want to do something. Because he is Jiraiya." So, at the crucial moment of the battle, there was a moment's hesitation, allowing Orochimaru to escape. But also because he's Jiraiya. Not a pure, profit-oriented ninja. He still has morality in his heart. So, even though Lin Qing was about to leave, Jiraiya took the initiative to take on the responsibility of protecting Sasuke, making up for his mistake with a thankless task. Jiraiya waited silently. A few seconds later, Lin Qing gave a reply. "Kin. But I will write a command in your heart to protect Sasuke. Until I withdraw this order, the protection of Sasuke will take precedence over everything else, even the will of fire that you uphold. Would you like to?" Lin Qing stared at Jiraiya. This is a harsh condition. Lin Qing thought Jiraiya would refuse, but unexpectedly, Jiraiya nodded in agreement without hesitation for a second. Lin Qing stared deeply at the unkempt man in front of her, and the indifference in her eyes gradually faded away. "I have made my own mistakes and I have to take responsibility for them myself. I am still a man." White Snake. The white snake still looked arrogant, tilting its head, raising its chin, and looking down at Jiraiya through its nostrils. It swung out with one hand and hit Jiraiya. Zygagata. There was the sound of old DVD discs popping out, and Jiraiya froze in place as 2 discs popped out from his face. Lin Qing took out 2 CDs. One is ninjutsu. One is memory. Just as Lin Qing guessed, the white snake's extraction disc was unable to extract Jiraiya's physical body that had been cultivated for many years. In other words, physical abilities are not within the scope of extraction. For example, the Uchiha's bloodline limit, the Raikage's strong physique, or the current chaotic energy state of Sasuke's body. These cannot be stripped using discs. After confirming his guess, Lin Qing looked at the 2 discs in his hand. If he wanted, he could now peek into Jiraiya's memory and turn Jiraiya into an obedient puppet, or just kill him directly. But the other party was willing to give his life and property to Lin Qing because of the word righteousness. It is impossible for Lin Qing to do such a despicable thing. White Snake left orders on the memory disk. Unlike Heaven's Gate, which can write complex instructions on the target soul, White Snake's orders could only add simple and clear instructions. Lin Qing left 4 words at the end. "Protect Sasuke." Then he inserted the disc back in. Jiraiya shuddered and suddenly came to his senses. He touched the spot where he had ejected the disc before, but felt nothing different. But when Jiraiya saw Sasuke, an impulse emerged from deep in his heart: "I must protect this child." Even though Jiraiya knew that this impulse came from Lin Qing's ability, he could not muster the slightest resistance in his heart. "Is this an order? It's like..." Jiraiya thought of the ninjutsu in Konoha's legend called Distinguished Heavenly Gods. This ability to control people's minds is so terrifying. What is even more terrifying than this ability is the man in front of him. Jiraiya could clearly sense that, in addition to the order to protect Sasuke, Lin Qing did not take the opportunity to write down a second instruction. He has unique skills, but he manages not to use them. He is decisive in killing, but has a reverent attitude towards life. There is no shortage of strong people in this world. But Jiraiya hasn't seen anyone as special as Lin Qing for many years. What are you thinking about? Lin Qing's cry brought Jiraiya back to his senses. He took Sasuke from Lin Qing and cast the summoning spell, summoning a giant toad. I will go to Mount Myaboku and ask the great toad sage for help. Although I have the order, I still want to say, Lin Qing, I owe you today. If Sasuke gets hurt again, I'll go to you with my head. Lin Qing nodded. Bang! Jiraiya, Sasuke, and the toad all disappear together and head to Mount Myaboku. The village became quiet. Lin Qing looked around at the corpses and lion majesty and sighed softly. Human life is really worthless. He reached out and picked up the dragon snake orb from the pool of snake blood flowing from Tianxin Shenji. The rich force of nature is transmitted continuously. In the previous battle, Lin Qing swung his strongest sword, shattering the barrier, killing Kimimaro and Yugo, and severely injuring Orochimaru. He recalled the details of the time. Countless natural forces poured into his body, and his body, which had been stretched to the limit through ripple practice, instantly broke through the limitations of human genes. To describe it, it's like sublimation. If we talk about the past, Lin Qing's breathing method is the ripples produced by the fluctuation of cells. In the sublimation state, there is resonance at the genetic level. If one can master the principles and laws of this resonance, perhaps, we can surpass the limits of human beings. Lin Qing put away the dragon snake orb. He still needs to spend time exploring genetic resonance. Don't be fooled by Lin Qing's previous relaxed attitude. This is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, your genes will collapse and you will be turned into a pool of meat paste. The resonance at the genetic level is enough to force the power of the curse out of the body. There is no need to look for Orochimaru. It's a pity that Sasuke can't master this ability. Or rather, everyone who can generate chakra can't master it. Once natural energy flows in, chakra will stick to it tightly, affecting the delicate control of the ripples. Lin Qing shook his head, no longer thinking about unnecessary assumptions, carrying the sword of destruction on his back, and walked towards the direction where Orochimaru was escaping. 3 days later, Akatsuki Organization Underground Base. Figures appeared on the Gedo statue's fingers. Scorpion. Resolved. The woman. Uchiha Itachi. A new day. Deidara. Absolutely. And the leader. Pain. 8 people, either real or projected, stand on the fingers of the Gedo statue. In the dim and dark environment, Pain scanned everyone with his Rinnegan. A cold, terrifying, and oppressive feeling of absolute control was transmitted. Is there a new job? Who to kill? Deidara put her hands in her pockets, her blonde hair tied into a ponytail, and spoke in a defiant tone, full of high spirits. He and Kisame are new members who have just joined Akatsuki. Hoshigaki Kisame has a relatively calm personality, but Deidara is different. Having left the boring village and no one to care about him, Deidara now just wants to make his art flourish. It's not a job, it's dealing with traitors. Konan said. When the word traitor was mentioned, a name came to everyone's mind. Orochimaru. After Orochimaru failed in his attack on Uchiha Itachi and defected, members of Akatsuki have been tracking him down. But Orochimaru has no other skills, and his skills in escaping and hiding are too strong, so no one has been able to catch him so far. Have you found any trace of Orochimaru? Hoshigaki Kisame asked. He is Uchiha Itachi's new teammate and is very interested in his ex. Found it. Konan said, he is being hunted by Lin Qing and has now fled to Tianziguo. Lin Qing. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization had different expressions. Deidara's eyes lit up. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. Even the scorpion, who always had dead eyes, showed a hint of interest. Pain's cold voice appeared, bring Orochimaru and Lin Qing back. Who of you is going to go? I'll go. Uchiha Itachi said, my genjutsu is enough to restrain all his abilities. Chapter 48. You. Scorpion's hoarse voice echoed, "It is said that you were defeated by Lin Qing once and almost died in Konoha. Haha, I'd better go. I am very interested in Lin Qing and Orochimaru's bodies. They have the potential to become excellent puppets." Uchiha Itachi glanced coldly at Scorpion, unmoved. There was only one person present who was responsible for giving orders, and that was Pain. Given Uchiha Itachi's character, he naturally disdained to argue with others. Besides, Itachi might have backed down on other things, but this time, he had to go. In the past he only thought that Lin Qing was a ninja with special abilities, but ever since Lin Qing took Sasuke away from the village, the whole thing was beyond Itachi's expectations. The last time it was too hasty and too sudden. This time, Itachi wants to see Lin Qing's power clearly. By the way, I went to see Sasuke after a long time. Uchiha Itachi had mixed emotions when he thought of his brother. As long as he's healthy and safe, that's all that matters. Itachi, count as an action quota. Pain said, Orochimaru was your former partner, Lin Qing was your former rival, and Orochimaru also seriously injured your only brother, Uchiha Sasuke. This cause and effect should be resolved by you. Sasuke, seriously injured. Uchiha Itachi felt a murderous intent in his heart, but he didn't show it at all and nodded silently. The second action quota. Pain looked at Deidara, who had his hands in his pockets. Deidara, go there. Hoshigaki Kisame was stunned for half a second. I am Itachi-san's partner, shouldn't I go with him? Although Pain was indifferent, he still had due respect for the Akatsuki organization and explained briefly. Lin Qing has killed 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure in succession. Kisame, you are from Kirigakure. Lin Qing is already familiar with your methods and style. If you want to deal with Lin Qing, you have to arrange an opponent that he is not good at dealing with. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded in approval. All the intelligence about Lin Qing mentioned that the range of 2 to 3 meters is Lin Qing's absolute dominance and that he has a very strong breakthrough ability. Uchiha Itachi is an expert at illusion. Deidara is skilled in explosive ninjutsu and has the ability to fly. It is indeed the most suitable combination. Hearing his name, Deidara grinned, sure enough, this kind of hard bone has to be handed over to me to chew. I wonder if Lin Qing can understand my art. But, are we capturing Lin Qing alive in order to bring him into the Akatsuki organization? Pain nodded. Lin Qing's fighting ability and attitude towards civilians reminded Pain of his past self. He wants Lin Qing to join Xiao. Fight for the ideal of peace. Deidara said, I understand now. When I beat Lin Qing, I should hold back and not beat him to death. But why did we have to capture Orochimaru alive? Isn't he a traitor? This time it was Conan who gave the explanation. Because none of you can confirm whether the person you killed was the real Orochimaru, or just an experiment or a clone. I am also not sure if Orochimaru will come out from another base after I kill him this time. So, I am the third person in this operation. Conan said to Uchiha Itachi and Deidara, I will assist you in the battle, and once Orochimaru is defeated, I will be responsible for sealing him and bringing him back to Pain for disposal. Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, and Conan. The 3 formed a team and launched an operation to capture Lin Qing and Orochimaru. Xiao is an efficient organization. After the meeting, the 3 of them gathered together and flew to the land of fields on the giant clay bird made by Deidara. The bird at Deidara is huge. It is big enough for 3 people to sit without feeling crowded. Deidara was immersed in his own art, holding a pen and paper, writing and drawing, and occasionally chuckling once or twice. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes and rested. Conan sat on the other side, observing Uchiha Itachi's every move with his peripheral vision. Her action this time was not only to assist in the battle and seal Orochimaru, but also a secret mission from Pain. Find out the truth about Uchiha Itachi. The people in the Akatsuki organization all have a not-so-glorious past and their own secrets. Pain doesn't care how many secrets they have, as long as it helps advance his plan. He never asks about personal privacy. The so-called leader usually has 4 cards in his hand. Inducement, emotion, protection, and deterrence by force. It is a leader's job to play different combination cards for different people, and Pain is very good at this. Only Uchiha Itachi. On the one hand, Itachi has no desires, focuses on the mission, and completes it excellently, making him a perfect teammate. On the one hand, he refined the entire clan in an instant for no reason, and was an absolute madman. The task that Pain gave Konan was to observe the choices that Uchiha Itachi made when facing Lin Qing, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. If there is something wrong, wait for Itachi to come back. Kill on the spot. Konoha Village. Umbu Medical Room. A huge bubble was suspended in the air. This is clean water created by the two immortals, Fukazaku and Shiken, of Mount Mayaboku, which can isolate external natural energy to the greatest extent. Sasuke was immersed in the center of the clean water. Because everything in the world has a certain natural force, he is now almost naked, with only a piece of cloth wrapped around his waist and a crown of thorns on his head. Apart from that, he has no other clothes. Jiraiya sat cross-legged in front of the cleansing water. It had been a week since the battle with Orochimaru, and during this week, he had stayed awake and guarded Sasuke. Originally, Jiraiya wanted to place Sasuke on Mount Mayaboku, where he would be safer without being disturbed by others. However, the natural energy of Mount Mayaboku is too rich, and the clean water cannot be maintained for a long time, so the treatment site has to be set in Konoha Village. Jiraiya looked at Sasuke floating in the water, his arms slightly outstretched, wearing a crown of thorns on his head, and his body becoming increasingly thin. For some unknown reason, I had the urge to kneel down and kowtow. Jiraiya rubbed his cheeks vigorously, thinking that he must be too tired. "You're too tired, just go and take a rest." An old, familiar voice came from behind. Jiraiya turned around and met the eyes of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing casual clothes and walking towards him like an old man in the neighborhood. "Go and rest, and then, wait for Danzo to do something to Sasuke again." Sarutobi Hiruzen came to Jiraiya silently, and looked at Sasuke in the water ball quietly. After a long time, he spoke again. "The Uchiha matter. I couldn't have made a better choice." Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen know that the Uchiha extermination was wrong? Didn't he know that it would damage the village's strength? He knows. However, his political skills and political accomplishments were not enough to make a better decision. So, he could only remain silent. Jiraiya turned his head and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he first heard about the Uchiha genocide, Jiraiya was filled with rage and wanted to rush back and scold Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now, Jiraiya sighed softly, "Teacher, we are indeed master and apprentice." What is the difference between Jiraiya, who ultimately kept silent and let Orochimaru go because he couldn't make a better choice in the battle, and his teacher? In fact, the person hurt by these two things was Sasuke. "But I won't be confused anymore," Jiraiya said. "Teacher, you always fail to give up what you should give up, so others take away the things that you should protect. Whether it's Uchiha, Minato, Orochimaru, or the glory that once belonged to Konoha, the will of fire that shines over the ninja world. What do you think I should do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Jiraiya shook his head. "I don't know, but there is one person, he should know. Lin Qing." "Right." Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed the trust in Jiraiya's tone. "The last time I heard you describe someone in that tone was Minato. But if it's Lin Qing coming back, it means Orochimaru is dead." Jiraiya nodded. "He died a long time ago. Since he stubbornly indulged in the pursuit of immortality, the soul of Orochimaru has been corrupted." At the same time, in the land of rice fields, Odagakur village, Orochimaru looked at the 30 people standing before him. Yakushi Kabuto came over and said, "Master Orochimaru, they are all people who volunteered to become the material this time. Did you say the price?" "I've said it before, you'll definitely die." Orochimaru nodded and pointed to the volunteers, naming 2 people. Although they were doomed to die, the 2 men showed joy on their faces, and others looked at them with envy. Because once they become Orochimaru's volunteers, their families, friends, and even neighbors will be treated preferentially, and their parents and children will receive a large pension, enough for them to live a stable life. In such a bad world, this is a godsend. The price is only his own life. It's such a great deal. The two men came forward, and Orochimaru personally straightened their collars and said with a smile, "Thank you." The two were so grateful that they choked with tears. Orochimaru patted their shoulders and said to Yakushi Kabuto, "Now that we are almost ready, let's get started." Forbidden Technique. Impure World Reincarnation. Chapter 49. A ramen shop on the outskirts of Tanokuni. Hermit Purple. Lin Qing slapped the Polaroid camera. A photo slowly emerged. Orochimaru was sitting on a chair with a teacup in his hand. He seemed to sense Lin Qing's gaze, so he raised the cup slightly and nodded to Lin Qing. He didn't run away. There is no need for Star Platinum to draw the details. In the photo, Orochimaru is sitting on a street with empty shops on both sides of the street. Behind him stand more than a dozen ninjas wearing forehead protectors with musical note patterns. Konoha Village. Lin Qing realized that this was why Orochimaru fled all the way to the land of rice. For 7 days, he chased, he fled, and he couldn't escape even if he had wings. Lin Qing and Orochimaru barely paused. Under the effect of Hermit Purple, no matter where Orochimaru hides, Lin Qing can always track him down through clues. Until now, Orochimaru finally stopped running away, waiting openly for Lin Qing to appear. Jiraiya once said, if it were a duel with Orochimaru, Jiraiya could hold Orochimaru down and beat him. Of course, there is a certain amount of bragging involved, but once Orochimaru is given enough time to prepare and plan, his threat would increase exponentially. In the photo, Orochimaru's eyes seem to be saying, "I'm here, Lin Qing, do you really dare to come? What Batman setting?" Lin Qing chuckled, "Boss, how far is this place from Union Village?" The ramen shop manager heard this and glanced at Lin Qing's sword. If a normal person walks northwest, it will take 5 days on foot, but if you take a carriage, you can get there in 2 days. However, if you are a ninja, you can climb the trees and get there in 1 day. Lin Qing probably understood the distance and nodded. He stood up, took out a banknote from his pocket and put it on the table. "Keep the change, please." The ramen shop manager wiped his hands with a towel, walked over to check the amount, quickly took the money, lifted the curtain and chased out. "Sir, a bowl of noodles is not that expensive. You gave too much." Before he could finish his words, he froze. Lin Qing was seen stepping on the destruction sword, as if an invisible giant threw him and the sword into the sky, flying straight towards the northwest. The ramen shop manager fell to the ground and yelled, "Wife! What? Come out, see the gods!" In Konoha Village. It was broad daylight, but there was no one on the street except Orochimaru, who was sitting on a chair, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, quietly sipping the tea and basking in the sun. If you only look at Orochimaru, you would think that he has retired from the ninja world and let go of all the grudges. But if you move your eyes back a little, you can see a dozen ninjas from the hidden Odo village with murderous expressions, and 2 solid wooden coffins. In the Hokage world of low productivity, a carefully crafted solid wooden coffin is considered a lavish burial. Ordinary families don't have such treatment at all. When the dead are swept up by straw mats, it is considered as recovery. Most of the time they just dig a hole and bury it. Only landlords, businessmen, and powerful ninjas could enjoy solid wooden coffins. As mentioned before, the ninja villages of various countries are infiltrating each other, and the Konoha village is no exception. Spies from different ninja villages are showing off their abilities, hiding in the corners, watching Orochimaru and his group from afar. Many people had privately speculated that Orochimaru was the Kage of the Konoha village, but when it was actually revealed, it still shocked many people. Spies have a wide range of sources of intelligence. They had heard about the chase between Lin Qing and Orochimaru a long time ago, and now it seemed that the end of this battle was in Konoha village, right in front of them. But what do these 2 coffins with the numbers 1 and 2 written on them mean? You don't even understand this. Who is Orochimaru? How could one of the legendary Sunin not be angry when being chased all the way by a new generation of Lin Qing? These 2 coffins represent his determination. Lin Qing, if you don't come, it's fine, but if you come. What if it comes? The coffins are ready. What do you think? It must be a battle to determine who is better, or to decide life or death. It seems that Lin Qing really angered Orochimaru, and he even wanted to die together. The spies were talking in low voices. Yakushi Kabuto walked over to pour tea for Orochimaru. "Sir, do you really think Lin Qing will come?" Yakushi Kabuto couldn't imagine how Kimimaro, Yugo, and Orochimaru were defeated by Lin Qing before. It must have been an indecisive fight. From Lord Orochimaru's caution, Yakushi Kabuto could guess that Lin Qing was a powerful ninja. But, with Lord Orochimaru having made all the necessary preparations, will Lin Qing really come? Alone, challenging a ninja village? This goes beyond the realm of recklessness and impulsiveness. It's stupid. Yakushi Kabuto was not the only one who had similar thoughts. Konan and Deidara, who were hiding in the sky, had the same idea. It seems like today's trip is in vain. Deidara yawned in boredom. Their targets were Lin Qing and Orochimaru, but compared to the sewer rat like Orochimaru, Lin Qing's arrogant and domineering personality was more to Deidara's liking. Konan nodded slightly. Just at this moment, he will come. Uchiha Itachi in the sky. Orochimaru on the ground. The two people, who were thousands of meters apart, said the same words at the same time. Why? Yakushi Kabuto and Deidara at the same time. Faced with this question, Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, two extremely smart people, could not give a precise answer. They could only throw out a word ambiguously. Feel. This is a very subtle certainty that is difficult to describe in words and cannot be understood by ordinary people. This is a feeling that can only be created if one has actually confronted Lin Qing. After listening to Uchiha Itachi's description, Konan raised his hand, wanting to say something, but stopped himself. On the contrary, Deidara on the side was outspoken, slapping his thigh, laughing and asking. The feeling of being beaten. Itachi, are you sure you're not talking about some special sexual fetish? Uchiha Itachi. They waited for another 2 hours. Their original plan was to wait for Lin Qing to appear, and when he and Orochimaru were fighting, they would take advantage of the chaos and capture both of them in one fell swoop. Konan checked the time. A big sun was in the sky, hanging directly above our heads. It's noon. Deidara, is your clay scout bug responding? With Konoha Village as the center, Deidara set up a clay reconnaissance area with a radius of 20 kilometers. As long as Lin Qing sets foot in this range, a tiny explosion will be triggered. No. Deidara replied. Konan said, Itachi, it seems that your feeling is wrong. We can't wait any longer. The news that Orochimaru is in the Hidden Sound village has spread. It won't be long before forces from all sides rush over. We have to act before that happens. Konan said, without waiting for a response from Uchiha Itachi. He kept his eyes closed and rested. Itachi. Listen carefully. Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke up. Listen? Konan listened carefully. She heard the whistling sound of the wind, and getting closer. Look. The midday light fell on Lin Qing, who was flying with a sword. Here it comes. It's really coming. It was not an infiltration, an assassination, or even recruiting. Just like this, alone, under the scorching sun at noon, he swaggered to the enemy's lair. That's crazy. FK. Deidara's eyes lit up, his mouth half open. Itachi, I take back what I said before, I now understand what you mean by feeling. Lin Qing, this guy is quite interesting. And he's actually flying. People in the sky and on the ground saw Lin Qing rushing towards them. They poured chakra into their eyes, and saw Star Platinum appear behind the destruction blade, grabbing the hilt and aiming in the direction of Orochimaru. Ola! Lin Qing accelerated again, and a white conical cloud appeared behind him. Instantly, the sound of thunder and wind resounded through the sky, like a punishment from heaven, falling towards Orochimaru. Boom! The sword of destruction pierced Orochimaru's body and pinned him to the ground. The shock wave spread outward, causing the ground to crack and sink. With just one strike, all the buildings within 100 meters of Lin Qing collapsed, and all the Otogakuer ninjas who were ambushing nearby were buried in the ruins. The smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the view. A hand reached out of the dust and waved gently, as if lifting a curtain. The wind is howling. Lin Qing stood in the center of the ruins, pulling out the destruction blade, and at the same time, boom! Boom! There were two sounds of coffin lids falling to the ground. Lin Qing looked at the two people who came out and frowned slightly. Why is there a big zongzi? Chapter 50. Orochimaru's corpse on the ground turned into a pool of pus. Obviously this is another clone. Ever since he was defeated by Lin Qing last time, Orochimaru had made up his mind that he would never be exposed to Lin Qing's shooting range again. No, it was Lin Qing's field of vision, so he hid in the dark early on. Boom! Boom! The heavy solid wood coffin lid fell to the ground. Two corpses covered with cracks walked out of the coffins. A long-haired man walked out of the coffin with the number 1 written on it. He had a square face, strong features, red laminated armor, and a Konoha iron forehead protector on his head. The other side. A tall and thin man walked out of the coffin with the number 2 written on it. He was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, so that his facial features could not be seen. He wore a black satin forehead protector on his head. Lin Qing stared at the two old men walking out of the coffin and frowned slightly. The eyes of these two people were dull and lifeless, as if they had lost the ability to think, and were just pure puppets. But Lin Qing felt a strong threat. Two groups of spies hiding in the corner cried out in surprise. Shodai! Nidame! The ones who walked out of the coffins were the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama of Konoha Village and the second Tsuchikage Mu of Iwagakure. There is no need to introduce the title of first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. The legendary god of ninja. All countries were able to establish ninja villages thanks to this great man. He was invincible during his lifetime. Second Tsuchikage Nu, although not as famous as Senjo Hashirama, he is undoubtedly the first in the history of Iwagakure. The developed bloodline elimination, dust release can be said to be one of the most powerful offensive methods in the ninja world. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Deidara grabbed Itachi's clothes and shouted excitedly, "Itachi, did you see that? The dead are resurrected." Itachi glanced at the robe that was about to be taken off by Deidara, slapped his hand away, and said sternly, "Konoha has a forbidden technique called impure world reincarnation. Through extremely evil rituals, living people are sacrificed to summon the souls of the dead back to the world and manipulate them. The living dead that have gone through impure world reincarnation are almost immortal. Even if they are attacked severely, as long as the caster has not used a dispelling spell, they can recover unconditionally." Konan had heard of impure world reincarnation, but had never seen anyone use it in decades, so he always thought it was a rumor spread among the ninja world. "I didn't expect that this kind of technique actually exists." She thought of Nagato's manipulation skills. But there is an essential difference between the two. Moreover, Nagato can make the corpse move again by relying on the power of Rin-Egan. Rin-Egan is unique, but this technique can be used as long as you learn it. This man is so scary. No wonder Nagato wanted to capture him alive. Konan asked, if that's the case, wouldn't the person who masters this technique be invincible? By summoning an army of undead, they can sweep through all the major ninja villages. Uchiha Itachi shook his head slightly. No matter how powerful a ninjutsu is, there is always a way to crack it. For example, Itachi's Amaterasu can destroy the resurrected ninja. For example, if multiple people work together, they can use sealing techniques to seal the resurrected corpses. Deidara raised his chin towards Lin Qing. "According to you, he is dead, isn't he?" Itachi pondered for a moment, put himself in Lin Qing's perspective, pondered for a few seconds, and nodded slowly. "It's more likely to be bad than good. Lin Qing's advantage lies in the absolute oppression at close range and the super strong burst in a short period of time, but all of this is useless to Senjo Hashirama and Wu, who came out of impure world reincarnation. Even after taking into account Lin Qing's past combat experience and knowing that he could seize the water style summoned by the enemy, Orochimaru deliberately chose not to summon second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. Senjo Hashirama's divine power and wood-style ninjutsu are enough to deal with Lin Qing's head-on impact. Wu's Kekii elimination, dust release, is a deconstruction and stripping at the atomic level. Even Lin Qing's defense cannot stop it. Orochimaru also found out that Lin Qing can summon a strange bird that can fire micro shurikens and detect enemy traces. But this is not a forest, nor a desert, it is Konoha Village, and there are people everywhere. Some of them are ninjas. There are many more ordinary people who come here to make a living. Orochimaru knew that given Lin Qing's character, he would not do such a thing as slaughtering the entire village just to find him. Uchiha Itachi whispered. Lin Qing, how are you going to break this situation? Even if you break Orochimaru's trap, what are you going to do with the three of us? In Itachi's opinion, today's outcome was already predetermined. Everyone is waiting. Waiting for Lin Qing to be defeated by the invincible strong man in their memory as they imagined. But, boom! Star Platinum and Senjo Hashirama collided. They bumped their fists together and wrestled with each other. On one side was the representative of strength and speed among the stands, and on the other side was the strongest person in the ninja world. For a moment, no one took a step back. Ola 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 ola! Star Platinum roared, and in an instant, he threw countless punches. Senjo Hashirama did not evade at all. He stood firmly on his feet and punched forward like a string of cannonballs. The collision of fists caused bursts of roars, as if thousands of troops were galloping and fighting. The scorching wind swept in from the battlefield where the two men were fighting, forcing the spies to hold their breath. Too strong, right? Whether it's the resurrected first Hokage or the godlike evil spirit, they are all powerful beyond imagination. There is no doubt that Senjo Hashirama is powerful. But what on earth is that evil spirit? Suddenly, Senjo Hashirama took a step back. The spies were stunned. They didn't expect that the one who retired was Senjo Hashirama. After taking one step back, he took the second step, the third step. Senjo Hashirama's body was being annihilated bit by bit and turned into countless fragments. Ola! Star Platinum threw one last punch, knocking Senjo Hashirama away. The legendary ninja god has been suppressed. Moreover, the body was shattered violently, without any resistance at all. In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, the three Megatama slowly rotated. This first generation is wrong. Is it a flaw in impure world reincarnation? The reaction, speed, and even the use of strength are a bit dull. Itachi had never seen the first generation, but he guessed that the first generation that had gone through the impure world reincarnation probably only had 70% of the strength of the original body. Itachi shifted his gaze upwards. Previously, Wu, who had disappeared into invisibility, reappeared and, thanks to the time bought by Senjo Hashirama, Wu had completed the ninjutsu. Wu placed his hands in front of his chest, and the three chakras of wind, earth, and fire condensed in his palms, and a small but extremely dazzling halo appeared. Dust release, original world separation technique. A cylindrical, translucent barrier flew towards Lin Qing at high speed like a cannonball. Wherever the barrier passed, even the natural energy was annihilated. Lin Qing understood that he could not block this move with his flesh and the sword of destruction. He didn't intend to resist and was about to leave the attack range when the ground cracked and trees grew out that entangled his legs. Senjo Hashirama, who was beaten up by Star Platinum, regrouped in just a short while, put his hands together and performed the wood style. Lin Qing used his legs to exert force again, breaking the trees that were wrapped around him. But a moment's delay. The original boundary stripping technique has been implemented. Chapter 51. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Strip, deconstruct, and explode. Orochimaru smiled. In his opinion, unless Lin Qing had the ability to hollow, there was no way he would be able to dodge this attack. Once the blinding light of the explosion faded, Uchiha Itachi immediately looked towards the battlefield. Konan. What happened? Is Lin Qing dead? Deidara asked loudly. Konan was surprised. Can't you see it yourself? The art just now was too dazzling. I can't see anything now. Itachi and Konan turned their heads to look and saw that Deidara's eyes were red and shedding tears. It was a rare occasion for Deidara to see an artist with the same interests as him. Instead of covering his eyes like others, he stared with his eyes wide open, observing and appreciating the work carefully. Uchiha Itachi misses Hoshigaki Kisame a bit. Although he is a little ugly, he still has a strong sense of boundaries. Lin Qing. It's alright. To be more precise, the one who's in trouble is second Hokage Wu. Lin Qing, who was at the center of the explosion, was unharmed. He maintained a throwing posture. With the help of the light of the explosion, the terrifying sword of destruction crossed hundreds of meters and pierced through the void hanging in the sky. At this moment, whether it was the trio in the sky, the spies from various countries on the ground, or Orochimaru hiding in the dark, they were all stunned. What on earth happened in that instant? It was obvious that Senju Hashirama and Wu, two legends from history, played an excellent cooperation. Lin Qing was shrouded in the attack area of dust release, original world separation technique, and had no way to avoid it. Why? Instead, there was no injury. Everything happened so fast, and with the interference of strong light, even Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan could not be seen clearly. Only Orochimaru, the manipulator, could vaguely sense the reason. The dust release, original world separation technique did hit the target. It separated and deconstructed enough things to cause a terrible explosion, but Orochimaru saw Lin Qing's round backpack and guessed that it might contain dragon and snake beads. He also thought of the knife that Lin Qing had swung in the village before. He understood. Natural energy. The principle of dust release, original world stripping technique, is to create a deconstruction field. Anything that enters the field will be stripped and deconstructed. But is this deconstruction infinite? Obviously not possible. Otherwise, the second Hokage could use a dust release to hit the ground, penetrate the planet of the Hokage world, and go to the other side of the world. Taking into account the loss of chakra, the dust release, origin separation technique can probably decompose objects 5 to 6 times the mass of a human body. Beyond this range, the deconstruction field created by chakra will disappear. After the deconstruction is completed, the explosion will be triggered based on the heat generated by the decomposed object. And at the moment just now, Lin Qing used the dragon snake orb to attract the power of nature and forcibly injected a large amount of natural energy into the dust escape, consuming the deconstruction field before the dust escape touched him. The subsequent explosion was resisted by the defensive power of star platinum. Lin Qing even used the strong light produced by the explosion to throw out the destruction sword and achieved a Jedi counterattack. This series of judgments and decisions were made simply because Lin Qing noticed that the natural energy along the way of dust escape was being consumed. Is this Uchiha's talent? After listening to Orochimaru's analysis, Yakushi Kabuto, who was guarding nearby, exclaimed. No. Orochimaru stared at Lin Qing. This is his talent. Lin Qing pulled Wu, who was pierced by the destruction sword, in front of him. When Orochimaru saw this, he smiled. Fight. Fight as much as you can. And then submit to fate. Orochimaru didn't care that Lin Qing won by 1 or 2 moves. The immortal impure world reincarnation has countless chances to fail. If Lin Qing makes a mistake once, he will lose. Orochimaru smiled happily. Until he saw the white snake appear. Lin Qing grabbed Wu's throat with one hand, and the white snake grinned and slapped Wu in the face. Sizzle click. 2 CDs popped out and White Snake took them out. With a thud, Wu fell to the ground and turned into countless grains of sand, revealing the face of an ordinary man. Orochimaru was suddenly startled. The spell has been lifted. He sensed it carefully for a moment. No, it has not been lifted yet. Impure world reincarnation is still maintained, but the power of the spell has been transferred from the corpse to the disc in the White Snake's hand. The White Snake shook the 2 discs in his hands in disgust, and the crumbs fell off with a click, as if they were on the verge of breaking. This kind of disc cannot be inserted into the body for use, but the White Snake clapped its hands, rubbed them together, and then threw them over its head in a casual manner. A large amount of powder and debris fell down, and a line made up of debris suddenly appeared in the air, pointing directly to the ground. The White Snake is using the connection between souls to reversely lock the position of the impure world reincarnation manipulator. Hey! White Snake put one hand on her waist, tilted her head, and raised her chin. I found you. Oh no! Orochimaru was startled and quickly controlled Senju Hashirama to stop Lin Qing. But it's too late. Lin Qing rushed over and chopped with his knife, and a crack appeared in the ground. Star Platinum grabbed the gap with both hands and pulled it hard to both sides. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, who were hiding in the underground base, were exposed to the sun. Is the light so blinding? Orochimaru couldn't help but have this thought. The next second, a shadow enveloped him, blocking out all light. Orochimaru was about to speak. Ola! Star Platinum punched him on the head. Lin Qing will not give Orochimaru any chance, will not let him perform ninjutsu, and will not communicate with him. Lin Qing must kill him before the other party uses all kinds of life-saving methods. After Star Platinum threw a punch, he did not start a combo, but took advantage of the few seconds when Orochimaru was stunned to immediately switch his stand. White Snake. The White Snake appears. Orochimaru's shaking pupils suddenly contracted. It was this evil spirit that found him just now. If one were to describe the feeling that Star Platinum gave Orochimaru, it was pure power and unparalleled violence. The White Snake gave Orochimaru a cold feeling, just like face another self. I succeeded, said the White Snake. Sizzle click. Orochimaru's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Beishi pulled out the disc and showed it to Lin Qing. It contained a memory and a ninjutsu, and it was Orochimaru's face. That's right. This is the true self. Lin Qing no longer hesitated, he raised the knife with one hand, infused it with the power of ripples, the blade shone with Yamabuki-colored ripples, and with one slash, he was about to kill Orochimaru and put an end to the trouble forever. Yakushi Kabuto finally reacted, and rushed forward with the steel needle in his hand to stop Lin Qing. But everyone knows. There is no way Yakushi Kabuto can stop Lin Qing. The spies opened their eyes wide. They wanted to remember what they saw and heard in their hearts. They would become witnesses of history. The blade tore through the air, and at that moment, Lin Qing caught a glimpse of a pair of eyes reflected by the blade. Buzz! The world suddenly turned scarlet, and a pair of sharinans hung in Lin Qing's sky. Lin Qing's movements froze. 3 figures fell from the sky. After seeing their appearance clearly, the spies present went crazy. Uchiha Itachi. Deidara. The woman. All of them are famous ninjas, and yet they all came to this battlefield. The interests and power conflicts behind this, are enough to keep the major ninja village intelligence organizations busy for a long time. Lin Qing's blade was less than 3 inches away from Orochimaru's neck. Is this all right? Deidara asked. Uchiha Itachi said, the battle is over. Deidara and Konan nodded. Uchiha Itachi waited for a few seconds and looked at the two suspiciously, aren't you going to seal it? They both shook their heads. They witnessed Lin Qing's fighting posture with their own eyes. Whether it was Star Platinum or Lin Qing himself, the explosive power that could crush everything in its path was too terrifying. Even if they have many ways to save their lives, they are unwilling to take the initiative to walk into Lin Qing's range. Uchiha Itachi said, Lin Qing has been trapped by my illusion, he can't break it, there is nothing to be afraid of. As he spoke, he stepped 1 foot within 2 meters of Lin Qing. Chapter 52. Uchiha Itachi stepped 1 foot into Lin Qing's range. Waited for a second. Nothing happened. He looked back at Konan and Deidara, who were 10 meters away, signaling with his eyes that everything was under control. When Uchiha Itachi looked back again, a fist bigger than his head had already hit him in front of him. Bang! Itachi's body turned into countless crows and dissipated, then reunited a few steps away. I knew it. Itachi pointed at Star Platinum, I knew you had a backup plan. Last time, Uchiha Itachi underestimated Lin Qing, did not activate the Sharingan, did not use ninjutsu, and was caught by Lin Qing by mistake and was almost taken away by a series of combos. On the surface, he said nothing, looking nonchalant and as if he had forgotten about the incident. But secretly, he reviewed the incident every night before going to bed, wishing that time could go back to the night of the genocide. Uchiha Itachi had already grasped the body replacement technique, waiting for this moment. He would never again. Something is wrong. Itachi was startled. The 3 megatama in his eyes spun rapidly and he suddenly woke up in shock. Only then did he realize that a candle-like liquid had appeared on his body. Looking ahead, there was no star platinum, only a white snake smiling sinisterly. "I've been discovered. You react really quickly," the white snake said sarcastically. "Illusion. When did Lin Qing learn illusion?" Uchiha Itachi didn't have time to think because the white snake's fist had already hit him. Itachi saw the consequences of being hit by it and quickly raised his kunai to block it. The power was much weaker than he imagined. Uchiha Itachi realized that not all evil spirits have the terrifying suppressive power of star platinum, and the evil spirit in front of him is more adept at illusion. He analyzed it quickly, and suddenly, he heard the sound of whistling wind. Lin Qing, wielding the sword of destruction, has already arrived in front of Uchiha Itachi. So fast! There was no time to perform the ninjutsu. Illusion, with the white snake, cannot be effective on Lin Qing. In desperation, Uchiha Itachi could only kick the white snake away and use the small kunai in his hand to resist the nearly 2-meter-long destructive sword. Clang! The sound of collision made the spice tremble in their hearts. Uchiha Itachi only lasted less than half a second before his arm was bent abnormally by the impact and was smashed away like a baseball. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Didn't Uchiha Itachi cast an illusion and control Lin Qing? How come it was Itachi who used the body replacement technique and was sent flying the other way? Who was under the spell? Only Uchiha Itachi, who was knocked away, knew that both of them had fallen into the other's illusion, and had each used their own ability to break free in the first possible moment. The reason for the different results is simply because of intentional or unintentional actions. When Uchiha Itachi appeared, Lin Qing was indeed caught in an illusion. After breaking it with the help of the power of the white snake, he saw 3 members of the Akatsuki organization falling from the sky. Lin Qing had seen Akatsuki's robe in the intelligence of Kenhara Hayato. Thinking that they were 3 tough enemies of the same level as Orochimaru, Lin Qing pretended to be trapped in an illusion and lured the 3 people into his range. Unexpectedly, the other 2 were too cautious, and only old acquaintance Uchiha Itachi took the initiative to step in. However, Lin Qing knew that ninjas had the ability to save their lives through the body replacement technique, especially since Uchiha Itachi had been hit head-on by Star Platinum's fist, so perhaps the other party had been keeping an eye on him. So, Lin Qing first lured the other party to get closer, and then released the white snake's illusion ability. He knew that Uchiha Itachi was a master of illusion, and even if he was a white snake, it would be impossible for him to be dragged into the illusion for a long time. Lin Qing doesn't need to take long either. 1 moment is enough. For a moment, Itachi thought that Star Platinum was punching him, consuming his body replacement technique, and ignored Lin Qing, who was charging at him. Uchiha Itachi secretly vowed that he would never look down on Lin Qing again, but how much hidden ability does this guy have? Konan lives with Uchiha Itachi. His right arm was broken, but for a ninja of Itachi's level, this injury could be recovered in a few days. But in today's battle, his hand seal forming speed and physical skills will be affected. Konan stood up. Wait a minute, we mean no harm. Lin Qing glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who had stood up again. You brought him to me, attacked me without even saying hello, and now you tell me you have no ill intentions. Konan swallowed. What Lin Qing said was right. The original plan was for the 3 of them to say we have no ill intentions in a victorious manner after they subdued Lin Qing. Based on her experience in recruiting candidates, usually by this point, even the most unruly ninjas would be spoken to nicely. But at the moment, Lin Qing first defeated Orochimaru, and then forced back Uchiha Itachi with another blow, and his momentum was strong. It's a bit troublesome. Konan took a deep breath and explained his purpose. Lin Qing nodded and concluded, so, you want to pull me into your criminal gang? And you want me to let Orochimaru go? Right. Why should I join Akatsuki? Because of the concept. Konan said seriously, I can see that you are dissatisfied with the rules of the ninja world, but your strength is too weak. Only by joining us can you realize your ideals. Lin Qing shook his head, I don't know what your philosophy is, but... He looked at Orochimaru, then at Uchiha Itachi. Lin Qing felt that since the organization was able to absorb these 2 people, there must be huge differences between his own ideas and theirs. Deidara bluntly persuaded, "It's great to join Akatsuki. You can kill whoever you want and do whatever you want." Lin Qing chuckled. Star Platinum appears and blows Orochimaru's head off with one punch. "You." Konan didn't expect Lin Qing to be so decisive. Without the protection of chakra, there is no means of autonomously activated regeneration. Orochimaru fell to the ground with a plop. "I'm doing what I want to do and killing whoever I want to kill. Why would I join you?" Konan and the other two didn't know how to refute for a moment. Linear. Qing. Orochimaru opens his mouth. "I don't want to die. Please, let me go." The person whose two discs were taken away by the white snake will enter a state of suspended animation, and will only react briefly when he has absolute obsession in his heart. In the JOJO series, Jotaro did it because of his daughter. And right now, Orochimaru. It's because of the desire to live. Lin Qing looked at Orochimaru. He had never seen such a concentrated obsession in a person's eyes. "Yeah, you don't want to die, but who wants to die?" Lin Qing half squatted down and said softly. "Relax, it's normal to feel dizzy, you will definitely die, no one can save you today. You have too many tricks up your sleeve. If you don't die, I'm worried that even if I get the CD, someone will do something to me. But don't worry, aren't you pursuing eternal life? You will continue to live in the hearts of others in the form of a disc forever. Eternal life." Orochimaru stretched out his hand, trying to grab his own disc, but his arm fell heavily to the ground. "He is dead. Kill Orochimaru and obtain 600 soul fragments." "So little?" Lin Qing thought about it and roughly understood the reason. Because he had just defeated Orochimaru not long ago and obtained the soul fragment of defeating the opponent, so there would be some reduction when he actually killed him. Otherwise, Lin Qing only needs to catch an unlucky guy who specializes in physical recovery ability, defeat him repeatedly, wait for him to recover, and defeat him again, and he can continuously get soul fragments. This is obviously unreasonable. Considering that Lin Qing's soul can be used as collateral, he speculated that the number of soul fragments that each opponent can produce within a certain period of time is fixed. Once they are drained, no more will be produced. New soul fragments will not be produced until the other person has experienced great ups and downs and achieved personal transformation. Lin Qing held two discs between his fingers. The goal of this trip had been achieved. Orochimaru was dead. He looked at the three people in front of him again. "I've killed the man, and I can't go with you. So, what do we say next?" Deidara and Itachi's eyes fell on Konan. Konan took a deep breath. "Get started." Chapter 53. Deidara laughed. Wouldn't it have been over earlier? Persuasion through words is really not their forte. Konan is an honest person and for many years she has always done whatever Nagato says. "Deidara, I'm totally focused on my art." "Negotiate? Talk to my art." Not to mention Uchiha Itachi. If he was good at diplomacy and negotiation, he would not be so stubborn and kill his entire clan at the command of others. The originally depressing atmosphere among the three people became relaxed the moment they started fighting. Deidara immediately flew up into the sky on a giant clay bird and threw down various clay bombs that he had prepared long ago. Konan performed his signature paper dance, and his entire body turned into pieces of white paper, flying in the air, and then condensed into spears and butterflies, attacking Lin Qing. Uchiha Itachi moved slightly away from the center of the battlefield, observing Lin Qing's response coldly, but was thinking about something else in his mind. Itachi's original plan was to capture Orochimaru and use illusion to force him to tell him how to save Sasuke. But Orochimaru is dead, so this plan has to change. In Itachi's opinion, Lin Qing went to Orochimaru for revenge. He didn't know what the disc extracted from Orochimaru's body was used for, but it was impossible to use that thing to treat Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi found out that Sasuke was receiving treatment in Konoha Village. If Lin Qing returns alive, even if Sasuke is cured, he will follow Lin Qing and leave Konoha again. So from the perspective of Konoha's top leaders, they will definitely not waste resources and focus on treatment. Sasuke will die. On the other hand, if Lin Qing died, Sasuke would be nothing more than a child, and considering he is the last of the Uchiha bloodline, the village would probably do everything they can to keep him. If Lin Qing goes back, Sasuke will die. Lin Qing must die so Sasuke can live. Uchiha Itachi stared at Lin Qing, who was fighting with Konan and Deidara, and slowly closed his right eye. So, Lin Qing, I appreciate everything you've done for Sasuke, but you must die. Dark blood flowed from his tightly closed right eye, and then Uchiha Itachi suddenly opened it, and the three Megatama transformed into Mangekyo, and his eyes locked on Lin Qing in the center of the battlefield. Amaterasu. A ball of black flame appeared without warning. The moment Amaterasu's black flame appeared, Lin Qing instinctively sensed the danger and moved half a step, but still failed to completely avoid Amaterasu's flames. A ball of black flame suddenly appeared on the right arm. Deidara was shocked and yelled, Itachi! What are you crazy about? We are going to take him back and make him a teammate, not kill him. Uchiha Itachi seemed not to hear it, and continued to chase Lin Qing with his eyes, as if he was determined to fight to the death. The burning pain tortured Lin Qing's nerves. The black flame that never extinguishes, Amaterasu, is a little-known ability of the Hokage world that Lin Qing learned from the Amaterasu Emoticon pack. Once it's contaminated, it will keep burning until the target is completely burned to ashes. The black flame on the arm was spreading to the neck. Without any hesitation, Lin Qing touched the shoulder of his right arm with his left hand. The ripple force was like a knife, cutting off his right arm. Blood spurted out from the severed limbs, and under the control of the ripple force, the blood formed a wall that blocked Uchiha Itachi's vision. Amaterasu's flames burned on the bloody wall, unable to reach Lin Qing, who was hiding behind it. Uchiha Itachi closed his right eye and gasped for breath. Amaterasu's chakra consumption was too great, but he couldn't stop, and this time the chakra was infused into his left eye. Illusion, Tsukuyomi. With the interference of the white snake, Itachi knew that Tsukuyomi could not be activated normally, but he did not need to use Tsukuyomi to kill Lin Qing. Konan, Lin Qing can only summon one evil spirit at a time. In order to fight against my illusion, he must continue to summon this thin evil spirit. Now is the time to act. Konan's eyes were suspicious. Since Uchiha Itachi joined Akatsuki, he has been very calm and has no desires. This is the first time she has seen Itachi act so determined. Konan made plans. When she returned, she would tell Nagato everything that happened today. As for her now that he had already started, he had forced Lin Qing to cut off one of his arms. This matter cannot end well. Konan, who has fought and killed for many years, understands that even if he has a lot of questions during the battle, he has to wait until the battle is over before thinking about them. She condensed thousands of densely packed paper guns. Konan held the sharpest one in his hand, with snow-white paper wings spread behind him, charging towards Lin Qing like a battle angel descended to the earth. On one side is Uchiha Itachi, who maintains Tsukuyomi. On one side is Konan rushing towards him. Above the sky, a giant clay dragon had just been created. It roared, swooped down, and pounced towards Lin Qing. The spies hiding in the corner forgot to breathe. The frequency of battles is too high. Only a few seconds had passed since the start of the fight. For most ninjas, this amount of time might not be enough to complete a hand seal, but the four people in front of him had already engaged in several rounds of fighting. Not long ago, Lin Qing, who had just killed Orochimaru in a violent manner, now had an arm broken and fell into a desperate situation. Is this Akatsuki? It's too scary. Pain had been thinking about how to increase the popularity of Akatsuki for several years, and his achievement was achieved through this battle. It can be predicted that after today, the number of commissions from Akatsuki will increase greatly. Countless gazes, both bright and dark, all fell on Lin Qing. This guy who ignored the rules and fought all the way to this day, some people called him a madman, and some people regarded him as a savior. Will I die? Konan stared at Lin Qing, waiting for her response, but, no. Lin Qing closed her eyes. It's like accepting your fate. The so-called Lin Qing is just a man who lost the courage to resist when faced with a desperate situation. As Konan's thoughts flashed through his mind, suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The wind rises and the clouds roll. Dark clouds covered the earth and the world suddenly became dark. Lin Qing opened his arms to welcome the breeze. Wait, arms. The severed right arm actually grew back in an instant. This is. Konan then noticed that there was a disc spinning rapidly on Lin Qing's chest, and Orochimaru's face could be vaguely seen on the disc. Orochimaru's power. Are you using Orochimaru's healing powers? After hearing her words, Lin Qing slowly opened his eyes. The moment he looked into her eyes, Konan, who was attacking him, was stunned. She had never seen eyes so bright. In the darkness shrouded by dark clouds, a golden light shone from the depths of Lin Qing's eyes. Lin Qing took a deep breath. The surging force of nature surged into his body with every breath he took. Orochimaru's power? No, Lin Qing did not borrow the power of Orochimaru. He relied on Orochimaru's knowledge. The fusion of ripples and natural forces can deeply stimulate the body and achieve a transformation beyond the limit. The only problem was that Lin Qing couldn't accurately control the direction of gene sublimation before. He couldn't be sure which changes were correct and which ones had many hidden dangers. But now, Lin Qing has filled in the missing last piece of the puzzle. Ripple, the force of nature, the dragon serpent orb, and Orochimaru's knowledge of the human body. The four complement each other and pave the way beyond human limits under Lin Qing's feet. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder came from Lin Qing's body. A layer of golden lightning appeared on his skin. The sweeping clouds hung in the sky, spinning continuously, like the end of the world. Deidara, who was riding on the bird, opened her mouth halfway. No, what the hell is this? Regenerate limbs, float in the air, and call the wind and thunder. To everyone, the scenes before their eyes were clearly those of living gods. I don't believe in any god. Konan growled. There is only one god in her heart, and that is pain. Konan thrust out with his spear. Lin Qing caught it with one hand. Boom! The detonating talisman inside the spear exploded, and cracks appeared on Lin Qing's palm, but they healed instantly under Konan's gaze. You can't fight him at close range. Konan made a judgment. God's paper technique. Her body suddenly broke apart and turned into countless paper butterflies flying in all directions. Even with Lin Qing's speed, it was impossible to find her real body in an instant. Once we're at a distance, we can assist Deidara with his long-range attacks. Star Platinum appears in front of Konan. All the paper butterflies that had just scattered were caught back, and the Star Platinum was rubbed in the palm of his hand, forcing Konan to reveal himself again. Instead of being frightened, Konan was delighted. The appearance of Star Platinum means that the white snake responsible for resisting illusions has disappeared. Itachi! Do it! Konan yelled. But until Star Platinum's fist hit Konan's face, Itachi's illusion did not appear. Hearing the sound of wind in his ears, Konan turned his head and saw a white snake coming towards him. 2. Didn't Lin Qing say that he could only summon one evil spirit? Itachi! You tricked me! Uchiha Itachi was also confused. Lin Qing has never summoned two stands at the same time. What on earth is going on? He saw Lin Qing's bright eyes and felt the spiritual will that was beyond mortals and unrivaled. Lin Qing has transcended the life realm, and with his current spiritual power, he is able to summon two substitutes to act at the same time in a very short period of time. This time is very short, only 2 to 3 seconds. But enough is enough. Star Platinum strangled Konan's neck. She couldn't turn her head at all and could only hear the white snake's voice coming from behind her. Hey, your disc. I'll take it. Chapter 54. Konan got hit. Deidara stared at the scene in a daze, and suddenly countless thoughts came to his mind. He is obsessed with art and sometimes looks silly, but Deidara is not really stupid. A fool cannot master the clay bomb, a technique that is both gorgeous and powerful. Something is wrong. There is something very wrong about this. Lin Qing is very strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't be so oppressive when Konan, Deidara, and Uchiha Itachi join forces. Deidara quickly reviewed the battle situation. Where did the problem begin? He suddenly reacted. From the beginning. Things started to go wrong from the moment Itachi performed the genjutsu. Why is it that even though he has the Sharingan and is the most famous illusion master, he can't even take a single move from Lin Qing? No one knew that Lin Qing could only summon one evil spirit at a time. It was Uchiha Itachi's information that caused Konan to approach Lin Qing on his own initiative and get caught. And now, Deidara looked towards the battlefield. He was suspended above Lin Qing, Konan pulled at close range, only Uchiha Itachi hid the farthest. Deidara looked at Uchiha Itachi with an increasingly unfriendly look. "You're not a spy from Konoha, are you? If this is true, everything can be explained." Lin Qing and Uchiha Itachi were originally from Konoha. In this operation, Itachi showed abnormal determination and insisted on coming over. Did Konoha see that among the people coming this time was Akatsuki's deputy leader Konan, so they decided to close the net. Deidara devoted his life to art. Third Tsuchikage Oniki saw that the child had talent and showed great care for him. Don't be fooled by his long yellow hair. In fact, he is a very simple person at heart. He has never experienced such betrayal or treason. Deidara was suddenly confused. At this time, he heard Uchiha Itachi shouting, "Bombs! Throw down all your clay dragons, flying birds, and clay bombs. I will use Amaterasu to cooperate with you to create a blockade that he can't escape." Faced with Lin Qing, who was able to regenerate severed limbs and was nearly immortal, the only solution Uchiha Itachi could think of was to carry out large-scale, non-stop bombing with ultra-high saturation. Deidara raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and poked his head out from the clay bird, and cursed Uchiha Itachi below in a clear and loud voice. "I'll blow your mother up." The reason why Deidara didn't end up like Konan was because he was flying in the sky, maintaining high mobility. If you really believe Uchiha Itachi's lies and throw all the clay explosives on your body, Deidara will be the next Konan. This also reaffirmed Deidara's belief. "Itachi, they are in cahoots with Lin Qing. They are acting with me here." With this in mind, Deidara did not delay any longer. No matter how arrogant he was, he did not think he could defeat Lin Qing and Uchiha Itachi alone. Deidara controlled the giant clay bird, turned around and ran, and soon hid in the clouds and disappeared. Uchiha Itachi had no idea what Deidara was mad about, and when he saw that he really ran away, his heart sank to the bottom. His chakra was consumed greatly by Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi before. On the other hand, Lin Qing not only possesses a nearly immortal body, but can also summon two substitutes at the same time. If I could only release Suzanu's power again. Uchiha Itachi once again injected chakra into his eyes, and the orange-red chakra condensed around his body, vaguely forming ribs. But in the next second, along with the rise and fall of his chakra, it suddenly dissipated. Not yet. After performing it in the space between life and death the last time he faced Lin Qing, Itachi had not been able to use Suzanu's power again. "We can only evacuate first and then find a way to assassinate him." Uchiha Itachi looked at Lin Qing deeply, then turned into crows and dispersed. At this point, the battlefield became quiet. Lin Qing did not go after Uchiha Itachi. The ninja's ability to escape was so great that Uchiha Itachi was 100 meters away from him and had no time to catch up. Lin Qing glanced back at Konan, whose eyes were dazed, and thought of the ideal she mentioned. After considering for a moment, he decided to wait until he saw her memory before deciding whether to kill her. "Is it over?" The spies didn't dare to blink, for fear that some legendary strong man would emerge from some corner in the next second. They waited for more than 10 seconds before they were sure. "It's over. This battle, worthy of being written into history, is over." Yakushi Kabuto fell to the ground. Until this moment, he still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He went to other ninja villages with his sword, defeated the first Hokage and the second Tsuchikage, forcibly killed Orochimaru, captured Konan, scared off Deidara, and forced Uchiha Itachi away. What kind of monster is this? Would you mind bringing me a cup of tea? Yakushi Kabuto's mind went blank and he thought it was all hallucination. Lin Qing pointed to the teapot next to him. Yakushi Kabuto then stood up shakily and walked over to pour tea. He didn't know why he had to obey Lin Qing. It was obviously this monster who killed Lord Orochimaru. But when he looked at Lin Qing, his body moved involuntarily. Illusion? It must be an illusion, right? Yakushi Kabuto looked at the teacup in his hand. With his skills, he could poison the teacup without leaving any trace. The process would not take even a second, but he dared not. Thanks. Lin Qing took the hot tea and looked around, seeing many eyes falling on him. Curiosity, hatred, anger, desire. The emotions contained in the eyes were too complicated, and Lin Qing was too lazy to distinguish them one by one. He raised his glass slightly and said to the crowd, some openly and some secretly. This is a personal vendetta between Orochimaru and I. It has nothing to do with you. Of course, if you want to avenge Orochimaru, I understand that. Those who want revenge can step forward now. After saying that, Lin Qing pulled over a chair, sat down, and sipped the tea in the cup. Until the tea was finished, no one was willing to stand up. Lin Qing returned the teacup to Yakushi Kabuto. Thanks. He stood up again. Everyone, see you again someday. Lin Qing put the destruction sword back on his back, picked up Konan with one hand, and walked out with a swagger. Konan was woken up by the cold. Gusts of night wind blew on my body, making me feel cool. She curled up, and a blanket was thrown to her. There was still some warmth on it. Konan subconsciously hugged the blanket and smelled the scent of the blanket. Konan snapped back to reality, remembering everything that had happened before. I was caught by Lin Qing. She instinctively wanted to open her eyes, but after years of ninja training, she suppressed her instinct and pretended to continue sleeping. She turned over with a groan and faced away from Lin Qing. Konan then slowly opened his eyes. She was in a jungle in an unknown location. It was dark, and she could see stars through the gaps between the trees. The warm yellow light of the fire shone from behind, warming her back. Lin Qing's breathing was just a few meters away, and he could smell the aroma of barbecue. He didn't kill me. When the white snake came in front of him, Konan really thought he was dead. But, surviving is a good thing. She put her hands on her chest and made seals, deciding to stay away from Lin Qing's attack range before making other plans. But at the same time when this thought came to mind, Konan felt a strong urge in his heart. You can't run away. You have to stay with Lin Qing and be obedient. The ninjutsu that was halfway through the seal also stopped. Now that you're awake, stop pretending to be asleep. Lin Qing's voice came from behind. Konan sat up suddenly, covering his chest with his left hand, feeling the command of absolute obedience coming from his heart. What have you done to me? Chapter 55. Lin Qing picked up a roasted rabbit leg and threw it over. Konan took it but didn't eat it. He looked alert and repeated. What did you do to me? I just want to have a peaceful chat with you. Lin Qing read Konan's memories and learned about her past with Nagato, and also saw her connection with Jiraiya. A group of children living in a war-torn area, when they grow up, are eager to create peace with their own hands and challenge the rules of the world. This is very brave. But again, this will be suppressed by the rules. Hanzo of the salamander who forced Yahiko to death, the masked man who deceived their action plan, and the thoughts of different members within the team. All of the above are derivatives of the world rules. Your original goal is being distorted and heading towards another hell. Konan pursed his lips tightly. What do you know? Master Uchiha who lives in Konoha, you have no idea how miserable the civilians of those weak countries will be when war breaks out. I know. Lin Qing said calmly, I did not personally participate in the war, but history will remember all the sorrow and pain. History. Konan couldn't understand. This world has always been vague about history. Ninja schools and major families have deliberately erased a lot of history. Because of this, villages, families, and ninjas seem to have changed and grown from generation to generation, but they are only killing the same opponents and making the same mistakes. Lin Qing waved her hand. It's okay. There's no rush to understand. I won't try to convince you in a few words. Once a human reaches adulthood, their basic cognition cannot be easily shaken. In the next period of time, I will meet some people and do some things. You just follow me first. Konan clenched his fists. Lin Qing really treated her as a prisoner. The bad thing was that even though her body was full of chakra, she couldn't think of escaping or attacking Lin Qing. Don't worry, food and accommodation are provided. He tore off another rabbit leg. Under the slightly charred skin was the rabbit meat dripping with oil, and the rich aroma of meat wafted out. Lin Qing took out the small box of seasonings and sprinkled some on it. Do you want it? Lin Qing asked. Conan's eyes were about to spit fire. What are you going to do to me? Lin Qing threw the small box of condiments over, not hiding her thoughts, and said bluntly, I hope that after going through some things, you can change your mind and you can become a bridge for communication between me and Nagato. Nagato is the first person Lin Qing has met since coming to the Hokage world who is not obsessed with rebelling against a certain person or organization, but rebelling against the rules of the entire world. Lin Qing wants to have a good chat with Nagato. But the current Nagato can't do that. It can be seen from Conan's memory that the death of Yahiko, coupled with the instigation of the masked man, made Nagato become more and more paranoid. Lin Qing needs a middleman to stand by his side. Why do you think I will help you? Lin Qing shrugged, who knows? Conan thought the man in front of him must be crazy. Who does Lin Qing think she is? Do you want to control her permanently with just an illusion? Isn't Lin Qing afraid that she will find a loophole in the illusion and take the opportunity to kill him? Oh yeah. Conan thought of Lin Qing's nearly immortal physique. Tisk. Conan, who is usually gentle, rarely let out a sigh. However, he began to feel hungry. Both escaping and assassinating required sufficient physical strength. Conan stopped talking to a madman, sprinkled the seasoning on the barbecue, and began to eat it in small bites. After eating in silence for a while, Conan looked up again and asked seriously, "What is your real purpose?" Lin Qing thought for a moment and raised the rabbit leg he had just eaten. In the past, if I caught a rabbit, I had no idea how to prepare it. It was a child who taught me how to prepare the hair and internal organs, how to grill the meat, when to apply oil, and when to sprinkle seasonings. Lin Qing threw the bones into the fire. He is a nice person, polite, caring and protective of the weak. But his whole family is dead. He's dying, too. Lin Qing looked at Conan and smiled, "You ask me what I want to do? I just don't want this kind of thing, which is so annoying just to hear about it, to happen again and again." Conan stared at Lin Qing blankly, and felt that the gaze he was looking at was exceptionally heavy. Lin Qing shook his head and looked away. Being a prisoner is not a happy thing, especially since Conan was given orders written by Lin Qing. The conflict between his own will and orders is very uncomfortable. Lin Qing decided to give Conan some time to digest the situation. He opened the system interface and sorted out his gains. The first is soul fragments. After Lin Qing extracted the white snake, there were 1090 soul fragments left. Kill Orochimaru to get 600 pieces. Defeat Conan to get 870. Including the scattered ninjas from the hidden Odo village, Lin Qing has a total of soul fragments 2680 pieces. Lin Qing takes stock of the stand-ins in his hands. To upgrade Star Platinum from level 3 to level 4, 2000 soul fragments are required, but a lot of experience points were gained from drawing cards before, so currently only 1730 soul fragments are needed to complete the upgrade. Lin Qing did not hesitate and continued to upgrade the Platinum Star. The light of the soul fragment fell on Star Platinum, and it became more solid, with starlight faintly emanating from its eyes. Everything in the world turns into slow motion in these eyes. From now on, even if tens of millions of attacks come at him at once, Star Platinum will be able to capture them one by one with these eyes, and then destroy them all with his fists. Slow motion. Could it be that this is the prerequisite for Star Platinum to have time stop? In the JOJO animation series, time is also stopped. The world appears to be using the gears it represents to stop the movement of time. Star Platinum is more like using unparalleled dynamic vision and speed to transcend the constraints of time. The two display their abilities in the same form, but their principles are very different. After Star Platinum is upgraded to level 4, it will require 4000 soul fragments to upgrade again. Lin Qing is looking forward to seeing what changes will occur when it reaches level 5, and whether it will have the opportunity to master time. There are 950 fragments left. Lin Qing decides to spend 400 fragments to upgrade the White Snake to level 2 first. After reaching level 2, the speed at which the White Snake could draw the disc and cast the illusion became faster. It put one hand on its waist, gave Lin Qing a thumbs up, and said, "Oh, you have good vision, just upgrade me." It also wanted to chat with Lin Qing about family matters, but considering that Conan was still there, Lin Qing gave the White Snake a look, indicating that they would talk later, and then drove it away. Lin Qing's current stand-in configuration: Platinum Star, 5 stars, level 4. White Snake, 5 stars, level 2. Arrowsmith, 5 stars, level 2. Purple of the Hermit, 4 stars, level 1. Melee, long range, reconnaissance, and illusion are all covered. For the stand user, the biggest flaw, the problem of the weak main body, has been solved by Lin Qing. In fact, from the perspective of direct combat power, except for Star Platinum, the other stands are weaker than Lin Qing himself. Lin Qing clenched his fist. Even when not in combat, the natural forces and ripples were still increasing Lin Qing's physical strength 24 hours a day. When he exerts his full strength, he can break free from the constraints of gravity and gain the ability to fly. Lin Qing even felt that eating and drinking were just habitual behaviors. He didn't need to eat at all. He only needed to breathe and bask in the sun to satisfy his physical needs. Self-cultivation, flying, fasting. Lin Qing scratched his head. This ripple breathing method, is it really cultivation? Hello? Conan interrupted Lin Qing's exclamation. Lin Qing took out an orange from her backpack and threw it over. Have you digested it yourself? You said you would take me to meet some people and experience some things. Where are you taking me? It's hard to tell what's next, but I can tell you the first stop. Lin Qing said, I'm going to Konoha to save people. Konoha? Conan stood up. You still dare to go to Konoha? Aren't you afraid? Lin Qing shook his head slightly. They are the ones who should be afraid. Chapter 56. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Hey, take Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Ui Red, Might Guy. The 4 top ninjas of Konoha Village stood in front of the gate of Konoha Village like receptionists, waiting for the arrival of a guest. There are also many Umbu ninjas hiding in the shadows, disguised as civilians, ready to provide support at any time. They were so prepared, but the target they were waiting for was only one person. Lin Qing. A day ago, Jiraiya received a carrier pigeon from Lin Qing, informing him that he had killed Orochimaru and was on his way to Konoha Village, expected to arrive today. In order to protect Sasuke, Jiraiya sat in front of the clean water ball without moving. The third Hokage took into consideration Lin Qing's record since he left Konoha, and was afraid that something might happen again, causing this fierce god to start a fight in Konoha Village, so he simply sent out Kakashi and his 4 men. They say it's guarding and reception, but anyone with a discerning eye can see its surveillance. But is it necessary? Asuma is usually a very easygoing person, but today he showed a rare impatience. He knocked out a cigarette, flicked out his lighter to light it, and exhaled a long puff of smoke. It's just one person. Do we need to go out and keep an eye on him? Asuma had seen the battle between Lin Qing and Kakashi. A very special ability, but that's it. It has only been more than half a year since the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Even if Lin Qing practices day and night, how much can he improve? It's impossible that I can transform from a mortal into an immortal in an instant like in fairy tales, right? Shi Hong was very interested in Lin Qing. Kakashi, you have fought with Lin Qing, what kind of person is he? Him. Kakashi was leaning against the gate of Konoha Village, holding a book in one hand. When he heard this question, his eyes became slightly unfocused. He was recalling the battle that night. He is a very interesting person. If it weren't for this and that incident in the village, Lin Qing would have become an outstanding ninja. When Kakashi mentioned this and that, the expressions of the other 3 people were a little unnatural. Among the 4 people responsible for receiving Lin Qing today, there are still no ninjas from the Inoshikacho, Byakugan, Aberme and other families. Only Asuma attended as the descendant of the third Hokage. This is also the reason why Asuma is impatient. He could accept participating in any dangerous mission as a Konoha shinobi, but he did not want to bear the identity of son of Hokage and serve as a symbolic mascot. Kakashi sighed inwardly. The people are still the same people as before, and Konoha is still the Konoha of the past, but it always feels a little different. Hey ha! Hey ha! Might Guy is still concentrating on doing push UPS. Well, Kakashi had to admit, Guy was still the same. The four of them were thinking about each other's things, and suddenly, Might Guy stopped doing push UPS and squinted his eyes to look at the end of the horizon. Did you hear any noise? Sound. The four followed Might Guy's gaze and looked into the distance. The weather is not good today. It is cloudy and the air is stuffy and humid. It seems like it is going to rain. At the end of sight. Along with the howling of wind and thunder, a straight crack was torn in the thick and gloomy clouds, as if a knife had forcefully cut the clouds apart, revealing a ray of scorching sunlight. Zahai Hong vaguely guessed what tore the clouds apart, but she didn't dare to believe her own guess. She pursed her dry plump lips and said, What is that? Before he finished speaking, the sound of wind and thunder came closer. They saw it. Lin Qing stepped on the destruction blade, golden thunder wrapped around his body, and a strong wind came from behind him, forcefully and unquestionably splitting the clouds in front of him. Because the strong wind was clearing the way ahead, Lin Qing, who was standing on the broken sword, was always enveloped by a ray of sunlight, as if a thin layer of golden gauze was draped over him. Snap! Asuma dropped the cigarette from his mouth. No, has he really become a god? The sky is always the most desired realm for humans. Some ninjas can soar in the sky with the help of ninja beasts and ninjutsu, but the shock brought by that kind of flying cannot be compared with Lin Qing at all. The sound of wind and thunder resounded over Konoha Village, and almost everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. When the Konoha villagers and ninjas saw Lin Qing tearing through the clouds and flying towards them on the sunshine, they were all stunned. No one knew who started it first, but the villagers of Konoha put their hands together and prayed to Lin Qing, who was flying towards them. Kakashi opened his mouth halfway. Hey, this scene, isn't it too exaggerated? Suddenly, Kakashi noticed that there was another woman, entangled by purple vines, hanging under the sword of destruction. He could vaguely hear the woman shouting, Lin Qing UBD. As the woman shouted, the whistling wind rushed into her mouth, making the sound intermittent, but even so, Kakashi could still clearly hear the anger in the woman's tone. There's another person? And he's... As they got closer, Kakashi could clearly see the Akatsuki robe with a black background and red clouds on Konan. Don. Kakashi and his three companions looked at each other. Although I expected that Lin Qing's visit this time might cause all kinds of commotion, but now it seems things were much more troublesome than they had imagined. The wind was howling, and under the gaze of countless people, Lin Qing put away the sword of destruction and landed lightly in front of the gate of Konoha. After Konan landed, he kept coughing. He opened his mouth and pointed his finger, about to spit out a fragrance, but Lin Qing threw a bottle of tea over and held it in his palm, feeling warm and comfortable. Drink it, don't catch a cold. Lin Qing said, I haven't fully mastered flying yet, so I can only take you flying this way. Thank you for your hard work. Konan opened his mouth, but due to his gentle personality, he didn't curse in the end. He took small sips of tea. As the hot tea went down his stomach, his body, which had been frozen all the way, finally warmed up. Lin Qing put the destruction sword on his back and saw Kakashi coming. Lin Qing nodded slightly to the ninja who had helped him, thinking of his kindness. Long time no see. Kakashi sighed softly, is it such a big deal right off the bat? Lin Qing didn't mean to shock Konoha, he just rushed back as quickly as possible. Where's Jiraiya? Master Jiraiya is watching over Sasuke. He has been by Sasuke's side for the past 12 days without sleeping or resting. I will take you there. Good. Kakashi walked in front to lead the way, and the remaining three formed a V formation, protecting Lin Qing and Konan in the center. Konan whispered, they are watching us. It's not just surveillance, said Lin Qing. The 4 members of Kakashi, on the one hand, had to guard against Lin Qing and the other 2 from suddenly attacking and injuring people, and on the other hand, they had to prevent Danzo and the people of the root organization from going crazy and causing unnecessary disputes. Lin Qing looked up at the plaque above him, which had the Konoha logo engraved on it. Unexpectedly, one day he would revisit the place. However, this is not his hometown after all. Lin Qing stepped 1 foot in. Meanwhile, the roots organize the base. A root ninja wearing a white dog mask knelt on one knee and said to Danzo in front of him, "Sir, the men are ready and can act at any time." Danzo slowly opened his eyes. "No hurry, let him rescue the little one first, then it's worthwhile to do it." Danzo touched his bandaged right arm and stared at the surveillance screen, where Lin Qing was walking on the streets of Konoha. "Now that you're back, don't even think about leaving." Chapter 57. It took Lin Qing 7 days to kill Orochimaru. It took 5 days to get back to Konoha. But 12 days later, when Lin Qing saw Jiraiya again, she almost couldn't recognize the man in front of her. Jiraiya looked terrible. "My hair was tangled, my eyes were bloodshot, and I had to concentrate for 12 days without sleep to keep the clean water ball running normally. This legendary Sunin is almost exhausted. I feel relieved to see you back." Jiraiya grinned. "Thanks for your hard work." Lin Qing patted Jiraiya's shoulder gently, and the last bit of resentment disappeared. He controlled the white snake to cancel the command written in Jiraiya's heart. The order could only make Jiraiya stay with Sasuke, but it couldn't make him devote himself to it. Kakashi gave Jiraiya a small nod and the 4 of them walked out. Only Lin Qing, Jiraiya, Konan, and the unconscious Sasuke were left in the house. Jiraiya sighed. Compared to the physical fatigue, the mental guilt made him more painful, but fortunately everything was worth it. He formed seals with his hands and controlled the clean water ball to slowly disperse, revealing Sasuke at the core. Sasuke has lost a lot of weight, his cheeks are sunken and his ribs are clearly visible, like a victim of famine, his life energy is barely visible. If it had been delayed for a few more days, Sasuke might have died. Lin Qing did not delay any longer and placed the Orochimaru disc on his chest. He gathered the natural and ripple power at his fingertips and tapped lightly on Sasuke's forehead. Using the method of the curse seal, he reversed and removed all the invading power bit by bit. Drops of black megatama flowed along Sasuke's meridians and finally flowed out from his brows. Lin Qing caught them in a small bottle that he had prepared in advance. Jiraiya and Konan, who were watching from the sidelines, subconsciously slowed down their breathing. 10 minutes later, all the heaven's curse seals in Sasuke's body disappeared. Perhaps because it had been flowing from his brows for so long, a black inverted 3 megatama rune appeared in the center of Sasuke's brows. The rounded parts of the 3 megatama overlap each other, and the sharp corners of the tail point outward, which looks a bit like the curved Mercedes-Benz logo. Lin Qing found this pattern familiar. 3 fish share one head. The so-called 3 fishes with one head is a pattern that has been mainly used in tombs since the Eastern Han Dynasty. It has gradually become popular in later generations and is no longer limited to funerals. Its Taoist implication is the cycle of rebirth and endless life. Is it a coincidence? Or? Lin Qing looked at the crown of thorns on Sasuke's head. Is it a miracle blessed by a saint? Just as the last drop of the heaven's curse seal was removed, the clean water surrounding Sasuke dissipated. He landed firmly on the ground with both feet, his eyebrows lowered, as if looking at the ground, or as if looking down at the world. Lin Qing looked at Jiraiya. He shook his head to indicate that he didn't do it. I lost control of the clean water. No, not only the clean water. Jiraiya made seals with his hands. It is the simplest seal of clone technique, an elementary ninjutsu that any student who graduates from a ninja school can definitely master. However, a tiny puff of smoke appeared, and Jiraiya's clone only existed for half a second. Under Sasuke's gaze, it flickered and shook quickly like a TV with poor signal, and then disappeared. Jiraiya stared at Sasuke standing on the ground, his mind was full of thoughts, but he had no idea what to do. The only thing he was sure of was that under the gaze of the child in front of him, his ninjutsu, it was invalidated. Did you see that? Jiraiya said. Konan said, I saw it. I didn't see it. Lin Qing reached out and ruffled Sasuke's messy hair. I only saw a child who had just woken up, and a middle-aged man who had not slept for too long and was hallucinating. As for you? Lin Qing looked at Konan. Konan reacted and quickly spoke. Neither did I. She covered her chest, fearing that Lin Qing would give her some strange commands again. The three people in the room all understood how much disturbance it would cause in the ninja world if the ability to invalidate ninjutsu was real. Konan knew that Pain's hungry Kido could absorb the ninjutsu fired at him, which was already terrifying, but the ability Sasuke just showed was even more terrifying. Even the body replacement technique cannot be used within the field of vision. What a concept! It directly reduces the ninja to a samurai. Jiraiya and Konan have different thoughts. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly came to his senses. Brother Qing? Where am I? Konoha. Ah! Sasuke didn't understand how to return to Konoha. Lin Qing explained, during the time you were in a coma, I still felt that it was more important to continue the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, so I signed an agreement with the third Hokage. When you turn 18, there will be a different strong woman every day to mate with you. Sasuke, you have to work hard, the future of Uchiha depends on you. Ah! Sasuke's face turned pale with fright, and there was no trace of his previous sacred and majestic look. Lin Qing laughed loudly, took out the clothes that had been prepared long ago and threw them to him. Sasuke then realized that Lin Qing was bluffing him, and he put on his clothes while smiling foolishly. Jiraiya formed hand seals again and was able to perform ninjutsu normally, as if what happened before was really just an illusion caused by his excessive fatigue. But everyone knew that it was not an illusion. Lin Qing put his index finger to his lips and made a hush gesture. Jiraiya nodded slightly, indicating that he would not say anything nonsense. The Sharingan alone is tempting enough, and if the ability to invalidate ninjutsu is added, it will definitely attract the pursuit of countless ninja villages and bounty hunters. Lin Qing and his group walked out of the first aid room. Kakashi and his 4 friends were still waiting outside. As the host, Jiraiya offered to host the party himself to celebrate Sasuke's awakening and Lin Qing's revisit to the old place. Lin Qing did not refuse and followed Jiraiya to the izakaya he often visited, where a table was filled with delicious food and wine. Kakashi and his 4 companions sat at another table. They are on a mission now and cannot drink alcohol, so they just drink tea and eat some light dishes. But after a while, the proprietress served them wine and meat. Kakashi was stunned. We didn't order these. The lady boss pointed at Lin Qing and said, that customer ordered it. He also asked me to tell him something, I'm not going to kill anyone today. I'm leaving tomorrow, so drink it without worry. Kakashi and the other 3 were stunned. They turned around and saw Lin Qing and Jiraiya talking to each other, and Konan was peeling edamame for Sasuke. Seeing them looking at him, Lin Qing raised his glass to greet them with a carefree smile. Ha! Asuma rolled up his sleeves, stroked his beard, and laughed. Kakashi, I finally understand what you mean when you say he's very interesting. Lin Qing is, indeed very interesting. After saying that, Asuma no longer cared about his duty as a mascot. He picked up his glass of wine and walked to Lin Qing's table to drink and chat. Soon, Might Guy and Kurenai also came over, leaving Kakashi alone sitting at the next table, keeping alert. However, the target is not Lin Qing, but other people with bad intentions. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lin Qing approached Kakashi and said softly, "Thanks." Lin Qing is Xie Kakashi, who took the initiative to stop Lin Qing and Sasuke on the night of the genocide. We are all smart people, so there is no need to explain many things in detail. Kakashi clinked glasses with Lin Qing. How does it feel to go out? Lin Qing pondered for a few seconds. Konoha is rotten, and the outside world is even worse. This is a world that is even worse than the rest. Kakashi laughed. Your summary is very thorough. Konoha does have many things that are not so good, but it also has many treasures that I cherish. It is already very good. Lin Qing raised the glass. Under the dim light of the pub, the wine rippled like flowing gold. But can't it be better? Better? Kakashi said, I dare not think about it, and I can't think of it. By the end of the banquet, Jiraiya was already drunk. He was really too tired, so two Umbu ninjas helped him to rest. Kakashi asked, "It's getting late. We have arranged a guest room for you to rest. Do you want to go there now? Before I go to bed, I want to take a detour to somewhere." "Where?" "Uchiha family ruins." Lin Qing looked towards Konoha Village, the darkest and deepest area. "I want to go back and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, it suddenly started raining. Chapter 58. The raindrops were fine and were blown into the umbrella by the wind from time to time, wetting Lin Qing's clothes. Lin Qing, Sasuke, and Konan each hold a black umbrella and walk along the streets of the Uchiha ruins. There were dark houses on both sides. The corpses and bloodline had been dealt with, and the smell of blood had faded, leaving only a faint stench, like the smell of an abandoned slaughterhouse. Things are different and people have changed. Everything is over. Lin Qing doesn't have any deep feelings for Uchiha, he just happened to be born into this body. But Sasuke has lived here since he was a child. He is familiar with every street and knows every neighbor. It was a hazy and dark rainy night, and Sasuke seemed to see his former relatives, elders, and friends. "Want to kill Danzo?" Lin Qing asked. Konan was startled and looked back at Kakashi, who was following him about 10 meters away. "No, can you say that casually?" Konan lowered his voice. "At this distance, with the ninja's hearing, we can hear it clearly. I know you are powerful, but we are in Konoha's territory." Lin Qing shook his head. "I heard it when I heard it. He is not a ninja. When he killed people, he always did it openly and without hiding anything. Besides, if Danzo had this kind of appeal, would it be Sarutobi Hiruzan's turn to be Hokage?" Konan glanced back at Kakashi. "I saw this copy ninja whistling, then walked away a little, pretending that he heard nothing. I want to kill Danzo." Sasuke paused, held out his hand, caught the rain falling from the sky, and said, "But not today. I am no match for Danzo right now, so if I want to kill Danzo, I'll definitely have to ask you to do it. But Brother Qing, I can sense that you don't have much affection for the surname Uchiha. You attacked Itachi simply because you felt that he did something wrong in front of you. That's all. You have reasons to kill Danzo, but your reasons are certainly not as many or as serious as mine. It would be a shame if I let you do it. After all, you only get one chance." Sasuke said seriously, "I want to kill Danzo and Itachi myself, and save the Uchiha clan from hundreds of wronged souls. Ask for an explanation." Konan nodded. She understood Sasuke. This was what she had in mind when she and Nagato went to kill Hanzo of the Salamander. And Sasuke touched the crown of thorns on his head. Ever since he woke up, this thing seemed to be embedded in his skull and could not be removed. "While I was in a coma, I met a strange uncle who spoke to me a lot of things. I couldn't understand what he said, but it seemed like I understood a lot. I don't know why, but I feel like killing Danzo would be pointless." Lin Qing's eyes fell on the crown of thorns on Sasuke's head. "The strange uncle, is he a saint?" Lin Qing was silent for a moment, then sighed softly and said, "Yeah, you're right. Killing Danzo is useless. Killing Orochimaru is useless. Killing Biwajozo, Kurakurega, and Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is also useless." Konan listened to their conversation in a daze. What is useful and useless? Why not just kill him? Why is it related to being useless? But Lin Qing's next words struck Konan like lightning. They can't be killed. She looked at Lin Qing's profile. Under the dense raindrops, his outline was a little blurry, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Lin Qing looked at the dark night. He had 3 ways to obtain soul fragments. Defeat powerful enemies, change the world line, and mortgage your own soul. When Lin Qing first got the system, he thought that changing the world line meant changing the plot of the original work. Since we are changing the plot, why not just kill some of the main characters? After killing the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, there is no prompt for the world line to change. At that time, Lin Qing speculated that these characters might be too minor, and killing them or not would not have much impact on the plot. But after Lin Qing killed Orochimaru, he still did not receive any news about the world line change. Orochimaru can't be a side character, right? After returning from Tianziguo, Lin Qing thought about it all the way, and the only explanation was, killing people and changing the plot will not cause changes in the world line. As long as this terrible world continues to operate according to the current rules, even if Orochimaru is killed, a big Torimaru or a fat Kumaru will appear sooner or later and continue to fight against the ninja world where blood is supreme with their morbid research methods. So what should we do? Conan's tone was serious, like a student studying. At this moment, she forgot the hostile relationship between herself and Lin Qing and only wanted to know how to break the impasse. You want to learn? Lin Qing smiled, I will teach you, but before that. He stretched out his hand and flicked lightly. Raindrops flew out like bullets and hit the two tightly closed wooden doors with a bang. The wooden door opened with a bang, revealing a person sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard. Danzo sat in the pavilion with tea and snacks on the table. He nodded slightly to Lin Qing, made a gesture of invitation, and his voice came through the rain. Lin Qing, would you like to come in and have a cup of tea with me? Lin Qing restrained his smile, strode into the pavilion, pulled out a chair and sat down, his eyes fixed on Danzo's old face. Suzuki and Conan stood behind him, one on each side. Lin Qing had seen Danzo's photo in Kanhara Hayato's intelligence. When I saw him in person, I felt that he was older and gloomier than in the photo, like a black rope stained with too much blood. Unlike a blade, it is intimidating at first glance, but the more you get along with it, the more you can feel the creepy deterrent force. I thought you would hide in the cave and not dare to come out, but I didn't expect you to dare to show up in front of me in person. Lin Qing put the destruction sword at hand. Danzo picked up the teapot and said, the one hiding in the hole is a rat. I am the root of Konoha. For Konoha, I must come to see you. Then what? Then, let you stay. Danzo poured a cup of hot tea, which was fragrant and was of the highest quality. He pushed the first cup of tea in front of Lin Qing, I want you to return to Konoha and serve the village. Lin Qing raised his hand and pointed at the ground. You invited me to come back and work for you, the mastermind behind the murder of Uchiha, at the ruins of Uchiha, a land stained with blood and wronged souls. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Danzo said, Lin Qing, I understand your confusion, but don't worry, you will agree with me soon because I will make you an offer you can't refuse. As he spoke, Danzo opened his right eye which was hidden under the bandage. A scarlet charinon slowly rotated. Danzo stared at Lin Qing. I'll help you get to the top. I'll make you Hokage. Chapter 59. For most people living in Konoha, becoming Hokage is an unattainable dream and an innocent slogan for many children. But for someone at Danzo's level, becoming a Hokage is nothing more than a simple game of addition. Good personal strength. Listed out the resume of achievements. Make up a story that will move the villagers. Finally, add the control of public opinion. With a little time, a Konoha shinobi can be transformed into an excellent Hokage. Since becoming Hokage is so easy, why don't you do it? Lin Qing asked. Danzo shook his head, I am not clean, once I go up, many people in the village will not obey me, but Lin Qing, you are different, you are clean. You don't have a complicated family network, you don't have too much dark history, and you have the outstanding strength to kill Orochimaru. As long as we cooperate, I can make you the new Hokage in 3 years instead of 10 years. Lin Qing picked up the teacup and took a sip, what about you? What can you get? Danzo opened his arms and conveyed the power of faith in his deep voice. A more prosperous and powerful Konoha. Lin Qing could hear the sincerity in Danzo's tone. This was indeed his lifelong ideal, nothing less. Why me? Lin Qing asked again. Danzo continued to serve tea to Lin Qing. Nowadays, the third generation in Konoha Village has grown old and lost its ambition to make progress. Jiraiya, who has more virtue than wisdom and is indecisive. Tsunade is missing, and she is practicing medical ninjutsu. If she encounters a strong enemy attack, does she have to rely on medical skills to influence the enemy? He picked up a piece of cake with a toothpick and dipped it in sugar. Among the younger generation, no one has made a name for themselves except Kakashi. But since the fourth Hokage passed away, Kakashi has been living a decadent life. He seems to be focused on his mission, but in fact he is just working like an old ox. Danzo chuckled, those in a higher position need to raise their heads and look into the distance. In my opinion, the heroes in the world today are only me and Lin Qing, and the others are just fools with empty power. For years, I have searched for someone who could lead Konoha to greatness once again. Lin Qing, you have the potential, not only your strength, but also your desire to break the rules. Danzo handed the cake dipped in sugar to Lin Qing. Cooperate with me. Controlling Konoha is just the beginning. Let us unify the ninja world and complete the unfinished business of the first Hokage. Konan felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted when he heard these words. Konoha Village Hokage. This position, which was once unattainable in their eyes, was now like a fish in the vegetable market. It was caught openly, slapped on the chopping board, looked at from left to right, and the pros and cons were introduced. Nagato's plan to gather the tailed beasts and create an absolute force to make the world fall into peace and fear is too naive compared to the plan described by Danzo. The deterrent effect of weapons can only last for a few years or even a dozen years. If the world can really be unified, there will be no more disputes. Even if there are, they will be minor ones, and Lin Qing will become the real person in power. She looked at Lin Qing. Will you agree? Danzo knew that Lin Qing would definitely agree. Because he has activated the power of the Shisui Sharinan. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Distinguished Heavenly Gods, known as the strongest illusion, can silently invade the opponent's brain, modify the will, and allow the target to be controlled unconsciously and become a puppet of the caster. Danzo is a cautious person. He is not naive enough to think that he can control Lin Qing by relying on a distinguished heavenly gods. He really hoped that Lin Qing could return to Konoha and overthrow Sarutobi's rule. Think about Lin Qing's achievements over the past 6 months. If all members of Konoha can master his power to manipulate thunder, ripples, and evil spirits, stands, how powerful will Konoha Village be? Therefore, Danzo threw out a tempting bait. As long as Lin Qing was tempted for a moment, distinguished heavenly gods would become the final driving force and help him make a decision that would benefit him in every way. It's not harmless. Lin Qing got the power and cooperated with Danzo, so he had to compromise on some things. But what is this little compromise compared to what Lin Qing got? Lin Qing glanced at the pastry handed over by Danzo. What if I refuse? You will die. Danzo said bluntly, even if Konoha doesn't do anything to you, Cloud Shinobi Village will come to catch you, Kirigakure will not let you go, Akatsuki will hunt you down, and Iwagakure always likes to take advantage of small gains, so they will naturally do it secretly. Lin Qing, I know you are very strong, but facing endless opponents, you can't protect yourself, let alone the people around you. Cooperating with me is your only way to survive. Danzo stared at Lin Qing. Promise it. Just agree to it now. As long as you nod, the first snowball will form in your heart and roll down the hill, and you will no longer be able to stop being my puppet. Suzuki felt something was wrong and whispered to Lin Qing, but he seemed not to hear him at all and took the cake from Danzo. As long as I agree, no one has to die and I can become Hokage, right? Hey! Danzo smiled sinisterly, yes, I made a promise to you. Sounds good. Lin Qing took the pastry and put it in his mouth, but, I refuse. Sizzle. A golden ripple appeared on the bamboo stick. Lin Qing flicked his finger, and the cake fell off. The bamboo stick flew out like a bullet, piercing the bandage accurately and piercing the right eye that was performing distinguished heavenly gods. Danzo screamed and tried to step back, but a cold hand pressed his head down on the table. He turned his head and looked into the empty eyes of the white snake. White Snake slapped Danzo on the face. Sizzle click. 2 discs pop out. The White Snake sneered sinisterly, little Danzo, take it. As it spoke, it pulled out the CD and handed it to Lin Qing. But at this moment, the CD handed over became dim, until disappeared completely. Danzo's body also disappeared. Lin Qing turned his head sharply to look at the corner that he had ignored before. Danzo seemed to have been there all along, walking out from the shadows. He stood a dozen steps away from Lin Qing, keeping a safe distance, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. When did you discover distinguished heavenly gods? Lin Qing stood up and patted the sugar granules on his hands. When the thought this old man has some truth in what he says came to my mind. Lin Qing rubbed his forehead. This illusion of yours is quite interesting. Does it target people's subconscious mind? The human subconscious mind will produce various thoughts continuously and uncontrollably. For example, when you see a pretty girl, your heart will be moved. When you see a money truck, you will want to take action. Even when you see a dog eating shit, you will want to taste the saltiness, but all thoughts are just fleeting and will not really stay in your mind. Distinguished heavenly gods seems to select thoughts that are in line with the wishes of the caster from among many subconscious thoughts, amplify and strengthen them, and finally make them the thoughts generated by the target. Because this idea comes from the target's subconscious mind, in most cases it will not attract the target's attention, and control is achieved silently. But Lin Qing and Danzo's ideas are too different. If someone else were to follow Danzo's idea of unifying the world, even if they didn't agree outright, they would at least be somewhat shaken in their hearts. After all, who doesn't want to stand on top of the world? Even Conan, who longs to pursue peace and justice, can find resonance in the blueprint described by Danzo. Once you waver, you will fall into the control of the distinguished heavenly gods. Lin Qing is also a human being, and he almost wavered just now. Just a little bit. And this little difference is that Lin Qing knows. The problem he wants to solve cannot be solved by great unification. If you cooperate with Danzo and are dragged along by various interest groups, you will end up becoming just one of them. Lin Qing looked back at Hokage Rock. Perhaps, this is the reason why the first Hokage, Senjo Hashirama, who dominated the world, chose to separate the tailed beasts and build their own villages? Lin Qing. Danzo untied the bandage on his right arm bit by bit. I told you before, now that you're back, don't even think about leaving. I wanted you to stay in a respectable manner, but you refused to accept my kindness, so just leave it as a corpse. In an instant, nearly 100 members of the organization hiding in the shadows came out in full force, and countless kunao and shurikens rained down on Lin Qing. Chapter 60. Hundreds of kunao shot towards Lin Qing. Lin Qing raised his hand and pointed forward. Star Platinum. The tall and majestic body of Star Platinum appeared out of thin air. With a glance of its starry eyes, the kunao flying in the sky seemed to be in slow motion, and every flight trajectory was extremely clear. Ola 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 ola. It threw out hundreds of punches in an instant, knocking away all approaching kunao. There were also several chains hidden in it, trying to entangle Lin Qing, but they were grabbed by Star Platinum instead. With a fierce pull, more than a dozen root organization ninjas were thrown out, swung in a circle in the air, and fell to the ground, their lives uncertain. Their companions were severely injured before their eyes, but the other root ninjas turned a blind eye. More than 10 of them rushed forward and attacked Lin Qing, Conan, and Suzuki. There is no doubt that once they get close, they will be blown to pieces like moths to a flame. As his loyal subordinates were injured one after another, Danzo remained expressionless, just silently calculating the time in his heart. Everything was going according to his plan. For today's battle, Danzo collected all the battle records known to Lin Qing. Super strong melee ability. Even more terrifying than Orochimaru's limb recovery ability. His ability in illusion is unparalleled, on par with that of Uchiha Itachi. It can even fly and move at super high speeds. When he received this information, Danzo was silent for a long time. He had never seen such a perfect warrior. That's right, not a ninja, but a real warrior who can fight head-on on the battlefield and defeat a country. Danzo longs to master Lin Qing's power, so he extends an olive branch. Lin Qing became the master of all the major countries, and Danzo became the shadow behind them. This is Danzo's real purpose. But Danzo is a cautious man. Even with such tempting chips, even with the power of the distinguished heavenly gods, he was still prepared for his plan to fail and to fight Lin Qing head-on. After all, if Lin Qing refuses, he must be killed. Danzo couldn't accept that other ninja villages obtained the power of ripples, evil spirits, and the bloodline of Uchiha. This is definitely a huge blow to Konoha. Then how do we kill Lin Qing? Ever since Jiraiya sent Sasuke to Konoha to guard it, Danzo has been constantly thinking about strategies. As long as he takes action, Danzo's enemies will not only be Lin Qing, but also the stupid Jiraiya and the indecisive Sarutobi Hiruzen. And this? Danzo stared at Lin Qing, who was dozens of meters away, and whispered, "That's my answer." Buzz! A circle of translucent barrier rose from the edge of the Uchiha ruins, isolating the chakra fluctuations within the barrier from the outside world. With the cover of the night rain, the people in the village were unable to detect the battle in the Uchiha ruins for a moment. "Danzo! What do you want to do?" Kakashi yelled. He knew Danzo was a gloomy old lunatic, but he didn't expect him to be so crazy. When Danzo and Lin Qing were negotiating, Kakashi was about to go over to stop them, but was stopped by several root organization ninjas. Considering that both sides maintained basic restraint, Kakashi watched outside the courtyard, ready to intervene at any time. But the battle broke out faster and more resolutely than Kakashi had imagined, and now even barrier techniques were used. Kakashi looked at the root ninjas fighting Lin Qing. He couldn't go up to help. On one side are the protection targets given to Kakashi by the third Hokage, and on the other side are Konoha Village's own ninjas. Although they are roots, in the final analysis, they are still our own people. Kakashi's only option is to leave, pass on the message, and ask the third generation and Jiraiya to come and stop Danzo's reckless behavior. Oink oink. 7 or 8 root organization ninjas appeared and surrounded Kakashi in the center. A root ninja said, "Kakashi-senpai, please stay here and don't move around. This will be good for you and for us." Kakashi frowned, "Protect Lin Qing and his group in Konoha Village. This is the order from the third generation." The root ninja said coldly, "It was Lord Danzo's order that you were not allowed to leave. Danzo is a chicken." Might Guy's youthful roar came from another direction, and before he could finish, the root ninjas rushed over. "Looks like we have no choice but to take action." Kakashi pushed up the forward protector, revealing a slowly spinning Sharingan, and his expression gradually became calm and indifferent. "Everyone, swords have no eyes. If you get hurt, don't blame me." Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai and Asuma, 4 top ninjas, are surrounded by root organization ninjas that outnumber them by several times. In terms of frontal hard power, although the root organization ninjas have a large number of people, it is still difficult to stop the 4 of them. The key lies in 2 words. Soft-hearted. They are not like Kirigakuer, who had experienced the Blood Mist Village and acted ruthlessly towards his colleagues. Kakashi and the others were soft-hearted after all. Without killing them, none of the 4 of them could get rid of the root organization's ninjas and break the barrier in a short period of time. Danzo's eyes swept over the 4 Kakashis who were fighting fiercely. This was also in his plan, and the next step was Ninjutsu team, action. Danzo gave an order, and in the darkness, pairs of hands completed hand seals. Earth style, yellow spring swamp. Wind style, tornado hurricane. Water style, water severing wave. Fire style, big flame bomb. 4 types of ninjutsu shot out from the darkness. Kakashi glanced back and exclaimed, "Combined jutsu." The so-called joint ninjutsu is a technique in which dozens of ninjas perform the same ninjutsu together, greatly enhancing the power and range of the ninjutsu. Not only that, the combined ninjutsu of a single attribute, with the exquisite coordination of the root organization ninjas, the 4 elements of wind, fire, earth, and water are integrated with each other. A large swamp appeared under the feet of Lin Qing and the other 2. A pool of oily light floated on the swamp. It was obvious that oil had been added, which entangled their legs. The tornado and the fireball merged together to form a fire tornado, and the water flow of the water-severing wave swept up the oil sheen and further merged into the fire tornado. The next moment, a fire tornado nearly 100 meters high and 30 meters in diameter appeared. Ninjutsu. Super. Fire Dragon Storm. This is the killer move that Danzo conceived after much thought. You are indeed very strong, but you still have a fatal weakness. Danzo stared at Lin Qing. You lack the means to deal with large-scale ninjutsu, or in other words, as long as you are still human, it is impossible to defeat this super large-scale ninjutsu. Faced with a super large fire tornado that was like a black hole and full of strong winds, Lin Qing couldn't fly away, let alone control the evil spirits to blow it up. As long as Lin Qing enters the attack range of the fire dragon storm, the flames, winds, and water blades inside will act like a meat grinder, turning him into a pool of meat paste in less than half a second. This is a power that only the tailed beasts can deal with. Danzo stood on a rooftop. Unfortunately, you are only a mortal after all. Mads. They're all crazy. Konan just felt that since following Lin Qing, everyone he met was crazy. She picked up Suzuki and performed the Shiki dance. Lin Qing. Run away. What are you doing? She knew that escaping from the attack range of the Super Fire Dragon Storm was extremely difficult, but she had to try. She couldn't just wait to die, right? Lin Qing. Kakashi yelled, forming seals with his hands. Rakery. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Lin Qing, intending to use the speed increased by the lightning attribute chakra to bring Lin Qing out of the storm's attack area. But Konan spread out his paper wings, and before they could flap, countless pieces of paper were ignited by the high temperature and fell to the ground. When Kakashi was halfway through the run, his steps became unstable due to the howling wind and his speed dropped sharply. There's no escape. Danzo said softly. I'm sorry, Lin Qing, we have no grudges against each other, but for the future of Konoha, please die. Konan stared at the approaching fire dragon storm in a daze. With this level of power, Danzo, how many ninjas did you summon? Despair enveloped Konan. At this moment, Konan felt a warm little hand holding her hand, and Suzuki's voice sounded in her ears. It's okay, Sister Konan, Brother Qing is here, he. Suzuki looked at Lin Qing's back and said. It's invincible. Invincible. Konan was stunned. How could there be someone in the world who is invincible? As this thought came to her mind, she saw Lin Qing raise a hand. The rain stopped. Also stopped was the fire dragon storm that was approaching like a doomsday disaster. Chapter 61. Stop, stop. Danzo stared at the stopped dragon storm in astonishment. It's not a question of ninjutsu. The ninjutsu team continued to consume chakra to maintain the operation of the technique. The surging and howling fire dragon storm seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier and was unable to move forward even an inch. What is it? Danzo's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. He saw it. The raindrops all over the sky were suspended in the air, and under the reflection of the red firelight, they looked like crystal clear crimson gems. Danzo touched it with his fingers and felt a sharp pain at his fingertips, as if he had pressed on a nail. The raindrops were suspended in midair and did not move at all no matter how hard Danzo tried. Danzo understood. It was these dense raindrops that blocked the advance of the fire dragon storm. But, why? Controlling raindrops is Lin Qing's ability, but the temperature outside the fire dragon storm is extremely high. It will burn and evaporate before the raindrops can stop it. Sizzle. Inside the raindrop, golden thunder flashed. It is the ripples and the forces of nature that reinforce the rain. 4-star substitute, Rainbow Catcher. Ability, fix the raindrops that he touches in mid-air, so that he can step on them, use them as weapons to cut opponents, or use them as obstacles to block enemy attacks. Since rainwater will not cut itself, it can be used to penetrate the body and separate the penetrated part from the body, thus achieving long-distance manipulation. It's a bit complicated to describe, but to put it simply, it controls the rain that it touches and realizes its own elementalization. This is a very powerful ability. The reason why Rainbow Catcher is a 4-star substitute is because it has 3 limitations. First, it can only be activated in rainy weather. Second, only the rain that touches can be manipulated. If you want to manipulate the rain over a large area, you need a certain amount of time to warm up and give your body time to touch the rain. Third, rain is just rain after all, and it will evaporate when facing fire-style and high-temperature objects. The first limitation is that Lin Qing does not have a weather forecast, which cannot be solved for the time being. However, the last two restrictions can be ignored for Lin Qing, who has mastered ripples and natural forces. The power of nature created ripples, and with the amplification of the dragon snake orb, Lin Qing's will was transmitted to every drop of falling rain within a 3-kilometer radius. At this moment, they are Lin Qing's strongest shield and sharpest spear. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why have I never seen Lin Qing perform it? Danzo suddenly looked up at the sky. Is it because of rainfall? One after another, ninjas from the root organization discovered the raindrops solidified in the air. If they accidentally touched them, bloody holes would be left on their bodies. Too scary. How could this be a power that can be mastered by one person? Even the root organization, whose core ideology is to erase emotions, was deeply shocked when they witnessed such a horrifying scene. Kakashi. Lin Qing's voice came from the air. Besides the four of you, are there any friendly forces? Kakashi shook his head. The Umbu ninjas stayed outside, and out of courtesy, only Kakashi and his 4 companions followed Lin Qing and his party into the Uchiha ruins. Lin Qing nodded slightly, that's good. Kakashi was stunned and thought of a possibility. Could it be that? Buzz buzz. Lin Qing was present, and everyone concentrated their chakras into their eyes and ears. Danzo heard the whirring of the rotors and looked in the direction of the sound. A small plane was seen flying in the air, and the pilot, Smith, gave Lin Qing a thumbs up. What do you want to do? Danzo felt panic for no reason. Lin Qing stretched out his right hand, and the rain fell on his palm. At the same time, an overhead view of the Uchiha ruins appeared in his sight, marked with densely packed red dots. A total of 139 root organization ninjas. Locked. Lin Qing clenched his hands suddenly. Let the rain penetrate you. The rain falls again. Transformed into sharp arrows, piercing into the darkness. The root ninjas quickly performed defensive ninjutsu. But human power is ultimately limited. The rain poured down in torrents, and every drop of rain pierced through the barriers, the bunkers, and all the psychological defenses of the root organization members. For a while, screams continued. Without the control of the caster, the super fire dragon storm quietly dissipated, leaving only huge circles of burnt marks on the ground, still proving its existence. Lin Qing dash! Danzo yelled angrily. Countless streams of water fell into Lin Qing's palm and condensed into a water ball. Don't worry, Konoha is willing to protect Sasuke. For this reason, I will not kill those who were bewitched by you. Only one person will die today. That's you. Lin Qing raised his hand and pointed, and the water ball turned into a giant dragon, biting towards Danzo. At the same time, the rain in the sky changed direction again and fell towards Danzo. In an instant, Danzo was beaten into a sieve. His body quietly faded away again, and a few seconds later, it appeared in another shadow. Izanagi. The Uchiha clan's ultimate eye technique can negate all unfavorable facts within a period of time. After reappearing, Danzo did not hesitate at all, and even ignored his seriously injured subordinates, and turned around and ran out of the Uchiha ruins. The plan failed. He underestimated Lin Qing's strength. If he continued to fight, he would only consume the Sharingan in his arm for no reason, or even die. Konoha has yet to find a way to become great again. Danzo ran madly in the rainy night. I can't die yet. As the thought flashed through his mind, the rainstorm engulfed Danzo once again, and with another Sharingan, he closed his eyes and Danzo appeared a dozen meters away. Buzz buzz. The rotors whirred as they still circled in the sky. Summoning 2 5-star substitutes at the same time can only last for 2 to 3 seconds with Lin Qing's mental strength. But with 1 4-star and 1 5-star, Lin Qing can last all day. Protect Danzo-sama. A dozen root ninjas, despite their injuries, got up and were about to go support Danzo. Kakashi stopped them and shook his head. Lin Qing spared your lives, don't go and die, you can't stop him. A root ninja straightened his spine. Kakashi-senpai, people don't live a lifetime, they live for a few moments. It's not a pity for us to die, but Lord Danzo, he can't die. Not only them, more and more root organization ninjas dragged their injured bodies and stood up with extraordinary willpower. They gathered around Danzo, wielding kunai with shaking arms, trying in vain to block the rain that was falling from the sky. Danzo kept dying and was constantly reborn under the influence of Izanagi. He stared at the brightly lit city center of Konoha not far away. As long as we get to that location, Sarutobi will be here. Danzo was running, when suddenly, his chest was pierced by the sword of destruction, and the blade tore open his clothes, revealing the face of Senjo Hashirama. He was about to activate Izanagi, but found that there was no change. He turned his head and found that the last Sharingan was closed. Have you died, so many times? Boom! Lin Qing landed and stood in front of Danzo. Protect Master Danzo, the root ninjas shouted. Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Qing. You can't kill me, Konoha still needs me. It's my fault this time, give me a chance. At the same time, a call came from afar. Lin Qing. Jiraiya came running over, you can't kill him. You will bear the responsibility that you shouldn't bear. Let me do it. The nature of Lin Qing's actions and Jiraiya's actions are completely different. The former is invasion by foreign enemies. The latter is an internal struggle. One was an attack, the other was a family scandal. It is clear at a glance which is more important. Once Lin Qing takes action, whether due to Konoha's majesty or Danzo's complex power, Lin Qing will become Konoha's eternal enemy. Jiraiya is going to help Lin Qing shoulder this responsibility. Further behind Jiraiya, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was galloping towards him. On the other side, Kakashi, Might Guy, and the other three also hurried over. It's really lively. Lin Qing looked at the old man in front of him. The big knife pierced his chest, forcing Danzo to hunch over, making him look even shorter than before. He is surrounded by subordinates who respect him. An old friend is running towards me from afar. They all reached out to Lin Qing, begging, ordering, or threatening him not to kill Danzo. Lin Qing nodded, drew out the destruction blade, and waved his hand again. The rain formed a rain curtain, isolating everyone outside, leaving only him and Danzo. The water flowed and brought 2 teacups to Lin Qing and Danzo. Lin Qing took the teacup, sat cross-legged, and made a gesture of invitation. Danzo wanted to turn around and run, but where could he run to with the heavy rain coming down on him? I had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow Lin Qing's example, taking the teacup and sitting cross-legged. The two seemed to have returned to the pavilion they were in before. Lin Qing said, I drank a cup of your tea, so I'll give you a chance. I ask, you answer. If you are satisfied with the answer, you live. If you are not satisfied, you die. Is that reasonable? Danzo said shakily, it makes sense. Lin Qing took a deep breath, stared at the Sharingan on Danzo's right arm, and asked the question that had been weighing on his mind since he came to this world. Did you order Uchiha Itachi to kill the entire Uchiha clan? Before, everyone was just guessing and analyzing the answer to this question. But Lin Qing wanted to hear Danzo tell the truth in person in front of everyone. Danzo was about to speak when a cold, pale hand was placed on his shoulder. The White Snake sneered, Old man, think before you speak. Danzo knew White Snake's ability, closed his eyes and thought for half a second before saying, It's me. What conditions did you promise Itachi to make him stupid enough to kill his entire clan? Peace. Danzo said, if the Uchiha clan is not destroyed at that time, Konoha will be in chaos, and the major ninja villages will definitely take advantage of the situation and invade. It will then be the Fourth Ninja World War. I made this decision out of righteousness. Itachi killed for the sake of peace. Lin Qing waved his hand, indicating that Danzo didn't need to get excited. He turned his head and looked at Sasuke and Konan. You think so, right? Without waiting for Sasuke and Konan to answer, Lin Qing looked at Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Kakashi who had rushed over. You think so, right? No one answered. Lin Qing stood up, waved his hand to disperse the rain barrier that separated everyone, walked over, and patted Sasuke's little head. Let's go, it's boring. Sasuke nodded vigorously. He looked back at Shimura Danzo who was surrounded by everyone. Danzo tilted his head back, a scarlet spot bloomed between his eyebrows, his hands drooped, and the water in the teacup spilled. It's like toasting to the wronged souls of this land. Kill Shimura Danzo and obtain 1,100 soul fragments. Lin Qing, you killed the Konoha high-ranking officials, and you just want to leave like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded from behind. Can't hear the emotion. Chapter 62. Lin Qing stopped. He turned around and locked eyes with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is a very strange scene. Danzo died right in front of me. Whether it was Lin Qing who avenged his blood feud or Sarutobi Hiruzen who witnessed the death of his old friend, there was no emotion in their eyes. There is no joy, no regret, and no unnecessary hatred. The two of them were like strangers meeting for the first time, staring at each other calmly, and neither could see through the other's thoughts. Grandpa, do you want to keep me? Lin Qing asked. You want to just walk away after killing someone? Lin Qing pointed to the ground beneath his feet. Danzo and Itachi conspired together to kill the Uchiha clan. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Is that okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, no. I didn't come here to kill him this time. It was Danzo who used illusion on me first, and then tried to kill me when the negotiation failed. He failed to kill me, and I killed him instead. Is that okay? No. Since there's no problem. Lin Qing tilted his head slightly. Master Hokage, what do you mean by this? Danzo has killed countless people, and it is understandable that he has to pay with his life to atone for his sins. Lin Qing, I understand you, but he is not just Danzo, he is a high-ranking official in Konoha. If you kill him in front of me, I must stop you. This is the job of the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his Hokage robe, revealing a tight-fitting short-sleeved outfit, and said in a deep voice. I need to give an explanation to the village. Third-generation adults. Jiraiya took a step forward and was about to stop Sarutobi Hiruzen, but suddenly, he found that he could not move. Countless raindrops attached to his body, like steel nails, freezing him in place. Not only Jiraiya, but everyone present was nailed to the spot by the heavy rain, unable to even lift a finger. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who hurried over, finally understood what kind of power the wily Danzo died under. Lin Qing took a step forward and came to Sarutobi Hiruzen step by step. Star Platinum appears. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a gloomy face, formed a seal with one hand, and prepared to release a ninjutsu. Jiraiya had seen the horror of Star Platinum, so he became anxious. He didn't care that his body was pierced by raindrops, and walked forward to stop the battle. On the other side, Might Guy saw this scene and suddenly took a horse stance, with a surge of air surging from his body, as if he was going to open the door and fight Lin Qing to the death. Just when the atmosphere was like a taut string, about to break and a bloody battle would break out, Lin Qing spoke. Master, do you have any candidate for the next Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for half a second and didn't answer. Everyone stared at Lin Qing in a daze. He picked up the Hokage robe that Sarutobi Hiruzen had thrown on the ground and put it back on him. If you haven't, take care of yourself. Lin Qing glanced at Danzo's body. Konoha does have a sickening darkness, but... He looked back at Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the bustling village. There live many ordinary people there, and on their faces are smiles that come from the heart, which are very rare in this world. And the light you have to protect. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand seals paused. As for the explanation you mentioned. Lin Qing raised his hand and pointed his index finger at the sky. Natural forces from a radius of several kilometers swept over, and the condensed strong wind flew into the clouds with ripples and thunder. In the dark clouds, golden thunder dragons flashed faintly. Lin Qing's fingers fell. Boom! The lightning flashed down, and the roar made the eardrums of everyone present vibrate. Everything in front of their eyes was blurred. Along with the thunder dragon, a rainstorm that was even more terrifying than before fell. I couldn't see anything, I couldn't hear anything, even my own shouts seemed so weak in the heavy rain. 5 seconds later. The heavy rain is gradually easing. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes, and saw that the Uchiha ruins had become a ruin. No, it can't be called a ruin. From bricks and rubble to tables, chairs and furniture, everything was crushed into pieces smaller than fingernails by the previous rainstorm and spread on the ground. What a terrible destructive power it is! What's even more terrible is that no one was injured in this round of heavy rain. The rain avoided everyone. This kind of absolute control is more terrifying than destructive power. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that if Lin Qing wanted to, he could have killed everyone present just now. Lin Qing patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder. This is my explanation to you. After saying this, he did not stay and turned to leave. Asuma held a cigarette in his mouth and tried to light it, but found it was soaked. He simply held it in his mouth, sniffing the smell of tobacco, raised his hand and pointed at Lin Qing's receding back, and said to Shiri Hong beside him. I really hope I can have a drink with him again. He is an enemy, said Sahai Hong. Is he really? Xieri Hong opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Yeah, is Lin Qing really an enemy? The four of them witnessed the entire process. If Lin Qing had not possessed sufficient strength and vigilance, he might have already become a puppet controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods, or died under the combined ninjutsu of the root organization ninjas. In the end, Lin Qing only killed Danzo, and he had done his best. That's what I said. Kurenayui nudged Asuma with her elbow. You seem to be in a too good mood, aren't you? Ah ha ha ha, did I? Asuma was of course in a good mood. When he was young, he and his father Sarutobi Hiruzen had different ideas, and the biggest disagreement was about how to deal with Danzo. Now that Danzo is dead, he can't wait to sit up and clap drums to celebrate. Asuma glanced at Danzo's body, then raised his chin towards his old man and whispered, Look at the old man, he's soaking wet, but he's still wearing the Hokage cape. Looks like an old monkey in the water. It rained all night. When the sky cleared again, a warm sun appeared at the end of the horizon. Konan looked back in the direction of Konoha Village and whispered, This is Konoha, this is the third Hokage. It's just like this, after all, it's too slow. Suzuki didn't understand. What do you mean too slow? Shouldn't we say strong or weak? What does it have to do with fast or slow? Konan said, Last time, when the Uchiha were exterminated, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had been quicker and more decisive, he could have stopped the tragedy. This time, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived at the scene and immediately called on everyone in Konoha Village to attack Lin Qing without any explanation, perhaps Danzo's life could have been saved. After all, she glanced at Lin Qing's back. This guy who pretends to be fierce is unlikely to kill people like Kakashi and Jiraiya who have a little bit of humanity. He is slow to save people, slow to kill people, and hesitant. This kind of person is the Hokage. That's because Konoha has a strong foundation. If it were a small ninja village, it would have been wiped out long ago. Once upon a time, Konan followed Jiraiya to learn ninjutsu. At that time, she envied the people living in Konoha Village. She felt that the air in Konoha was sweeter and the moon was rounder. But now it seems that the whole world is in a mess, and only Pain's plan can change it. Konan stopped thinking and looked at Lin Qing who was walking in front of him. No. He seems a little different. Chapter 63. A small border town in the northern part of the Fire Nation. Momo, Mayuri, and Amber stood at the only intersection in the town, waiting quietly. Kanhara Hayato, who was sitting in the shade of a nearby tree, munched on a watermelon and said, Are you sure you don't want to come over and eat something with us? No, I want to wait for Qing and Suzuki to come back. Xiaotao said. Kanbara Hayato has a stubborn shoulder. He was entrusted by Lin Qing to come here early to protect Xiaotao, Humber, and the others. Ever since Lin Qing killed Orochimaru, too many people have been eyeing him, and it is inevitable that they will come to Xiaotao and the others with various purposes. Among the people Lin Qing knows, Hayato Kanhara is one of the few people he can trust. An outstanding intelligence expert, fighting is not what Hayato Kanhara is good at, but leading 30 or so people to hide and try not to be found is not too difficult for him. However, since becoming the temporary babysitter for this group of people, Hayato Kanhara has not had close contact with the young ladies for a long time. He spat out watermelon seeds forward and looked at Xiaotao and the other two. These three people are really energetic. Ever since they received Lin Qing's letter 2 days ago, they figured that Lin Qing would come today, so they came here early this morning to wait. If you ask me, there's no need to wait. Just prepare a bathtub and a beautiful woman for me, and Lin Qing and Sasuke will refresh automatically. Bathtub, beauty. Xiao Tao looked confused. Mayuri covered Momo's ears, puffed up her cheeks slightly, and looked at the unreliable intelligence dealer with dissatisfaction. Mr. Kanhara, please don't say such things in front of children. Kanhara Hayato said seriously, I'm not kidding you, I'm serious, this matter must have some explanation. Believe it or not, as long as I say. I'm tired, I'd better find a girl to rub my shoulders. Lin Qing and Sasuke will spawn like weeds on the roadside. After he finished speaking, he looked sharply toward the road. No. Kanhara Hayato said it again and looked towards the end of the road again. Still nothing. Kanhara Hayato turned around and looked into Momo's big eyes. Tisk. Throwing away the watermelon rind, Kanhara Hayato patted his butt and stood up. He didn't plan to wait any longer. Whoever wanted to wait could wait. He really wanted to go back and take a bubble bath. Tap tap tap. The sound of horse hooves could be heard. 3 figures on horseback walked out of the woods at the end of the narrow path. They were Lin Qing, Sasuke, and Konan, who had rushed back from Konoha Village. Kanhara Hayato's eyes gradually widened and he grabbed Kohaku's arm. Look! Look! Amber pushed his hand away and said perfunctorily, yes, yes, yes. Xiao Tao started to take steps, walking at first, then jogging, and soon running. Her pink hair danced in the wind, and a smile appeared on her face without her noticing. Sasuke got off his horse and ran towards Momo as well. They met in the middle of the road and hugged each other tightly. Momo smiled and shed tears. Sasuke brother, I really thought I would never see you again. Sasuke gently touched Xiao Tao's head and said, don't cry, I'm back. He turned and looked at Lin Qing. We are all back. Xiao Tao held back her tears and nodded vigorously. Mayuri and Kohaku bowed deeply to Lin Qing. Master Lin Qing, everyone is waiting for you to come back. Mayuri said. Lin Qing dismounted. Let's go. Hiding more than 30 people is very difficult, but it is also quite easy. Hayato Kanhara divided them into smaller groups and gave each of them a different fake identity. As long as they didn't deliberately reveal their living habits in the water country, they would basically not be recognized. But today, more than 30 people in hiding gathered in a room. They were wearing uniforms from various industries, and their bright eyes were all shining with the light of hope. Lin Qing sat cross-legged opposite everyone. Around him were Sasuke, Momo, Konan, Kanhara Hayato, and others, while Mayuri sat beside him pouring tea for Lin Qing. Thanks. Lin Qing took the teacup and looked at the people in front of him. Everyone was waiting for him to speak, but Lin Qing lowered his head and remained silent for a full half-minute. No one urged him. They just sat there quietly, without even a flicker in their eyes. In silence, invisible forces are gathering. Konan felt like he had seen this scene before. Just then, Lin Qing's voice came. Everyone, I want to take a path that no one else has taken. Lin Qing raised his head, looked at the 30 people in front of him and said. In order to practice this path, I will try to build a village and try to change some things, but this is a road full of thorns. Once you follow me on this road, many people may die. Including me. This path is not suitable for everyone, so I have prepared another option for you, which is to stay. As long as you stay, your fake identity will become true, and you will become an ordinary civilian of the Fire Nation, enjoying stability and tranquility. Those who want to stay can leave now. No one looked at each other, and no one moved at all. If they wanted to retreat, they would not have chosen to build Hope Village, and they would not have waited for Lin Qing to come back in a remote town. Amber put her hands on her legs, knelt down and said, Sir, just tell me, where are we going next? What can we do for you? Lin Qing looked around at everyone, nodded slightly and said. We return to the Water Kingdom. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. They had finally escaped from the Water Kingdom. If they went back now, wouldn't they be back to the same hell? But the next second, they looked into Lin Qing's calm eyes, and their anxious hearts gradually settled down. Yes. Everyone went back to pack their bags. Lin Qing stood by the window, looking at the busy town below. Just 2 days ago, he received a carrier pigeon from Terumi Mei. 4th Mizukage Yagura's actions have become increasingly bizarre, and a sizable group of people, led by Terumi Mei, Ao, and others, have formed to overthrow Yagura's rule in the near future. Considering that Yagura is a perfect Jinchuriki with amazing fighting power, Terumi Mei invites Lin Qing to come and support. Once successful, Terumi Mei's faction will be able to ascend to the position of Mizukage. At that time, no matter who becomes the shadow, they will be able to give Lin Qing a territory as the base for the Hope Village. And this will be the starting point of all Lin Qing's plans. Fu. A faint smoke floated over from the side, and Kanhara Hayato walked over unsteadily with a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in his pockets. You just said that you might die. What do you want to do? Lin Qing smiled and said, with your intelligence detection level, you can't find out what I plan to do. It's because I found out what you did along the way that I'm asking this question. Kanhara Hayato's unrestrained eyes rarely became serious. Lin Qing, you don't really want to. He stretched out his hand, turned it over and over again. What if it is? Lin Qing asked, are you still willing to help me? Hayato Kanhara pursed his dry lips. His intuition as an intelligence dealer told him that this would be a crucial decision that would affect his life. One last question. Answer me and I'll help you. You say. If you really die, will the path you want to take be cut off? It will never stop. As long as there are still people alive in this world, as long as there are still people who want to escape from this terrible world, there will always be people who will follow this path. How does the saying go? Lin Qing looked out the window and said softly. Success doesn't have to be mine. After listening to this, Kanhara Hayato lowered his head, took a deep puff of his cigarette, threw the remaining cigarette butt on the ground, and stomped it out. Then do it. An hour later, everyone gathered on the main road of the town. Lin Qing stood in the front. Set off. The land of water. At the same time. Akatsuki Organization Base. Pain stared at Uchiha Itachi with an icy gaze. Can someone translate for me what the term spy means? Chapter 64. A spy is a traitor. Deidara pointed at Uchiha Itachi, his face and hands, and said in unison, Uchiha Itachi is the traitor. He was in cahoots with Lin Qing and betrayed us, causing Konan to be captured by Lin Qing. Konan is so beautiful, what will happen if she falls into the hands of Lin Qing? I dare not even think about it. Scorpion smiled coldly. Coward. He dared to think. Sasori and Uchiha Itachi have no grudges against each other, but if Pain chooses to kill Uchiha Itachi, he can only reluctantly accept Itachi's body and make it into a puppet to remind him of him. I'm not a traitor, said Uchiha Itachi. Deidara stepped forward, then why are you blushing? Refreshed. Why is it yellow again? Uchiha Itachi did not respond, but just stared at Pain silently and said, if I were a traitor, I would not come back. Pain's eyes became colder and colder. I asked you to translate for me what a spy is. Hoshigaki Kisame, who had a good relationship with Itachi, noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and stepped forward and said, a spy is a spy, no need to translate, Mr. Itachi is definitely not one, there must be some misunderstanding here. Pain shook his head slightly. Wrong. I'll tell you what a spy is. Infinite killing intent was released from his Rinnegan. A spy is someone who deserves to die. On the first day Uchiha Itachi joined Akatsuki, Pain felt that this person had evil intentions. Of course, the few people present were not going anywhere. The problem is that other people's evil thoughts are directed at outsiders. And Uchiha Itachi is more like one of Akatsuki's own. It doesn't matter if it's others, but Konan is Nagato's last family member. Who dares to touch her? You must die. Pain did not conceal his murderous intent at all. Deidara, Scorpion, Zetsu, Kakuzu, and the others immediately became interested and stepped back a few steps, leaving space for the two. Especially Deidara, who had recently joined the Akatsuki organization and had never seen Pain in action, his eyes widened, ready to see for himself. Kisame raised his hand and wanted to say something to persuade him, but finally put it down in disappointment and stepped aside. On one side is Uchiha Itachi, a powerful ninja in the current ninja world who has developed the Sharingan to ultimate. On one side is Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, who possesses the most mysterious Rinnegan. Just as the two sides were about to engage in a fight in the small underground base, suddenly, a strange voice was heard from the darkness. Itachi is not a traitor. Then a man walked out of the darkness. He was wearing a fire cloud robe of the Akatsuki organization and an orange threaded mask. He had a mysterious and cold temperament. It was Obito. In Obito's original plan, he didn't want to show up too early. Currently, only Pain, Konan, Itachi, and Zetsu know of his existence, and Obito wants to keep this status going. But no one expected that Uchiha Itachi, Konan, Deidara, and Orochimaru could not get the upper hand from Lin Qing. Orochimaru, broken. Konan, was caught. If Obito doesn't show up again, one of Pain and Uchiha Itachi, two very important chess pieces to him, will definitely die. If he is unlucky, they may both die. Deidara nudged Scorpion with his shoulder. Who is this guy? Scorpion shook his head and looked at Kakuzu again. Kakuzu also shook his head. However, judging from Pain's appearance and the other person's clothes, they should know each other, so they calmed down and continued to be spectators. Obito stepped forward and stood next to Uchiha Itachi. I vouch for him, he is not a traitor. As for Konan, he locked eyes with Pain. I will go to Kirigakure myself. Kirigakure has been undercurrents recently, and with the movements of Lin Qing and his group, it is no secret to those who are interested. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that something big is going to happen. The reason why 4th Mizukage Yagura went insane and caused chaos in the village was because he was controlled by Obito's illusion. Relying on Yagura, Obito amassed a huge amount of wealth. At the same time, under the policy of Blood Mist Village, he eliminated dissidents and gradually turned Kirigakure into his own place of power. It won't be long before the ninjas of Kirigakure become Obito's personal force once his plan begins in earnest. Just like Nagato cares about Konan, Obito also cares about the fat piece of meat Kirigakure. Who dares to reach out? Whoever's hand he chopped off. Obito folded his arms and said in a calm and determined tone. I'll go kill Lin Qing and bring Konan back, and this matter will be over, okay? Having said this, Obito thought Pain would nod. Pain said, no. I'll go with you this time. After these words were spoken, everyone in the Akatsuki organization was slightly moved. Since the framework of Akatsuki was established, Pain has not personally carried out missions for a long time. Is Konan so important to him? Or is Lin Qing so powerful that Pain needs to do it himself? Obito chuckled. Then let's go together. Back then, it was Obito, Pain, and Konan who went to Kirigakure to control Yagura. It can be considered a revisit to an old place. Lin Qing got off the boat. The Water Kingdom is still the same as before I left. The air was humid and misty. Officials were carrying knives and shouting orders, while the common people lowered their heads and concentrated on their work. There were more than 30 people, but not all of them got off the ship. Only Suzuki, Momo, and Mayuri are traveling with Lin Qing this time. Kanhara Hayato and Amber took the rest of the people and stayed on the sea, waiting for news from Kirigakure before going ashore to avoid being targeted by people from other organizations. The reason why he brought these three along was because since Lin Qing wanted to do something, he couldn't always rely on himself. He needed some teammates who were reliable enough. You won't become powerful if you always hide behind Lin Qing. This time I just treat it as an experience. As a prisoner, Konan naturally followed Lin Qing as a pendant. But when she set foot on the land of Water Kingdom again, her expression was a little complicated. What are you thinking about? Lin Qing asked. Konan said calmly, I have no obligation to answer you. Even if you don't tell me, I can guess that it's just that I feel that I have some responsibility for the water country and Kirigakure becoming like this, and my conscience is bothering me. But for your plan, I feel it is a necessary sacrifice. My left and right brains are fighting each other. Konan turned his head sharply, staring at Lin Qing with a pair of amber eyes. How much do you know about me? Lin Qing ignored her gaze, walked past Konan, and said softly, "Don't worry, I only pay attention to important information. I'm not interested in trivial things like your love of singing in the bath or hugging a doll when sleeping." Konan's face turned red. If it weren't for the command restriction, she would have rushed over and blocked the man's mouth. Lin Qing smiled, took a step, and walked towards the north of the Water Kingdom. According to the information in the letter, there is still some time before Terumi May starts the unrest, so Lin Qing decided to take a detour to Luoxia village first. Before leaving, Lin Qing gave the broken blades of the beheading sword and the thunder sword Fang to Daoye and asked him to make swords suitable for Shizuke and Xiao Tao. "So much time has passed, I think it should have been built. A team battle is about to begin, so we need to increase the combat effectiveness of our team members." The group of 5 moved very quickly. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, they arrived at Luoxia village and met Daoye again. Daoye grinned as soon as he saw Lin Qing. The knife maker and the knife user always complement each other. Which knife maker doesn't hope that the knife he makes can become famous all over the world? Every strong man who dies under the sword of destruction will become a part of the sword, and will be passed down as a legend many years later. "I heard about your deeds in the Fire Nation. Who do you plan to kill this time you come back?" "Big shot," Lin Qing said, pointing at Shizuke and Xiao Tao. "So, come and get their knives. It has already been built." Daoye opened the cabinet, took out 2 wooden boxes and placed them on the table. "Open it and take a look." Chapter 65. Shizuke and Momo each opened their box. Perhaps it was some kind of mysterious connection that determined the 2 people's choices, and Xiao Tao was the first to open the box. Her knife, rather than being a knife, it was more like a long whip made up of countless blades. After picking it up, as Xiao Tao injected ripples into it, the long whip suddenly stretched straight and became a serrated knife. Depending on the ripple power injected, it can transform between a serrated knife and a long whip, with a maximum attack range of 10 meters. And when there is no need to fight, the knife maker motioned to Xiao Tao to knock the knife on the ground. All the blades overlapped each other, and finally became a cane-like stick, which was more suitable for defense and hiding. Canes, whips, knives. These are the 3 forms of this knife. Compared to Xiaomo's sword, Shizuke's is much simpler, it is just a straight samurai sword without a blade. At Dai's reminder, Shizuke transmitted the ripples inward. A thin silver light appeared in front of the blade. Daoye casually threw out an iron ingot and the blade cut it into 2 pieces, leaving a smooth cut. Daoye, who is over 60 years old, sat on a chair and looked at Shizuke and Xiao Tao with a smile, each holding a knife. Lin Qing told him about the past of the 2 children. Momo's mother was murdered. For a girl walking in the cruel ninja world, it would definitely be helpful to have one more means and one more safety. The sword that Daoye designed for her was based on the material of the former Thunder Blade Fang. It greatly increases the user's speed and affinity for lightning attribute ninjutsu, while also adding a variety of functionalities. Shizuke is different. Lin Qing has avenged Xiao Tao. But the hatred of Shizuke's entire family is too complicated and too deep. Daoye made a bladeless sword in the hope that in the future, Shizuke would be able to carefully consider who should be killed and who should not be killed when swinging the sword. It would not be the sword that would make the decision, but himself. No matter how fast you swing the knife, you must leave yourself a chance to regret. Shizuke and Xiao Tao were both involved in the game and could not see Daoye's deeper meaning, so how could Lin Qing not see it? "Thanks," Lin Qing said seriously. Daoye waved his hand, "I am just a knife maker. It is my job to make a knife that suits the master. Besides," he patted Momo and Shizuke's heads. "They are all good kids." After saying goodbye to Daoye, the group of 5 set out again and officially headed for Kirigakure. The journey was peaceful and time seemed to have slowed down. After leaving Luoxia village, the wind and snow gradually subsided and the roads along the way became wider. By the time they were able to see Kirigakure from a distance, they could already see caravans and tourists coming and going. Isn't Kirigakure said to be very closed?" Shizuke asked. This is also Lin Qing's problem. Kirigakure was more lively than he expected. Guests are constantly coming and going, and there are vendors hawking their wares on the street, but if you look closely you can see the difference. The smiling guests and the hospitable vendors all seemed to be from other places. There is no need to deliberately distinguish them. The pale skin color and gloomy eyes of the locals under the thick fog all year round are the best proof of the difference. Except for a few Kirigakure villagers who run izakayas and inns, most of the locals look at the tourists with cold faces, and even Lin Qing found a flash of hatred in their eyes. "Brother Qing, there's something wrong with these people," Xiao Tao said in a low voice. Lin Qing nodded. On the streets, people were coming and going, bustling with activity. He could clearly feel the enthusiasm and craziness of the guests from other places, as well as the numbness of the locals and what was hidden behind the numbness. Hatred. At this moment, a little boy of 5 or 6 years old saw that Lin Qing and his 4 companions looked completely different from the villagers of Kirigakure. His eyes lit up and he trotted over. "Brother, do you want to buy an intelligence book? It is definitely the most detailed in the village. Buy the book and get candy for free." Lin Qing took a look around and found similar hawking taking place in the streets. "Give me one." The intelligence boy handed over a book and 5 cheap little candies, distributing them to everyone. Lin Qing glanced at the intelligence book, which recorded the personal information of nearly 50 boys and girls, their ninjutsu skills, and even attached everyone's rating, from D to S. The last page was a battle picture of the boys and girls. Lin Qing grabbed the intelligence boy and took out another banknote and handed it to him. The boy saw that it was money, patted his chest and said, "Big brother, tell me, do you want me to steal something or deliver information? I will do anything for you." Lin Qing clicked on the intelligence book. "What does this mean?" The intelligence boy was stunned. "Aren't you here for the annual Kirigakure graduation ceremony?" "Graduation ceremony? What kind of graduation ceremony can attract so many tourists and stimulate the industry chain of catering, accommodation, tourism and this intelligence in hand?" The intelligence boy explained, "In the village's ninja school, every graduation season, students will fight each other in pairs, and only one person from each side is allowed to survive. At first, only the villagers watched the game, but later more and more people came to watch the game, and later the village organized a special betting and gambling organization. Most tourists who come to the village want to gamble and get rich, but this..." The intelligence boy held up the pamphlet in his hand. "It's the key to winning money." After hearing his words, Lin Qing and the other 4 fell silent. "This is the village of Blood Mist. This is Kirigakure. To put it bluntly, graduates of the ninja school are just teenagers of 12 or 13 years old. To erase their feelings and make them better tools to kill each other. This incident itself is extremely bloody and full of contempt for the humanity of those below them. The same is true for Danzo's root tissue selection. But Kirigakure's approach is even better. It is turning bloodiness into entertainment and normalization, making everyone in the village become sick." The villagers made money in hatred and contributed to the grandeur of the graduation ceremony in numbness. Konan stood there in a daze. Her expression was not pretty. Konan knew that Kirigakure was not having a good life under Obito's control, but she didn't know exactly how bad it was. For Konan, Kirigakure is something she only thinks of every once in a while when there is an extra sum of money in Akatsuki's account. Konan could accept killing thousands of enemies on the battlefield for peaceful purposes, but now, "The candy in my mouth seemed to have a hint of blood." Snap! A hand patted Konan's back, interrupting her thoughts. Konan turned around and glared at Lin Qing. Lin Qing looked forward and smiled. "If you are sad, wait till night and cry under the covers. We should take action now and wake up this absurd village as soon as possible." Following Lin Qing's gaze, Konan saw a tall, beautiful woman standing at the end of the street. Terumi Mei stretched out her hand lazily, waved to Lin Qing, and mouthed, "Haven't seen you for a long time." Lin Qing strode over. There was 3 steps between them. Terumi Mei took a step forward, closing the distance between them, raised her head slightly, and looked at Lin Qing quietly, with a hint of anticipation rising in her heart. "What would your first sentence be?" Lin Qing clenched his fist. "When do we start?" Terumi Mei rolled her eyes. Come with me. Chapter 66. Lin Qing followed Terumi Mei walking on the streets of Kirigakure. Almost every foreign tourist had an information booklet in hand. This level of popularity was obviously the work of the government. Is this also Yagura's policy? Lin Qing asked. Terumi Mei nodded and said, since taking office, Yagura has issued many policies one after another. In summary, they are in two aspects, killing people and amassing wealth. This. She pointed to the intelligence book in Lin Qing's hand. That's a small part of it. There's also human trafficking, which you've seen before, and... Terumi Mei raised her chin slightly towards a street in the city center. Because Kirigakure is shrouded in thick fog all year round, and the roofs of the street are deliberately extended to block out the sparse sunlight, the whole street is very dark. In the dark, neon lights lit up, ambiguous and charming. Women with cool clothes and different charms were wearing gorgeous clothes, wearing flower hairpins on their heads, and beautiful makeup. The streets were filled with men of all kinds, looking around with frivolous looks, as if they were selecting items, their eyes sweeping over the women's faces. Among them was a man with oiled hair, short stature but eloquent, who was constantly soliciting customers. Kirigakure has the land of water. Never mind, I think it's the most prosperous kabuki district in the entire ninja world. Countless men flock there every day, spending a fortune just to sleep with Anwaran. 50% of the operating income must be handed over to Yagura. This is a huge fortune. Lin Qing could probably guess why Kabuki Street was able to run so smoothly. The high pressure of the blood mist policy has caused people to face a sharp increase in psychological pressure, and no one knows whether they will die tomorrow. On the other hand, due to Yagura's policy of amassing wealth, even if it is only a little, some of the money will flow into the market and into the pockets of the middle and lower levels. With money comes pressure. X is always the easiest way to relieve stress. You make money and spend it, don't even think about taking a penny home. Lin Qing sighed. Terumi Mei raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Qing playfully. Why do you want to go in and have a look? With your looks, you may not have to spend any money, and maybe you can even make some money. Lin Qing waved his hand. He had no intention of becoming a model brother. I'm not looking at women, I'm looking at those ninjas. You can see many ninjas patrolling the Kabuki streets wearing Kirigakure forehead protectors. Lin Qing said, I now understand why Yagura promulgated the blood mist policy, and why a group of ninjas still chose to be loyal to him. From the Kabuki street in front of him to the human trafficking base destroyed by Lin Qing, a large amount of money is involved in the middle. As long as Yagura takes out a part of it and distributes it to the people below, he can get a lot of loyal fans. In order to make money continuously, these people will spontaneously protect Yagura's industrial chain. Anyone who wants to overthrow Yagura's rule will be touching their cake and eating it. That's their enemy. Terumi Mei understood the meaning of Lin Qing's words, nodded, and sighed softly. Selling out one's conscience for profit is the best destination for many people. In addition to Kirigakure, how many ninjas want to sell out, but have no way to do so? From this perspective, Yagura is their benefactor. There were many people talking on the road, so the few of them didn't say much about the details. They just moved through the crowd and came to a hot spring hotel. After going up to the second floor, entering the room and closing the door, Terumi Mei waited for cups of tea to be handed over before she spoke again. According to your information, Qing used his Byakugan to check Yagura's chakra flow, and he was indeed under a genjutsu. Xiao Tao asked, in that case, why not make the information public and remove Yagura's illusion? It's not that simple. Terumi Mei said, Yagura's personality changed drastically after he took office, and many people are speculating whether he is under an illusion. Suppose we propose that he is under an illusion and want to break it, what will happen? Xiao Tao stroked her chin and pondered. Her little head was spinning like smoke, but she still couldn't come up with an answer. Suzuki thought for a moment and said, it will lead to a counter-attack from the Yagura diehards. That's right. The diehards are not loyal to Yagura, they are loyal to money and power. If we can break Yagura's illusion and overturn the blood mist policy. What about the diehards? Go back to working hard, putting your head on the belt, and doing tasks to earn money? Once the illusion removal is proposed, as long as Yagura's illusion cannot be removed immediately, you will have to face a cage-level perfect Jinchuriki and many diehard members at the same time. Terumi Mei lowered her eyebrows and said, I don't want to admit it, but with our manpower, even if we can win, it will be a miserable victory. So, you plan to do it at the graduation ceremony? Lin Qing held up the intelligence booklet in his hand. It is mentioned that the daimyo of the Land of Water will also come to Kirigakure to attend the celebration and place bets in person. Terumi Mei took a sip of hot tea and smiled, you are more perceptive than I thought. Yes, it is the daimyo. As long as the daimyo is present, those who seek wealth and power will have to think twice before taking action. If everything goes well, we'll break Yagura's illusion and everything will be fine. If things don't go well, our enemy will only be Yagura. With your joining, our chances of winning will be very high. Lin Qing held the teacup but didn't smile. He was thinking about a possibility. What if the daimyo of the Land of Water is also a member of the die-hard faction? Terumi Mei's smile gradually faded. Yes, this was indeed a possibility, a nightmarish possibility that she had imagined late at night. The fact that the county governor Morimura, who bought official positions and exploited the common people, was favored by the daimyo of the Land of Water. This fact itself shows the attitude of the daimyo of the Land of Water. Not only that, Yagura's illusion was set up by a masked man from the Akatsuki organization. If you want to remove the illusion, this masked man may appear to stop you. What will you do? Lin Qing asked again. If that's really the case. Terumi Mei drank the tea in the cup in one gulp and put the cup on the table. Then kill. From the diehards, to Yagura, Akatsuki, and then the daimyo, in short, whoever prevents Kirigakure from escaping the blood mist will become a part of this blood mist. Terumi Mei's eyes were fierce and murderous, but after looking into the eyes of Suzuki and Momo, she immediately softened and held the cup with both hands. If this is true, the situation will be very dangerous. We will face siege from three forces, the diehards, the Yagura, and the daimyo's guards. Lin Qing, if you want to leave, it's not too late. I will indeed go. Ah? You're really leaving? Terumi Mei opened her mouth wide. If you had just said something like let's think about it later or something like that, I would have left right away. Lin Qing looked into her eyes and said, you are carrying out a revolution that involves the country. If you are confused, don't pull the trigger. One old man like Sarutobi Hiruzen is enough. Terumi Mei took a deep breath and nodded slowly. I understand. I'm ready, prepared. That's great. Next. Lin Qing poured her another cup of tea. It's time to talk about compensation. What do you want? Lin Qing raised 3 fingers. I want land, people, and a promise. Chapter 67. Land, give me a piece of land to build a village. Man, after Yagura abdicates, I want you to be the Mizukage. Terumi Mei asked, what about the promise? Lin Qing put down his hand, there's no rush for this, let's talk about it after we win. No problem, I can promise you right now, but Mizukage. Terumi Mei scratched her face awkwardly, pointed at herself and said, I'm only 21. According to the original plan, after Yagura abdicated, the position of Mizukage would be temporarily managed by the elder Yuanji, and the 5th Mizukage would be selected when the time was right. Lin Qing shook his head. Before coming, Lin Qing asked Kanhara Hayato for a Kirigakure, a list of ninjas who could rank high, and their corresponding personality traits. There is no one more suitable than Terumi Mei. If Lin Qing wants to carry out his plan, Terumi Mei must become Mizukage. However, Lin Qing did not delve into this issue further. All rewards can only be cashed out after you win. There were only 3 days left, and after Terumi Mei settled everyone, he left in a hurry again. Konan watched Terumi Mei go away, then turned to Lin Qing and asked, is she your woman? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Qing, Suzuki, and Xiao Tao all sprayed tea out of their mouths, spraying Konan in the face. She was about to explode when Mayuri gently handed her a towel. Of course not. Lin Qing said. Then why are you so nice to her, risking your life to help her, and letting her become Mizukage. Because she has potential. What potential? Lin Qing did not continue to answer, but asked, do you think the masked man will come? Konan hesitated for a moment and said, he is a very mysterious person. No one can see his true purpose. Konan responded halfway through his speech. Why should I tell you? Lin Qing chuckled, then let me ask it in a different way. After witnessing what is happening in the land of water, Kirigakuer, Konan, do you want the masked man to stop the changes from happening? This time, Konan didn't respond. Apparently worried about information leaks, Terumi Mei booked the hot spring hotel, and there were no other guests in the entire building except them. It was a rare opportunity to soak in a hot spring. Lin Qing changed her clothes and came to the hot spring. Mayuri's voice came from behind. Sir, if you need, I can rub your back. Lin Qing pretended not to hear and went into the men's bath. As soon as he entered, there was thick steam and visibility was very low. Lin Qing felt his way to the edge of the pool and gradually soaked in. Just as he closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the water, a cold voice sounded behind him. Is this the extent of the so-called invincible Lin Qing? I really don't understand why that woman Terumi Mei trusts you so much. A kunao stretched out from the thick steam and pressed against Lin Qing's throat. Lin Qing opened his eyes slightly and saw a ferocious man wrapped in a bath towel behind him. Lin Qing had seen him in the intelligence about Kanhara Hayato. The demon Zabuza Mamakai has been dissatisfied with Yagura's blood mist policy for many years. He wanted to assassinate Yagura alone, but was discovered by Terumi Mei and stopped in time. Now he has become one of the core members of the reform faction. Lin Qing changed to a more comfortable posture, leaning on the edge of the hot spring pool and said, "Look behind you." Suzuki appeared quietly in the thick fog and pressed a kunao against Zabuza's kidney. Zabuza snorted coldly. "Look behind you again." The fog behind Suzuki faded, and another Zabuza appeared, with a kunao in his hand pointing at the back of Suzuki's neck. It turned out that the original one was Zabuza's water clone bait. "Let's see, never mind." Lin Qing didn't want to continue endlessly, so Star Platinum, who was standing at the back, threw Suzuki and Zabuza into the hot spring pool one by one. The pool water splashed high, crossed the bamboo wall, and fell into the women's bath next door, causing the women to scream. "It's so noisy." Zabuza growled and waved his hand to dispel the thick fog of the mist shinobi technique. His vision became much clearer. He looked at Lin Qing coldly and said, "I advise you to leave immediately. Either you take down Yagura or we are killed by Yagura. This is an internal matter of Kirigakuer. You, an outsider, should not interfere." Before Lin Qing could speak, Suzuki, who was not used to Zabuza's arrogance, said, "Without Brother Qing's help, you will lose." "Fart." Zabuza raised his fist, "With Laozi here, there is no way we can lose. Laozi is the demon Zabuza. You're the one who farted. Eat your fart." Suzuki gathered all his strength and really farted a few times in the hot spring, which turned into bubbles that bubbled up. He then used the power of ripples to fix the bubbles, picked them up and threw them towards Zabuza. Hot spring fart ripples. Zabuza waved his hand to shatter the ripple bubbles, and immediately a strong smell of fart came. Stinky brat. Although Zabuza was unhappy, he would not get angry with a child, or he might have the arrogance of a strong man, otherwise, he would not refuse to join forces with the diehard faction and plan to attack Yagura alone. Lin Qing chuckled. Zabuza came over and said some harsh words just to test Lin Qing's level. If Lin Qing didn't live up to his reputation, he would get out as soon as possible. Now that the reformists heard that Terumi Mei had invited Lin Qing, many people had high expectations for Lin Qing. What if Lin Qing suddenly backed down after 3 days? This is definitely a major blow to the morale of the reformists. But, perfect Jinchuriki, can I handle it? Tailed beast, Lin Qing has never seen it. After learning a lot of information, Lin Qing's impression of the tailed beasts is roughly the monsters in Ultraman. Very large. Has strength, vitality, and defense commensurate with its size. It can also shoot lasers with biu-biu sound. The simple way to deal with this kind of non-human giant monster is to use large-scale fire bombing, such as the Super Fire Dragon Storm created by the Root Organization Ninja last time. Unfortunately, the situation in Kirigakure is complicated. Terumi May can only mobilize 50 or 60 people in total. Unlike the Root Organization, they are not carefully selected for training and practice. It is impossible for them to perform similar joint ninjutsu in a short time. Lin Qing took stock of the resources at hand. Hermit's Purple, useless. Aerosmith, capable of long-range harassment in the air, but lacks frontal combat capability. White Snake, when breaking the illusion, you can try to summon it, but once it enters the combat state, it will not be of much use. Rainbow Catcher. It would be nice if it rained. If it rains, let alone Yagura, even if a few more tailed beasts come, Lin Qing feels that he can easily defeat them. The Rainbow Catcher, combined with ripples and natural forces, achieves territorial control and possesses a powerful force that transcends a level. Unfortunately, there has been no rainfall in Kirigakure recently. We can only rely on Star Platinum. Lin Qing came up with the idea of using unparalleled frontal attack power to bombard the enemy's body regardless of size differences. In order to achieve this, Lin Qing decided to upgrade Star Platinum to the maximum level. The current Platinum Star is at level 40%, and it requires 4,000 soul fragments to upgrade to level 5. Killing Danzo earned 1,100 fragments, plus defeating more than 100 root ninjas, and the remaining soul fragments from Lin Qing. Currently, the total soul fragments are 3,810 pieces. There are still 190 missing. Lin Qing is in Kirigakure territory, about to launch an operation against Yagura. In order not to attract attention in advance, he cannot offer a bounty for hunting as he did in the past. Where can I get 190 fragments? If there's a fairly famous ninja out there, I'd better give him a beating. As he was thinking, he suddenly met eyes with Zabuza opposite him. Lin Qing grinned. Hey hey! Chapter 68. No one knows what happened in the men's bath that day. People only know that from that day on, the demon Zabuza never mentioned things like Lao Zi is not convinced or Lin Qing is nothing special again. Konan vaguely heard curses and screams coming from the other side of the wall, but it became quiet after a while. When she came out of the bathroom in her bathrobe and drying her hair, she happened to meet Lin Qing, who was also coming out. Drink. Lin Qing handed over a bottle of ice milk. Thanks. Konan took it, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down half of the bottle. A drop of milk slid down the corner of his mouth and continued to flow down until it was submerged in the deep shadow of his collar. Konan finally reacted when he felt the slight chill on his chest. He wiped off the dripping milk, tightened his collar, and looked at Lin Qing warily. Unexpectedly, Lin Qing had already walked aside without even a glance. He was drinking iced milk mouthful by mouthful, the cool night breeze mixed with mist blew on Lin Qing's face, ruffling his hair, coupled with the hazy moonlight. Extraordinarily moving. Konan had to admit that what Terumi May said about Lin Qing being able to make money in Kabuki Street was correct. However, Konan noticed that something was wrong with Lin Qing's mood. She came over and asked, "You told Terumi May during the day, if you are confused, don't pull the trigger, but what are you confused about now?" Lin Qing looked at Konan in surprise. He didn't expect this woman to come up to him and talk to him out of nowhere, and he didn't expect Konan to be able to see through his thoughts. "What's that look in your eyes?" Konan sighed softly and said, "After all, I have managed the Akatsuki organization for many years, so I still have some vision for people. Are you worried about the battle in 3 days?" Lin Qing shook his head. The battle for Mizukage in 3 days is indeed very important. However, now that the goals and plans have been determined, he will no longer hesitate. Whether you succeed or not depends on your luck. Lin Qing was thinking about something else. He took out the milk bottle cap, placed it on his thumb, and flicked it. The bottle cap bounced up high under Konan's gaze. Star Platinum. The world froze in an instant. Star Platinum suddenly appeared, grabbed the bottle cap and put it back in Lin Qing's hand. The solidified world begins to flow again. Konan kept his head up, and half a second later, he saw the bottle cap returned to Lin Qing's hand. Hi! Konan picked up the bottle cap and looked at it carefully. What kind of trick is this? Lin Qing sighed softly and said, I also want to know what kind of magic trick this is. Platinum Star Level 5. After spending a full 4,000 soul fragments to upgrade Star Platinum to the maximum level, everything in the world appeared to be in slow motion in Star Platinum's eyes. Absolutely unmatched power, speed, and precision. It can be said that anyone who steps within 2 meters of Lin Qing will be blown to pieces by thousands of falling fists in less than half a second. If Lin Qing is highly focused, the slow motion effect of everything in the world will reach its limit, just like time is paused. But only for a moment. Because it was too short, it was only enough for Star Platinum to throw one punch. After one punch, the feeling of everything solidifying would disappear. After Star Platinum reached the maximum level, it did touch the threshold of time stopping, but it still lacks a very important opportunity to truly stop time. In the original work, Jotaro met the kind-hearted Dio, and after repeated hands-on teaching, he truly developed the ability to stop time. In the Hokage world, how can Dio give me a copy ability? This is the problem that bothers Lin Qing. He opened the introduction of Star Platinum's stand again and his eyes fell on the notes. Since it's specifically marked as a no-time stop version, could it be the evil card rolling system? Do I need to draw a Star Platinum time stop version in the future? The so-called card rolling is that the same character is created into different card drawing characters according to different periods. The new characters are always stronger than the original old characters, which is a strategy to deceive players into spending money. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and rejected the idea. Although Star Platinum is not like the White Snake, who chatters all day long and can chat with Lin Qing for a whole day with just a handful of melon seeds, Lin Qing can sense that Star Platinum has a unique and shining soul. Lin Qing thought of many substitutes who had not yet appeared. Weather forecast, heavy rain and strong winds. D4C love train. Miracle with you. The Crimson King, wait. The above stands are apparently a level stronger than the 5-star stands, which is a 6-star stand that has never appeared before. Now my card draw interface is labeled normal card draw. Lin Qing sipped her milk and said, Star Platinum's time stop, becoming Star Platinum World beyond 5 stars, and the appearance of the special card draw option in the system interface, could it be the same opportunity? To this day, Lin Qing has mortgaged his soul to the system and has killed and defeated many powerful enemies. The only thing that has not been done yet is change the direction of the world. Lin Qing looked at the hazy moonlight, drank the last sip of milk, and his eyes became firm again. The answer will be revealed in 3 days. Konan noticed the change in Lin Qing's expression. You've figured it out so quickly? You're such a decisive man. But what exactly did you figure out? Over the next 2 days, the air was still foggy, but the village became increasingly lively. The tourists passing by were talking loudly about which graduate they had bet on, and in the corner one could hear someone secretly contacting the Kirigakure ninjas, asking them to use some tricks to trip up the contestants with high odds. There were also celebrities from all over the place who would hug the courtesans from different shops in the streets, accompanied by their servants, and parade through the streets, throwing coins from time to time, attracting many people to scramble to pick up the money. They don't seek anything else but to enjoy the envious looks of others. This behavior seemed familiar to Lin Qing. After thinking for a while, he realized that this was the scene where a gangster was walking with a girl from another county in yoga pants while shopping, and then he went to the bar and shouted, Ace of Spades, Mr. Zhao, pays the bill. It turns out that no matter which world it is, pretending to be cool is always a proposition that many men cannot avoid. Another handful of banknotes was thrown over. Lin Qing took one with a smile and said, Thank you, brother. Then he bought a string of fried meatballs from the old lady next to him and ate them while walking. Lin Qing is not hanging around. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. The daimyo of the Land of Water arrived at Kirigakure this afternoon. Guarded by many samurai, he entered the courtyard specially arranged for him in Kirigakure to rest. Although it was called a rest, Lin Qing noticed that there were fewer courtesans on the road. He thought that they had been summoned to the bedroom of the daimyo of the Land of Water, so that they could all be treated equally. Aerosmith was hiding in the fog above his head, scanning the city below, recording the city map, and understanding the battlefield layout in advance. Suddenly, the small plane locked onto a cloud of carbon dioxide. Judging from their figures, they were two people fighting. Has anyone taken action in advance? Lin Qing followed the location and went there. Chapter 69. Kirigakuer, a corner that no one pays attention to. Two half-grown children, a boy and a girl, were fighting each other. There were 2 wine glasses thrown on the ground, as if they had each drunk a farewell drink before the fight. Both of them are graduates who have appeared in the intelligence booklet. The boy's name was Kojuro, an S-class prodigy, only 2 years older than Suzuki, and the youngest student in this graduating class. The girl's name is Luna, an ordinary B-level graduate. The two grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Ryuna is 3 years older than Kojuro and usually takes care of him like an older sister. Given Kirigakuer's bad taste, he naturally put the two of them in a group for a graduation duel. They don't want to be like fighting cocks in underground casinos, fighting each other under the gaze of a group of gamblers. Instead of that, it is better to choose the last survivor in an empty corner. This is a battle without suspense. Even though Kojuro was 3 years younger than Ryuna, he was an expert swordsman and had achieved absolute domination without even using any ninjutsu. Kojuro's blade stopped an inch away from Ryuna's chest and could not stab any further. Luna, let's run away, wander around, and become a rebel ninja. Luna looked at the blade and shook her head slowly. We can't escape. Most other ninja villages turn a blind eye to rebellious ninjas, but Kirigakuer is the only one that will fight to the death. If we escape, the result will be both of us dying. As she spoke, she took a step forward, allowing the blade to tear open her clothes and touch her chest. Kojuro stood there in a daze, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. A trace of crimson seeped out, but Ryunasa smiled instead, and like always, she held Kojuro's face and wiped away his tears. That's good. Kill me and let me live better. Just as Luna was about to take another step, a strange voice came from behind. Excuse me, little friends, please stop for a moment. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a gloomy-looking man walking out from the dark corner. He was holding an intelligence booklet in his hand and looked the two of them up and down with a cold look in his eyes. It seemed more like he was inspecting 2 pieces of goods than looking at people. Who are you? Kojuro raised his knife and pointed it at the other party. The gloomy man looked at Kojuro coldly, then suddenly broke into an exaggerated smile. Jojuro, right? Sorry, my boss, Mr. Cardo, bet on this Ms. Luna to win. The gloomy man slowly pulled out a sickle from behind. I don't want to kill you, but as a subordinate, it's my duty to share the boss's worries, right? I was originally thinking about how to kill an S-level prodigy, but now it seems. He raised an eyebrow at Kojuro. If you want this woman to live, then just stand there and don't move. If I kill you, I will be saving her in disguise. Is that okay? Kojuro was silent, then slowly put down the knife in his hand. The man in front of me was right. This is the only way to save Luna. He threw away the knife, closed his eyes, and no matter how Ryuna yelled at him to run away, Kojuro remained unmoved. He was prepared to die. The gloomy man rushed over, waving a sickle and laughing. This money is so easy to make. Sizzle. A subtle golden thunder flashed by, and the gloomy man hadn't reacted yet. He habitually swung the sickle in his hand, but it froze in the air halfway through. Then a huge force came, and the gloomy man felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and he subconsciously knelt on the ground. A shadow fell over him. Lin Qing looked down at him. Who did you say your boss is? K-Lord Cardo. The one from Wave Country? Lin Qing asked. The cold man was addicted to castration, and instinctively wanted to reprimand his master, asking, apart from Cardo of the Wave Country, who else is worthy of being called a master? However, after meeting Lin Qing's gaze, his ferocious eyes immediately became clear. Yes, sir, it's Cardo from the Land of Waves. Are you and Cardo old acquaintances? It's a bit of a connection. Lin Qing thought of the bags of drugs thrown off the transport ship, helped the gloomy man up, patted the dust off his pants, and asked gently. Kato is in Kirigakure. Yes, sir, do you need me to lead the way for you? The gloomy man froze in place before he could finish his words. Sizzle, click. 2 discs popped out, one of memory and one of ninjutsu. Lin Qing roughly glanced at the contents of the memory and came up with 4 words. Death is not a pity. Lin Qing said calmly, don't bother, I can go there by myself. He gave a gentle push, and the gloomy man fell heavily to the ground like a piece of wood, staring at the sky, like a walking corpse. Even though Kojuro was a child prodigy, his horizons were limited to Kirigakure. He had never seen such strange methods as Lin Qing. He only felt that the back of the man in front of him was like a night curtain, covering the sky and blocking the sun, making it hard for people to breathe. He grabbed Luna's hand and carefully stepped back, intending to escape from here first. But just as Chang Julan raised one leg, he heard Lin Qing say, "Where do you want to go? Do you want to commit suicide somewhere else?" Kojuro stopped running. Yes, what's the point of running away? If the problem is not solved, one of the 2 will eventually die, and the remaining person will live in regret, a life worse than death. There's something wrong with committing suicide. Kojuro held the knife in both hands, lowered his head and said, I just want to end the pain. Lin Qing chuckled. What are you laughing at? Kojuro raised his head. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses and looked more like a nerd than a ninja. I am laughing at you. You know everything, so why do you still do the wrong thing? Lin Qing said, you want to end the pain, not the life. Your life has just begun, and there will be countless complicated destinies waiting for you in the future. Once you choose death, your future will disappear, and your destiny will be gathered into a thread. That is the extremely painful life you are living now. Lin Qing stretched out a finger and pointed at Luna. She instinctively wanted to step back, but found that her body seemed to be fixed by an invisible force. She could only watch Lin Qing's fingers tapping on her shoulders. A subtle warmth came. Luna felt a tingling sensation in her chest, and when she came to her senses, the wound had already scabbed over and healed. Go back. Lin Qing waved her hand, go back and have a good sleep. Maybe a miracle will happen tomorrow and none of you will die. Kojuro and Ryuyuna stared at Lin Qing blankly. If someone else said the above words, they would just think that person was crazy, but for some reason, when the man in front of them said it, there was an indescribable magic, as if miracles really do happen. Kojuro and Ryuyuna ran away hand in hand and disappeared. Lin Qing didn't know whether they would give up suicide. This was their life and Lin Qing couldn't interfere too much. He picked up the CD and walked towards Kabuki Street according to the gloomy man's memory, intending to talk to the businessman from the land of waves. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded, and Lin Qing walked on the street, his figure gradually swallowed by the thick fog. Suddenly, he felt like he was being watched and turned his head sharply to look. There was nothing in the distance except for buildings that were vaguely visible in the fog. At the same time, Obito drew the curtains to block Lin Qing's sight. That's really sharp. Pain stared at Obito coldly with his Rinnegan. Now that you have found him, why don't you kill him? Don't worry, the actors aren't in place yet. There are too many rustling cockroaches hiding in Kirigakure. We have to kill them all at once to get it clean. Obito stood up, and the Sharingan behind the hole in the mask slowly turned. Let's go and cut off their retreat first. Chapter 70. Obito and Pain moved through the secret passage unhindered, as if they were walking in their own back garden. When they came back to the ground again, they had arrived in the heart of Kirigakure. Not far away was the Mizukage office building, and in front of them was a quaint and elegant building. Where is this? Pain asked. The residence of the Elder Master, Obito replied. Ever since Obito used illusion to control Yagura, many of the decrees he issued were more or less influenced by the Master. If it were anyone else, Obito would have killed him long ago, but the Elder Master had been operating in Kirigakure for many years, and the network of interests involved was complex and entangled, and he had close ties with the official staff of the daimyo. If he died, it would cause unnecessary trouble, so they simply chose to deal with it coldly. Obito has been constantly eroding the authority of the master for many years. I thought of his hard work and contributions, and wanted to let him die of old age naturally. Don't look at me like that, I am still very kind to the elderly. Obito walked to the courtyard door and gently opened it. It's a pity that some people wanted to use Master Yuan as a spiritual pillar and use his name to do things that made many people unhappy, but he chose to support them. The door creaked open. Obito's cold eyes swept across the door, and behind it were the 4 Kirigakure ninjas who were responsible for guarding the elders. That would cut off the retreat that these people had placed their hopes on. Stop! 2 huge swords stopped Obito. Kitten Manyu's eyes fell on the 2 people's black robes with red clouds. What are you doing here, people from Akatsuki? Oh! Obito chuckled. There are only 2 situations where people ask questions even though they already know the answer. The first is when you are sure of victory and are putting psychological pressure on the opponent. The second is when you are afraid and hope for a different answer. Obito, with his Sharingan spinning, gazed at the Hojumi full moon. Kitten-kun, which one are you? Hojiki Manjutsu's hand holding the sword suddenly tightened, and he swung his double swords, the Tai-Tai, and shouted loudly. Enemy attack! The Warren was a woman in her early 20s with delicate features and a beautiful figure. In front of Lin Qing and Kato, she casually put on a kimono, tied a belt loosely around her waist, and took out a lady's cigarette from her purse. She clicked, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke elegantly. Seeing that both men's eyes were on her, the Warren was stunned for half a second and asked, "My lords, do you still need my service? Or do you decide to kill me first and then talk business?" Lin Qing looked at the bodies of Ricardo's subordinates and realized that the courtesan thought she would be killed to silence her. So she stopped being so arrogant, smoked a cigarette, and waited for death to come. Compared with the free and easy manner of the courtesan, Ricardo, who collapsed to the ground with a pale face from fear, looked as ugly as a wild boar in the mud. Ricardo knelt on his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. "Don't kill me! I have money, I can pay you whatever amount of money you want. As long as you don't kill me, you will be able to enjoy endless wealth and glory in your next life." Ricardo was really scared. He recognized who Lin Qing was. A lunatic who dared to kill Orochimaru and Danzo. Ricardo is rich, but in terms of political status, he cannot be compared with Danzo. He worked hard all his life to build a business empire. It would be a huge loss if it was killed by a madman. Money is good. Money is a good thing. Lin Qing squatted down and patted Kato on the shoulder, "But your money is too dirty, I have to wash it before I dare to use it." Money laundering. Right. Lin Qing leaned close to his ear and whispered. "With your blood." The white snake appears and punches through Cardo's chest. Blood flowed out, and Cardo covered his chest, his eyes full of resentment and hatred. "Daimyo. The daimyo of the land of water will not forgive you. Lin Qing, you will die eventually." The white snake spat, put one hand on his waist, leaned back, raised his chin, raised the other hand high, and slapped Cardo in the face with his backhand, knocking out 2 gold teeth. "You're the only one who talks too much. Why do you think we came to find you?" Sizzle click. 2 discs pop out. A memory. The other one, because Cardo has no stand/ninjutsu, the one that is pulled out is the mind disc, which has Cardo's 40 years of business wisdom. Lin Qing was not interested in Cardo's business wisdom, so he threw the mind disc back and only kept the memory disc. Cardo is a tycoon from the land of waves. With the amount of money he has, it is impossible for him to care about Kirigakure's graduation gift gambling game. Coming all the way to the land of water would be a big loss for him. Having the time and energy to run his own business would make Cardo more money. Lin Qing's explanation is: the country of Kato came to water for new business. He searched through Cardo's memories and soon reached an agreement with the daimyo of the land of water to bring product D into the land of water, mix it with salt and sell it nationwide. Citizens who take drugs will work harder, their lifespan will be greatly shortened, there will be no elderly people wasting resources, and they are addictive, which will increase consumption within the water country. The ninjas from Kirigakure will serve as bodyguards for the Cardo caravan. Lin Qing put down the memory disk in his hand. This is what Cardo and the daimyo of the Land of Water are planning. Two beasts want to turn a country's people into livestock. Lin Qing put away the CD and stood up. It was still early, so he planned to wait until tomorrow's plan was finished before going to have a chat with the daimyo of the Land of Water. He took out a large sum of cash from Cardo's body, thought for a moment, took out a stack and left it on the table for the courtesan. The courtesan exhaled a puff of smoke, stretched out a finger and pressed it on the banknote. Her rosy nails and white fingers, and because of this action, her clothes slipped off her shoulders, revealing a large area of white skin. "Sir, are you trying to buy me to shut up?" "No, you don't have to hide anything. If someone really asks you, just tell the truth." "Then this money." Lin Qing pointed at her body. "You are the Warren, and I am a man. I just saw your body, so of course I have to pay you according to the rules. It's work, isn't it?" The courtesan was stunned. She stared at Lin Qing blankly, her eyes were open and honest, without any evil thoughts. Lin Qing nodded to her and turned to leave. Only when his back disappeared did the courtesan come to her senses. She stood up, holding up her skirt and chasing after him. Through the window, she asked Lin Qing, who was walking on the road, loudly and expectantly. "My lord, does it look good?" Lin Qing turned around, smiled and nodded. Seeing this answer, the courtesan's eyes lit up. "My name is Iwaman Genmako. Sir, you can come to me anytime you want to see me." Lin Qing laughed in silence, did not respond, waved his hand, and was about to leave. Suddenly, his smile disappeared. The small plane that was always hovering in the sky detected many breaths of people running and moving, and the direction in which the crowds were gathering. Lin Qing turned his head and looked towards the heart of Kirigakure. Sure enough, plans will always be defeated by changes. Lin Qing raised his hand, and the broken sword tied to the bottom of the aviation smith fell off and fell from the sky. He caught it with one hand, spun the sword around, and put it on his back. Lin Qing ran towards the direction where the crowd was gathering. Chapter 71. Flames shot up into the sky, and the roar of explosions spread out from the heart of Kirigakure, shattering large pieces of glass. The air froze for a moment, and then... "It's the hot wind that whistles past." 4th Mizukage Yagura stood in the ruins of the courtyard, looking down at Zabuza Mamakai, Terumi Mei, Ao, and a group of Kirigakure's middle and lower level ninjas. There was also a ghost lantern full moon lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Obito and Pain disappeared long before everyone arrived. The strong wind blew away the swirling thick fog, and a long black stick fell down. The hook at the front of the stick locked the throat of Elder Yuanqi and hooked him up like a dead fish. Yagura reached out, grabbed the master's head, and twisted it 90 degrees, forcing him to look at Terumi Mei and the others. "Old man, I originally wanted you to enjoy your old age, grow crops, and raise flowers, and then find a dignified old woman for you to marry, but unfortunately, they won't let you. Come, elder, you need to see each of their faces clearly, and don't forget." Yagura's hands became more and more powerful, and Elder Yuanqi's neck was twisted beyond recognition. "Help!" Terumi Mei yelled, forming seals with her hands. Water-style water dragon bomb. A thin stream of high-pressure water spurted out of her mouth, like a spear, piercing Yagura. On the other side, Zabuza and Ao attacked Yagura from the left and right. Terumi Mei, Zabuza, and Ao, these are the only high-end combat forces left in Kirigakure after the previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out. However, facing the joint attack of these 3 people, Yagura did not react at all. He still grabbed the master's head and whispered in his ear. "You died because of them." Snap! With the sound of bones breaking, Yuanqi's head twisted unnaturally, and then drooped down heavily. Elder Yuanqi died. But Terumi Mei's water dragon bomb has already arrived in front of him. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall made of soil and rocks suddenly rose from under Yagura's feet, blocking the incoming water dragon bomb. Dozens more Kirigakure ninja rushed out and met Zabuza and Ao. From beginning to end, Yagura did not make any counterattack. Because he knows very well how many people wished him dead. More people wanted him to live. It's the diehards. The Kirigakuer ninjas, who far outnumbered the reformists, walked out from the darkness, staring coldly at Terumi Mei and the others with undisguised contempt in their eyes. The way to make money and live a good life is right in front of these people, but instead of taking it, they want to overthrow it. Isn't this pure stupidity? Zabuza kicked away a ninja who was blocking his way, and with a ferocious look he glanced around, and said in an undisguised arrogant tone, "How dare you show up? Don't you know that the daimyo of the Land of Water is in the village?" Yagura was controlled by an illusion. Qing saw it clearly. If Yagura dared to object, it would be very simple, just find someone to remove the illusion for him. This is a way to prove your innocence at almost no cost and without any risk. But everyone knows that Yagura, or the masked man who is manipulating all this behind the scenes, would never agree. At this point, Mizuki's legitimacy has been subverted. Now that Kirigakuer's biggest financial backer, the daimyo of the Land of Water, is here, anyone who still stands by Yagura at this time is a traitor for sure. Even if they win and kill Terumi Mei and the others, so what? Kirigakuer is no longer Kirigakuer of the Water Country, which is absolutely unacceptable to the daimyo of the Water Country. Once the daimyo of the Land of Water cuts off financial support, can we expect a bunch of sneaky and die-hard loyalists who just want to make quick money by sending them on missions? Stop joking. It won't be long before this group of people break up and disband because of lack of money. From the moment the daimyo of the Land of Water arrived in Kirigakuer, the best option for the diehards was to hide in their beds, not show their heads, not be seen, and wait for the battle to end. If Yagura lost, he would admit his mistake in disgrace. No matter how powerful Terumi Mei's faction is, it is impossible to liquidate all the diehards. Kirigakuer still needed manpower to do the work, and they simply returned to their previous state. If Yagura wins, the daimyo of Water Country will not recognize Yagura's legitimacy. The diehards cut ties with Yagura at the speed of light and threw away all ties. Anyway, the reformists were basically wiped out in this battle, so the diehards can just elect one of their own. Still making a lot of money. It would be even better if the daimyo of the Land of Water lost his mind and still recognized Yagura as the Mizukage even though he knew that he might be under an illusion. Anyway, Yagura couldn't possibly care about the fact that the diehards didn't help. Otherwise, where can he find a group of lackeys who know him well and are good at selling out their consciences to work for him? It is not reasonable that die-hard fans should be absent. Qing pursed his dry lips and saw clearly with his white eyes that the diehards in front of him were not under the illusion, but came here spontaneously to protect Yagura. Are these guys crazy? Click 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 click. The sound of footsteps was heard again, along with the tiny sound of samurai swords hitting armor. Terumi Mei turned her head and looked. Seeing the daimyo of the Land of Water sitting on a sedan chair, hundreds of samurai guards surrounded him in the center, and their firm and cold gazes met those of the many ninjas. The samurai who can protect the daimyo are all masters of swordsmanship. Although they cannot perform ninjutsu, their swordsmanship alone is enough to fight against ordinary chinin and jonin. What's more, they are numerous, can form battle formations, and have the intimidation of the daimyo. These hundreds of people are clearly a very important fighting force. The lazy voice of the daimyo of the Land of Water came from the sedan chair. What are you waiting for? Why don't you catch the rebels? Hearing this, Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, she saw the samurai under the daimyo of the Land of Water draw their katanas, the blades. Aim at them. What? Terumi Mei is shocked. Why is this happening? The elder master had clearly sent a letter to the daimyo many days ago, and less than half a day ago, he personally visited the daimyo and explained the whole story one by one. The daimyo should know that Yagura was controlled. Could it be that? Green. Terumi Mei looked at this old teammate. Qing looked gloomy and shook his head slowly. The daimyo was not affected by the illusion. The daimyo of the Land of Water opened his fan, waved it gently, and said in a rhythmic tone. Mizukage Yagura, you worked hard day and night to share the internal affairs of the Water Kingdom, but you were framed by villains and were wronged and slandered. Today, I will restore order and kill the rebels. Oh, yes, you are called rebel ninjas. But it doesn't matter. Daimyo was too lazy to continue making up stories and waved his hand. Kill him. Terumi Mei's face turned cold. Lin Qing is right. The daimyo of the Land of Water turned against us. He didn't care about Mizukage, Blood Mist Village, or Kirigakure. The daimyo of the Land of Water only cares about who can help him get money. In this regard, Yagura is really competent. Yagura chuckled and said, "Gentlemen, send our old friends on their way. After all, we are colleagues. Let's give them a quick death." Yes. One by one, the die-hard ninjas rushed over to kill. The daimyo's army of samurai surrounded the outside, preventing anyone from escaping. Yagura formed seals with his hands, and Jinchuriki's huge chakra gathered in his mouth. Water-style, iron cannonball. A shock wave 10 meters high, formed by the condensed water flow, smashed over like a cannonball. Terumi Mei stared blankly at the enemies all over the sky. The elder Yuanqi died. The daimyo of the Land of Water abandoned the orthodoxy of the ninja village. How can we fight this? Terumi Mei's heart sank into the abyss, despair was like darkness, swallowing her up. Just then, a huge knife spun and flew over. The blade cut off Yagura's water style, knocking away dozens of ninjas in the front and stabbing them heavily into the ground. The earth shook and the daimyo of the Land of Water fell from his sedan chair, wailing in pain. Lin Qing appeared silently, gently grasped the destruction blade, turned his head and said to Terumi Mei, "Don't forget your promise." Promise? Yes, she said that Yagura, daimyo, Akatsuki, any enemy who dared to stand in her way, she will kill them all with her own hands. Either be reborn in the killing or die in the killing, there is no third way. In this case, what is there to despair about? One after another, figures fell from the sky and landed behind Lin Qing. Suzuki and Momo drew their respective swords. Mayuri slowly placed the Orochimaru's ninjutsu disc into her chest. Zabuza grinned, "It should have been done a long time ago. Who cares about this or that? If there is one, chop them all off." Lin Qing drew out the sword of destruction. "Do it." Chapter 72. Lin Qing swung the first knife. This sword, surrounded by golden ripples and thunder, illuminated the night and the faces of countless people, allowing people to see each other clearly. See clearly. Who is the enemy? Kill. 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 The die-hard ninjas and the reformist ninjas, who were of the same origin, collided violently like two ocean currents. Blood gushed out, and the hazy mist was like a piece of rice paper. The blood fell down, spreading out in clusters, like a blooming crab-apple tree, dazzling the eyes. They have seen this scene countless times in recent years, and no one will be shaken. Everyone who can stand here today has made their own preparations. Mayuri condensed ice in her hands. She already possessed the blood limit, ice release, which had been suppressed for many years. When it erupted, the vast amount of ice spread outward, forming thousands of sharp ice blades. Ice release, 1,000 killings, water flying. Countless ice needles pierced the die-hard ninjas, causing them to scream in agony. The die-hard ninja was not a pushover either. He immediately formed hand seals and released ninjutsu to fight back. As soon as he hit Mayuri, she turned into strips of lion majesty and disappeared. Hundreds of lion majesties locked onto the casters, pounced on them from dark corners, and bit their throats. Ah yes, it's Orochimaru's jutsu. Before the caster could finish his words, his blood solidified by the venom and he fell to the ground with a thud. On the other side, Suzuki and Momo cooperated with each other, the two ninja swords flashed, and Suzuki occasionally released ninjutsu. After the ripple amplification of the ninjutsu, the power and range of the ninjutsu were increased to a higher level, causing fire suppression. Zabuza, who had just defeated a die-hard fan, was stunned for a full second when he saw the fighting performance of Mayuri, Suzuki, and Momo. He originally thought that these three people were just servants following Lin Qing around, there to help him bathe, change clothes, sleep with him and entertain him, but he didn't expect that they were surprisingly good at fighting. Don't be distracted. Ao's voice came from behind, blocking an enemy for Zabuza. Zabuza sneered, lifted his clothes, revealing a row of detonating tags on his chest. This is Laozi's water clone that deliberately lured the enemy, and he turned his head and looked towards the core battlefield. The key to influencing the war is not us, but them. Lin Qing, Terumi Mei, and Yagura. The strength displayed by these three people is already on a level far beyond that of the others, and they are unable to help even if they want to. Yagura glanced at the broken coral stick in his hand. It was because he was careless and stepped into the range of Star Platinum, and was blown to pieces by a punch from Star Platinum. Oh! Yagura sneered and threw the coral stick away casually. Just as the rumors say, the absolute suppression power within the range is really terrifying, for ordinary ninjas. Yagura flipped over and jumped up, landing on the roof of the Mizukage building, the moonlight casting a glow behind his head. He looked down at Lin Qing. But Lin Qing, do you know what Jinchuriki is? He stretched out a hand, and gradually a streak of crimson water appeared on his arm. Endless power. Yagura extended his other hand, and the chakra flow increased in speed and became a deeper red. Absolute defense. 3 tails covered with barbs grew from his back, and his skin was completely covered with scarlet-tailed beast chakra. He looked like a madman, but his consciousness remained clear, and his tone was cold. Lin Qing, how are you going to fight me like this? The oppressive feeling belonging to the tailed beasts was released without reservation, like a canopy, pressing down on the heads of everyone in Kirigakure. The die-hard fans gritted their teeth and grinned, great! It's a tailed beast. We'll definitely win. Many die-hard members were worried before, what if Yagura couldn't transform into a tailed beast normally while being controlled by the illusion? After all, it is common sense that a perfect Jinchuriki cannot be controlled by illusions. Seeing Yagura wearing the scarlet-tailed beast robe, the diehards felt extremely excited and proud. Their movements of swinging swords and performing ninjutsu became faster. Qing half opened his mouth, can I really transform into a tailed beast? Can 3 tails Isabu be unable to resist the illusion? A shadow hangs over the hearts of all members of the reform faction. Yagura opened his arms, slowly lowered them, and landed on all fours. The tailed beast chakra grew the shell of 3 tails Isobuki on its back. He was not bluffing. 3 tails Isobuki's defense and impact power were the best among the tailed beasts. What a damn evil spirit! What an absolutely invincible close combat! Yagura is about to tell Lin Qing. There is no such thing as invincibility in this world. He flashed and ran between the buildings like a wild beast. After several jumps, its speed continued to soar, turning into a scarlet light, carrying the terrifying pressure of the tailed beast chakra, and pounced towards Lin Qing. Careful! Terumi Mei's big battle. As early as when Yagura transformed into a tailed beast, she formed seals with both hands and wanted to perform ninjutsu. But the speed of perfect Jinchuriki transformation was too fast, and before the ninjutsu was completed, Yagura arrived in front of Lin Qing. At this moment, whether they were diehards or reformists, or warriors under the daimyo and spies from various ninja villages hiding in the corners, all subconsciously held their breath. Their eyes flickered. He first looked at the sharp claws of Yagura, then noticed the tail that circled behind Yagura and slashed at the back of Lin Qing's head from behind, and finally saw the black ball that was quickly condensing in Yagura's mouth. That is tailed beast bomb. Everyone understood Yagura's plan. The sharp claws and tail pierce the opponent. If Lin Qing uses defensive measures, the tailed beast bomb in his mouth will bombard Lin Qing's face head-on and at 0 distance. But, will we win? For some reason, this thought occurred to everyone. Yagura has clearly transformed into a tailed beast. Yagura's attack seemed impeccable. Why are they suspicious? Why do they feel? Is this a challenge between the weak and the strong? At the moment this thought came to mind, pairs of swaying eyes froze and looked at Lin Qing, who had been standing quietly in the same place from beginning to end, and saw. He raised his head and pointed a finger at Yagura. Star Platinum. Lin Qing's mind was extremely focused, the world faded, Star Platinum clenched his fists and floated behind him, taking a deep breath. Ola! The first punch hit the sharp claw that was stabbing at him. Yagura's arms were smashed apart. The tailed beast coat protected his flesh and blood, but under the huge impact force, his bones were twisted in the joints, and there was a sound of bones breaking. The feeling that the world has frozen disappears. But the punches weren't over yet. Ola 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 ola. People couldn't see the movements of the platinum star clearly, they only felt that under the night sky, it was like the roar of King Kong, and the light of fists, like fleeting meteors, lingered around Lin Qing. Dazzling! People looked at this scene in amazement. That's right, Lin Qing is very strong in close combat. But no one thought that he could defeat the Jinchuriki who transformed into a tailed beast. This was another level of power. But now, Terumi Mei murmured in a daze. This is the strongest. Ah! Yagura roared in severe pain, condensed the tailed beast bomb in his mouth to the limit, and shot it at Lin Qing at close range. Too close. There's no way to escape. At this moment, the platinum star suddenly sank and attached itself to Lin Qing's body like a real evil spirit. The platinum star armor faintly appeared on Lin Qing's right hand, and ripples and natural power emerged in the palm of his hand. He caught the tailed beast bomb with one hand. The surging and violent energy tore at his palm, but was offset by the power of nature, ripples, and platinum stars. Zabuza was stunned. Catch it! Lin Qing took a step forward. Aim! Yagura's grin froze. What do you want to do? Lin Qing said nothing, tightly holding the tailed beast bomb in his hand. He threw a punch, smashing Yagura's mouth and teeth, and then stuffed the tailed beast bomb back into his mouth. Winner! The reformists were delighted. Suddenly, the space twisted, and two men in black robes with red clouds appeared behind Lin Qing and attacked Lin Qing together. One is a masked man. Another. It's Pain. Chapter 73. Lin Qing learned from Conan's memory disk that Yagura was controlled by the masked man. The conflict between the reformists and the diehards is well known to everyone. Combined with the recent personnel movements in Kirigakure, it is not difficult for the masked man to know that there will be unrest in Kirigakure in the near future given his intelligence capabilities. That being the case, the question arises. Will the masked man come? Lin Qing thinks so. A business that has been built up over several years, a cage-level puppet, and numerous tied interest groups, no one wants to give up. Since the first day she arrived in Kirigakure, Lin Qing has been waiting for the masked man to appear. It's a pity that he knew too little about the masked man, and there was no stable chain of cause and effect. He couldn't use the Hermit Purple to investigate like he did with Orochimaru. He could only remain highly vigilant at all times. Here I come. Lin Qing glanced at the two of them. Obito threw chains from his palm. There was a short black stick in Pain's hand. Lin Qing recalls their abilities. The masked man, the last time I saw him, he used his ability to move people through space and make his body hollow, making it impossible to touch. Pain Tendeo, Lin Qing has seen him in Conan's memory. He is a puppet remotely controlled by Nagato, the corpse of Yahiko, and his ability is to control gravity. Lin Qing made a judgment. He grabbed Yagura and threw it at Obito like a grenade. The tailed beast bomb in Yagura's mouth exploded. But both the shock wave and Yagura himself passed through Obito's body. It's indeed a hollow body. Lin Qing reached out to grab the chain that the other party was waving at him, but it also passed through his fingers, unable to touch him or cause any harm to him. As long as the masked man enters the hollow state, you can ignore his attacks. Lin Qing thought about it, and Aerosmith appeared. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense barrage of bullets pierced through Obito. As long as he shows a blocking action, it means that the hollow has been released. Before that, don't worry about him. It's familiar dash. Lin Qing turned to look at Pain. One-on-one. Star Platinum broke free from the possessed state, rushed to Pain in one step, and punched him fiercely. But Pain was on guard and opened his arms almost at the same time. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force came, leaving Star Platinum no chance to get close. Just when his fist was only a few centimeters away from Pain, it was forcefully bounced away. Star Platinum adjusted the direction of being bounced back, grabbed Lin Qing's outstretched arm, swung it violently, and threw Lin Qing towards Pain at a faster speed. Seeing Lin Qing coming towards him with a knife, Pain was a little dazed for a moment. Who is the substitute and who is the real person? Pain Tendeo's Shinra Tensei has a 5-second cooldown time, but Lin Qing has already rushed to the front, holding the destructive sword high, and suddenly heard a swish sound from behind. Not far away, thick smoke billowed out of the gun barrel behind Shura Road, and dozens of missiles, with flames trailing behind them, flew over the sky. As soon as Star Platinum was knocked away, Lin Qing had no time to summon it again, so he had to give up chasing Pain, turned around and swung his sword, chopping off all the missiles in mid-air. The shock wave of the explosion knocked Lin Qing and Pain away together, widening the distance between them again. Lin Qing landed steadily. Pain and Obito were also unharmed. The first round of the two sides' clash was so fast that many people didn't even see it clearly. The only thought they had was that it was too horrifying. A ninjutsu that does not require hand seals. A body beyond common sense. And a fighting style that is not like that of a human. Many ninjas who have lived in Kirigakure for a long time and have not left the village for many years whispered subconsciously. What kind of monsters are these? In all these years when Kirigakure was closed, have the ninjas from other villages developed to this level? Roar, roar, roar. A low, huge roar sounded, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Buildings and houses collapsed on a large scale, dust filled the sky, and were torn to pieces by a giant turtle that was nearly 20 meters tall, covered with thorns and had 3 tails. Tailed beast stance, full release. 3 tails Isabu. Lin Qing dash. Yagura's voice was deep, filled with immense anger and hatred. Pain and Obito landed on 3 tails back and looked at Lin Qing from a distance of dozens of meters. Is that all? Pain said. Yes. Obito responded calmly. Lin Qing's abilities are basically these. Close range, Star Platinum, White Snake, Lin Qing. Mid and long range, Hermit Purple, Aerosmith. There is one special ability left, Rainbow Catcher. Obito and Pain obtained the information about Lin Qing's battle in Konoha Village and knew that Lin Qing had the ability to control rain, so they hid in the dark and observed Lin Qing's fighting style. Now it seems that unless it rains, Lin Qing cannot use the power of Rainbow Catcher. Nor did he display any other more bizarre new abilities. So, it's like Obito said. That's basically it. Obito, standing on 3 tails back, spun his Sharingan, and said softly without any emotion. Lin Qing, you are a troublesome guy. For people like you, I like to solve them in one go by cutting the Gordian knot. So, if you don't have a new ability, I'm sorry. You're going to die here. 3 tails Isabu opened his mouth and condensed tailed beast bomb in his mouth again. Shureideo's body split apart, and each gun barrel spewed out all the ammunition. Obito made hand seals with both hands. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. All 3 attacks were aimed at the same location. An empty space with no one in it. Just when everyone didn't understand what the 3 were doing, Pain raised his hand and pointed it at Lin Qing. Universal pull. Lin Qing soared into the air and flew uncontrollably towards Pain. He wanted to dodge, but he had no foothold. As soon as the platinum star pushed Lin Qing away, an even greater gravitational force attached to him. Everyone who has fought with Pain fears his Shinra Tensei, believing it to be an indestructible invisible barrier that is powerful enough to deflect and crush all ninjutsu and enemies. But universal pull is a more terrifying, absolute control skill. As long as Pain remains in the state of casting the spell, Lin Qing has only 2 choices. Kill Pain. Trapped in an area. But these 2 choices represent the same result, which is to be hit by the large-scale tailed beast bomb, missile bombing, and fire extinguishing at the same time. With this level of attack, even if Lin Qing had a stronger body repair ability than Orochimaru, he would be crushed into countless pieces and flesh in just a moment, and turned into ashes that flew away in the wind under the high temperature. Everything was within Obito's calculations. Lin Qing, I admit that you are very strong. Obito said coldly, but I have seen countless strong people, and in the end, I am the one who survived. Humans, after all, have their limits and shortcomings, and some will be killed. Answer. Pain's forceful control. 3 Tails' wide area firepower coverage. And the situation set by Obito, forcing all enemies into a desperate situation. This is the answer to your death that I have prepared for you. Terumi Mei releases defensive water-style jutsu. Zabuza gritted his teeth, clamped his arms together, and rushed forward carrying the bodies of the 2 diehards, intending to use them as human shields to protect Lin Qing. Mayuri released ice escape, and countless ice cones pierced Obito, trying to force him to stop. But it's too late. 3 attacks have been fired and will fall in the next second. Call. A gust of wind came, and the natural force between heaven and earth merged into Lin Qing's body and was injected into the sword of destruction. The already huge blade extended outward again, covering a round of golden thunder blade. Obito scoffed. He had naturally planned for this when he made his plan. Lin Qing's sword was indeed very powerful, but he would be blasted into pieces before he could strike. Bang! An extremely subtle, almost inaudible sound, like a strand of hair breaking, was heard by everyone. At the same time as this sound disappeared. Tailed beast bomb, bombing missile, and fire extinguishing. 3 completely different techniques disappeared into thin air as if they had been wiped out with an eraser. What? Obito was horrified. Not only him, but even Pain lost control of universal pull, and even Nagato in the distance almost lost his connection with Tendo and Shuridu. Lin Qing indeed has no new abilities. But that doesn't mean his teammates don't have it. Suzuki's jutsu was negated. Since leaving Konoha, Suzuki has been constantly exploring and gradually gained some experience. With his mind extremely concentrated, waves, chakra, and natural forces flowing into his body, Suzuki was able to hear the voice of the strange uncle again. He was then able to erase the jutsu within his sight. Only for a moment. After a moment, the effect will disappear. If the enemy performs another jutsu